Su Shichen was destined to be a legend in the realm of spirits, but a failed mission caused his fall from grace. Just when he thought he would have to start over, fate threw him an unexpected twist. When Su Shichen awoke from a dreamlike stupor, he found himself back on the day the realm of spirits launched 8 years ago. He felt the soft skin of the woman beside him and could hardly believe it. Lu Shuyao, still the shy girl from his memories, was dressed in a bunny costume, making Su Shichen marvel at the wonders of fate. Flashes of memories surged through Su Xingchen's mind. He remembered growing up with Lu Shuyao and Bao Wenxiao in the orphanage, their struggles in the virtual game world, and most importantly, the shocking secret behind the realm of spirits. The game was created to entertain the Federation's elites on their journey to a new planet. Armed with his knowledge of the future, Su Xingchen was determined to change his destiny. He aimed to create miracles in the realm of spirits and lead his friends onto the spaceship heading to the new planet. To do this, he needed to seize every opportunity and leverage the advantages his rebirth had given him. Su Shichen decisively abandoned the moderately successful magic martial game and devoted himself entirely to the soon-to-launch realm of spirits. He persuaded his skeptical friends to convert all their savings into credit points. Then, he went alone to Luoshui Square to purchase expensive nutrient solutions and gaming pods. These items would become scarce resources in the future, and investing in them now would yield substantial returns. Back home, Su Shichen meticulously crafted detailed plans for his friends. He wanted to ensure they could rise quickly in the realm of spirits and avoid the pitfalls of their previous fate. As time ticked by, Su Xingchen's heart was filled with anticipation and tension. He knew this was his only chance to alter destiny. Everything was ready, just waiting for the launch. Boss, all the equipment and materials have been sold. Due to the urgent situation, Su Shichen and his team had to sell at a low price, ultimately getting 730,000 credit points. Baozi was reluctant, but Su Shichen shut him up with a simple, "Trust me." At that moment, Lu Shuyao emerged from the room with good news. Xingchen, Siyuan and her brother have decided to join us in the Lingyu. This news instantly lit up Baozi's face with joy. His long-admired goddess, Siyuan, wouldn't be separated from him after all. Su Shichen calmly handed them two meticulously prepared plans. The level of detail left Baozi in awe, prompting him to exclaim, "Wow, boss, this strategy is insanely detailed. I'm starting to think you're a reincarnated expert." Su Shichen just smiled mysteriously and reminded them to keep it confidential. Soon after, 3 nutrition pods arrived as scheduled. After making the down payment, Su Shichen directed the installation robots to place the pods in 2 separate rooms, each stocked with 10 units of grade nutrient solution. These solutions would be sufficient to sustain them for a week, ensuring they were well prepared for the upcoming gaming adventure. At 7:50, the 3 of them laid down in their nutrition pods, quietly waiting for Lingyu to go live. The system's voice chimed in, announcing that they were about to enter a new world. Su Shichen opened his eyes to find himself in a grand hall. The system's voice prompted him to choose a faction and race. 10 models appeared in the void, divided into 2 factions, the Glory Federation and the Chaos Alliance. Without hesitation, Su Shichen chose the human faction, a familiar choice that would give him an early advantage. Next was the profession selection. Lingyu offered a wide range of professions, categorized into physical, magical, defensive, and healing types. Drawing on his past experience as a Tier 6 swordmaster, Su Shichen decisively chose the swordsman profession. The system prompted Su Shichen to adjust his character's appearance. He tried to max out the settings, only to be notified that he had reached the limit. Chuckling to himself, he remarked, "Well, still as handsome as ever. No complaints from anyone about immersion here." After finalizing his character, Su Shichen opted to freely choose his starting location. Skillfully navigating the map, he selected Hill Town in the Shenhua Empire. This place held memories from his past life, and in this life, he planned to create a new legend there. With a flash of light, Su Shichen arrived in Hill Town. Before him lay a medieval-style settlement bustling with NPCs and newly arrived players. Some marveled at the game's realism. Others were already hunting for quests, and a few restless players were attempting various forbidden actions, only to be struck down by the system's wrath. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Su Shichen opened his attribute panel. Gazing at the familiar yet strange data, he felt a wave of nostalgia. From a Tier 6 swordmaster at level 240 back to a level 0 novice, the feeling was both fresh and reminiscent. He carefully examined his attributes, level 0 base stats, the unique racial trait of humans, and his initial 2 skills heavy slash and double strike. These stats seemed unremarkable, but Su Shichen knew they were the foundation for his future brilliance. Surveying his surroundings, Su Shichen couldn't help but smile. Hill Town was swarming with at least 50,000 novice players, making early quests and monsters a hot commodity. But none of this would deter him. Gripping his practiced wooden sword, Su Shichen's eyes gleamed with determination. Though his current stats appeared ordinary, he knew this was only temporary. Soon, he would prove what true genius looked like. Just then, the system emitted a pleasant chime, announcing the official launch of Lingyu. Countless players surged forth, embarking on their adventures. Su Shichen, however, stood still, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. In his 50-slot backpack, there were only 20 small loaves of bread, 20 bags of water, and a tent. Su Shichen carefully inspected these beginner's items, recalling their effects. Each loaf of bread restored 15 health points per second for 10 seconds, while each bag of water restored 15 mana points per second for the same duration. These are the most basic recovery items in the realm of spirits, a sort of newbie welfare, sold by NPCs for just 1 copper coin per set of 20. His gaze fell on the dimensional tent. After a 5-second channel, it could open a 3 by 3 yard pocket dimension, providing a safe place to rest. Though it couldn't be used in combat, it was upgradable. Su Shichen mused to himself that the tent's true purpose might be more than it seemed. The realm of spirits economy followed traditional game models. 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. Due to the overall low drop rates, even copper coins had considerable purchasing power in the early stages of the game. Each player started with 20 copper coins, just enough to get by. As Su Shichen was deep in thought about the game's mechanics, Baozi's voice came through the voice chat, filled with excitement. Boss, I picked the shield warrior like you said, and I'm in Honghao Town. Is there really a hidden quest here? Without hesitation, Su Shichen replied, of course. Do you think I'd give you a bogus guide? Level up quickly and follow the plan. We'll meet up after reaching level 10. Got it, boss? Let's see who hits level 10 first. Baozi responded enthusiastically. Just after ending the call with Baozi, Lu Xiao's voice came through. Shichen, the realm of spirits is so much more realistic than magic and warfare. But activating the full freedom mode right away makes casting spells really hard. Su Shichen patiently explained, full freedom mode is mandatory after reaching tier 1, but you can choose to activate it before then. This is the biggest difference between tier 1 and tier 0 players. He briefly introduced the game's features. As players progressed, the gap between them would widen, not just in terms of equipment, but also in tiers, attribute checks, skills, and advanced abilities. In this world, a top-tier player could potentially solo thousands of ordinary players. I've written down the tips in the guide. With your talent, you'll adapt in no time. Just focus on leveling up for now, Su Shichen encouraged. Got it. Siyuan and I are off to level up, Lu Xiao replied before logging off. As time passed, more and more players appeared around him. Su Shichen found himself surrounded by players of various races and classes, making it hard to even find an NPC. He marveled at the game's popularity, his eyes sweeping over the diverse characters. Delicate and adorable human female priests, tall elven druids, short gnome rogues, 1.3 meter but muscular dwarven hunters, and over 3 meter tall giant warriors, creating a vibrant scene. Although the hillock town had tens of thousands of native inhabitants, there were less than 100 NPCs who issued quests. Among them, only 3 were hidden quests, and only 1 could be completed at level 0, with the reward being a spell scroll. Su Shichen set his sights on this quest, knowing that without the spell scroll, he couldn't seize the greatest opportunity in Hillock Town. Su Shichen squeezed through the crowd of players with great effort, following his memory to a narrow alley. What was supposed to be a 10-minute walk took him over half an hour. Struggling through the throng, he finally arrived at an inconspicuous little shop at the end of the alley. The shop was filled with everyday items needed by the residents of the small town, which were useless to players. Because of this, and its remote location, it wasn't discovered by a player in his previous life until more than 10 days later. Su Shichen pushed open the creaky wooden door and walked inside. A worried-looking woman sat behind the counter. She glanced up as he entered but said nothing. Su Shichen politely asked, "Hello, ma'am. Is there anything I can help you with?" The woman looked at him skeptically, her tone full of distrust. You? Really? A level 0 apprentice swordsman, Mr. Shichen? Su Shichen cursed inwardly, but maintained a smile. Did level 0 offend you? No need to rub it in. Please, trust me, ma'am. The woman sighed and took a letter from a drawer. I have a magical letter here, but it has a magic lock on it. Can you try to unlock it? Her expression made it clear she had no faith in a level 0 swordsman apprentice. No problem. Please give it to me, Su Shichen replied without hesitation. A system prompt appeared. You have accepted the hidden quest locked letter. Task: unlock the magic lock on the letter within 10 minutes. Failure penalty: none. The woman handed him the letter with a look that said she was grasping at straws. Su Shichen carefully examined the magical letter. It was sealed with a basic magic lock that had to be undone to read the contents. The basic magic lock consisted of 9 lock points and 36 tangle magic lines. The unlocking method was not complex. He just needed to guide the magic lines between the lock points, separating all 36 lines so they no longer crossed. For players new to the game world, Unlocking it within 10 minutes was indeed challenging. But for Su Shichen, who had 8 years of experience, it was a piece of cake. In his previous life, he had unlocked countless advanced magic locks. In less than 2 minutes, Su Shichen easily unlocked the magic lock and handed the letter back to the astonished woman. "You managed to unlock it so quickly. Amazing," the woman exclaimed in delight. "Thank you. I have a magic scroll here. Take it as a reward for helping me unlock the letter." A system prompt appeared. Hidden quest, locked letter completed. Reward, 50 experience points, magic scroll, featherfall. This quest was actually an early reward given by the system to players who like to explore. If Su Shichen hadn't been reborn, the magic scroll wouldn't have been of much use. As for the 50 experience points, it was better than nothing, equivalent to killing 10 level 0 monsters, which would take about 10 minutes. In the game world, leveling up before level 5 wasn't difficult. But level 5 was a turning point. The experience required to reach level 6 increased significantly, and each town would see the appearance of its first dungeon instance. Su Shichen checked the magic scroll he had received. Magic scroll, Featherfall. Tier 0 magic scroll. Activating the scroll casts Featherfall on the target. Instant cast, usable once. Featherfall slows the target's falling speed, lasts 30 seconds. With this, no one will ever die from falling again, Su Shichen thought to himself. It's time to take the first step towards becoming a new star in the Federation. Su Shichen headed directly to the west side of Dueling town. The number of players in the town had noticeably decreased, making the streets feel much more spacious. At this point, all players were still at level 0, and most had flocked to the outskirts of the town, competing to kill level 0 monsters for experience and quests. Monsters were attacked the moment they appeared, with the glint of swords and daggers flashing. Some monsters didn't even have time to react before they fell and turned into corpses. Amidst this brutal scene, the occasional glow of a healer's spell could be seen, restoring health to teammates. A bit further away, some skilled players had formed small teams to kill level 1 young boars. Melee fighters took the front to absorb damage, ranged attackers stayed at the back to deal damage, and healers stood ready to cast spells from the rear. Arrows, ice bolts, and fireballs weaved through the air, creating a dazzling web of attacks. Although teaming up divided the experience points, it reduced competition for monsters and increased overall efficiency. The area with level 2 monsters had even fewer players. In Lingyu, level suppression was significant, especially at lower levels. Players' meager attribute points and scarce skills couldn't support them in challenging monsters that were above their level. A 5-person team was active in the level 2 monster area, led by a giant berserker named Shashin. As a somewhat famous player in the gaming community, Shashin's guild, Lingyun Pavilion, had performed well in multiple games. Now, with the entire guild shifting to Lingyu, they were poised to become a second-tier guild, possibly even breaking into the ranks of first-tier guilds. Shashin cleaved a boar in front of him with his axe, then glanced at Su Shichen, who was still moving forward, and shook his head. He turned to his teammates and said, "Ignore others. I heard the guild leader is negotiating with a representative from the Luoshui consortium. If Luoshui invests, Lingyun Pavilion will attract a lot of top players. Focus on leveling up. If you get kicked out of the elite group later, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Luoshui consortium? One teammate asked excitedly. "Does that mean we'll get a pay raise?" With Luoshui's investment, it won't be long before Lingyun Pavilion becomes a first-tier guild. Meanwhile, Su Shichen had arrived at Blackstone Hill, home to level 5 to 8 monsters. No player dared to venture here yet. Due to level suppression, a level 0 player couldn't damage these monsters. Moreover, dying in Lingyu meant losing 1 level's worth of experience, and no one wanted to risk the 2 hours of hard work it took to level up from 0 to 1. The vast map made traveling without a mount a tedious task. After half an hour, Su Shichen finally reached his destination, Blackstone Hill, named for the various sizes of black stones scattered across it. Without hesitation, Su Shichen began climbing, cautiously moving up the slope. He scanned his surroundings, observing the distribution and movement of wild monsters. Along the way, he occasionally spotted wandering level 5 and 6 boars and level 7 and 8 bulls, but they were fortunately sparse. As a level 0 player, Su Shichen was acutely aware of the level gap between him and these monsters. Without maintaining a safe distance, both boars and bulls could easily send him back to town. He carefully avoided the wild monsters, taking detours when necessary. Suddenly, a bull's roar sounded near his ear, startling Su Shichen. Unluckily, he had encountered a freshly spawned bull right beside him. The sharp, glowing white horns were dangerously close, sending chills down his spine. "Just my luck," Su Shichen muttered, knowing resistance was futile. With his level 0 stats, survival was out of the question. The bull's charge instantly drained his 120 health points, and his health bar vanished like magic as he collapsed to the ground. With no other choice, Su Shichen chose to respawn. A flash of white light, and he reappeared in Xiaoling town, his experience reset to 0. Hope my luck's better this time, Su Shichen murmured to himself, and set off again. More than half an hour later, Su Shichen reached Blackstone Hill once more, this time even more vigilant. After spending over 2 hours, he finally managed to bypass all the wandering wild monsters and reach the top of the 200-yard high hill. At this very spot, Su Shichen crouched behind a massive black rock, his expression tense as he stared at the cliff ahead. The black rock hill was only about 200 yards high at the front, but the cliff itself was bottomless, at least 1,000 yards deep. His target was at the bottom of the cliff, but a large, robust wild ox lay at the edge, blocking his path. This level 8 elite wild ox was enormous, with bulging muscles and nostrils that occasionally puffed out white steam. Su Shichen knew that with his level 0 swordsman apprentice strength, one wrong move would send him back to the city with a single hit from the ox. He dared not act rashly, yet he understood that the only way to reach his target was to jump from here. After weighing his options, Su Shichen decided to lure the ox away. He bent down, picked up a small stone, and threw it 5 yards to the other side of the ox. The ox sensed the disturbance, immediately got up, and moved towards the noise. Seeing his plan working, Su Shichen threw a second stone, this time further away. The ox continued towards the sound, gradually moving away from the cliff edge. Unfortunately, Su Shichen's strength attribute was too low to throw the stone any farther. Seeing the ox about to turn back, he gritted his teeth and decided to make a run for it. The moment Su Shichen dashed out of his hiding spot, the elite ox immediately spotted him. Its huge nostrils flared with white steam, as if realizing it had been tricked. The ox's powerful hooves stomped heavily on the ground as it turned and charged towards Su Shichen. The speed of a level 8 elite monster far surpassed that of a level 0 swordsman apprentice. Despite the time it took to turn, the ox quickly closed the distance. Su Shichen didn't dare look back, using all his strength to sprint towards the cliff, wishing he had an extra pair of legs. Just as the sharp horns were about to pierce his back, he reached the cliff's edge. Without hesitation, Su Shichen leapt off the cliff, taking a leap of faith. Unexpectedly, the elite ox's momentum was too great, and it couldn't stop in time, following Su Shichen into the abyss. Su Shichen silently counted the seconds of his fall. After 8 seconds, he immediately pulled out a magic scroll and cast Feather Fall on himself. A gentle breeze enveloped him, drastically slowing his descent. Su Shichen felt like a feather, gently drifting forward. Meanwhile, the elite ox continued to plummet straight down. 3 seconds later, a thunderous crash echoed as the ox hit the bottom of the cliff, dying instantly. A fall of over 1,000 yards was too much for even a level 8 elite to survive. Thanks to Featherfall, Su Shichen landed lightly on a protruding rock platform on the opposite cliff wall. The platform was small, only about 5 yards in length and width, and still over 100 yards from the bottom. Precisely landing on such a small platform from a height of over 1,000 yards was no easy feat. Su Shichen couldn't help but recall his previous life's encounter with curry beef, wondering how he had managed to find this place. If not for seeing Curry Beef's bragging guide on the forum back then, Su Shichen would never have found the spot. Once he steadied himself, Su Shichen immediately noticed an orange glowing portal in the center of the platform. This was the primary reason he had traveled to Hill Town. A system prompt appeared. You have discovered a hidden personal class, Trial Dungeon. Su Shichen understood that trial dungeons in the realm of spirits were opportunities, divided into personal and team types. Each portal could only be used once and would disappear regardless of success or failure. The portal's glow indicated their levels: green, blue, purple, orange, tricolor, 5-color, and 7-color. Difficulty and rewards were proportional, and so were the penalties for failure. Personal class trials typically tested a player's understanding and application of their class, with rewards often including class-related skills and equipment. In his previous life, Curry Beef had reportedly gained significant skills and a precious bloodline from this trial, a resource that couldn't be taken by others, which he had boasted about on the forum. This trial was one of the rare opportunities unrelated to level, where obtaining a bloodline early on greatly benefited a character. For this reason, Su Shichen had taken the risk to come here at level 0. It's time to take the first step towards becoming the greatest swordsman in the realm of spirits. Su Shichen took a deep breath, reached out his hand, and without hesitation, pressed it against the portal. You are the first player in the entire Lingyu to use the trial portal. You've earned a chance to adjust the difficulty, ranging from blue to multicolored. Please make your choice soon, Player Shichen. Su Shichen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected such a surprise reward from the first trial. Standing before the portal, he hesitated briefly. Lowering the difficulty was clearly not an option. The real dilemma was whether to choose the extremely high difficulty of the multicolored trial. The penalty for failure wasn't a major concern, given that he was only level 0. However, the disappearance of the portal would mean losing this rare opportunity. The image of curry beef, the renowned level 7 mage saint, flashed through his mind. Even at level 10, curry beef had only passed the orange difficulty trial. It was rumored that the famous war god, Liuguang Suiyue, had reached level 8 by passing a multicolored trial. The rewards of the multicolored trial were said to be incredibly generous. Su Shichen pondered. If I can't even dare to face such a challenge, how can I dream of standing at the pinnacle of Lingyu? At worst, he'll fail and look for other opportunities. As a level 6 sword master with 8 years of gaming experience, Su Shichen believed he wasn't without hope. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind. System, I choose the multicolored difficulty. Please initiate the portal. The orange portal in front of him slowly transformed into a dazzling multicolored one, expanding in size until it was almost as wide as the stone platform beneath his feet. Clutching his wooden sword tightly, Su Shichen stepped forward without hesitation. The player has entered the trial space. Full free mode is now activated, the system announced. Given that the player's level is below 10, you have half an hour to familiarize yourself with full free mode. Once ready, you may start the challenge. Su Shichen emerged from the portal to find himself in a vast hall, with only a solitary dummy ahead for practicing full free mode. Confident in his mastery of the mode, Su Shichen considered himself the best in Lingyu at this stage. However, accustomed to high attributes from his past life, his current starting attributes felt frustratingly low. He would need some time to reacquaint himself. He swung his wooden sword, seeking that familiar feeling, and slowly approached the wooden dummy. Taking a deep breath, Su Shichen delivered a heavy slash. The wooden sword carved a graceful arc, striking the dummy forcefully. The system provided immediate feedback. Heavy slash skill completion rate, 98, causing 144 skill damage. Heavy slash skill proficiency 5.5. Human learning talent bonus 10. Su Shichen paused, scrutinizing the sword in his hand. The swing had felt even smoother than in his previous life, as if the sword had become an extension of his arm. In Lingyu, enhancing skill completion rates after unlocking full free mode at level 10 was notoriously difficult. For level 10 players to complete the first-tier advancement task, they only needed to achieve a 60 completion rate for one skill. Even so, most players required considerable practice. A 60 skill completion rate could only inflict 80 of the skill's damage, leading many players to experience a decrease in skill damage post-advancement. While base attributes would improve after advancement, overall strength wouldn't necessarily surpass the 0th tier. In Lingyu, a 100 skill completion rate could cause 150 skill damage and grant additional effects, with proficiency increasing by more than 10. Su Shichen was thrilled. Could it be that his consciousness had significantly improved after rebirth? With this question in mind, he took a deep breath and, abandoning his earlier casualness, swiftly and powerfully struck the dummy twice in quick succession. The system prompted again. Double strike skill completion rate, 99, causing 147 skill damage. Double strike skill proficiency, 5.5. Just as I suspected, Su Shichen was overjoyed. In his previous life, the greatest obstacle preventing his advancement to level 7, Sword Saint, was the inability to consistently achieve 100 completion for any 3 sword skills. This time, he was confident he could break through this barrier in a short period. After all, being reborn with a golden finger wasn't too much to ask, right? Initially, he had only intended to get used to his current low attribute state, but he hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Immersed in his practice, Su Shichen lost track of time. He struck the dummy repeatedly, filling gaps between skill cooldowns with regular attacks. Stab, slash, sweep, parry, chop. As he continued to train, he felt the sword in his hand becoming increasingly responsive, gradually entering a state of enlightenment. The system alert sounded, signaling the personal career trial would begin in 60 seconds. Su Shichen immediately prepared himself, his sword slightly trembling in anticipation. As the countdown ended, Su Shichen shot forward like an arrow, launching into a seamless combination of skills. He began with a powerful diagonal slash, his blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Quickly retracting his sword, he followed up with a fluid two-hit combo. The system provided instant feedback. The heavy slash had a 100 completion rate, dealing 150 skill damage and causing a 3-second stun effect. The two-hit combo also had a 100 completion rate, dealing 150 skill damage and adding a 3-second bleed effect, inflicting an extra 10 of the skill's damage per second. Each skill's proficiency increased by 11 points. After executing his skills, Su Shichen didn't waste any time. He immediately took out some bread and spring water, sitting down to recover his stamina. He knew that in the spirit realm, stamina and energy attributes were crucial. Just like in the real world, endless fighting was impossible. During his break, Su Shichen reviewed his skill performance. He realized that mastering skills with a 100 completion rate would give him 2 additional effects compared to others. Half an hour of continuous training had already raised both skills to level 2. The heavy slash skill reached 435800, now dealing 110-15 points of physical damage, and the 2-hit combo also reached 435,800, with each hit's damage increased by 5. Su Shichen felt a sense of pride. His skill upgrade speed was at least 10 times faster than the average player. Most people hadn't enabled full freedom mode, and system-assisted skill releases only had a 50 chance of gaining 1 proficiency point each time. Just as Su Shichen was reveling in his progress, the system suddenly announced the official start of the personal career trial. The rules were simple. Kill all targets within 60 minutes to pass the first level of the trial, but non-single target skills were prohibited. Su Shichen chuckled to himself. He had no area effect skills anyway. With the system prompt, the training dummies vanished instantly. In their place appeared 3 large beasts resembling tiger wolves, rapidly closing in on Su Shichen from 3 different directions. These trial beasts, despite being level 0, shared a massive 36,000 health points. As compensation, they had no armor value, allowing Su Shichen to deal true damage. However, he faced a significant risk being hit, even once would result in immediate trial failure. Worse still, these beasts were just slightly faster than him. Su Shichen calculated the situation. Such a difficulty level was hellish for an ordinary Tier 0 swordsman apprentice, but for a Tier 0 sword sovereign like him, it was merely moderate. Facing the beast's encirclement, Su Shichen didn't retreat. Instead, he boldly drew his sword and strode toward the center of the encirclement. To an onlooker, it would seem like he was walking into a trap. However, Su Shichen's eyes gleamed with confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. Due to Su Shichen's proactive move, the 3 trial beasts hadn't yet managed to surround him. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he thrust his wooden sword like lightning at the tiger wolf in front of him. The sword tip hit the target precisely, and Su Shichen followed up with a double strike, canceling the delay of his basic attack. The system notification sounded. Double strike skill completion, rate 99, causing 147 skill damage, proficiency 5.5. This series of moves was executed smoothly, instantly dealing 41 damage to the tiger wolf in front. However, the other 2 trial beasts had already lunged at him. Su Shichen quickly withdrew his sword and took 2 steps back, narrowly avoiding the claws and fangs of the 3 beasts. He seized the moment and delivered a heavy slash to the tiger wolf on the right. The system notified again. Heavy slash skill completion, rate 99, causing 147 skill damage, proficiency 5.5. Not quite there yet. Still a bit off. Su Shichen thought to himself. Achieving a 100 completion rate is indeed not easy to master. The 3 beasts landed and continued their fierce assault. Su Shichen, agile and nimble, sidestepped to the left, using the tiger wolf as a shield to block the attacks of the other 2. He deeply understood the principle that a true sword master never stops attacking due to positioning, continuously seeking opportunities to strike. He skillfully maneuvered, always managing to make one tiger wolf an obstacle for its 2 brothers. Low agility really makes it hard to pull off advanced techniques. Oh well, Su Shichen chuckled to himself. With his skills off cooldown, he swung his sword for another heavy slash. At that moment, he felt his sword grow slightly heavier, and a flash of insight crossed his eyes. Got it. Sure enough, this strike achieved a 100 completion rate, stunning the blocking tiger wolf for 3 seconds. The 2 brothers behind it were frantic, seemingly wishing they could harm their own teammate. System, start 3D recording. Su Shichen suddenly remembered, almost forgot to record this. Even though our professions are different, this tutorial video could be useful for Yao Yao and Baozi. The system responded, 3D recording started. With a stroke of inspiration, Su Shichen managed to land another 100 completion rate double strike on the second blocking beast, significantly increasing the damage with a tearing effect. This is what I call sharing the love, he thought smugly. The 3rd tiger wolf seemed bewildered at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Though this series of moves appeared effortless, it wasn't particularly difficult for Su Shichen. However, he didn't let it go to his head, thinking, some old masters and genius players can quickly adapt to full freedom mode. These basic operations wouldn't stump them. Su Shichen suppressed his rising confidence, fully immersing himself in practicing skill completion rates. He recalled his past life, entering the spiritual realm nearly 3 months late, constantly chasing the leading players, and finally, through decent talent, barely keeping up. Though he couldn't join the ranks of top experts, he became a well-known sword master in the spiritual realm. 8 years later, there were only a few dozen 8th-tier god-level professionals in the entire spiritual realm, and fewer than 1,000 7th-tier saints. As a 6th-tier sword lord among over 8 billion players, he was already quite advanced. But it's still far from enough. Su Shichen resolved, this lifetime, my goal is to reach the 8th tier sword god realm, or even the 9th tier, where the ancient deities of the spiritual realm reside. In the past life, I struggled to catch up due to a huge gap in strength and resources. This time, I will surely be far ahead. Su Shichen's wooden sword continuously attacked the 3 trial beasts, with his skill completion rate steadily approaching a stable 100. Finally, the 3 beasts, unable to endure the humiliation, fell before him. Their 6 claws tightly gripped their 3 heads in a gesture of utter defeat. Su Shichen sheathed his sword and sat down, taking out bread and clear water to restore his stamina. My level is too low, and I haven't increased my attributes, so my sustained combat ability is lacking. There's no helping it, he thought. Although the 3 beasts didn't provide experience points or any drops, the skill proficiency gains were substantial, with both skills leveling up to 3, significantly boosting his damage in the subsequent minutes. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, player Shichen, for passing the first layer of the trial. Time taken, 29 minutes 56 seconds. Time remaining, 30 minutes 4 seconds. Far exceeded expectations. Reward has been enhanced. It seemed easy for Su Shichen to clear the first layer of the trial. However, for other players at this stage, it was virtually impossible to avoid the attacks of the 3 beasts and deal 36,000 damage within 60 minutes. And this was just the first layer of the 5-color difficulty. As the system notification ended, a 5-step staircase appeared ahead, with a dark gold chest placed on the first step. Su Shichen stood on the steps of the first trial space, his eyes fixed on the dark gold chest, unable to suppress his excitement. He quickly stepped forward and touched the chest. As soon as he did, a system prompt sounded. Unlocked dark gold chest detected. Open it. A 20-second progress bar appeared in his view. Su Shichen couldn't help but recall the hierarchy of chests and equipment in the Lingyu realm. Common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, and mythical 9 levels in total. It was said that above the mythical level, there was a godly tier, but no one in the entire Lingyu realm had ever seen it with their own eyes. In this world where even common gear was considered rare, Su Shichen had spent 8 years in his previous life, and the best chest he had ever seen was an epic one, which he had only watched from afar as someone else claimed it. Now, he was on the verge of becoming the first person in Lingyu to obtain a dark gold chest. As the progress bar completed, a dazzling dark gold light flashed, and the chest slowly opened. Inside were 3 items, 2 books and a silver-white fruit that looked like an oversized cherry. Su Shichen carefully took them out and examined their attributes. The first book was an advanced skill book titled Protective Sword Aura, and the second was Sword Aura Burst, both combo skills for the swordsman class, and genuinely rare. Sword Aura Burst, in particular, was so rare that many swordsman players hadn't learned it even by the 3rd or 4th tier. The fruit was called the Sword Spirit Fruit, a dark gold consumable with no level requirement and ineffective if used multiple times. Its base attributes were astonishing. 10 to base strength, 10 to base constitution, and 10 to base agility. Even more impressive was its special attribute, 100 to sword mastery upon consumption. Su Shichen couldn't help but swallow hard. Such rewards were almost unbelievable, and he even suspected that this chest might have reached a quasi-legendary level. The attributes of the Sword Spirit Fruit were top tier, especially in the early stages of the game. A 30-point boost to base attributes was equivalent to gaining 6 levels in one go, and the 100 points in sword mastery were comparable to the free mastery points gained at level 100. However, Su Shichen quickly calmed himself. He knew that aside from leveling up, players could also increase mastery points through quests and various items, the most common being mastery books. These books also came in black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold levels. The 100 points in sword mastery were enough to elevate him to the early stages of a sword master, but Su Shichen decided not to use it just yet. He placed the Sword Spirit Fruit, which was already at his lips, back into his backpack and quickly learned the 2 skill books. Then, Su Shichen picked up his long sword and stepped onto the stairs leading to the 2nd level. With a flash of white light, Su Shichen entered the 2nd trial space, ready to face new challenges. The system notification sounded, signaling the start of the 2nd trial. A flash of white light enveloped Su Shichen, and he was instantly transported to a familiar yet strange hall. In the vast hall, the 3-headed tiger wolf beast vanished, replaced by a tall young man. He carried a long sword on his back, walking forward with sharp, piercing eyes. Su Shichen's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded intensely. He recognized this man, the legendary Shadow Sword Saint, Huai Jian, the Hall Master of the Shenghua Empire's branch of the Hall of Glory. Known as the invincible swordsman below, the Sword God. Is this really the difficulty level of the 2nd trial? Su Shichen couldn't help but curse inwardly. But as he carefully examined the opponent, a sense of calm washed over him. The system's voice chimed in timely. Level 0 trial projection. HP 120, equivalent to the player's HP. As a trial projection, his basic attributes match yours, but his swordsmanship experience is leagues ahead. The projection's HP cannot be restored. Defeat him 3 times to pass the trial. Good luck, young warrior. A slight smile appeared on Su Shichen's lips. A mere Sword King. I'll beat him any day. Realizing the projection was only at the third-year Sword King level, he hesitated no longer and drew his sword decisively. Huai Jian drew the sword on his back, pointing it directly at Su Shichen. Kid, prepare to feel despair. Don't say I didn't warn you I am about to strike. Clang! The 2 swords clashed, sparks flying. Huai Jian's face showed disbelief. How is this possible? Su Shichen smirked inwardly. An ancient Sword King projection? You're underestimating me. The clash caused no damage due to their equal attributes. But Su Shichen's sword skills were far superior. With a twist of his wrist, he slashed along Huai Jian's blade, aiming for his hand. Huai Jian reacted swiftly, withdrawing his sword to evade. But Su Shichen had anticipated this, immediately pressing forward with a sidestep, his wooden sword slicing down with full force. Heavy slash, the system announced. Heavy slash skill executed at 100 completion, dealing 150 skill damage and causing a 3-second stun. Despite realizing the danger, Huai Jian's level 0 attributes limited his reaction speed, and he fell into a stun. Su Shichen seized the moment, unleashing 3 consecutive strikes, interspersed with a double strike skill. The system chimed again. Double strike skill executed at 100 completion, dealing 150 skill damage and causing a 3-second bleed effect, dealing 10 of this skill's damage per second. After 5 strikes, Su Shichen withdrew. Huai Jian, upon regaining consciousness, was left with only 32 HP. His sword hung low as he muttered, "Perfect skills. How is this possible?" Su Shichen gave no respite, attacking again. "The sword's already on you. How is it not possible? Don't say, I didn't warn you I am about to strike." Huai Jian seemed to give up, letting the attack hit him. Su Shichen stayed cautious, but Huai Jian never retaliated until his HP reached 0. As Huai Jian's projection began to fade, he smiled. "Kid, this projection can't beat you. You're exceptional, a 1 in a billion genius. We'll meet again." Before Su Shichen could respond, the projection vanished. The system notifications followed. "Congratulations, player Shichen, for passing the second trial in 10 seconds with 0 revivals, far exceeding expectations. Rewards enhanced. Congratulations, player Shichen, for achieving an impossible score in the second trial, triggering a special trial. Special trial triggered. Second trial rewards will be granted upon completion of the special trial. Failure will result in reward forfeiture. Special trial triggered. Trials 3, 4, and 5 are cancelled." The barrage of notifications left Su Shichen momentarily stunned. It seemed everything had gone off script since the difficulty increase. But he quickly collected himself. "I'll face whatever comes. If I can't pass, no one can." Unexpectedly, the transport light didn't appear. Instead, the faded projection of Huai Jian began to reform. Su Shichen tightened his grip on his sword, watching warily as the scene unfolded. Level 2006 Sword Sovereign, Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Honor, Shenhua Empire, HP. This flashed through Su Shichen's mind, followed by a familiar yet strange voice. "This is the real test, kid. Good luck." "Ah, I told you we would meet again." Su Shichen looked up to see Huai Jian, who looked very different from his memories. Now middle-aged, with long silver hair flowing in the wind, his sharp eyes and brows radiated a sense of wisdom and danger. He wasn't wearing armor, but a long black coat, with a gleaming sword floating behind him. Lazily leaning against the sword, Huai Jian held another sheathed sword in his arms. Huai Jian raised an eyebrow, eyeing Su Shichen with a playful smile. "Oh, trying to cheat, are we? Planning to boost your stats after the projection matches your strength? Do you really think eating that sword spirit fruit will help you beat me?" Su Shichen, hearing this, sheepishly put the sword spirit fruit back in his bag and sheathed his sword. He plopped down on the ground with a sigh. "I'm exhausted. Might as well give up. A level 0 apprentice against a level 200 sword sovereign? How am I supposed to win?" Huai Jian seemed intrigued by Su Shichen's reaction and continued. "When the previous projection dissipated, the memory returned to me. I was curious about what kind of genius could use perfect skills at level 0, and 2 of them at that. So, I used my authority as the Vice Hall Master to intervene in the trial. After all, the trial portals across the Honor Continent are deployed by us." Su Shichen looked Huai Jian straight in the eye, a hint of defiance in his voice. "What couldn't beat me with a projection? So you came here yourself for revenge? The system wouldn't let me fight the real Huai Jian. What? Are you going to cut me down directly? The rules of the Hall of Honor are strict." Huai Jian straightened up, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I could blow you away with a breath." Before he finished speaking, the sword behind him, still in its sheath, shot towards Su Shichen. Su Shichen made no move to dodge, even leaning back on his hands, staring straight at the incoming sword. He thought to himself, dodge? No way. In a couple of years, no player will be able to dodge that. Seeing this, Jian retracted the sword, smiling. Not bad. You've got guts. Come on, get up and show me your perfect skills. Su Shichen remained unmoved. You think I'll just comply because you said so? Where's my dignity? Jian raised an eyebrow. Oh, you got spirit. Aren't you afraid I'll cut you down? The penalty for failing the trial isn't small. Su Shichen calmly replied, you won't. It's not worth it. Jian's smile widened, seemingly pleased with Su Shichen's response. You know quite a bit, don't you? He paused, then continued. I've been stuck at the peak of Sword Sovereign for nearly 10 years. Even learned from a few sword saints in the hall, but their swordsmanship is different from mine. The memory from the projection intrigued me. Your perfect skills stirred something within me. Su Shichen perked up. So what's in it for me? Jian laughed. You're quite the opportunist, aren't you? Fine, I won't take advantage of you. Let me experience your perfect skills, and I'll give you a chance to enter the Tower of Honor. Su Shichen immediately asked, are you serious? Jian replied solemnly. Would I lie to you? Hearing this, Su Shichen stood up, drew his sword, and struck a righteous pose. I appreciate those who keep their word. Watch closely. Heavy slash. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Su Shichen's mind. Special trial activated. Perform 100 perfect heavy slashes and 100 perfect double strikes on Jian. The system announced the commencement of a special trial, prompting Su Shichen to dive into skill training with Jian. He focused on executing heavy slash and double strike, casting them immediately after their cooldowns ended, while engaging in casual conversation with Jian. Who would have thought we could enter the Glory Tower right after the Lingyu server launched? It's unbelievable, Su Shichen exclaimed. This is the holy ground of the entire Glory continent. Jian nodded. Indeed, the tower holds many rare treasures, but you need sufficient strength to claim them. Are the tower's rules similar to the profession trials? Su Shichen asked while performing another double strike. Pretty much, since the trial gate is basically a miniature version of the tower, Jian replied, then added with a hint of irritation. And stop calling me an old man. Call me senior. Su Shichen, excited, said, does that mean I can climb the tower once I finish the trial? He swung another heavy slash. Jian scoffed, in your dreams. With your current strength, you can't even pass the first floor. The tower only recognizes ranks. I suggest you focus on reaching the peak of rank 0 before attempting this. Su Shichen paid no mind to the remark, concentrating on his skill training. After nearly half an hour, he met the trial's requirements, and both heavy slash and double strike had leveled up to 4. Kid, thank you, Jian said with a pleased expression, tossing a blue-gold long sword to Su Shichen. This is a sword I used in my youth. It's yours now. Su Shichen caught the sword, and the system immediately notified him that he had acquired the item Windblade. Jian advised, improve your strength quickly. The Chaos Alliance is not stable. Come find me when you reach level 10, and I'll take you to the Glory Tower to show those old folks what you're made of. We'll meet again soon, old man, Su Shichen murmured as he stored the Windblade in his inventory. For the last time, I'm not old. Jian roared before disappearing from the trial hall. The system then notified Su Shichen that he had passed the special trial and the 5-color trial, earning a perfect rating and additional rewards. A flash of white light transported him to the 5th step, where 2 treasure chests lay. The larger one was a legendary chest made of black gemstones, engraved with mysterious magical patterns. The smaller one was an epic chest crafted from rare spatial magic crystals, shimmering with a rainbow glow. Suppressing his excitement, Su Shichen first opened the legendary chest. After a 3-minute loading bar, he retrieved a book and a ring from it, and quickly stored them in his backpack. Next was to highlight his first ever epic chest. After a 10-minute loading bar, the rainbow light radiated for over 10 seconds before fading. The chest opened to reveal a seemingly ordinary black stone that emitted a faint, extraordinary aura. Su Shichen carefully took out the black stone, his heart pounding with excitement. This was the Space Spirit Vein bloodline he had longed for day and night. As one of the rarest and highest-tier bloodlines in the domain of Space Spirit Veins, it would pave the way for him to master the mighty power of space. He stared in disbelief at the excised black stone in his hand, finally understanding why the perfect evaluation reward for the 5-colored trial only included 1 item. While there was a slim chance for an epic chest to yield a legendary item, the appearance of a top-tier bloodline exceeded all his expectations. In the spirit domain, acquiring a bloodline was extremely difficult, categorized into mid-tier, high-tier, top-tier, and divine tier. The 10 major races players could choose from all belonged to the low tier and were thus not counted. Su Shichen recalled his previous life, where he only obtained a mid-tier bloodline mid-game, which allowed him to break through to the 5th-tier Sword Emperor. Even top players like Curry Beef only managed to get a mid-tier bloodline, drawing much envy. High-tier and top-tier bloodlines were treasures coveted by all major top guilds, and divine-tier bloodlines were legendary, unseen by anyone. The earlier one obtained a bloodline, the more beneficial it was. Without hesitation, Su Shichen chose to use it. The black stone floated in midair, emitting a brilliant light. Seconds later, it transformed into a stream of energy that shot straight into Su Shichen's chest. He instinctively touched his chest, and a sudden intense pain radiated from his heart, causing his entire body to tremble. This was the space spirit vein merging with his heart, replacing the blood in his heart. From now on, his heart would gradually produce new blood, enhancing the effects of the space spirit vein. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations. Player has initially awakened space spirit vein, level 0. Based on player's class, gain 2 base strength, 2 base agility, and 1 base constitution per level. Congratulations. Player has acquired the talent. Space power. Player attribute checks have been updated. Attribute checks show, different for each class. 1 point of constitution, 2 armor, 20 health points, 2 health points recovery every 5 seconds. 1 point of agility, 3 movement, speed, attack, speed, flexibility. Space power, bloodline talent. All your attacks will carry space power, ignoring 50 of the target's armor. Su Shichen marveled at the power of a top-tier bloodline. Just the initial awakening brought such significant enhancements, and as his class advanced, the bloodline's power would only grow stronger. Gaining 5 base attributes per level for free, with attribute checks doubling, meant that each level up would yield benefits equivalent to 4 times that of an ordinary player. This gap would only widen in the late game. Satisfied with the bloodline reward, Su Shichen continued to examine the other items. Secret skill, severing. Intermediate secret skill, learning requirement. Complete the heavy slash skill with over 90 accuracy 100 times consecutively or achieve 100 accuracy once. In the spirit domain, skills were categorized into common skills, secret skills, and forbidden skills. The latter two were extremely rare and had stringent learning conditions, not accessible to everyone. For Su Shichen, the learning requirements of severing were no difficulty at all. He chose to learn it directly. As a rare area damage skill for the swordsman class, severing was undoubtedly one of the best among rare secret skills. Next, Su Shichen checked 2 legendary items. Ring of Aces. Ring accessory, legendary item. Durability, 300,300. Equipment requirements, Constitution 50, Agility 80. Base attributes, level 0 state, increases every 5 player levels, up to level 80. All attributes 5. Traits, 1. Fearless. Ignore level difference 5. This trait cannot stack. 2. Bloodthirsty. 15 life steal on attack. 3. Sturdy. 10 health. Skills. 1. Blood spirit power. Passive. Gain 1 blood spirit power for each target killed. Each point increases attack power by 0.020,500. 2. Shield of Aces. Active. Consumes all blood spirit power to create a shield. Shield value blood spirit power level tier level and tier below 1 are considered 1. Last 30 seconds. Instant cast. 10-minute cooldown. It is said that Aces had fangs and bat wings. Blade of the Gale. One-handed sword, legendary item. Durability, 300,300. Equipment requirements, strength 80, agility 80. Base attributes, level 0 state. Increases every 5 player levels, up to level 80. All attributes 5. Traits, 1. Swift, 15 attack speed. 2. Berserk, 15 critical hit rate. 3. Sharp, 10 attack power. Skills, 1. Gale Slash. Active, channels the power of the Blade of the Gale to strike the target, dealing 300 attack power as physical damage, with a damage amplification effect, causing the target to take 30 more damage for 5 seconds. Instant cast, 30-second cooldown. 2. Power of the Gale. Active, channels the power of the Blade of the Gale to enhance oneself. 50 attack speed, 50 movement speed, last 30 seconds. Instant cast, 10-minute cooldown. These 2 legendary items were of exceptionally high quality, but unfortunately, Su Shichen did not yet meet the equipment requirements. Reflecting on the rewards of this trial, Su Shichen couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He hadn't forgotten the reward he received for passing the first layer. Sword Chi Burst, no level, advanced skill, active, instantly detonates all Sword Chi, dealing physical damage equal to attack power number of Sword Chi 4 to all enemies within a 1,010-yard area, causing a 2-second stun effect. Each Sword Chi detonation increases attack power by 2, lasts 24 seconds, instant cast, 10-minute cooldown. Sword Chi Burst cannot gather protective Sword Chi while on cooldown. System prompt. You have consumed the sword spirit fruit, gaining 10 base strength, 10 base constitution, 10 base agility, and 100 sword proficiency. After collecting all the rewards, the colorful portal that had appeared on the steps re-emerged. Su Shichen stepped through without hesitation, returning to the stone platform at the cliff edge. As he left, the colorful portal slowly vanished. A system notification sounded, announcing that Shichen had completed the 5-color level personal profession trial. It was followed by a series of rewards, 150 points of reputation, which directly elevated him to reputation level 4. In the realm of spirits, this was a noteworthy achievement, as reputation not only represented a player's renown, but also unlocked access to advanced quests and special privileges. Shichen hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. He quickly summoned his character interface to carefully examine his refreshed attribute panel. A series of data greeted his eyes. Human bloodline, spatial spirit vein level 0, affiliated with the Shenhua Empire, and his profession was swordsman apprentice level 0. The most eye-catching detail was the shiny rising star title, which meant he would enjoy noble treatment throughout the jurisdiction of Wind Whisper City. His attributes had also seen significant improvements: strength 16, constitution 14, agility 14. Although his intelligence and spirit were still relatively low, this was a decent start for a swordsman. His health point stood at 360, armor at 31, and both his attack and movement speeds were at slightly fast levels. In his skill bar, Heavy Slash and Double Strike had both reached level 4. Additionally, he had Body Sword Chi Burst, and Ocean Break waiting to be developed. His equipment was still the initial practice wooden sword and apprentice cloth armor, but his backpack contained 2 legendary items, indicating immense potential. Closing the attribute panel, Shichen realized that although his leveling difficulty was 3 times that of ordinary players, catching up to others wouldn't be a challenge with his current attributes. It had only been a little over 6 hours since the server opened, and most players were just reaching levels 2 or 3, while top players might be aiming for level 5 to prepare for the first dungeon. Without hesitation, Shichen leaped forward, executing a flawless leap of faith. A flash of white light later, he respawned at the resurrection point in Hilltown. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his strength was now on a different level. Taking advantage of the relatively uncrowded town, Shichen quickly made his way to the mercenary tavern to the north. In the realm of spirits, these distinctive buildings were scattered throughout the land, varying in size but always serving as essential hubs for players. This is a gathering place for mercenaries. After reaching level 10, players can take a test to register as a mercenary or even form their own mercenary groups. Although the mercenary tavern in Hilltown is small, covering just over 200 square meters, it is a must-visit spot for adventurers from all over. A crooked sign hangs at the entrance, depicting a sword and staff crossed over a shield, the emblem of the Mercenaries Guild. Su Shichen pushed open the creaky wooden door and walked straight in. The tavern was dimly lit, and the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and sweat. Scattered around the room were a few burly men who glanced at Su Shichen before returning to their drinks without a word. Su Shichen approached the bar and said to the young bartender, "I'll have 4 bottles of dark beer, please." Although he was only level 0 and couldn't register as a mercenary, buying beer here was perfectly normal. The bartender respectfully replied, "Honored adventurer, for bottles of dark beer at an 80 discount will be 16 copper coins." He quickly took out 4 bottles of dark beer and neatly placed them on the bar. Su Shichen was pleasantly surprised, almost forgetting that he had a noble discount. With a grand gesture, he said, "Add 1 more bottle. Here's 20 copper coins, keep the change." The bartender accepted the coins with a smile and said, "Please come again." A system prompt popped up. Dark beer, low-quality beer that boosts courage. Effect: ignore level difference 2 for 1 hour. Warning: drink responsibly to avoid drunkenness. Su Shichen carefully stored the beer and left the tavern, heading towards the outskirts of the town. He was calculating in his mind. In Lingyu, the level difference is significant. For each level difference, damage received decreases by 10. 2 levels mean a 20 reduction. Low-level players find it hard to kill higher-level monsters due to their minimal base stats. Despite its bad taste, this dark beer is a great newbie benefit, cheap and highly effective, with no drawbacks other than the taste. As he exited the town, more players appeared. Su Shichen didn't stop and headed straight to his destination. Those still grinding at the town gate were clearly falling behind. "How is that swordsman running so fast?" one player exclaimed. "Yeah, he's faster than me, and I'm a rogue." "Did he get some special gear?" another player chimed in. "I'm so jealous." "Jealous of what?" "Focus on attacking. Can't you see we're grinding here?" To the north of the town lies the Northwind Plains, where the wolves range from level 4 to 7. They have high attack and low defense, making them perfect for beginners to level up. The system prompt showed, Wolf level 4 normal monster HP 280. The plains were already bustling with players and teams, grinding wolves, indicating good returns here. Su Shichen arrived at a less frequented spot, an ideal place for grinding. He took out a bottle of dark beer and chugged it down, beginning his leveling spree. Ugh, still tastes awful after 8 years. Su Shichen complained, scrunching his face. With his current stats, soloing level 45 wolves was a breeze. Even with a 20-30 reduction in output, his efficiency remained high. Su Shichen swung his sword, stunning a wolf with a heavy slash. He quickly followed up with normal attacks and a double strike, killing the wolf before it could react. Without pausing, he moved on to the next target. With the last tick of bleed damage, the newly awakened wolf fell, not even seeing its attacker clearly. Perfect damage. Su Shichen nodded in satisfaction. A system prompt appeared. Level 4 wolf killed. Experience points increased by 400, XP 100. In Lingyu, killing higher level monsters is challenging, but rewarding. Each level difference increases XP by 100. Thus, top players find leveling up not too difficult. Although his XP gain was tripled, Su Shichen's grinding efficiency was several times higher than that of players his level. Su Shichen continued to grind wolves as he moved deeper into the plains. He recalled the early days of exploring. I remember there's a wolf den over there. During the initial exploration, it spawned a bronze boss. There shouldn't be any players who can reach it yet. High-risk areas and new maps often come with high rewards. Su Shichen resolved, I must take down that wolf den as soon as possible. Estimating the attack power of a level 5 berserker with full strength stats and a complete dungeon set, it would probably be around this level. Su Shichen compared silently, his gaze sweeping over the gleaming long sword in his hand. He recalled his arduous journey in the spirit realm, where he had slayed over 200 wild wolves but only gained a pile of materials, more than 20 copper coins, and a level 4 common item, a wolf hide bracer. Though the bracer only added 5 points of armor, it was better than nothing and was currently snug on his wrist. Su Shichen cautiously hid behind a large rock, holding his breath while observing the wolf den ahead. On an outcropping of the cliff, a giant wolf the size of a lion lay sprawled, its gray-brown mane fluttering in the northern wind. Below the rock, more than a dozen elite wild wolves formed a circle, with 2 noticeably larger than the others. A system prompt appeared before Su Shichen's eyes. North Wind Wolf King, Level 8, Bronze Boss, HP 16,000. Wolf King Guard, Level 8, Elite, HP 2,400. Berserk Wild Wolf, Level 8, Enhanced, HP 1,200. Su Shichen quickly recalled the monster hierarchy in the spirit realm. Normal monsters had 4 tiers from common to rare, while bosses had 9 tiers from iron to mythic. This Wolf King was the strongest boss on the North Wind Plains, possessing a skill to summon wolves within a 100-yard radius to aid in battle. Fortunately, he had already cleared the surrounding wolves, effectively nullifying a potential wipeout skill. The wolf pack lay lazily on the ground, unaware of the impending danger. Su Shichen used the surrounding rocks for cover, slowly seeking the best attack angle. He glanced at his status bar. The effect of his 4th bottle of dark beer had over 10 minutes left, but his 12 protective sword auras would vanish in just over 20 seconds. Time was of the essence. He needed to act quickly. Su Shichen bent down and picked up a small stone, hurling it forcefully towards the Wolf King while simultaneously drawing his long sword and beginning to charge up. The stone struck its mark, startling the slumbering Wolf King. It lifted its head and let out a long howl, summoning the pack. The Berserk Wild Wolves and Wolf King guards immediately sprang up and charged towards Su Shichen. Holding his long sword aloft, Su Shichen tensed his muscles and unleashed a powerful strike after a 5-second charge. A massive golden sword aura burst forth, enveloping each wild wolf precisely. Blood-red damage numbers floated up as the Berserk Wild Wolves lost more than half their HP instantly. Seeing its minions heavily wounded, the Wolf King roared in fury and leaped down from the rock, charging directly at Su Shichen. Instead of retreating, Su Shichen advanced, sword in hand, towards the pack. He stepped onto a boulder and leaped into the center of the circle. The wolves, sensing their prey, lunged at him. Sword aura burst! Su Shichen shouted, and 12 milky white sword auras surged from his body, shooting skyward before crashing down in all directions. System prompts flashed rapidly. Consume 12 sword auras. Attack power increased by 24, duration 24 seconds. Defeated level 8 enhanced Berserk Wild Wolves. Experience gain increased by 400, experience 600 points. Amid a flurry of damage numbers, all the Berserk Wild Wolves fell, leaving items scattered on the ground. Su Shichen had no time to collect them, as the 2 elite wolves were still stunned, and the Wolf King was closing in. He delivered a straight thrust to the nearest guard wolf, followed by a seamless double strike. As the Wolf King lunged, Su Shichen sidestepped and delivered a slashing blow, then used a perfectly executed heavy slash to stun the just-awoken guard wolf again. The Wolf King and the second guard wolf frantically circled the first, unable to pose a threat to Su Shichen. With 26 points in agility and doubled attributes, the Wolf King's speed was less troublesome for him than the Tiger Wolf Beast during trials. The system notification chimed, and Su Shichen's ears were filled with a series of battle rewards. By defeating a level 4 elite Wolf King guard and a bronze level boss, the North Wind Wolf King, his experience points increased by 400, earning him 1,200 and 12,000 points respectively. As the first player to take down a bronze level boss, his reputation also rose by 1 point. With the substantial boost in experience points, Su Shichen felt a warm surge throughout his body, instantly leveling up to level 5. His strength and agility each increased by 3 points, constitution by 2 points, and both spirit and intelligence by 1 point. The system generously awarded him 5 free attribute points and 1 free mastery point. Recalling the dual sword playstyle from his previous life, Su Shichen unhesitatingly allocated all his free attribute points to agility. Although his attack power was sufficient for now, high agility was crucial to quickly equip the 2 legendary items in his backpack. Surveying the battlefield, he saw it littered with wolf corpses and scattered items. Su Shichen swiftly collected the loot and then approached the rock where the Wolf King had previously resided. As expected, a bronze-level treasure chest lay there quietly, seemingly waiting for him to open it. Eagerly, Su Shichen opened the chest and took out a long sword. He then sat on the rock, taking out some bread and spring water to replenish his stamina. Despite the battle lasting only a few minutes, the energy expenditure was significant. While resting, Su Shichen took inventory of his spoils. Besides some low-level materials that were almost useless to him, over a dozen enhanced wild wolves had contributed more than 20 copper coins and 3 common items. These copper coins were equivalent to over 3 hours of previous earnings, given that humanoid monsters had a higher chance of dropping money in the realm. He immediately equipped the 3 level 5 items, shoes, belt, and pants, increasing his armor value by 20 points. The 2 Wolf King guards generously provided over 10 copper coins and a black iron level item guard's armor chestplate. This level 5 black iron item not only offered 14 armor points, but also added 2 points to constitution. The Wolf King's loot was even more bountiful: a silver coin, its head as a quest item, and a dagger. The system indicated that turning in the Wolf King's head to Lucan Hill Town would yield rich rewards. Su Shichen also received a level 5 bronze level Wolf Fong dagger, which increased strength by 2 points and agility by 3 points. Lastly, he examined the long sword obtained from the treasure chest. It was a level 5 bronze level fine iron longsword, providing 3 strength points and 2 agility points. Su Shichen immediately replaced his near-broken wooden sword with it. Looking over his gear, Su Shichen couldn't help but smile wryly. He was wearing a mix of plate, leather, and chainmail armor, which looked quite mismatched. However, he understood the downward compatibility rule of armor types. A plate armor class could wear cloth armor, but a cloth armor class couldn't wear plate armor. Just then, he heard footsteps and voices in the distance. "Captain, it's up ahead," one voice said. Widow said he found a group of enhanced monsters here, and one big one that looks like a boss. "I told you not to call me Widow. My name is Night Raid Widow Village," another voice responded angrily. Su Shichen stood up alertly, ready to face the potential challenge. Someone's coming." Su Shichen looked up warily. He hadn't expected anyone to venture into the northern wind plains at this hour. At that moment, he stood on the Wolf King's rock, an exposed and conspicuous spot like a crane among chickens. But being discovered didn't bother him. With nowhere to hide, Su Shichen decided to stand up, gripping his long sword. Just then, he noticed some movement out of the corner of his eye. 4 people emerged from behind the boulder where he had previously hidden. Leading them was none other than the giant berserker, Su Shichen, whom he had encountered once outside a small town. Members of the elite squad from Lingyun Pavilion. No wonder they made it this far, Su Shichen thought to himself. We should have gone for a dungeon run instead. What a waste of time, grumbled the shield warrior Yegua, glancing at the corpses scattered around. There's someone there, the mage Uesha Unlimited suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Su Shichen on the rock. It's him. Su Shichen recognized Su Shichen immediately, recalling the swordsman who had dared to venture into high-level monster zones right after the game launched. Surveying the scene filled with wolf carcasses, he speculated, did his teammates all respawn? Su Shichen could never have guessed that the carnage was Su Xingchen's doing alone. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Friend, I'm Su Shichen, the leader of the elite squad from Lingyun Pavilion. We mean no harm. Could you come down so we can talk?" Su Shichen glanced casually at the grass to his right, where a patch seemed to be pressed down by something. Smiling slightly, he leaped off the rock, his long sword suddenly swinging to the right. "No harm, huh? So if I strike now, none of your team will die." "Whoa, hold on. It's just a professional habit." A figure materialized, Su Shinchen's sword resting right at his neck. "Night raid on Widow's Village, huh? Quite the name you've got there," Su Shichen chuckled. Seeing this, Shashin quickly signaled his teammates to stay alert and said, I'm sure you've heard of Lingyun Pavilion. We don't do things like killing and looting, no fighting. Fine, I'll be on my way then. Lingyun Pavilion did have a good reputation among solo players. Su Shichen sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Wait, friend. Shashin called out urgently. What now? If there's any gear that dropped from the boss that your team doesn't need, we can buy it. Team? What team? Su Shichen thought, amused but not explaining. He simply displayed the attributes of the wolf Fong dagger. Bronze tier. Night raid on Widow's village exclaimed. Leader, we must get it. Pushing aside night raid on Widow's village, Shashin said, Friend, name your price. 10 silver. Take it or leave it. Deal. Shashin gritted his teeth. I'll have someone bring the money. Let's head back to the town for the trade. Fine, I need to go back anyway. Su Shichen nodded, then added. By the way, do you have a town teleport scroll? Sell me one. Walking back would waste too much time. Sell? Just take it. Shashin waved generously, trading Su Shichen a town teleport scroll. Su Shichen accepted the scroll, thinking Shashin was quite generous, but then heard him add, why sell? Well, just deduct it from the trade amount later. Su Shichen felt a bit taken aback, but didn't show it. He simply said, all right, add me as a friend, get the money ready and contact me. See you. With that, he added Shashin to his contact list and tore the scroll, teleporting back to town. Leader, we have 5 people but only 4 teleport scrolls. Who's walking back? Night raid on Widow's village asked, puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the other 4 turning their heads to stare at him. Shot-Ekin patted Yeshigofikan on the shoulder and said casually, of course, you'll walk back. You're a thief, so you're fast and can stealth past monsters. Besides, we're heading back to get you some gear. You should start now. We'll wait for you in the town, then head to the dungeon. Yeshigofikan paused, a helpless expression on his face. Okay. Watching everyone else take out their scrolls to teleport back, he reluctantly handed his own teleport scroll to Shot-Exian and started trudging towards Hilltown. In the teleportation hall of Hilltown, there weren't many players returning. On the first day of Lingyu's launch, most players were still out in the wild, pushing hard to level up. Xingqian Su arrived at the town's mercenary tavern and pushed open the creaky wooden door. The dimly lit interior had only a few NPCs scattered in the corners, chatting idly. His target, Luke, was sitting alone at the bar, staring intently at his drink, seemingly deep in thought. Xingqian Su walked straight up and sat down next to Luke, who didn't even look up and gruffly said, Kid, don't sit so close to me. I'm in a bad mood. Ignoring the warning, Xingqian Su pulled a blood-stained, enormous wolf head from his bag and slammed it onto the bar, nearly toppling Luke's drink. He said nonchalantly, I heard you had a bounty on this guy. Luke slapped the bar, ready to lash out, but then he saw the Wolf King's head. His expression changed instantly. He lowered his raised hand and tightly gripped Xingqian Su's hand, exclaiming excitedly, I can't believe you actually killed the Wolf King. That damn beast should have been taken out long ago. A system notification chimed in. Unique quest, Head of the Wolf King, completed. Rewards. Experience points, 10,000. Silver coins, 1. Reputation, 100. Fame, 1. Alchemy recipe, basic instant health potion. Xingqian Su quickly reviewed the system notification. Basic instant health potion. Teaches players how to craft a basic instant health potion. Ingredients. Bloodgrass 2, Nanhua 2, Container 1. Requirement. Novice Alchemist. Effect. Instantly restores 800 health points, 60-second cooldown. In Lingyu, ordinary NPC shops didn't sell instant health potions. Apart from a few special shops that some players might find, these potions could only be crafted by alchemists. This recipe was crucial for Xingqian Su's plan to make his initial capital in Lingyu. Top players had already reached level 5, and guilds were competing for the first dungeon clear. A single basic instant health potion could change the outcome of a boss fight, making it the perfect time to act. Bloodgrass and Nanhua were the most basic herbs, easily obtainable by average players. Before the recipe became widely available, these herbs were cheap, costing around 20 copper coins for a bundle of 100. With the recipe in hand, the next step was to learn alchemy. A glint of determination flashed in Xingqian Su's eyes as he began plotting his next move. Su Shichen turned away from the tavern and stepped into the bustling trade market of Hilltown. The market was alive with chatter and lined with various stalls, where most secondary skills could be learned for just 5 copper coins. He glanced around and noticed that at this stage, very few players chose to learn secondary professions unless they were specifically trained by guilds. He thought to himself that most players would only realize they were not suited for wild combat after reaching level 10, when the system forces them into full freedom mode. They would then turn their attention to various secondary professions. It would take at least a month for the major guilds to realize that secondary professions in Lingyu were vastly different from previous games, with their importance surpassing that of most combat professions. Without hesitation, Su Shichen handed over 5 copper coins and learned alchemy, becoming an apprentice alchemist. A system prompt appeared, Apprentice Alchemist 030. Just starting to learn alchemy. You can refine some alchemical materials. There were quite a few players in the market, some of whom had set up stalls. Su Shichen observed that most of them were logistics personnel from different guilds. These stalls weren't just for selling items. After all, the game had only been live for 10 hours, and good items were scarce even for guilds. Their main purpose was to collect in-game currency and recruit new members. A few free players were also selling items they didn't need or looking for equipment that would be useful to them. Su Shinchen's attention was caught by a notice. Buying bloodgrass and nan flowers at 20 copper coins per stack, limited quantity, first come, first served. These low-value materials were rarely found in the town's trading post, so he decided to buy them here. 20 copper coins per stack? I have some, I'll sell. Are you only buying half a stack? I should have picked more while leveling up. Didn't expect these to be worth a return scroll. 22 copper coins per stack, take it or leave it. Su Shichen ignored the higher offers and insisted on the price of 20 copper coins per stack, accepting all that came his way. In just a few minutes, the 2 silver coins he had earned from monster grinding and quests turned into 6.5 stacks of bloodgrass and 6.5 stacks of nan flowers. Alright, that's enough. I'll buy more next time if I need it. You guys can gather more in the meantime, Su Shichen told the surrounding players before dispersing the crowd. Just then, he received a message from Su Shichen, inquiring about his location and informing him that the funds were ready. Learning that Su Shichen's group was at the town bank, Su Shichen replied, "Let's meet at the bank for the transaction. I need to take care of something there anyway." The bank in Hilltown not only offered financial services but also provided workshops for various secondary professions, which was the purpose of Su Shichen's visit. The town wasn't large, so he quickly arrived at the bank and spotted the over 3-meter giant Su Shichen from a distance. Su Shichen took out a dagger and completed the transaction. Seeing that Su Shichen handed over a full 10 silver coins, he asked curiously, "Why didn't you deduct the 20 copper?" Su Shichen grinned, his massive frame making the expression look somewhat comical. "Huh, that was just a joke earlier. 20 copper coins are nothing. Consider it a token of friendship. Don't forget us at Lingyun Pavilion when you get good gear next time." "No problem." Su Shichen nodded in agreement. He calculated that the equipment Yao Yao and Baozi couldn't use could be sold to them. He knew that soon the entire Lingyun Pavilion would be acquired by the Luoshui Consortium, which would then merge with over 100 guilds to become a giant in Lingyu. This was a good opportunity to establish a connection with Lingyun Pavilion, and perhaps in the future, he could find out how to obtain the next batch of spaceship tickets through the Luoshui Consortium. After all, a consortium in the top 500 of the Federation would surely have access to such channels. Alright, Shinchin, we're off to raid a dungeon. Let me know if you get any good gear. Su Shichen waved goodbye, turning around with a pained expression on his face. Was, after all, 20 copper coins in the early stages of the game. Su Shichen wasn't in a hurry. He recalled that in his previous life, the first dungeon clear in Hilltown happened tomorrow, but it wasn't achieved by Su Shichen's group. It was conquered by Wang Buliexing, the leader of the top-tier Guild War Temple. He checked his experience requirement for leveling up, a whopping 240,000. Ordinary players needed 80,000 experience, 10 times more than what was needed to go from level 4 to level 5. After level 5, the leveling speed would drop drastically, and players would start focusing on dungeon raids, equipping gear, and learning skills. Su Shichen would definitely raid dungeons, but not just yet. He decided to earn money by making potions first, then aim for the first kill. Whether in Lingyu or in reality, money was essential for everything. Besides, he was confident that no one could take the first kill away from him. Shinchin Su dialed Shu Yao Lu's number, a hint of pride in his voice. "Yao Yao, are you level 5 yet?" "You underestimated me. I'm already level 5. See, you and Xiaohai and I are planning to team up with a couple more people to tackle the dungeon." Shu Yao Lu asked in surprise. "Do you have the dungeon guide?" Shinchin Su laughed. "Alright, let me tell you some key points about the dungeon. Let's aim to be the first in your town to clear it. The rewards are pretty good. Enough questions, just go tackle the dungeon." "Good luck," Shinchin Su said before hanging up. He then sent the dungeon guide to Baozi and walked into the bank, renting a beginner's alchemy room. The bank in Hilltown only offers beginner workrooms at 10 copper coins per hour. Though they don't provide any bonuses, they do offer basic tools and a quiet environment. The alchemy room comes equipped with a complete set of alchemy tools and containers for potions, each container costing 2 copper coins. As a novice alchemist who had just become an apprentice, Shinchin Su could only perform material extraction at this stage. The main goal here was to familiarize players with the alchemy process, and the difficulty wasn't high. The success rate for beginners extracting materials was at least 50. But for Shinchin Su, who was already an alchemy master in his previous life, this was child's play. In just over an hour, Shinchin Su had extracted 13 sets of herbs with a 100 success rate. His alchemy level also rose to beginner alchemy apprentice. The system notification read, "Beginner alchemy apprentice, 100. After reaching the beginner alchemy apprentice level, extracting herbs no longer increased his proficiency. Without hesitation, Xingqian Su started learning the formula for the beginner instant health potion. This rare formula granted 1 proficiency point for each successful potion, far better than the common formulas, which required 3 to 5 potions for a single point. Xingqian Su focused his mind and began the formal potion-making process. He first placed 2 portions of refined nan flowers into a beaker and started heating and stirring them. After 10 seconds, he added 2 portions of bloodweed, continuing to heat and stir the potion with precise alchemical techniques, carefully controlling the temperature. After 20 seconds, he extinguished the flame, waited for the potion to cool, and then poured the final product into a container. The system immediately prompted Beginner Instant Health Potion 1, Alchemy Proficiency 1, Experience 100. This successful start brought a smile to Xingqian Su's face. Typically, beginner alchemy apprentices had only a 20 success rate for this potion, and even experts only reached about 40. Based on his skills, Xingqian Su estimated a 70 success rate. Succeeding on the first try was certainly something to be happy about. Xingqian Su knew well that all secondary professions gained experience when successfully crafting items. Players with high success rates in secondary professions could level up almost as quickly as those who focused on combat. Putting aside all distractions, he devoted himself fully to potion making, determined to make the most of this valuable opportunity. Finally done, Su Shichen stretched his arms, pulled a bag of clear water from his pocket, and took a swig. His eyes scanned the alchemy room, which had become his second home. 8 hours of non-stop work, coupled with the previous herb extraction, had cost him 80 copper coins in rent, a sum that would make his friends wince 4 times over. A satisfied smile played at the corners of Su Shinchen's mouth. 13 batches of herbs had been transformed into 258 bottles of basic instant health potions under his skillful hands, with a success rate nearing 80. This achievement had elevated his alchemy skill, now at intermediate alchemy apprentice level 158200. He mused that with a bit more effort, he might truly become the first person in Lingyu to advance to an alchemist. Carefully stowing the potions in his backpack, Su Shichen pushed open the door of the alchemy room and stepped into the cool morning air. His first stop was the spatial mailbox in front of the bank, where he sent 20 bottles of potion each to Lu Shuyao and Baozi, along with a brief message notifying them. Next, Su Shichen headed to the trading post beside the bank. This was the hub for player transactions, but the rules were quite strict. The consignment fee was 1, with a minimum of 1 copper coin, and a 5 commission upon sale, with a minimum of 5 copper coins. This meant that items worth less than 1 silver coin were rarely listed here. Standing before the large screen of the trading post, Su Shichen carefully considered his pricing strategy. For him, the cost of producing a bottle of basic instant health potion was less than 5 copper coins, thanks to his exclusive recipe and high success rate. He knew that once the recipe became widespread, the prices of bloodthirsty grass and nan flowers would increase tenfold, and the cost for ordinary alchemy apprentices could reach around 50 copper coins. Considering it was the critical period for clearing the first dungeon, Su Shichen made his decision. He kept 8 bottles for his own emergency use and listed the remaining 210 bottles at 1.5 silver coins each, releasing 10 bottles every 10 minutes. Scarcity drives value, he muttered to himself, and this is a lifesaver, so a markup is justified. After paying the 315 copper consignment fee, sum that would make anyone win, Su Shichen began to browse other items in the trading post. However, as a top player, he quickly lost interest, finding it hard to locate anything he needed from common sources. Just as he was about to leave, the trading post suddenly erupted in excitement. Other players had finally noticed the newly listed basic instant health potions. Guild leader, the trading post has potions that restore 800 health instantly, 1.5 silver each, only 10 available. Captain, send the money quickly. We have a chance to clear the dungeon. That's too expensive. Who's selling these? It's daylight robbery. Robbery? Nothing's this quick. Su Shichen smiled slightly and quietly left the bustling trading post. He knew that most of the buyers were professional traders from major guilds and elite groups who wouldn't miss this opportunity. After all, at this stage, these potions were essential. Leaving the trading post, the time in Lingyu had reached early dawn, with the sky beginning to lighten. Diligent players were already heading out of town in the dark, hoping to catch up with the top players and prepare for the upcoming dungeon challenges. Su Shichen purchased a few teleportation scrolls and 10 bottles of dark beer in the small town, then set off from the south gate. The first dungeon howling cave was in this direction. It was a projection dungeon, and all level 5 dungeons within the Fengyu city jurisdiction were this type. After half an hour's journey, Su Shichen arrived at the dungeon entrance. It was a cliffside with a massive central cave entrance, where a dark portal slowly rotated. A giant stone beside it displayed the dungeon leaderboard. Numerous players were gathered around, looking for teammates to challenge the dungeon. Standing at the entrance, Su Shichen summoned his status panel, carefully checking his condition. Although this was the first dungeon players encountered, and the difficulty was moderate, the lack of skills and equipment on the first day of the server made progress slow. Fortunately, dying in the dungeon only resulted in a 5 experience loss of the current level without deleveling. So many guilds were risking it to obtain equipment and skill books from the dungeon. Su Shichen stood at the entrance of the dungeon, his stats truly impressive. Strength 54, Constitution 26, Agility 34, Health 600, Armor 73. Most astonishing was his spatial power, which not only ignored 50 of armor, but also boasted the potent strength of a top-tier bloodline. Without hesitation, Su Shichen opted for the solo challenge on heroic difficulty, a move that immediately sparked gasps and chatter among the surrounding players. Did I see that right? Did he just go in alone? Come on, maybe his teammates are already inside. I swear I saw the portal flash red. Isn't that heroic difficulty? No way, I just saw Lingyan Pavilion's Kill Heart squad get wiped in normal mode. Exactly, even the War God Temple is still working on normal. Who would dare to tackle heroic? Amidst the murmurs, Su Shichen had already entered the dungeon. The system notification chimed in. You have entered the heroic level Howling Cavern. Note, levels above the dungeon or use of non-current tier scrolls will not count towards dungeon completion. Su Shichen thought to himself. Yao Yao and Baozi should have already secured the first clear for their respective towns. I can't fall too far behind. He drew his iron longsword and charged at the 2 kobold guards at the cave entrance. These level 7 elite kobold miners each had 1,700 health points, significantly tougher than regular mobs. Su Shichen gulped down a bottle of dark beer to even the level gap and began his assault. The system notifications kept coming. Defeated level 7 elite kobold miner, 200 experience boost, XP 330. The largest group of kobolds he faced had 5 members, but none could halt Su Shichen's advance. 20 minutes later, he stood before the first boss. The dungeon's drop rate was indeed generous. Over 40 mobs had yielded 5 pieces of common gear and more than 10 copper coins, though the equipment was of no use to him. The first boss was a massive kobold over 2 meters tall, lazily seated on a stone bench with a large hammer at its side. In front of the boss were 2 smaller kobold overseers, wielding whips and seemingly engaged in some odd game. The system displayed. Kobold Overseer, Level 7 Elite, HP 3400. Kobold Chieftain, Level 7 Bronze Boss, HP 28,000. Su Shichen used his old trick, luring away the 2 overseers with pebbles and taking them out first. Defeated Level 7 Elite Kobold Overseer, 200 experience boost, XP 1080. Luck was on his side. The 2 elite mobs dropped a black iron ring. Overseer's Ring, Level 5 Black Iron, Durability 30-30, Strength 2. With the smaller mobs dealt with, Su Shichen turned his attention to the lazy Kobold Chieftain, ready to send it to join its minions. As the primary gatekeeper of the Howling Caverns, the Kobold Chieftain isn't particularly challenging, but his stats are quite high. Many player teams find it difficult to overcome this checkpoint if their main tank's armor and health are not up to par. This is the first boss-level creature most players encounter in the Ether Realm, featuring 3 phases with distinct abilities, making for a grand spectacle. However, for Su Shichen, a seasoned player known for his prowess, these challenges are trivial. Having defeated this minor boss countless times in his past life, Su Shichen didn't need to strategize. He simply charged forward with his sword. With a powerful slash, the system prompted. Heavy slash completed with 100 proficiency, dealing 150 skill damage and inflicting a 1.5-second stun. Just as the Kobold Chieftain was about to spout some threatening dialogue, Su Shichen's heavy slash stunned him, abruptly cutting off his monologue. Although bronze-level bosses can resist 50 of the control effects from ordinary skills, Su Shichen's skill was evidently an exception. I'm not dumb enough to take your hammer, Heaton. Su Shichen smirked, unleashing a flurry of basic attacks. The first phase wasn't too difficult. He just had to avoid the boss's massive hammer. This was the Kobold Chieftain's primary skill, dealing double damage with a heavy hammer strike, which often left many teams' main tanks incapacitated. Unfortunately for the Kobold Chieftain, his attacks kept missing. Su Shichen's agile movements made him appear ghost-like, evading every blow and leaving the boss helplessly smashing the ground in frustration as his health rapidly declined. In no time, Su Shichen had dealt 20,000 damage, reducing the boss's health to 60 and triggering the second phase. The Kobold Chieftain roared and leaped into the air, slamming down to create a visible shockwave that spread rapidly from his position. This was his second skill, Earth-Shaking Impact, which dealt 100 fixed damage and stunned all enemies within a 30-yard radius for 2 seconds. Upon entering the second phase, this skill would activate every time his health dropped by 5, severely testing the team's healing capabilities. Yet, this move was futile against Su Shichen, who could easily evade it by jumping at the right moment. Enraged by his failure, The kobold chieftain cursed. Damn you, hopping around like a monkey. If you're a real man, stand still and take my hammer. Su Shichen ignored the taunts, focusing on his attacks. He knew the boss's nature well and aimed to finish the fight quickly. Soon, the boss's health dropped to 20, and the kobold chieftain panicked, using his ultimate skill, Summon Hounds. In heroic mode, at 20 health, he would summon 2 elite overseers, and at 10 he would summon 2 more. If the team's damage output was insufficient, they would face 4 elites and a bronze-level boss simultaneously. In the Ether Realm, bosses regenerate 1 of their health every 5 seconds, so this phase required continuous damage to the boss. If the damage dealt within 5 seconds was less than 280, the boss would heal back above 20, summon more overseers, and trap the team in a cycle. But Su Shichen, being a master player, ignored the elites and focused solely on the boss. Even when 4 elites appeared, they were merely additional targets for him. Only when he couldn't dodge did he use his sword's energy burst to stun the minions, causing his attack power to surge and forcing the kobold chieftain to cry out in pain. In the end, despite his best efforts, the kobold chieftain couldn't overcome Su Shichen and fell, reuniting with his minions in defeat. The system prompt appeared. Defeated bronze-level boss kobold chieftain, 2 levels above your own. Experience points increased by 200, XP 6600. As the boss fell, the summoned overseers vanished instantly. The rewards for the first heroic level kill were generous, with 3 black iron grade items, 1 bronze grade item, a skill book, and 2 silver coins scattered on the ground. Su Shichen equipped himself with a black iron level item and a bronze level item. He tossed the remaining items, along with the Berserker skill book, Frenzied Strike, into his backpack, ready to sell them to Shashin and make some trades. He carefully checked his gear. Strength gloves, plate armor, level 5 black iron. Durability, 30-30, armor. 8, strength 2. Frenzied boots shoes, plate armor, level 5 bronze. Durability, 40-40, armor. 14, strength. 3, constitution, 2. Set effect 14, strength. 8. Set effect 44, critical damage 30. Howling Cavern, being the first dungeon, could drop set items and skill books for all classes on heroic difficulty, providing a significant boost for players at this stage. The Frenzied 4-piece set was clearly more suited for berserkers, but Su Shichen had no other choice and had to wear these 2 pieces for now. After silently calculating his damage output, Su Shichen decided to go big. He first found 2 kobold miners and used them to stack his protective sword aura, then dragged the 2 unfortunate creatures towards the second boss. The high attributes granted by the spatial vein greatly increased his movement speed, far outpacing the small monsters, and the dungeon had no aggro drop-off range. At full speed, Su Shichen reached the second boss's hall in less than 10 minutes. Behind him trailed dozens of small monsters, including a few elite ones. Watching the slow pace of his pursuers, Su Shichen couldn't help but mock. You guys are too slow. Can't you move any faster? After a brief wait, Su Shichen began to charge up. Golden sword energy erupted, enveloping all the kobolds in the area. Blood-red damage numbers flashed on shot kills. The kobold army was instantly reduced to 6 overseers, who looked around in confusion, as if to say, "Where did all my miners go?" With the small monsters cleared, Su Shichen decisively moved forward and unleashed another sword energy burst. The overseers' health dropped to under 1,000 in an instant, sealing their fate as Su Shichen finished them off one by one. The battle ended in a flash, and Su Shichen quickly collected the loot. 5 common items, 2 black iron level items, and over 20 copper coins. Luck was on his side, as one of the small monsters had also dropped an agility gem. Level 1 agility gem. Embed in equipment for agility. 2. Can also be used to synthesize level 2 agility gems. Su Shichen calculated the combat boost from the gem system. Bronze and silver level equipment could embed 1 gem, gold and dark gold 2, legendary 3, epic 4, and mythical 5. However, accessory items like masks, necklaces, rings, and medals couldn't be embedded and needed to be processed by a blacksmith or a player with the jeweler subprofession. Carefully storing the gem for future use, Su Shichen knew it was not only crucial for his future growth, but also would play a key role in his upcoming trade with Shashin. From the remaining equipment, Su Shichen selected a piece of black iron shoulder armor to wear. It was called the Steel Shoulder Pads, a level 5 black iron item with a durability of 3030, providing 9 armor and 2 constitution. With his gear updated, Su Shichen was ready, and the second wraith in his eyes was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Next, Su Shichen faced a level 7 bronze tier boss, the Kobold Priest. This magic-type boss had 15,000 health points, which wasn't particularly high, but its targeting skill was extremely unfriendly to solo players. In heroic difficulty, once it entered the second phase, Every 10 health lost would randomly target a player, dealing 200 fixed damage and immobilizing them for 3 seconds. For many level 5 magic classes with less than 200 health, this was almost a guaranteed death sentence. The hall where the Kobold Priest resided had sturdy support pillars in each corner. The boss had a precast animation of over a second when using its targeting skill. Su Shichen keenly noticed this and cleverly used the pillars to block the boss's line of sight, easily negating this troublesome skill. When a swordsman faces a magic class, the basic tactic is to circle around, something Su Shichen was very adept at. Each time the Kobold Priest began casting, he would already be behind it. Without a target, the skill would naturally be interrupted. Even if some skills couldn't be interrupted by circling. Su Shichen had a trump card as 100 completion rate heavy slash stun and a 1-second charge C cleave stun as backups. Throughout the battle, Su Shichen toyed with the Kobold Priest, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. In the end, it even gave up on spells and swung its staff like a fire poker at Su Shichen. Unfortunately for the priest, its strength and agility were too low, and all these feeble attacks were easily parried or blocked by Su Shichen. The fight ended even quicker than the first wraith. The system notification sounded. Defeated level 7 bronze tier boss Kobold Priest. Experience points increased by 200, experience points 6,600. The first kill dropped 2 black iron items, 1 bronze item, and 2 skill books. Unfortunately, they were all from magic classes which Su Shichen didn't need. He tossed them into his backpack, planning to sell them to Sha Xin later. On the way forward, some magic-type mobs appeared, preventing Su Shichen from repeating his previous one-shot tactics. He had to clear them slowly as he advanced toward the final boss. When Su Shichen reached the final boss's location, he was stunned. Standing before him was a level 7 silver deer boss with a whopping 50,000 health points. To his surprise, the boss was a Null Hogger. Hogger was notorious in the game, known as the newbie killer. Almost every player in Wind Whisper City had died numerous times at its hands. Many players, even after leveling up, would return just to whip the corpse for revenge, even if there were no rewards. In the Wailing Cavern's easy and hard modes, the final boss was usually a bronze-tier kobold leader. Only in heroic mode would Hogger take its place. This boss had no phases and could use any of its 4 skills at any time. For beginners, its combat level was a nightmare. Even top-tier players in the later stages of the game often realized the game's true difficulty when facing Hogger. Hogger clearly noticed the intruder in its territory. Excitedly swinging its flail, it licked the saliva off its lips and sneered, "Oh, a delicious human? It's been so long since I had one. Ready to become my meal, little one?" Su Shichen wasn't going to give it a chance to talk. While Hogger was still speaking, he charged up a full-power C cleave, giving the newbie killer a taste of his own medicine. "Despicable human. You only know how to ambush." Hogger roared in pain, swinging its flail as it charged forward. Despite Hogger's top-notch combat skills, in Su Shichen's eyes, it was only at the level of a standard Tier 2 class. Its 2 skills for enhancing attack power and increasing speed posed no real threat to Su Shichen. The real danger lay in Hogger's other 2 skills, Flying Flail and Bloodthirsty Strike. The Meteor Hammer doesn't draw aggro. Hogger randomly throws his Meteor Hammer at a target within 5 yards. This skill deals 1.5 times damage and stuns for 3 seconds. The most annoying part is that it's a homing skill instant cast and guaranteed to hit. Even Su Shichen can't dodge it. Su Shichen realized this meant he had to stay within 5 yards of Hogger at all times. As a solo player, once Hogger used the Meteor Hammer, the target could only be him, and the fight would end in an instant. Despite this, Su Shichen was confident in his abilities. He was sure he could dodge most of Hogger's attacks within this small space. However, the last skill Bloodthirsty Strike left him with no options but to take it heated. Bloodthirsty Strike was also an instant cast, guaranteed hit skill that randomly attacked a target within 5 yards, dealing 300 fixed damage while restoring 3,000 health to Hogger. Fortunately, this skill had a 3-minute cooldown. Otherwise, Hogger would be truly invincible. Su Shichen quickly calculated. Bloodthirsty Strike, combined with Hogger's innate health regeneration, meant the team's DPS had to be above 117 to effectively damage him. He could only chip away at Hogger's health slowly. As Hogger's health gradually decreased, its eyes suddenly turned blood red. Su Shichen's alarms went off in his mind, thinking, "Here it comes." Hogger became a blur, opening its massive maw and biting down on Su Shichen's shoulder. Bloodthirsty Strike. The system notified him that Hogger had recovered 3,000 health. Su Shichen quickly pulled out a bottle of basic instant health potion and drank it, joking, "Hey Hogger, how about you stop using that skill? We'll just have to hit you 20 more times. Why make it hard on yourself?" Enraged by the taunt, Hogger furiously attacked, but couldn't hit Su Shichen's elusive figure. It smashed its hammer into the ground again. Su Shichen couldn't help but quip, "Wow, Did you teach that kobold boss at the entrance to smash the ground like that? With the basic instant health potion, Hogger's skills were no longer a threat. As Su Shichen delivered the final heavy slash to Hogger's chest, the mighty boss finally fell to the ground. The system notifications came flooding in. Player Shichen has slain a silver-level boss for the first time. Fame 2. Congratulations to Player Shichen for clearing the heroic difficulty instance, Wailing Caverns. Reward: 50,000 experience points, 500 reputation points, 5 fame, 10 level 1 gems. Congratulations to Player Shichen for being the first to clear the heroic difficulty instance, Wailing Caverns, in Wind Whisper City. Reward: 100,000 experience points, 2,000 reputation points, 10 fame. Congratulations to Player Shichen for being the first in Glory Continent to solo clear a heroic difficulty instance at the same level. Your name will be recorded in the Book of Legends. Reward: 20 free attribute points, 50 free mastery points, 50 fame, legendary title, Lone Warrior. Wind Whisper City and Glory Continent announcements will now commence. Su Shichen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the continuous system prompts. His name recorded in the Book of Legends? A legendary title? Glory Continent announcement? In his previous life, he had only heard of Wind Whisper City announcements on the forums, but a Glory Continent announcement had never happened before. This is huge, Su Shichen muttered to himself, realizing he might have just set an unprecedented record. The system announcement echoed through the void, declaring that Shichen had become the first player to clear the heroic difficulty dungeon, Wailing Cavern, in Fengyu City. This news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the entire continent of glory. The system announcement continued to ring in every player's ear. Congratulations to Shichen for being the first player on the continent of glory to solo clear a heroic difficulty dungeon at the same level. His name will be recorded in the Book of Legends. Shockwaves rippled through Fengyu City and across the continent of glory. Exclamations of surprise and disbelief filled the air, and the entire game world was in an uproar. Outside the portal to the Wailing Cavern dungeon in Hilltown, the guild leader of War God Hall, Wang Buliexing, had just received 7 hard-to-get beginner health potions from the guild merchant. He was about to distribute the potions in the party channel when the system announcement interrupted him. Shanqing, you the MT, take 3 bottles. The rest of you 1 each. This time, let's aim for the first. Wang Buliexing's words were cut short. What the heck? Is this guy cheating? Shanqing cautiously reminded him. Boss, Ling Yu is controlled by the super AI Yu. There's no way to cheat. Wang Buliexing kicked Shanqing's shin, lowering his voice. Do you need to say that? I was just expressing my shock. He glanced around, his expression serious. This Shichen is a monster. Notify everyone that any news about him should be reported immediately. Shanqing rubbed his shin and hesitated before asking. So, should we still aim for the first clear on normal difficulty? Of course. Wang Buliexing replied firmly. If we don't, who will equip our guild? Falling behind temporarily doesn't mean we can't catch up. War God Hall doesn't give up. He intended to give Shanqing a knock on the head, but remembered that Shanqing was a giant race player, so he made a fist and swung it forward instead. Into the dungeon. Let's clear it in one go this time. With morale high, the War God Hall team charged into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the forums and chat channels across the continent of glory were buzzing. Is that guy a cheater? Can you cheat under Yu's watch? Definitely a bug. Report him on the official site. The Federation has already said everything in Lingyu is fair, no bugs. I don't believe it. It's a bug. Definitely a bug. I'm only level 3. How can someone solo clear a heroic dungeon? Report him. Little sister, you need to level up faster. Come, big brother will help you. Go away. I want Shichen to carry me. Shichen is so cool. I want to have his babies. Watch your language. How can a guy have babies? At this moment, Su Shichen was also bewildered. He hadn't expected that simply clearing a dungeon would cause such a stir. His friend requests and messages were exploding, forcing him to reject all friend requests and set his status to reject all. Only then did he start replying to a few important messages. Chiofeng, wow. Hubby, you're amazing. I need to level up to 10 quickly and find you in Fengyu City. Su Shichen. Yao Yao, I know you're excited, but stick to the plan. Chiofeng. Got it, Mua. Shield Master. Boss, you're awesome. Should we use your fame to create a guild? How about calling it Pack Everything? Su Shichen. Pack your head. A guild would only slow us down. Focus on leveling up. I have a plan. Shield Master. Roger that, over. Killheart. Shichen, you're amazing. Can we buy a dungeon guide from you? Name your price. Su Shichen. Sure. I have some gear too. I'll contact you after I exit the dungeon. Killheart, thanks. Do you need me to bring some girls from the guild to the meeting place? Su Shichen. Scram? Do I look like that kind of person? Killheart. Got it. Waiting for your message, boss. Just then, a system announcement rang out. The system will undergo maintenance in 10 minutes. Please log off or enter a dimensional tent to wait. The maintenance will last 24 hours. Please be patient. Su Shichen was taken aback. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, the first system update happened more than a month after Lingyu launched. This time it came so quickly, likely because he solo cleared the heroic dungeon. Well, I'll check the rewards after the update. Su Shichen muttered to himself. He took out a Hilltown teleport scroll, tore it open, returned to the teleport point, and logged off. The door of the nutrition pod slowly opened, and Su Shichen stepped out. He gently knocked on Lu Shuyao's pod door, and moments later, it slid open. Lu Shuyao leaped out and threw herself into Su Xingchen's arms, giving him an enthusiastic kiss. Xingchen, you won't believe it! Lu Shuyao exclaimed excitedly. When I heard the system announcement, I triple-checked the contact list before messaging you. Come on, tell me, what rewards did you get? As Su Shichen lifted Lu Shuyao, he replied, some attribute points, proficiency points, reputation, and a legendary title. He gently placed her on the bed, his eyes sparkling with joy. We need to celebrate this properly. But Lu Shuyao suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped him. Wait, Baozi should be logging off soon. That third wheel, Su Shichen said with a resigned shake of his head. Yao Yao, you really need to help him win over Zhou Xian. I want to, Lu Shuyao said coquettishly. Who doesn't want some alone time? Thinking about Baozi still being around, Su Shichen lightly patted Lu Shuyao on the hip and suggested, let's go order some great food to celebrate. We're moving soon, and Baozi's an adult now. It's time for him to be independent. I know what you're thinking, you big flirt. Lu Shuyao gave him a playful look, then got up, straightened her clothes, and hooked her arm through Su Shinchen's as they walked to the living room. Suddenly, Baozi's door swung open with a bang, and his voice came first. Boss, from today on, you are my only idol. So, I wasn't before? Su Shichen retorted, activating the smart bracelet on his wrist. Xiaobai, order a deluxe meal for 3, with a 3,000 credit budget, no staples, and a dozen of our usual beer. Certainly, master, the smart assistant responded. Order placed as requested. It will be delivered by drone in approximately 30 minutes. Even though the great nutrient solution in the nutrition pods had already met their basic needs, this feast was more for the pleasure of taste. Su Shichen sat upright, his expression serious. Now, let me brief you on the important points of this update. A system notification sounded in his ear. Welcome back to Lingyu. This update has further optimized all NPC AI intelligence and improved the world rules of Lingyu. Please experience more content in the game. Su Shichen frowned, quickly analyzing the impact of this update. The first update came too quickly. Overall, it made monsters smarter and harder to defeat, tasks more difficult to complete, and NPCs less easy to deceive. For him personally, the impact wasn't significant, but Lu Shuyao and Baozi, who were in their rapid growth phase, would be affected somewhat. However, compared to other players without guides, the three of them would face a relatively smaller shock, so the result wasn't too bad. As he pondered, Su Shichen continued walking towards the town bank. He opened his backpack and carefully checked the loot from the recent dungeon. 2 items with a silvery sheen caught his eye. Bloodthirsty Bone Necklace. Level 5 silver grade, durability, 60-60. HP, 100 strength 3 agility, 3 constitution 3. Bloodthirsty, set 02. Bloodthirsty Ring. Level 5 silver grade, durability, 60-60. Strength 3 agility 3 constitution 3. Bloodthirsty, set 02. Set bonus 2 pieces. Each attack absorbs 20 HP and restores it to the user. Su Shinchen's eyes lit up. The first clear of the dungeon had indeed yielded great rewards, directly completing the Bloodthirsty set. These were the best accessories for physical classes obtainable through normal means before level 10. Only dropped by Hog, with a drop rate of just around 2. Additionally, there was an intermediate skill book, Meteor. As a relatively rare early-game dash skill for the swordsman class, Su Shichen learned it without hesitation. Next was the main reward recorded in the Book of Legends. He temporarily held off on using the 20 free attribute points and allocated all the free mastery points to sword mastery, successfully advancing to advanced swordsman. Sword mastery, advanced swordsman 155160. Final damage 15 when using any sword type weapon. Finally, a title shimmering with golden light caught his eye. Lone Warrior, legendary title. Who says only those in the light are heroes? You are a lone warrior. When this title is activated, all attributes 10. Title levels: common, advanced, legendary, epic, mythical, divine. Su Shichen was delighted. Ordinary titles in Lingyu were already hard to obtain, and in his previous life, he had only acquired 2 legendary titles. He hadn't expected to get one so soon in this life, which boosted his confidence for the upcoming level 10 Glory Sanctum. Activating the title and equipping all his gear, his stats reached. Strength 72, all percentage bonuses only calculate base attributes, excluding attributes added by equipment and other items. Final result rounded. Constitution 36. Agility 45. With the addition of 20 free attribute points, he was getting close to equipping 2 legendary items. Su Shichen had thought he would need to be around level 10 to use the Swift Blade, but this unexpected reward had significantly shortened the gap. Next, he just needed to complete the transaction with Lingyun Pavilion. With that in mind, Su Shichen immediately contacted Shashin. Shichen, come to the bank, bring the money. Shashin, on my way. The reply was quick. Su Shichen collected all the money from selling the beginner health recovery potions in the space mailbox, totaling 2 gold, 99 silver, and 25 copper after deducting the fees. Looking at this wealth exceeding 3 gold, he couldn't help but think, at this stage, even those top guilds don't have as much money as I do, right? Lingyu had just launched, and there was a shortage of in-game currency. Major guilds had already driven the exchange rate between silver coins and credit points to 1:120, yet it was still hard to gather enough game currency to develop their guilds. Su Shichen estimated that a second-tier guild like Lingyun Pavilion wouldn't have more than 50 silver coins in liquid assets. Before long, Shashin arrived, panting. The guild leader of Lingyun Pavilion had given him the task: pull Shichen into the guild at all costs, or at least avoid offending him. Su Shichen got straight to the point. I have some equipment here: 10 common grade, 5 black iron grade, 1 bronze grade, and 3 skill books. Do you want them for Lingyun Pavilion? He sent the detailed attributes and skill book information to Shashin as he spoke. Of course we want them. Shashin's eyes lit up, but then he scratched his head awkwardly. Boss, you know it's hard to gather game currency right now. Can we trade in credit points instead? We'll pay double the price. Su Shichen nodded, seemingly considering Shashin's proposal seriously. However, his answer was unexpectedly brief. You make a good point. No, that makes a lot of sense, said Su Shichen. As soon as he finished speaking, Sha Exen nodded repeatedly, a look of sudden realization on his face. However, he quickly furrowed his brow and hesitated. But we can't. Su Shichen's eyes flashed with impatience, and his tone turned sharp. Do you believe I'll blow your head off? Startled by the sudden threat, Sha Exen took a step back and quickly realized he wasn't a match. He lowered his head in submission. Fine, I admit it, I can't beat you. As the tension eased, Su Shichen began listing the prices for equipment and skill books in detail. Ordinary equipment is 20 copper, black iron is 1 silver, bronze is 10 silver. As for the skill books, 2 attack ones are 15 silver each, and the healing ones are 30 silver. The total comes to 77 silver. Fair enough? Sha Exen nodded in agreement. Fair, but... He hesitated. But we can't afford it without credit points. Su Shichen's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. That's exactly the point. I want you to be unable to afford it. He pretended to ponder for a moment before making a surprising proposal. I can give you all this equipment, skill books, and even the dungeon guide up front. What? For free? Sha Exen's eyes widened in disbelief, then quickly turned cautious. I don't dare. Just tell me what you need, boss. Su Shichen calmly replied. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. The complete guide for 3 difficulty levels will cost you 1 gold coin, plus 100,000 credit points. Is that unreasonable? Sha Exen hurriedly agreed. Not unreasonable at all. Very fair. But he thought to himself, do I dare say it's unreasonable? What if he decides not to sell? Seeing through Sha Exen's thoughts, Su Shichen assured him, relax, I'll only sell to your guild in Hilltown. Sha Exen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the importance of this deal to his guild. No problem. Our Lingyun Pavilion can accept this price. Just tell us your requirements. Su Shichen began listing his conditions. 100 stacks of blood grass and 100 stacks of nan flowers, valued at 40 silver, and I need them now. No problem. That's very reasonable. Sha Exen agreed readily. I want the first spirit guard set your guild gets, for pieces valued at 60 silver. Su Shichen continued. Sha Exen looked puzzled. Spirit guard set? Su Shichen explained. It drops in heroic difficulty, similar to this. He sent over the stats for the berserker boots. No problem. Sha Exen agreed once more. Finally, Su Shichen said, and the remaining 77 silver can be paid with gems. 1 level 1 gem equals 5 silver. Rounding off, you can give me 10 agility gems and 6 constitution gems. Sha Exen thought to himself, is this how you round off? But he respectfully said, all right, let's sign the contract. Su Shichen sent a system contract detailing all the terms. After carefully reviewing it, Sha Exen signed and called over the guild merchant to trade the 200 stacks of herbs in batches to Su Shichen. After completing the trade, Sha Exen politely said, Boss Shichen, I'll head off to the dungeon now. If you ever consider joining a guild, please think of Lingyun Pavilion. Su Shichen replied coolly, I'm not joining any guilds, just doing business. The 100,000 credit points were transferred to his account in no time. But Su Shichen felt nothing. This was just the beginning, and he was still far from affording a ticket. His gaze fell upon the 200 sets of herbal materials he had just refined. The fruits of his labor from the previous night were now piled high, awaiting his continued relentless efforts in the refining process. However, Su Shichen had a new plan in mind. He knew of a task that could solve his current productivity issues, but the place he needed to go was not easy to reach. The black market in Hilltown, a shady corner in every town where, as long as you had money, you could buy the most peculiar items. With a hefty sum of 3 gold coins, Su Shichen decided to put it to good use. He navigated through the narrow alleys of the black market and eventually stopped at a dimly lit stall. The vendor, with a mysterious air, recommended 2 items to him. Engineering rocket boots, a black iron-grade engineering item with the skill to launch the user 100 yards into the air instantly. Engineering glider, also a black iron-grade item, which allowed the user to glide through the air, reaching places inaccessible to most. Both items were single-use and of poor quality, but to Su Shichen, they were invaluable treasures. Although players would later be able to craft these items for just 1 silver each, Su Shichen had no choice but to spend 20 silver to buy them now. The black market was never concerned with noble treatment. It fleeced everyone equally. After leaving the black market, Su Shichen headed to the tailor shop. Now that he had some money, he decided to increase his bag space. In the spirit realm, each player could equip 5 bags. The highest grade bag available in Hilltown had 20 slots and was quite expensive. Even with an 80 discount for nobles, Su Shichen still spent 20 silver coins to buy 5 spirit weave bags, expanding his inventory to 150 slots. In just a few minutes, Su Shichen spent an amount equivalent to the entire cash flow of Lingyun Pavilion. Fully equipped, he set off for his destination. At the edge of the Northwind Plains, the giant rock mountains stood tall. This place was not far from the wolf den he had visited earlier, and the map indicated he had reached his destination. The so-called mountain range was actually just 3 interconnected hills, with the tallest in the middle being Su Xingchen's target. The hills were populated with level 10 stone golems, slow-moving but with high health and defense, making them difficult for Su Shichen to damage effectively. However, he wasn't here to farm monsters. His goal was the mountaintop. The golem's sluggish pace couldn't keep up with him. Reaching the spot closest to the summit in his memory, Su Shichen put on the engineering rocket boots without hesitation and activated the skill. A powerful thrust propelled him into the air, soaring above the highest peak of the giant rock mountains. In midair, he quickly oriented himself and equipped the engineering glider, gliding towards the other side of the mountains. This was the fastest and only way to reach his destination. Taking the long way around would mean he might not arrive before nightfall. With the wind rushing past, Su Shichen glided for nearly 20 minutes, crossing a vast area filled with high-level monsters. He was now far from the newbie leveling zones, in a place fraught with danger. Finally, Su Shichen landed steadily. Before him stood an old, dilapidated wooden cabin, surrounded by a fence. The open space in front of the cabin was planted with various herbs, many of which were rare species. Su Shichen looked at them with envy, but unfortunately, they didn't belong to him. The door to the small cabin was wide open, and the long wooden table was cluttered with all sorts of bottles and jars. An elderly man, who appeared to be in his 60s, was intently pouring a carefully mixed liquid from a glass into a test tube. His movements were deft and precise, indicating he was a seasoned alchemist. Su Shichen stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting. Su Shichen knew well that Master Alchemist Lance wouldn't tolerate any interruptions while concocting his potions. His past experience had taught him that any disturbance could get him thrown out immediately. So, he chose to wait silently, observing Lance's skilled operation. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lance finally finished his potion. He looked up and his gaze fell on Su Shichen, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Young man, it seems you're quite interested in my alchemy." Su Shichen responded respectfully, "Yes, Master Lance. After hearing about your accomplishments, I specifically sought you out to learn your advanced alchemical techniques." Lance raised an eyebrow, seemingly a bit surprised. "Accomplishments? What could you have heard about me?" "Those guys at the Alchemist Guild probably badmouthed me behind my back." Su Shichen calculated his response. He knew Lance was an advocate of radical alchemy, a method that lowered the quality and success rate of potions, but allowed for larger quantities to be produced simultaneously. For most players, this was exactly what they needed. Thinking of this, Su Shichen feigned anger and said, "They're a bunch of hypocrites. They don't understand your greatness. Your potions better meet the needs of the front lines. I believe the Federation's ability to hold off the Chaos Alliance owes much to you." Lance burst into laughter. "Young man, no need to flatter me. You just want to learn my alchemical methods, don't you?" With that, he took out a bottle of dark green potion and pushed it towards Su Shichen. "I can teach you, but you'll have to do me a favor." Su Shichen looked at the deep green potion, feeling a bit surprised. This didn't match what he had heard in his previous life. Had he been deceived? Or was his timing off? He tentatively asked, "Do you mean you want me to test it?" Lance laughed and explained, "I've been hiding out here for quite some time, and just as I create the Wraith Potion, you show up. Isn't that fate? Don't worry, it may not look great, but it's definitely not poison. Su Shichen chuckled inwardly. Any other player might be scared off by the deep green color, worried it would lower their base stats. But as a reborn player, he was already familiar with this potion. Without waiting for Lance to say more, Su Shichen grabbed the Wraith potion and downed it in one gulp. The familiar bitter taste spread in his mouth, and Su Shichen thought to himself. Yes, he had tasted this before, although it was only a master-level potion in his previous life. Now, he was about to experience the effects of a Grandmaster-level Wraith potion. He wondered what surprises awaited him. A system notification sounded, announcing that Su Shichen had taken the Grandmaster-level Phantom Elixir. A 10-second countdown began, and the effects of the potion were about to kick in. Su Shichen felt the changes in his body and eagerly anticipated the legendary power. As the countdown ended, a strange force swept through his entire being. Su Shichen felt incredibly light, and his movement speed doubled instantly. To his surprise, it seemed like he was isolated from everything around him, immune to any slowing effects. The most astonishing aspect was his sudden drop in presence, making him almost blend into his surroundings. He tried to throw a punch, but found that he couldn't initiate any attacks. However, he also felt an unprecedented sense of safety. Both physical and magical damage were completely ineffective against him. This state would last for 60 seconds, far exceeding his expectations. No wonder it's a Grandmaster level potion, Su Shichen thought to himself. It's twice as effective as the master-level Phantom Elixir I had in my past life. His body gradually became more ethereal, almost fading into the air. After 10 seconds, Su Shichen fully entered the Phantom state, nearly merging with the environment. Lance, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He stared at the spot where Su Shichen had been standing, his smile suddenly freezing as his brows furrowed. Looks like that guy has marked him, Lance muttered to himself. Well, let's give the kid a little compensation. As the 60 seconds quickly passed, Su Shichen's figure slowly emerged from the other dimension. Lance looked at him with a hint of regret in his voice. Kid, thanks for testing the potion for me, but I have some bad news for you. He paused and continued. Because of this potion, you've been marked by the Phantom Lord. Here, take this. It might help you survive. Lance produced a bottle of purple potion from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Su Shichen with a pained expression. The Phantom Lord? Isn't that a level 200 legendary boss? Su Shichen's eyelids twitched as he took the potion. Being targeted by such a powerful boss on the second day of the game's launch made him feel a wave of despair. A system notification immediately followed, detailing the Phantom Lord's pursuit mechanism. Each month, a dark gold-level avatar 10 levels higher than Su Shichen would appear. After 3 consecutive failures, the true form would personally descend. Su Shichen stored the newly acquired Grandmaster-level Dragon Elixir, his brows furrowed in thought. Although he had a 3-month buffer, facing such a formidable opponent seemed daunting, even with 2.5 years to prepare. Old man, you've really screwed me over, Su Shichen couldn't help but complain. Lance's forehead creased with 3 black lines. Although he felt guilty, he couldn't resist retorting. Kid, you didn't have this attitude when you came to me. He retrieved a book and said, learning alchemy from the mad school usually costs 2 gold coins, but I'll teach you for free now. Su Shichen, unwilling to back down, slapped his last 2 gold coins on the table. Just 2 gold coins? Who do you think you're underestimating? I'm so broke, I only have money left. Give me a different compensation. Lance's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. Don't push it, kid. Su Shichen had an idea and tentatively asked, are you interested in learning my exclusive technique? Seeing Lance's reaction, Su Shichen quickly put on a smile and helped Lance sit down. Master Lance, don't get upset. Please have a seat. You see, with all your skills, you need a successor, right? I believe my talent is more than worthy of being your final disciple. Lance's expression softened as Su Shichen returned to his respectful demeanor. You kid? Su Shichen confidently replied. I'm not bragging, but when I first learned the recipe for the basic instant life potion, I achieved an 80 success rate. I can see you're definitely bragging, Lance scoffed. What? You don't believe me? Su Shichen retorted. Lance squinted and issued a challenge. Of course not. Here's the deal. I'll give you a low-level recipe right now. If you can achieve even a 50 success rate in front of me, I'll take you as my final disciple. Lance pondered for a moment, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. When he first attempted to create these rare formulas in his youth, his success rate was only about 30. If this kid could really achieve a 50 success rate, taking him as a disciple might not be a bad idea. With this thought, Lance pulled out a yellowed parchment from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. Here, give it a try, he said, raising an eyebrow. A system notification immediately sounded in Su Shichen's ear. Accept the unique hidden quest, Lance's test. Brew the potion in front of Lance and achieve a 50 success rate to complete the task. Rewards and penalties are unknown. Su Shichen picked up the formula and was secretly delighted. It was an extremely rare experience-boosting potion recipe, valuable even in the late stages of the spirit realm. He carefully read the contents on the parchment. Alchemy recipe. Basic experience-boosting potion. Materials. Crystal flower 5, trilinear grass 5, moonlight branch 2, container 1. Learning requirement. Advanced alchemy apprentice. Effect. Basic increases experience gained from any source by 20 for 1 hour. Su Shichen looked up and pretended to be troubled. Master, my alchemy level isn't high enough to learn this. Don't call me that so casually. I haven't accepted you as a disciple yet. Lance chuckled, amused by the brazen youth. He had never met someone so shameless. Still, he found the kid rather likable. He pulled out a glowing badge from his pocket and tossed it to Su Shichen. You can borrow this. If you truly become my disciple, you can keep it. Su Shichen's eyes lit up as he caught the badge. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the legendary alchemical insignia. Alchemical insignia. Type. Badge accessory. Quality. Level 0 legendary item. Durability. 300,300. Requirements. Basic alchemy apprentice. Base attributes. All attributes 5, health 100. Effects. 1. Efficiency. Alchemy speed 20. 2. Focus. Alchemy success rate 10. Effective only on non-master level recipes. Skill. Alchemical amplification passive. Increases your alchemy level by 1 tier, up to master level. System notification. This is the insignia Lance wore in his youth, considered a divine artifact by most alchemists. You have temporary usage rights. Failing the quest will result in its loss. Su Shichen was overjoyed. This was the same treasure that the famous alchemical grandmaster Weiyue had obtained from Lance in the spirit realm. But in this life, he had gotten it 6 months earlier. Without hesitation, he donned the alchemical insignia, feeling a warm current flow through his body. With the passive boost from alchemical amplification, his alchemy skill was instantly elevated to an advanced apprentice level, enabling him to learn the recipe. After studying the recipe, Su Shichen feigned frustration and slapped his forehead. I can't believe I forgot. Master, could you provide the materials? I told you not to call me that, Lance grumbled, waving his hand dismissively. He pulled 10 sets of materials from a drawer and placed them on the table, snatching 2 gold coins that Su Shichen had just placed there. Here, but it's not free. Su Shichen cursed inwardly. Charging me 2 gold coins for 10 sets of basic experience-boosting potion materials? You're something else. But eyeing the badge on his chest, he decided to let it slide. Master, may I use your alchemy tools? Su Shichen shamelessly continued. I was in a rush and didn't bring mine. Lance's face turned beet red as he jumped out of his chair. In your dreams, my set of epic alchemy tools is not for the likes of you to use. He had lived for over 60 years and had never encountered someone so audacious. Su Shichen spread his hands helplessly and said, So, should I refine this medicine or not? His expression was one of utter helplessness, as if to say, a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Lance's face turned red with anger upon hearing this. Are you trying to take advantage of me? He shouted, his mustache bristling with fury. He then slammed a set of intricate alchemy tools onto the table and pulled out a gold-trimmed book from his robe, waving it in front of Su Shichen. These were meant for my apprentice anyway. You can borrow them, Lance huffed. If you succeed, everything, including this secret manual, is yours. He glared at Su Shichen, his tone menacing. I've given you all these great tools. If your success rate isn't at least 50, he'll personally ensure you regret it, even before the Lord of Ghosts gets to you. Ignoring Lance's threats, Su Shichen eagerly grabbed the entire set of alchemy tools. He examined them closely. Moonlight Beaker Alchemy Tool, Level 0 Silver Grade, Durability 60-60, Alchemy Success Rate 3, effective only for recipes below Advanced Level. Moonlight Stirring Rod Alchemy Tool, Level 0 Silver Grade, Durability 60-60, Alchemy Success Rate 3, effective only for recipes below Advanced Level. Moonlight Furnace Alchemy Tool, Level 0 Silver Grade, Durability 60-60, Alchemy Success Rate 4, effective only for recipes below Advanced Level. A system notification chimed. You have temporary usage rights. Failure in the task will result in losing them. Su Shichen was secretly thrilled. This set of silver-grade alchemy tools was a rare treasure in the early stages of his journey. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement and began preparing the basic experience-enhancing potion. Lance, initially lounging in his chair and watching Su Shichen with disinterest, soon widened his eyes in astonishment. Those techniques, are you seriously telling me this guy is a beginner? I'd believe it if you said he was a master alchemist. When Su Shichen successfully crafted the first potion, Lance closed his eyes. No need to watch any further. Even when I was an advanced alchemist, I wasn't as skilled as this kid. Maybe taking him as a disciple isn't so bad after all. His talent is undeniable, even if he is a bit cheeky. A moment later, Su Shichen finished using the 10 sets of materials. He poked Lance, who was still resting in his chair. Hey, old man, I'm done. Not in the best shape. Only managed to make 8 potions. Smack! Lance slapped Su Shichen's hand away. Listen to yourself and show some respect. Call me teacher. Su Shichen looked puzzled. Didn't you just say not to call you teacher? Well, I'm allowing it now, Lance grumbled. Actually, no, a teacher for a day is a father for life. I need to think this over. He tossed the book to Su Shichen and patted his shoulder. Take it, you rascal. Don't disgrace the name of wild alchemy. Another system notification sounded. Congratulations, player Shichen, for completing the unique hidden task. Lance's assessment. Congratulations, player Shichen, for obtaining the epic item. Wild Alchemy Secret Manual. Wild Alchemy Secret Manual Special Item. Level 0 Epic Grade. Activated upon possession. Usage requirement. Heir of Wild Alchemy. 1. Efficiency. Alchemy Speed 50. 2. Focus. Alchemy Success Rate 20. Effective only for recipes below Grandmaster level excluding Grandmaster level. 3. Luck. 5 chance to craft enhanced items. 2 chance to upgrade the crafted item by 1 level. Skills. 1. Heir. You can learn the true secrets of wild alchemy. 2. Teaching. You can instruct others in basic wild alchemy. 3. Legacy. Each heir of wild alchemy records a rare recipe in the manual. It currently holds 8 recipes, making you the 9th heir. As the current heir, you must create a recipe worthy of the manual within 5 years, or you will lose it. Su Shichen was elated. With this artifact, mass alchemy production was no longer a dream. Disgrace? With this divine tool, that's impossible. So many players would kill to learn wild alchemy. I need to figure out how to persuade the old man-o. Teacher Toe come out of retirement. He solemnly placed the Wild Alchemy Secret Manual into his backpack and sincerely looked at Lance. Teacher, I lack confidence. Could you come out of retirement to help me? Lance waved him off impatiently. Get lost. Your schemes are so obvious. Even my niece in the capital could hear them. Now scram. Want my help? Only if. Su Shichen's eyes lit up. Only if what? Only if you can supply all my alchemy materials. Goodbye and sorry to bother you. Su Shichen replied instantly, turning on his heel and leaving as if he had never been there. Then get lost and stop disturbing my rest, old Lance grumbled impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. You can't even afford master-level alchemy materials. Su Shichen was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and asked, speaking of materials, do you still have any ingredients for beginner's experience boost potions? I'm at a low level right now, and they're hard to find. Could you sell me some? Old Lance furrowed his brows, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, I've got 90 portions left. Take them all. And don't bother coming back here unless it's absolutely necessary. Su Shichen gratefully accepted the materials and headed out of the wooden cabin. Suddenly, he turned back, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Old man, it won't be long before I can afford everything you have. Get ready to pack up and leave the mountains with me. With that, he waved and set off towards the giant rock mountain range. That cheeky brat, Lance chuckled, shaking his head. He pulled out the 2 gold coins he had just earned, tossing them up and catching them repeatedly. I've really taken a loss on this deal. The exhilarating glide he had enjoyed earlier was now a distant memory, and Su Shichen felt utterly exhausted. He had traveled beyond the 10,000-yard range of Hilltown and had no choice but to walk back. Surrounded by high-level monsters, he moved cautiously, constantly checking the status of the town's teleportation scroll, hoping to activate it soon. As dusk fell, Su Shichen finally entered the 10,000-yard range of Hilltown. He let out a sigh of relief and quickly pulled out the scroll, tearing it open. The journey of dodging monsters had been more exhausting than a full-blown battle. A flash of white light later, Su Shichen appeared at Hilltown's teleportation point. Without pausing, he headed straight to the bank. After renting a beginner's alchemy room, he took out 200 sets of ingredients for beginner's instant life recovery potions and neatly arranged them. After a brief rest, he prepared to start his work. He was no longer the novice he once was. His success rate for crafting beginner's instant life recovery potions had reached 100. Even using the rapid alchemy technique to mass-produce them, as long as he didn't make more than 20 bottles at a time, his success rate was nearly 100. Although each batch only granted 1 proficiency point in experience, his efficiency had greatly improved. Let's finish them all tonight. Su Shichen motivated himself. He carefully placed his moonlight set of equipment on the alchemy table and focused entirely on his potion making. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Lingyun Pavilion had finally begun their assault on the heroic-level Howling Cavern. At the entrance, a solitary name, Xingchen, dominated the heroic difficulty leaderboard. In contrast, Ling Yun Pavilion proudly held the top spot on the difficult leaderboard, outshining the War God Hall. Killing Intent looked at the results with satisfaction. He waved his hand and commanded, "Enter the dungeon. We'll grind heroic difficulty all night if we have to. By tomorrow, we must have a complete spirit guard set." Unaffected by the day-night cycle, Ling Yun Pavilion's members entered the dungeon one after another, embarking on a new challenge. The system notification sounded, announcing that player Shichen had leveled up to level 6. Strength, agility, and constitution attributes increased accordingly, along with 5 free attribute points and 1 free mastery point. Shortly after, another system message arrived. Shichen became the first junior alchemist in the spirit realm, gaining fame and 10 precious drops of alchemical condensate. Shichen carefully placed these rare dark gold materials into his backpack, pondering their future uses. Morning sunlight bathed the streets of the hillside town as he stretched and slowly walked out of the alchemy room. A night of potion making had left his body stiff, as if it were rusting. However, the night's hard work was not in vain. All 200 sets of primary instant health potions and 90 sets of primary experience boosting potions were used up, resulting in a substantial haul. A total of 4,940 bottles of instant health potions were neatly arranged on the workbench, including 260 potent potions and 120 intermediate potions. Shichen meticulously checked the quality of each potion and nodded in satisfaction. He quickly organized his backpack, sending 60 bottles of primary instant health potions to Lu Shuyao and another 100 bottles to Baozi. The remaining 4,400 bottles were destined for the trading post to compensate for the gold coins that his mentor Lance had swindled from him. Thinking of Lance, Shichen couldn't help but smile wryly. "Lance, if you have a conscience, just return my stuff. I don't even care about those 2 gold coins anymore." Next, Shichen sorted the experience-boosting potions he had successfully brewed. Out of 80 bottles, 5 were potent potions, and 1 was an intermediate potion. Including the 8 bottles he had previously made at Lance's place, he decided to send all 88 bottles to Lu Shuyao and Baozi. This good stuff can't be sold just yet, he thought. Letting them level up quickly is the key. Otherwise, they'll soon fall behind. On the 4th day after the server opened, the trading hall was bustling. Shichen listed all 4,400 bottles of primary instant health potions at 1.2 silver coins per bottle. Although the initial rush for dungeon first kills had passed, this price was still acceptable for skilled players. After paying a 52.8 silver consignment fee, Shichen felt his pockets empty again. As he absent-mindedly browsed the trading hall's items, a material named fireweed caught his eye. It was the main ingredient for primary fire resistance potions, and the price was clearly inflated. Shichen keenly recognized a potential business opportunity. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Shashin. Why isn't that guy taking any initiative? Shichen muttered, sending a message to Shashin. After a brief exchange, they agreed to meet at the trading post. While waiting for Shashin, Shichen continued to browse the trading hall. Suddenly, he noticed 3 recipes for primary fire resistance potions on sale, priced at 10 and 12 silver coins respectively. This discovery made his eyes light up, and he began to calculate the future profits in his mind. In just a short while, Su Shichen's consignment of beginner-level instant life recovery potions had sold over 200 bottles, bringing his wealth back up to 3 gold coins. Without hesitation, he pocketed all 3 recipes, thinking to himself that in a few days, even 2 gold coins might not be enough to buy one. After carefully browsing for a while longer and finding nothing else worth purchasing, Su Shichen decided to sit on a bench and rest his eyes. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. "Hey buddy, if you're not buying anything, can you give up the spot?" Su Shichen opened his eyes and realized that every trading window was crowded with people. He slowly stood up, glanced at the person, and then sat back down. It turned out to be that guy Kindergarten Killer, the infamous 7th-tier shadow dancer thief of the future Ling Yu. Kindergarten Killer, level 6, elf thief apprentice. This guy looked under 20, with a youthful face. Despite his childish name, he had quite a temper. In the previous life, he had a conflict with the top guild Dark Legend over some trivial matter and was put on their kill list. He dropped everything to seek revenge on Dark Legend members. Even after being ambushed several times, he refused to back down. Their battles lasted nearly 2 months, causing many ordinary members of Dark Legend to quit the guild. Eventually, Dark Legend had to rescind the kill order to end the conflict. It's worth noting that Dark Legend had over a dozen 7th-tier professionals at the time, yet they couldn't handle a lone player like Kindergarten Killer. This showed just how strong he was. Su Shichen speculated that with the resources of a super guild, Ling Yu in the previous life might have produced an 8th-tier god-level professional. Seeing Su Shichen stand up and then sit back down, Kindergarten Killer frowned and said, "What's the deal? Are you messing with me?" He scrutinized the swordsman before him until he saw Su Shichen's ID above his head and shouted, "Whoa, Shichen, His shout immediately drew the attention of nearby players. What? Shichen? Where? Everyone move. Let me see what Shichen looks like. Wow, he's so handsome. Shichen, can I add you as a friend? I'm a lowly, petite, and easy to push down. Guild leader, Shichen has been spotted at the trading post. Come quick. With Kindergarten Killer's shout, the entire trading post erupted. Su Shichen, exasperated, said, "Never seen a handsome guy before?" He then got up and dashed out of the trading post without looking back, opting to escape the scene. After wandering around Hilltown for over 10 minutes, he finally lost the crowd of enthusiastic players. Leaning against a wall and catching his breath, Su Shichen glanced at the empty air beside him and said, "Look at the mess you've made." Kindergarten Killer's figure slowly appeared. "How did you know I was following you?" Su Shichen smirked. "With your amateur stealth skills and snail-like speed, if I didn't wait for you, you'd have lost sight of me ages ago. Even if you're Shichen, you don't have to be so arrogant," Kindergarten Killer said, gripping his dagger tightly. He had always considered himself a gaming prodigy and had never been looked down upon like this. Knowing that Kindergarten Killer was a stubborn guy, Su Shichen deliberately provoked him. What? Not convinced? Dare to fight me outside the town. Though angry, Kindergarten Killer hadn't lost his reason. He knew fighting in town would get them arrested by NPC guards. Why should I fight you? What's in it for me? The master manipulator Su Shichen was officially online. Su Shichen leaned lazily against the wall, flipping 2 gold coins between his fingers with a playful glint in his eyes. The Kindergarten Killer stared wide-eyed at the shimmering coins, disbelief washing over him like a tidal wave. Are you trying to shoo away a beggar? Do I look like I need your 10 silver coins? Su Shichen sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. The Kindergarten Killer's mind raced, trying to deduce the source of Su Shichen's wealth. Could it be a reward from clearing a heroic dungeon for the first time? He speculated silently. Seeing through his thoughts, Su Shichen casually remarked, "So, how do you plan on fighting me? Honestly, your current strength doesn't interest me at all, kid." Not to be outdone, the Kindergarten Killer shot back. "Don't underestimate me. You know the elite squad from Lingyun Pavilion? I took down their Widow Village night raid single-handedly." His voice brimmed with confidence, eyes gleaming with a challenge. Su Shichen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he responded dismissively. "Widow? He wouldn't even dare to make a move against me." After a moment of feigned contemplation, he added, "If you want me to give you some pointers, it's not impossible, but I usually only teach my own people." The Kindergarten Killer, feeling provoked, snapped, "I'm here to duel, not to beg for your guidance. Just beat me, and I'll join your guild." A subtle glint flashed in Su Shichen's eyes, pleased that his bait had been taken. He shrugged with feigned helplessness. "But I don't even have a guild." The Kindergarten Killer was taken aback. "Are you really a lone wolf player?" Su Shichen neither confirmed nor denied, instead laying out his terms. "What else? How about this? They'll only use 1 sword strike. If you lose, you follow me from now on. When we hit level 10, we'll form a mercenary group in Wind Whisper City." "Deal!" The Kindergarten Killer exclaimed eagerly. "Let's go, let's fight right now." Su Shichen remained unhurried. "I know you're eager, but hold on. I'm waiting for someone to bring me some items." At that moment, Shashin arrived with the goods. From a distance, Widow Village Night Raid spotted the Kindergarten Killer and said to Shashin, "Leader, that's the rogue who defeated me yesterday. No wonder he's so skilled. He's with Shichen." Shashin responded with admiration. "As skilled as he is, can he compare to Shichen? Let's hurry and deliver these items, so we can keep leveling up." Shashin excitedly handed over 16 gems and a complete set of Spirit Guard gear to Su Shichen. Su Shichen quickly stashed the equipment and gems into his bag, then directly challenged the Kindergarten Killer. The Kindergarten Killer was puzzled. "Here? Aren't you worried about the NPC guards?" Su Shichen dismissed the concern. "Don't worry about that. Since I'm the one initiating the challenge, let's just get it over with. I'm on a tight schedule." Shashin and Widow Village Night Raid stepped aside to watch. Su Shichen, cradling his iron sword, made no move to draw it. He casually said, "I'll let you go into stealth first." Though feeling belittled, the Kindergarten Killer kept his cool and immediately activated his stealth mode. He planned to retreat a bit and find the perfect moment to strike. Su Shichen seemed nonchalant, but was actually fully focused on sensing his opponent's movements. Suddenly he frowned. Can't sense him? Using the elven racial trait to enhance stealth? Su Shichen wasn't in a hurry. He knew the enhanced stealth required staying still. Any movement would nullify the effect. He waited patiently for the Kindergarten Killer's next move, ready to strike decisively. Isn't this guy in a hurry? Why doesn't he seem anxious at all? Kindergarten Killer thought to himself, eyes fixed on his calm opponent. He subtly adjusted his grip on the sword, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Widow Village Sneak glanced at Su Shichen and whispered to the captain beside him, "Captain, this match should be decided soon. Shichen will definitely win." Fangirl Killheart exclaimed excitedly, her voice filled with admiration for her idol. Widow Village Sneak frowned at the comment and discreetly took a couple of steps away from Killheart, thinking to himself, having a captain like this is a bit embarrassing. The tension on the field was palpable. Kindergarten Killer realized that his low-level stealth skills wouldn't keep him hidden forever and decided to take a risk. He held his breath and cautiously approached Su Shichen, preparing for a surprise attack. Just as Kindergarten Killer was about to strike, Su Shichen's gaze locked onto his position. Finally moving, Su Shichen thought, "Watch closely, this strike will be quick, like a meteor." In an instant, Su Shichen drew his iron sword and activated the meteor skill. The system notification rang in his ears. Meteor skill executed at 100 completion, dealing 150 skill damage with double critical hit effect. All three spectators only saw a dazzling flash of light before Su Shichen appeared behind Kindergarten Killer. His long sword slashed across his opponent's neck, and Kindergarten Killer fell to the ground. "Captain, did you see what happened?" Widow Village Sneak asked. Killheart shook her head in bewilderment. "The gap is so big, I couldn't see anything." "Let's go, Widow, we need to step up our game." "Don't call me Widow." Widow Village Sneak retorted angrily. Kindergarten Killer sat up from the ground, looking dejected. In challenge mode, being defeated didn't mean actual death. The system would forcibly leave a bit of life. He thought regretfully that his brain had reacted in time, but his basic stats were too poor to dodge. If he had a vanish skill, he could have used that 1 second of invincibility to evade. Su Shichen sheathed his sword, walked over to Kindergarten Killer, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Losing to me isn't that bad, right? I can see you have good skills. Once you level up and get some top-tier gear and skills, I can beat you?" Kindergarten Killer asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Su Shichen chuckled. "You're overthinking. What I mean is you'll lose less embarrassingly. Beat me? Only if you get reborn too." "What kind of talk is that? I want to see my lawyer." Kindergarten Killer protested half-jokingly. He was quite resilient, quickly recovering from the disappointment of defeat. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and asked, "Big bro, what should we do next?" Su Shichen pondered for a moment and said, "Next, I'll give you a coordinate. You go level up. I have some things to take care of." With that, he added Kindergarten Killer as a friend and sent him a coordinate suitable for solo rogue grinding. Su Shichen waved to Kindergarten Killer and turned towards the blacksmith shop. He was secretly delighted, thinking that if all went well, he would soon be equipped with 2 legendary items. After the Kindergarten Killer left, Su Shichen suddenly realized his attributes had significantly improved. After carefully calculating, he found that the attribute bonuses gained from leveling up to level 6, combined with the all attributes 5 from the Alchemy emblem, were enough to meet the requirements for 2 legendary pieces of equipment without needing to embed any gemstones. This discovery made Su Shichen's eyes light up. He immediately turned and headed to the bank. Upon entering, he cautiously stored the gemstones, planning to try embedding a full set of level 2 gemstones once he reached level 10, aiming to challenge the towering Glory Sanctum. Back at his place, Su Shichen couldn't wait to put on the Spirit Guardian set comprising the jacket, pants, belt, and shoes. This set replaced his current Guardian armor, Fury boots, and 2 ordinary pieces of equipment. He meticulously checked the attributes of each new item. Spirit Guardian boots, shoes, plate armor, level 5 bronze, durability 40/40, armor 14, agility 3, constitution 2. Spirit Guardian pants, plate armor, level 5 bronze, durability 40/40, armor 16, agility 3, constitution 2. Spirit Guardian armor, jacket, plate armor, level 5 bronze, durability 40/40, armor 16, agility 3, constitution 2. Spirit Guardian belt, plate armor, level 5 bronze, durability 40/40, armor 12, constitution 2, health 50. Set bonus, 44, 2-piece set effect, agility 8. After equipping the new gear, Su Shichen took a deep breath and began allocating the 25 free attribute points he had saved up. He decisively increased his constitution to 50 and his agility to 80, putting the remaining points into strength. The numbers on his attribute panel continuously fluctuated before finally settling. Strength 92, agility 80, constitution 50. Satisfied with his attributes meeting the equipment requirements, Su Shichen smiled with delight. He quickly took out the Assay's ring and the Gale blade, replacing the Overseer's ring and the Iron Longsword. With the new equipment equipped, he felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, significantly boosting his attributes once again. Su Shichen opened his attribute panel to carefully review his latest stats. Character, Shichen. Race, human. Bloodline, Space Spirit Vein 0, TH tier. Nation, Shenhua Empire. Class, Swordsman Apprentice 0, TH tier. Secondary profession, Junior Alchemist 501, 1000. Title, Lone Warrior. Reputation, 2,600. Fame, Level 5, 224,500. Renowned, Level 6, 1054, 048, 0000. Base attributes level up grants 1 to all attributes, additional 2 strength, 2 agility, 1 constitution. Strength 107, constitution 69, agility 99, intelligence 35, spirit 35. Health 2156. Armor 204. Attack speed fast. Movement speed fast. Health regeneration 69.5 seconds. Combat state reduces regeneration by 80. Mastery. Sword mastery. Advanced swordsman 155160. Free mastery points 1. Skills 1. Heavy slash, level 4, 14221600. 2. Double strike, level 4, 14381600. 3. Protective sword aura. 4. Sword chi burst. 5. Sea severing, level 1, 12100. Equipment. Strength gloves, bloodthirsty bone necklace, bloodthirsty ring, spirit guardian boots, spirit guardian pants, spirit guardian armor, spirit guardian belt, assay's ring. Assay's ring accessory, legendary item. Durability, 300,300. Equipment requirements, constitution 50, agility 80. Base attributes, level 5 status, increases all attributes by 10 every 5 levels, health 300. Traits, 1. Fearless, ignores level difference 5. This trait cannot stack. 2. Bloodthirsty, 15 lifesteal on attack. 3. Strong body, health 10. Skills, 1. Blood spirit power passive. Each kill stores 1 blood spirit power. Each point increases attack power by 0.02, 0500. 2. Assay shield active. Consumes all blood spirit power to create a shield. Shield value is blood spirit power level, and tier less than 1 are considered 1. Last 30 seconds, instant cast, 10-minute cooldown. Su Shichen stared at his attribute panel, contemplating his future development plans. His gaze fell on the description of Assay's ring, imagining the mysterious entity said to have fangs and bat wings. This ring would undoubtedly be a crucial asset in his future adventures. The legendary attributes of the single-handed sword of Blade of the Wind were displayed before Su Shichen. Durability 300,300. Equipment requirements, strength 80, agility 80. The base attributes are at level 5, with all attributes increasing by 10 points every 5 levels. The 3 enchantments are swift attack speed 15, berserk critical hit rate 15, and sharp attack power 10. 2 equipment skills, Gale Slash and Wind Force, are yet to be completed, each capable of dealing 300 attack power and physical damage and enhancing personal attributes. Su Shichen was secretly delighted. Having such luxurious attributes at level 6 already put his base attributes above an ordinary first-rank swordsman. Especially with an attack power surpassing 500, he was unmatched at this stage. He calculated that upon reaching level 10 and learning the dual-wield skill, his attack power would rise even further. Recalling the 3 hidden quests in Hilltown, he noted that aside from the locked letter, the others were unachievable due to his previously low attributes. Now, with his enhanced stats, Su Shichen set his sights on the most difficult and rewarding quest. He first went to the general store and spent 10 copper coins on a torch. This was the most basic lighting tool in the spirit realm, with a pitifully small range of vision and almost no practical use, rarely purchased by players. Su Shichen headed straight to an open courtyard near the mercenary tavern in Hilltown. Although many players had come and gone from here, no one had ever gained anything. Without hesitation, he jumped into the bottomless dry well in the corner. Crimson damage numbers appeared above Su Shichen's head, indicating the well's depth. Without a slow fall scroll, any player at the current level would have died from the fall. The bottom of the well was pitch black and reeked of decay. He lit the torch, and the flickering light illuminated a few yards around him. Before him lay a highly decomposed female corpse. Su Shichen paid little attention to the body, instead picking up the envelope beside it. He then tore open a town teleportation scroll and returned to the teleportation point. A system prompt appeared. Hua Xiaolan's final letter. Hua Xiaolan seemed to be the missing daughter of Hua Guang, the innkeeper of Hilltown's Hao Zai Lai Inn. This letter could be handed over to Hua Guang. Su Shichen realized this was the most difficult hidden quest in Hilltown. Hao Zai Lai Inn was small and desolate. Su Shichen immediately spotted the plump innkeeper Hua Guang, who was daydreaming at the counter. "Innkeeper, I have news about your daughter Xiaolan," Su Shichen stated directly. Hua Guang jumped up, eyes suddenly bright with hope, and said excitedly, "Honorable sir, please tell me about my daughter. I will be eternally grateful." Su Shichen sighed and handed Hua Guang the final letter, gently patting his shoulder in consolation. "My condolences." Though Hua Guang had resigned himself to his daughter's disappearance for nearly a year, the confirmation of her death still brought tears to his eyes. He trembled as he took the letter and read it with tears streaming down his face. Su Shichen stood silently, waiting for Hua Guang to calm down. Suddenly, after finishing the letter, Hua Guang slammed the counter with a fierce determination and said through gritted teeth, "That bastard. I'll tear you to pieces." Then, he slumped, realizing he had no means to avenge his daughter. Su Shichen cleared his throat and asked, "What can I do to help?" Hua Guang looked up sharply, gripping Su Shichen's hand tightly. "Please, sir, you must help me. Our town mayor was killed long ago, and the current mayor is actually a werewolf in disguise. My daughter discovered his true identity and was killed for it. Please, reveal his identity and bring him to justice. Upholding justice is my duty." Su Shichen accepted the task without hesitation. A system prompt immediately appeared. Accepted unique hidden quest, the mayor's identity. The system had accepted the hidden task as the mayor of the town. Su Shichen turned and walked toward the mayor's hall, memories of past strategies flashing through his mind. He recalled that ordinary players would first face the guards of Hilltown when taking this task, not the mayor himself. Without evidence to expose the mayor's identity as a werewolf, the guards would never allow anyone to attack their superior. Su Shichen glanced at his reputation level, which had increased to level 5, and his lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't need to go to great lengths to expose the mayor's identity, because he himself was the best evidence. As a high-ranking noble of the Shenhua Empire, his status far surpassed that of a mere town mayor. Striding confidently into the mayor's hall, Su Shichen noticed many players there, busy with quests. The moment the guards saw him, they respectfully saluted. "Honorable Lord Shichen, what brings you here?" "Nothing much, just here to discuss life and dreams with the mayor," Su Shichen replied casually, waving his hand as he walked in. He knew well that the dignified mayor of Hilltown must have his private office and wouldn't be standing in the hall. His actions caught the attention of the surrounding players. Someone exclaimed, "What the heck? Did I just see a guard salute a player? Didn't you hear the guard call him Lord Shichen? He's the big shot who soloed the heroic dungeon. Anything's possible." The real Shichen in the mayor's hall. "Guild leader, come quick. Shichen is here," and he went into the mayor's hall. "I saw it with my own eyes." Ignoring the chatter behind him, Su Shichen quickly found the mayor's office and pushed the door open. "I told you to knock first," Mayor Feline said sternly. Looking up, realizing who it was, he quickly stood up and said, "Oh, it's Lord Shichen. What can I do for you?" The system prompt displayed. Feline, level 10, mayor of Hilltown, HP 3000. Su Shichen didn't answer. Instead, he closed the door, not wanting to be watched by the onlookers. Then, he slowly drew his sword and approached Feline step by step. "Feline, don't be nervous. I'm just here to discuss life and dreams with you. What do you think of my sword?" Sensing danger, Feline retreated while trying to explain, "I don't know much about swords." "True. Werewolves usually use their claws," Su Shichen said, and without further ado, he thrust his sword at Feline. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Feline dodged and argued. Seeing that Su Shichen was determined to kill him, he called out, "Help! Someone is attacking." Su Shichen smirked, but didn't stop him from calling for help. Soon a team of guards rushed in. The guard captain, hesitant to act rashly, looked at Su Shichen and asked, "Lord Shichen, why are you attacking the mayor? Is there some misunderstanding?" "Hold on a moment. Let me show you a magic trick," Su Shichen said, continuing his attack on Feline. Seeing that the guards didn't stop Su Shichen, Feline knew his fate was sealed. He no longer concealed his nature, tearing off his clothes and howling, "You damned human! Ruining my plans! I'll tear you apart!" Feline's body swelled, transforming into a 2-meter tall, gray werewolf. The system prompt displayed, level 10 gold tier boss, HP 120000. "Finally showing your true form?" Su Shichen laughed, sidestepping Feline's claw attack, and turned to the guard captain. "How's that for a magic trick? The mayor is a werewolf?" The guard captain was shocked. "Then what are you waiting for? Close the door and take him down," Su Shichen commanded, landing a powerful slash on Feline's neck, applying a damage-increasing debuff, and gesturing for the guards to join the fight. Fortunately, the mayor's office was spacious enough for 6 guards, Su Shichen, and the boss without feeling cramped. Although Su Shichen could handle Feline alone, the boss's 1200 HP regeneration every 5 seconds was troublesome. The 6 guards were level 10 elite first-tier professions, and the captain was bronze tier, providing significant damage output. Su Shichen activated his wind force buff, increasing his attack speed by 50, and launched a flurry of attacks at Feline. "For the Alliance!" Feline shouted a battle cry, but his single-target skills couldn't hit the agile Su Shichen. Facing the 7-man assault, he was overwhelmed and unable to defend himself. Sword energy erupted, enveloping him in a protective aura. Without hesitation, Su Shichen unleashed his full power, instantly boosting his attack strength by 24. Gripping the blade of Gale tightly with both hands, he launched a series of heavy slashes and double strikes that rained down on Du Mike like a relentless storm. The golden boss staggered under the fierce assault, clearly not expecting a mere level 6 player to possess such formidable strength. Dumike let out an enraged roar, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes, and suddenly accelerated, charging at Su Shichen. Reacting swiftly, Su Shichen leaned back slightly, sidestepping and then leaping backward into a roll. Dumike's massive form whizzed past him, claws slashing the air and narrowly missing Su Shichen's sleeve. This deft evasion not only averted the crisis, but also created some distance between them. Infuriated, Dumike shifted his gaze to the surrounding guards, seemingly seeking a breakthrough. Your opponent is me. Su Shichen's low voice resonated as he quickly rose from the ground, his sword pointed directly at Dumike. Meteor Strike, he called out, initiating his ultimate skill. A system notification rang in his ears. Meteor Strike skill execution 100 inflicts 150 skill damage, with double critical effect. The Blade of Gale, imbued with tremendous power, sliced through the air like a meteor, piercing straight towards Dumike's chest. The force of the attack was astonishing. Even a golden boss struggled to withstand it, stumbling back several steps and nearly collapsing. The Alliance's iron hoofs will sooner or later trample upon the glory continent. Dumike retorted defiantly, swiping at the guard captain and suddenly growing larger. His strength and speed visibly increased, causing Su Shichen to feel a surge of pressure. Clang! A massive wolf claw descended from above. With no room to dodge, Su Shichen raised his sword to block. The clash of metal resounded, sending tremors through his arms. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped diagonally forward, skillfully dodging Dumike's follow-up attack. Seizing the opportunity, he spun around and continued his assault, each strike of his sword targeting Dumike's vital points with precision. For the Alliance! Dumike roared one last defiant cry before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Another system notification popped up. Player Shichen has slain a golden tier boss for the first time. Reputation 3. Su Shichen glanced around, noticing that aside from the mandatory head trophy, the task boss had dropped nothing else. He felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. Report to the Hall of Glory immediately. Su Shichen instructed the guard captain. Yes, sir. The guard captain responded respectfully, leading his team away to secure Dumike's office. Sheathing his sword, Su Shichen looked down at Dumike's corpse, bent over to pick up the head, and then retrieved a town teleport scroll. Considering the potential crowd of onlookers outside, he decided to teleport directly. Moments later, Su Shichen appeared at the teleportation point in Hilltown. Not far away was the resurrection point, where he noticed a large crowd gathered. Initially uninterested, a closer look revealed that they were surrounding none other than the kindergarten killer. Frowning, Su Shichen thought he couldn't just ignore this. He tightened his grip on his sword and walked towards the crowd, ready to investigate the situation. Why didn't anyone tell me that kid got into trouble? Su Shichen wondered. He didn't rush forward but first sent a message to the kindergarten killer. Shichen, I'm done with my stuff. Where are you? The kindergarten killer replied quickly. So, is this your clone at the respawn point? Su Shichen got straight to the point. What? You saw it? The kindergarten killer was clearly flustered. Of course I did. Why didn't you come to me when things went south? Don't you recognize me as your big brother anymore? Su Shichen's tone was stern. It's not like that. I just didn't want to cause you any trouble. The Fong guild pushed me too far, and I couldn't resist killing a few of them. The kindergarten killer explained. Enough. I don't need to hear the reasons. No one messes with my people, Su Shichen replied decisively. Then he drew his long sword and strode toward the respawn point. Hey kid, this is Fong guild business. Stay out of it, a player guarding the respawn point warned. Su Shichen ignored him and kept walking. Although the Fong guild was on par with the previous Lingyan pavilion, both being second-tier guilds, they were no threat in Su Shichen's eyes, not even first-tier guilds. You have two choices. Step aside or die, Su Shichen said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 100 or so Fong members surrounding the respawn point. Despite their numbers, they were hesitant to act rashly due to the town's rules. Boss, that's Shichen, someone exclaimed, recognizing Su Shichen. Fong guild leader Hate Tian-gu frowned upon hearing this, realizing things had taken a serious turn. He stepped out from the crowd and sized up Su Shichen. Shichen, do you really want to get involved in this? Seeing Su Shichen remain silent, Hate Tian-gu became furious. Do you think you can act all high and mighty just because you got a first kill? Surround him. If he dares to leave town to level up, kill him until he doesn't dare to log in anymore. Boss, this is Shichen we're talking about, someone reminded him. Hate Tian-gu sneered. So what if it's Shichen? Do you think he can take on our entire Fong guild? Surround him. He won't dare make a move in town. Done with your last words? Su Shichen pointed his sword at Hate Tian-gu. What? Do you dare attack me here? Hate Tian-gu, confident in his status, showed no fear. However, He underestimated Su Shinchen's decisiveness. In a flash, a cold gleam streaked by, and Hate Tiange fell to the ground, while Su Shichen had already teleported to his previous spot. Believe me now? Su Shichen said coldly. He killed the boss. Where are the guards? Why aren't they coming? Everyone attack. He struck first so the guards won't arrest us. In the chaos, Su Shichen took a moment to message the kindergarten killer, instructing him not to act rashly to avoid getting arrested by the guards. Then he raised his sword to face the swarming Fong members. Most of them were level 5 regular players, as fragile as paper before Su Shichen. Even high-defense juggernauts couldn't withstand his heavy strikes. Su Shinchen's figure moved like a ghost through the crowd, and wherever his sword flashed, players fell. How can his attack power be this high? Old Bear got one-shotted. This is insane. My fireball spell can't hit him. My arrows are all dodged. No way, this guy must be hacking. The Fong members cried out in shock, but with Su Shinchen's 99 points of agility, ranged attacks were futile. Though they had numbers, few could get close to him. In no time, over 10 players had fallen to his sword. The kindergarten killer watched in awe. So, Big Bro's swordsmanship and agility are this strong. No wonder he could solo the heroic level Howling Cave. Despite Su Shinchen's warning, he remained ready to assist. But the scene before him made him realize his help wasn't needed at all. Can this game even be played like this? I seriously doubt I'm playing the same game as him. Shichen is truly amazing. As everyone marveled, Su Shinchen's meteor skill cooled down. He turned into a streak of light, piercing into the center of the encirclement, killing an elementalist with one thrust. Then, pointing his swift-wind blade to the sky, he shouted, "Sword chi burst!" In an instant, 12 milky white sword auras shot skyward and rained down like meteors. Damage numbers filled the screen, and the 1,010-yard area was instantly cleared. Under the devastating threefold damage of the sword chi burst, no one survived. Is he really a player? The sheer strength of Su Shichen made people wonder if he was just an ordinary player. His AoE skills were so powerful that he could easily kill even shielded warriors, leaving everyone in awe of his attack power. At that moment, a squad of guards hurried to the scene. The leading captain turned out to be an acquaintance of Su Shichen. Upon seeing him, the captain quickly ran up and saluted. "Master Shichen, it's you." Su Shichen waved his hand casually. "Oh, it's you. There's nothing to worry about here. You can go back." With that, he continued to swing his sword at the remaining Fong members. The Fong gang members initially felt relieved when they saw the guards, but when the guards saluted Su Shichen and then left, they were thrown into chaos. They began to chatter anxiously. Why aren't the guards arresting him? How are we supposed to fight this? Where's the guild leader? Why isn't he respawning? I just saw the guild leader respawn and get killed again. He's logged off now? What's the point in fighting? Let's run. Su Shichen was in the midst of his killing spree when he looked up and saw that the area was now littered with corpses, and the Fong members had fled. He sheathed his sword and walked over to Kindergarten Killer, saying, "Next time, let me know if you run into trouble. What might be a big deal to you could be nothing to me." Kindergarten Killer stared at Su Shichen in shock. "Got it, big bro. I'm completely convinced you're a monster." He was well aware of the vast difference in their skills, but he hadn't realized it was this immense. Facing hundreds of enemies, Su Shichen managed to dodge all damage, making him seem almost inhuman. Su Shichen noticed Kindergarten Killer's level. Drop back to level 5? He shook his head. "Pick up the loot and go level up quickly. I got a quest to turn in." "Thanks, big bro. I'll head out now." Kindergarten Killer nodded and quickly went into stealth mode, running towards the outskirts of the town, afraid that any Fong members might be tailing him. Su Shichen arrived at the Good Times Inn, where the chubby innkeeper Huaguang was anxiously watching the door. Seeing Su Shichen enter, he sighed in relief. "I didn't fail you. Here's the head of the werewolf." Su Shichen handed over Dumik's head to Huaguang, completing the most difficult hidden quest in Hilltown. Huaguang gratefully said, "Thank you, Master Shichen. I don't have much to offer, but please accept this mask, a treasured heirloom." The system prompt immediately sounded. Unique hidden quest, the mayor's identity completed. Reward, 100,000 XP, 1 gold coin, 500 reputation points, 3 fame points, and the golden item Nightshade Mask. Player Shinchen's fame level is now 5. Follow-up quest, Glory Federation and Chaos Alliance triggered. Would you like to accept? Su Shinchen's eyes widened in surprise. This turned out to be a legendary quest. Should a level 6 player accept a legendary quest? Su Shichen stood before the system interface, hesitating for a moment. He recalled how his previous gaming career had ended due to failing a legendary quest. Taking a deep breath, determination flashed in his eyes. "Since I get another chance, let's start with a legendary quest," he murmured, then clicked the accept button. The system prompt immediately followed. Legendary quest, Glory Federation versus Chaos Alliance, accepted. Within 30 days, inform the high-ranking members of the Glory Sanctuary that there are werewolf spies in Hilltown. Failure penalty. Level decreased by 50. All attributes reduced by 50. Su Shichen frowned in thought. For ordinary players, contacting the higher-ups of the Glory Sanctuary within 30 days was nearly impossible. However, he happened to know Jian, which would make the first part of the quest easy. But he wasn't in a rush. I'll wait until I hit level 10. My current strength can't handle the next part of the quest, he calculated silently. After accepting the quest, Su Shichen carefully checked the rewards. A golden ear accessory called Night Veil Mask appeared in his inventory. It was a half-face mask with a silver base and black-purple patterns, uniquely designed. The mask had two powerful attributes, stealth and disguise. The former could hide the wearer's ID, while the latter could slightly alter the appearance of their equipment, only detectable by those with high-level observation skills. Without hesitation, Su Shichen put on the mask. Although he disdained the idea of hiding his true strength, concealing his ID could avoid a lot of trouble. After all, the name Shichen was now well known in the game, and he didn't want to relive the awkward scenario of being mobbed by enthusiastic players at the auction house. At that moment, a message from Bowsy popped up. Boss, you're amazing. Check out the forum. You're a sensation across the server. Su Shichen calmly replied, stop focusing on gossip and concentrate on leveling up. Don't drag me down after hitting level 10. Bowsy confidently responded, I've been studying the videos you sent me. I might not be able to take on 100 enemies, but handling 3 to 5 blood Fong members should be no problem. Not nearly enough. Keep working, Su Shichen curtly replied before ending the communication. Just as he hung up on Bowsy, a message from Lu Shuyao appeared. Shichen, watch out for the Blood Fong Guild. They might be a second-tier guild, but still, be careful while leveling up to avoid ambushes. Don't worry, I'm going places they can't reach, Su Shichen reassured her. I heard Hentiangu is pretty sly, so be extra cautious, Lu Shuyao added with concern. I got it, Su Shichen replied briefly. At that moment, the system sent 2 consecutive messages. Your consigned instant healing potion has been sold, earning 1 silver and 20 copper. All your consigned items have been sold. All currency has been mailed to your inbox. Please check. Su Shichen was slightly surprised that the potions sold out so quickly. It seemed that even in the early stages of the game, where gold was scarce, these potions were in high demand. He immediately went to the bank and retrieved all the currency from his space mailbox. A total of 4,400 bottles of potions sold for 52 gold and 80 silver, with a 2 gold and 64 silver commission. Su Shichen now had 50 gold coins in his backpack, which was a significant amount in the early game, enough to tempt top guilds to invest millions. But Su Shichen had no intention of selling. He knew that the more startup capital he had in the beginning, the faster he could make money later. Besides, he still had over 200,000 credits on hand, so he wasn't short on funds. Meanwhile, a video on the official Lingyu forum quickly shot to the top of the trending list. The title read, Can Lingyu be played like this? Watch Shichen show you how to take on 100 enemies alone. The video documented Su Shichen being surrounded by hundreds of players, then clearing the field with a single burst of sword energy, causing the others to flee. The comment section was buzzing. Got to admit, Shichen is impressive. Almost as good as me. Get real. You wish. Didn't anyone notice the town guard saluting Shichen? And why wasn't he arrested for killing people in town? There must be some conditions. Any experts care to explain? Same question. Shichen is so cool. I hate how Blood Fong bullies solo players. They totally deserved it. Dream on, no matter how good Shichen is, he's just one person. How can he possibly take on the entire Blood Fong guild, a well-known second-tier guild? While the forum discussions heated up, Su Shichen had already started preparing for his next quest. Su Shichen opened the forum, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pinned video. He stroked his chin, admiring his own dashing combat moves, feeling a sense of pride. Indeed, second only to the readers in terms of looks. The comment section was filled with heated debates, but Su Shichen didn't mind. Some mocked him as a small-town tyrant who would fail in the main city. Others questioned if his first clear of the heroic dungeon was merely luck. Some even speculated that his teammates had deliberately let him shine. Su Shichen thought calmly, people can say what they want. If I get angry, I lose. Just then another post caught his attention. The latest ranking from Lingyu Pavilion was out, and Su Shichen's name was on it. Lingyu Pavilion, a super guild with a legacy spanning centuries, held unmatched influence in the gaming world. Their rankings were considered the authoritative list of top players. Su Shichen clicked on the post, quickly scanning the concise rankings and descriptions. Out of the 1,000 names listed, his ranking surprised him slightly. 986, Shichen, swordsman class, repelled over 100 elite members of the second-tier guild Blood Fong at the Resurrection Point in Hillcrest Town. A rising star in the gaming world. The comment section exploded once again. Some questioned why his ranking was so low, Others explained that it was already quite impressive, and some compared him to other rookie kings from different games. Su Shichen closed the post, thinking to himself, Langya Pavilion underestimated me. But they are thorough. The top 500 in their previous rankings were all 7th tier Saint class players. As Su Shichen pondered, a message from Shashin suddenly popped up. Shichen, check the Hillcrest Town forum quickly. Blood Fong has issued a bounty. Su Shichen raised an eyebrow and softly asked, a bounty? Does anyone dare to take it? The bounty notice caused a huge stir in the game world. The names of Su Shichen and the kindergarten killer were prominently displayed on the list, with bounties of 100,000 and 2,000 credit points respectively. Su Shichen sneered and took a screenshot. As a former 7th tier Shadow Dance Thief Saint in his past life, he found it laughable that he was now worth only 2,000 points. The irony made him chuckle inwardly. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of Lingyun Pavilion were discussing their strategy. Although President Zhuang Zhilingyun was elsewhere, he had already learned about Su Shichen through Shashin. Shashin suggested recruiting him, but the president believed the timing wasn't right and decided to observe for now, letting Shuya's people probe Su Shichen's capabilities first. Shashin, while understanding the president's concerns, couldn't resist sending a friendly message to Su Shichen. Su Shichen politely declined, contemplating how to approach Lingyun Pavilion in the future. For now, he was more focused on quickly improving his strength in this game world where power was everything. In another part of the city, inside a luxurious villa in Dueling City, Hintiangu was furiously venting his anger. The shame of being killed twice by Su Shichen drove him nearly insane. He ordered his butler to spare no expense in contacting Yinlua's people, vowing to make Su Shichen pay dearly. Little did he know, Su Shichen was currently leading the kindergarten killer to the depths of the Red Maple Forest swamp. The area was infested with level 12 swamp crocodiles, a nightmare for lower-level players. The kindergarten killer was anxious, but Su Shichen was confident. What's your agility? Su Shichen asked. 38. The kindergarten killer replied, unaware that Su Xingchen's agility was nearly 3 times his own. Su Shichen quickly explained the strategy, assigning the kindergarten killer to lure the monsters. The rogue player, never having experienced the thrill of mass grinding, had no choice but to brace himself. He cautiously navigated the swamp, soon attracting the attention of nearly 20 crocodiles. When he returned to the meeting point, gasping for breath, he was stunned by the sight before him. Su Shichen was followed by a swarm of swamp crocodiles, almost twice as many as he had lured. Big bro, it's all yours, the kindergarten killer said, quickly retreating behind Su Shichen, fearing that his fragile level 5 rogue would be instantly obliterated. Su Shichen's expression turned serious as he readied his longsword. With both waves of crocodiles converging and about to pounce, he had already spent 6 full seconds gathering his strength. An epic battle was about to unfold. A massive golden sword aura slashed down suddenly, bringing an instant stillness to the battlefield. The kindergarten killer's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. A flash of golden light swept through, and the level 12 swamp crocodiles were taken out in a single strike. Yet, Su Shichen stood firmly in place, as if he had merely waved his sword casually. How is this possible? The kindergarten killer stammered, a level 6 player one-shotting level 12 monsters? And in a group, are you sure you're not cheating? Right on cue, the system notification chimed in. Killed a swamp crocodile 6 levels higher. Experience points increased by 600, team bonus 80, total experience 168,065. Despite not dealing any damage to the swamp crocodiles, the kindergarten killer still received 20 of the experience points. Even so, with a 7-level gap, each monster contributed 480 experience points to him. This wave of crocodiles alone granted him over 30,000 experience points, instantly filling his experience bar and boosting him back to level 6. Bro, you're incredible. This leveling speed is insane, the kindergarten killer exclaimed in genuine admiration. Su Shichen, however, remained indifferent. Enough talk, keep pulling more monsters. The swamp crocodiles ahead are almost cleared. We'll need to go further this time. By the time you gather them, my severing skill should be off cooldown. And so, the two continued grinding in the Red Maple Forest until dusk, with each wave of monsters numbering over 50 every 10 minutes. The kindergarten killer had never experienced such a rocket-like leveling speed, shooting from level 5 to level 8 in just half a day. Bro, you're just too strong. The kindergarten killer couldn't help but marvel. I bet none of those top guilds have level 8 players yet. I haven't heard of any guilds starting on the level 8 projection dungeons. Su Shichen responded calmly. Stop flattering me. Let's head back to Hillside Town. I have something for you to do. With that, he pulled out a town teleportation scroll, and the two were instantly transported back to Hillside Town. Su Shichen was calculating in his mind. Those large guilds would start tackling the level 8 dungeon, Lava Furnace, by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Now was the perfect time to stock up on fireweed and basic fire resistance potion recipes. To advance further in the Glory Sanctuary at level 10, he had a lot of preparations to make. With 50 gold coins as his starting capital, Su Shichen decided to keep 5 for himself and distribute the remaining 45 among Lu Shuyao, Baozi, and the kindergarten killer. He instructed them to purchase fireweed and basic fire resistance potion recipes in 3 different towns. Bro, do you really trust me with this? The kindergarten killer asked in surprise. That's 15 gold coins. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? Su Shichen shook his head with a smile. You're thinking too small. If you're with me, don't sweat the small stuff. After delegating the money-making tasks, Su Shichen headed to the general store to buy a bundle of torches and then left Hillside Town once more. As he was about to depart, he muttered to himself, almost forgot about that good thing. At the edge of the northern plains, the towering giant rock mountains stood majestically. Su Shichen was in a hurry to find Lance, but at this moment he remembered a hidden map here. He paused at the foot of the left peak, carefully recalling the coordinates. Moments later, he discovered a concealed entrance in a vine-covered mountain wall. A system notification chimed. You have discovered the Lost Lands Death Mine. Select difficulty, heroic or hell. Su Shinchen's heart skipped a beat as he recalled his past life. The Death Mine was one of the most renowned locations in the Lost Lands, once conquered by the War God Temple at level 20, yielding rare items coveted by countless guilds. Without hesitation, Su Shichen chose hell difficulty. He didn't want to miss the chance to obtain that precious item due to a lower difficulty setting. Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside the obstructing vines and stepped into the darkness of the death mine with his sword. Inside, the cave was cold and damp, with stairs winding downward. As he ventured deeper, visibility decreased. Su Shichen lit a torch and continued forward. Strangely, he didn't encounter any monsters along the way, which made him even more cautious. After about 10 minutes, a faint light appeared ahead. Su Shichen quickened his pace and arrived at the entrance of a spacious cavern. The walls were embedded with countless faintly glowing stones, illuminating the entire space. He extinguished his torch and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The sight before him was startling. A massive army of skeletons stood silently, numbering no less than 100. Skeleton warriors wielded bone knives and swords, while skeleton archers were equipped with bows and arrows made of bone, forming a formidable undead legion. System notifications flashed. Skeleton warrior, level 13 elite, HP 10,000. Skeleton archer, level 13 elite, HP 8,800. Su Shichen took a sharp breath. This was far beyond the difficulty he had anticipated. Over 100 level 13 elite monsters were not to be taken lightly, even with his current strength. Fortunately, the fearless skill he had acquired upon reaching level 8 offset the level gap of the hell difficulty in the Lost Lands. Taking advantage of the skeleton army's lack of awareness, Su Shichen carefully examined the cavern's terrain. Confirming it matched his memory of the dungeon layout, he took a deep breath and devised a battle plan. As soon as he stepped into the cavern, all the skeletons were instantly alerted and charged towards him. Su Shichen was prepared, swiftly sidestepping to avoid the incoming volley of arrows. Raising his sword, he simultaneously blocked the attacks of 2 skeleton warriors and followed up with a heavy slash, stunning the nearest one. In the next 10 seconds, Su Shichen skillfully maneuvered, splitting the enemies into 2 groups. The skeleton warriors were at the front, while the archers lagged behind, creating a tactical advantage for him. Another system notification sounded. Meteor skill complete at 100, dealing 150 skill damage with an additional double critical effect. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shichen unleashed the meteor skill, darting into the midst of the archers like lightning. He wreaked havoc among them like a tiger among sheep. Seeing the skeleton warriors approaching, he decisively used sword chi burst, stunning all the archers in place, and then sprinted forward. Ahead, a row of massive stone pillars stood against the rock wall. Su Shichen charged into them, a brilliant move that caused the skeleton archers to lose sight of him and forced them to advance. The lagging skeleton warriors arrived first, only to be met with Su Shinchen's powerful skill, severing. The high damage left them reeling. With his back to the narrow space between the stone pillar and the rock wall, Su Shichen only had to face 2 skeleton warriors at a time. He easily parried or blocked all their attacks. The archers, having lost sight of him, could only push forward in vain. Positioned perfectly, the ensuing battle turned into an efficient assembly line. Su Shichen slew the approaching skeletons one by one, with the system continuously popping up notifications. Defeated level 13 elite skeleton warrior. Received 500 experience boost, EXP 9,000. Defeated level 13 elite skeleton archer. Received 500 experience boost, EXP 9,200. The abundant experience points surged like a tide, quickly pushing Su Shinchen's experience bar past halfway. He focused intently on the battle, his eyes shining with determination, fully prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Coins and items were scattered all over the ground, and Su Shichen spent quite a bit of time picking them up one by one. As he sorted through his loot, he muttered to himself, "Should I bring someone to clean up after me when farming monsters in the future?" Sitting down to rest, Su Shichen carefully went through his spoils. The elite skeletons had been quite generous. Over 20 silver coins, 13 pieces of black iron gear, and 2 skill books. Unfortunately, the equipment was all level 10, which was no longer useful to him. As for the skill books, one was a hunter's scattershot, and the other was a warrior's battle roar, both common skills with low market value. Given that the Lost Land was quite different from the Death Mines dungeon in his past life's memory, Su Shichen decided to make some adjustments. He closed his eyes to rest, quietly recovering for more than 10 minutes until he felt fully energized. Only then did he grip his long sword and proceed onward. He hadn't gone far when the first boss appeared before him, Skeleton King, a level 13 dark gold boss with a staggering 250,000 health points. Rumor had it that this boss was a sword king in life, so its swordsmanship was likely formidable. Su Shichen was glad he had taken a break earlier. Otherwise, he might have been in real trouble here. Even for him, a level 13 dark gold boss was no small challenge. The Skeleton King cut an imposing figure, standing 2 meters tall, entirely black, and wielding a massive crimson sword with both hands. He wore a crown and had a black cape draped over his back, presenting a very intimidating appearance. "Human? This is not a place for you," the Skeleton King said, pointing his sword at Su Shichen and launching a charge attack without any warning. Damn, wasn't he supposed to be a swordsman in life? How does he know a warrior's skill? Su Shichen cursed inwardly while quickly raising his sword to block and using the momentum to retreat. Even so, he still took over 300 points of damage, a testament to the dark gold boss's strength. Thankfully, he wasn't stunned, and Su Shichen felt a wave of relief. Realizing that he couldn't win in a heating clash due to the disparity in their stats, Su Shichen knew he had to rely on his agility and superior swordsmanship to prevail. Unfortunately, the dark gold boss's rank was too high, rendering the control effects of his ordinary skills ineffective. This was Su Shichen's first real struggle since entering the spirit realm. "Human, the moment you stepped into the land of the dead, your fate was sealed," the Skeleton King declared, raising his heavy sword and bringing it down in a powerful cleave. This move resembled a heavy slash and was incredibly potent, likely too much for even a similarly leveled tank without survival skills. Su Shichen reacted swiftly to the sudden attack. With a quick roll, he perfectly dodged the lethal blow. With a loud crash, the crimson sword struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying everywhere, showcasing its immense power. "A heavy slash deserves a return in kind," Su Shichen said as he rose, delivering a heavy slash of his own to the Skeleton King. Despite his blood spirit power being fully charged and all his free attribute points allocated to strength, giving him an attack cap of 582, and his heavy slash being at level 5 with a critical hit, he only managed to chip away 2,400 health points from the Skeleton King. Considering the Skeleton King's 250,000 health points and its ability to regenerate 2,500 every 5 seconds, Su Shichen realized this would be a long and grueling battle. In the bustling mercenary tavern of Hillside Town, Hentian downed his handcrafted beer worth 20 copper coins in one gulp and impatiently asked, "Didn't they say the Yinluo people were coming? I've been waiting for half an hour. Where are they?" A subordinate beside him carefully picked up the fallen mug and whispered, "President, keep your voice down. If the Yinluo people hear you, it won't be good." Hentian fell silent, realizing his mistake. Yinluo was indeed not a force that their Fong guild could afford to provoke. As the most formidable assassin organization in the gaming world, Yinluo had an extensive roster that even the super guilds dared not cross. If you could pay their price, even a super guild president wouldn't escape their pursuit. In comparison, the second-rate Fong guild was nothing before Yinluo. At that moment, the subordinate suddenly whispered, "President, they're here." A young man in a gray robe, holding a staff and wearing a ghost mask, walked into the tavern, his face obscured. Hentian quickly stood up and exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be you. It's an honor." The newcomer was none other than Chen, a silver-ranked assassin who had once successfully assassinated a top guild leader in a game. He sat down directly and got straight to the point. "You want to kill Shichen?" Hentian gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes. Name your price." Though he hated to spend the money, he knew that with their limited manpower in Hillside Town, Fong would suffer greatly even if they managed to take down Shichen. It was better to let Yinluo handle it. Chen tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before asking, "How do you want him killed? Once or?" "Kill him until he's level 0. Hentian said firmly. "That Shichen has high attributes right now. The cost won't be cheap," Chen warned. "Just name your price." Hentian responded without hesitation. 1,000,000 credit points, Chen said, holding up one finger. Such a high-level target was worth the price. especially since he would need to enlist another silver-ranked assassin to ensure success. Deal. Hentiangu agreed without a second thought. To him, a million was nothing. As long as Shichen was killed to level 0, he could then blockade him into deleting his account. Transfer the funds and wait for my news, Chinli Gufan said, getting up to leave, leaving behind a string of account numbers. After leaving the tavern, Chinli Gufan contacted another silver-ranked assassin from Yi Luo. Leaf, we got a job. Didn't you want to test yourself against someone on the Langya list? Our target is on it. Yi Luo, an expert in rogue skills, was unbeatable by rookie assassins in the early stages of the game. He simply asked, time and place? Wait for my signal. I've already sent someone to locate him, Chinli Gufan replied, stretching. Our first job in Lingyu requires thorough preparation to avoid any mishaps. Meanwhile, Su Shichen was engaged in a fierce battle with the Skeleton King. After 2 hours of intense fighting, he finally reduced the Skeleton King's health to below 20. At that moment, the Skeleton King waved its massive hand, summoning 10 tombstones, each slowly producing a skeleton archer. Damn, no sense of fairness? Summoning 10 ranged mobs? Su Shichen's face changed drastically. Facing a dark gold-grade Skeleton King alone was already overwhelming, having consumed over 60 enhanced health potions. With 10 more archers, the situation became even more dire. A Sei's shield. Su Shichen quickly used a skill he had been saving, surrounding himself with a blood-red energy shield that provided 4,000 points of protection. He parried a heavy blow from the Skeleton King and swiftly retreated. Before the archers fully emerged from the tombstones, Su Shichen found a position that covered all of them, ignoring the Skeleton King's attacks, and began to charge up. In just 5 seconds, the Skeleton King had already shattered his 4,000-point shield. As another sword was about to strike, without blocking, a critical hit could instantly kill him. At the critical moment, Su Shichen swung his sword with all his might. A massive golden sword aura struck the Skeleton King's blade, sending it flying along with the king. With an attack power increased by over 6 times, the Skeleton King stood no chance. A series of damage numbers flashed across Su Shichen's vision, with 3 critical hits exceeding 10,000 points standing out. The Skeleton King was heavily wounded, and 2 skeleton archers were instantly killed. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shichen activated Gale Force, moving like lightning to position himself among the remaining skeleton archers. Sword Chi burst, he muttered, and with a flicker of his blade, 2 more precise critical hits took down another pair of skeleton archers. The remaining 6 skeleton archers had less than 1,000 health points each and were immediately stunned upon landing, rendering them defenseless. With the boost from Gale Force, Su Shichen's movement and attack speeds were each increased by 50. Even the dark gold-ranked Skeleton King struggled to track his movements, let alone the nearly defeated skeleton archers. Su Shichen's attacks were relentless, executing heavy slashes, double strikes, and whirlwind slashes in rapid succession, while his basic attacks were unceasing. In the blink of an eye, before Gale Force's duration had even reached its halfway point, only Su Shichen and the Skeleton King remained on the battlefield. Without hesitation, Su Shichen charged at the Skeleton King, sword aimed directly at his foe. He knew the increased attack power from Gale Force and Sword Chi Burst was fleeting, and he needed to act swiftly. The Skeleton King, however, was undeterred, disregarding his health bar, which was below 20, and arrogantly taunted, "Human, let me see what you can do to me." Su Shichen sneered and delivered a merciless heavy slash. For the next half hour, they engaged in a fierce struggle. Finally, the Skeleton King could no longer hold on and let out a dying groan. "After all these years, I can finally rest." Before he finished speaking, his skeletal frame collapsed with a thunderous crash. A flash of golden light revealed the Skeleton King's impressive loot: a crown, a crimson greatsword, and a black cloak. The system notification immediately followed. Defeated a dark gold rank boss, Skeleton King, 5 levels above your own. Experience points increased by 500, XP 374400 inch. Player Shichen achieved the first kill of a dark gold rank boss. Reputation 5 inch. Su Shichen glanced at his experience bar, which had just reached 85, and remained calm. He knew his leveling speed far surpassed that of average players, even though leveling up past level 5 in the spirit realm was notoriously difficult, and his required experience points were 3 times that of ordinary players. Surveying his surroundings, Su Shichen began to clean up the battlefield. The rewards from clearing the lost lands were indeed bountiful, even surprising him. He had obtained 2 swordsman skill books, 3 dark gold rank pieces of equipment, 1 gold coin, over 20 silver coins, and more than 10 materials of gold and dark gold rank, intended for secondary professions. Finding a spot to rest, Su Shichen thought about the fact that the death mine had yet to be fully cleared. He decided to organize his spoils from this run thoroughly, preparing for the challenges ahead. Su Shichen tightly gripped two advanced skill books, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These precious swordsman skill books were exactly what he had longed for: Crescent Moon Sword Dance and Soul of the Sword. Eagerly, he flipped through the pages, absorbing the knowledge hungrily. Crescent Moon Sword Dance instantly took shape in his mind. Level 1, 0300, an advanced active skill that can block all attacks from primary attributes, not exceeding his own, lasting up to 10 seconds with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Meanwhile, Soul of the Sword was an advanced passive skill with no level requirement, enhancing sword-type weapons with a soul boost, increasing additional attack power by 30. Su Shichen marveled to himself. These extremely rare skills were an unexpected reward from clearing the Lost Land. His strength had undoubtedly taken a significant leap forward. His gaze fell on the newly acquired equipment, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. 3 pieces of level 10 dark gold equipment shimmered enticingly. Curse Crown, a headgear that not only provides substantial basic attribute bonuses, but also comes with the curse effect and the will of the king's skill. Blood-melting greatsword, a two-handed sword with a powerful blood-melting effect and the birth shatter skill. Though not immediately useful, it would undoubtedly be highly sought after in the future. Shadow Cloak, a bat gear that in addition to attribute boosts, offers the resistance effect and the shadow step skill, greatly enhancing mobility. Carefully storing the blood-melting greatsword and other materials in his backpack, Su Shichen stood up to continue exploring. Inside the death mine, various groups of skeletal soldiers formed a labyrinthine layout. The newly appeared skeletal rogues and skeletal mages added a significant challenge. The skeletal squads worked in harmony. Warriors held the front line, rogues stayed hidden waiting for an opportunity, archers restricted movement, and mages posed the main threat. Even elite teams from top guilds would struggle to handle such a lineup easily. However, Su Shichen, with his overwhelming attributes and technical prowess, swept through them effortlessly. The skeletal soldiers crumbled under his sword, turning into piles of bones. Just as Su Shichen was reveling in the thrill of the battle, his communicator suddenly beeped urgently. It was Yuziu and Shaso. Big brother, I got word that Hentian-gu has hired Yinluo's people to kill you back to level 0. Yuziu and Shasho's voice was filled with anxiety. Su Shichen responded calmly, it's fine. I've been wanting to see what Yinluo's experts are made of. You know my strength. What are you worried about? They say it's one of Yinluo's silver assassins this time. That's no ordinary assassin, Yuziu and Shaso emphasized urgently. Silver, huh? Su Shinchen's heart skipped a beat. As an 8-year veteran of the spirit realm, he knew Yinluo's capabilities better than Yuziu and Shaso. This news undoubtedly cast a shadow over his exploration journey. Yinluo is divided into 10 halls, each governed by a hall master. Under each master are 3 elite assassins and 46 silver-ranked assassins, with countless ordinary assassins beneath them. In the game, wearing Yin Luo's badge signifies a top-tier player. Su Shichen recalled his past encounters with several silver-ranked Yin Luo assassins, which ended in mixed results. As for the gold-ranked assassins, they were beyond his reach, all being 7th-tier holy professionals. Although Yin Luo is not a large guild, its strength is enough to make even the super guilds wary. After all, no one wants to provoke a group of assassins who could strike from the shadows at any moment. Thinking of this, Su Shichen couldn't help but smile. No matter how formidable they might become in the future, he was confident that even if the 10 hall masters of Yin Luo came in person, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand now. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself, Su Shichen said to Yuziuan over the communicator. Hasn't Blood Fong also placed a bounty on you? Yuziuan's voice came through the communicator, gritting his teeth. It makes me mad just thinking about it. I'm only worth 2,000 credit points? That idiot Hentian-gu is really trying to annoy me. Su Shichen laughed heartily. Why don't you tell him to raise your bounty a bit? I'm not that stupid. Yuziuan paused before continuing. Anyway, I won't be leaving the town anytime soon, so they can't do anything to me. But you should watch out for Yin Luo's people. At that moment, Yuziuan was in Hilltown, helping Su Shichen acquire Firebane grass. 15 gold coins were a substantial sum in the spirit realm, enough to buy 3,000 batches of Firebane grass, a significant task that would keep him in town for a while. Got it? Su Shichen ended the call and continued focusing on fighting skeletons. The Death Mine map was like a complex maze, but fortunately, the terrain didn't change. Su Shichen used his memory to navigate the correct route. If another guild were to explore this place, they would likely spend half the day just finding their way. After another 2 hours of grinding, Su Shichen finally reached the final boss. The abundant experience points had raised his level to 926. The boss before him was a level 13 dark gold tier boss with 300,000 health points. The system provided its backstory. Bailey was once a 4th tier sky knight who worshipped the holy light. To save his lover, Terra, He was coerced by the Lich Melvis and endured a painful transformation into a Death Knight. However, Terra ultimately died at Melvis's hands. Bailey's rebellion failed, and Melvis stripped him of most of his power, imprisoning him in the Death Mine. The long years had eroded his will, leaving Bailey with only one of his former strength and a shattered mind. A low-tier boss doesn't deserve Arthas's map, Su Shichen muttered to himself. Oh, this boss is quite interesting. He had never seen a boss with such an extensive backstory. In his previous life, he wasn't among the top players and hadn't had the chance to tackle such special bosses. Come on, Bailey. Let me bring you peace. Su Shichen twirled his sword, pointing it straight at Bailey. Everyone must die, Bailey shouted, drawing his sword with his right hand and pulling the reins of his skeletal warhorse with his left. The warhorse raised its front hooves, letting out a series of piercing neighs. Suddenly, a complex magic circle with a 10-yard radius appeared around Bailey. Su Shinchen's eyelids twitched, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Second-tier magic. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Bailey's deep voice echoed through the air as the magic circle around him suddenly erupted in a blinding purple light, which then swiftly contracted into his body. Shichen Su held his breath, anxiously observing the transformation. When he realized it was merely a buff rather than a deadly second-tier damage skill, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even with the protection of AC's shield, he wasn't sure he could withstand such a powerful attack. A purple buff icon appeared beneath Bailey's avatar. Shichen Su carefully examined its effects. Wind of Death, which increased attack power and attack speed by 20 each, and allowed the summoning of 5 elite berserk ghouls from a slain target's corpse, lasting for 180 minutes. The primary strength of this buff was clearly in its summoning ability, which combined with the Death Knight's inherent death coil and life drain skills, would strike fear into any level 10 raiding party. Shichen Su quickly assessed the situation, thankful he was fighting solo. He suddenly launched a meteor dash, instantly closing the distance to Bailey, and brought down a heavy slash he'd been charging. However, Bailey, once a 4th-tier Sky Knight, swiftly raised his sword to block the attack, the clash of metal reverberating across the battlefield. The recoil from the clash forced Shichen Su to stagger back 3 steps. He shook his numbed wrist, inwardly marveling at Bailey's strength under the Wind of Death buff, which surpassed even that of the Skeleton King wielding a greatsword. Realizing that brute force wasn't a wise choice, Shichen Su immediately adjusted his tactics. Power of the Gale! Shichen Su muttered, his figure flickering like a phantom. His thrust was once again parried by Bailey, but this time he used the momentum to pivot right, his footwork bringing him instantly behind Bailey. Whirlwind Slash! 2 sharp sword beams sliced through the air, finally breaking through Bailey's defense. Shichen Su's agile movements made it difficult for Bailey on his mount to respond. He weaved around Bailey, constantly seeking openings to attack. Frustrated by multiple failed attempts to turn and strike, Bailey finally roared, Death Stomp. He yanked the reins of his skeletal warhorse, which reared up on its hind legs. Prepared for this, Shichen Su leaped up in the instant Bailey pulled the reins, using the skeletal warhorse as a springboard to vault higher. 3 powerful shockwaves spread from the warhorse's hooves, covering a radius of over 20 yards. Shichen Su was relieved by his decision. Had he tried to flee, he would have been caught in the deadly attack. Dodging the death stomp, Shichen Su once again darted behind Bailey to resume his assault. Facing a boss that regenerated 3,000 health points every 5 seconds, he knew he couldn't waste any opportunity to deal damage. Enraged by Shichen Su's nimble maneuvers, Bailey, after losing 100,000 health points, suddenly pushed off with both legs, leaping off his warhorse. Second phase! Shichen Su exclaimed, as a golden boss with 150,000 health, the skeletal warhorse suddenly appeared before him. However, upon noticing Bailey's health bar, he felt slightly relieved. After dismounting, Bailey's maximum health dropped by a third to 199,867 out of 200,000. Shichen Su quickly analyzed the situation. Although Bailey's health and recovery rate had decreased after dismounting, he could still use his life drain skill to siphon health from the skeletal warhorse, making him a relentless tank. Shichen Su decided to focus all his attacks on Bailey, ignoring the skeletal warhorse entirely. Another heavy slash descended, and although it was blocked, Shichen Su noticed Bailey's strength had noticeably weakened after dismounting. Finally, Bailey matched Shichen Su's rhythm, laughing maniacally as he pointed his sword at his opponent. Death Coil! A ghostly green skull-shaped energy orb shot from his sword's tip, hurtling toward Shichen Su. Su Shichen broke out in a cold sweat, quickly retreating while drawing his longsword. With lightning reflexes, he pulled out a bottle of intermediate instant recovery potion and gulped it down, realizing with a lingering fear that he had almost been one-shotted. The level 13 Dark Gold boss was indeed formidable, with astonishingly high stats. With a furrowed brow, Su Shichen sidestepped cleverly, narrowly avoiding the fierce charge of the skeletal warhorse. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Bailey again, his mind racing as he weighed the situation. The key now lay in the cooldown time of Bailey's death coil skill. If it was less than 60 seconds, he might not survive. 30 seconds later, Bailey raised his longsword again, the tip pointing directly at Su Shichen. In the critical moment, Su Shichen had a flash of inspiration and used the meteor skill on the skeletal warhorse charging towards him. This move instantly created a distance of nearly 10 yards between him and Bailey. Su Shichen continued moving, skillfully sidestepping and turning to position himself behind the skeletal warhorse. This series of actions perfectly placed the warhorse's body between him and Bailey. Sure enough, the ghostly green shadow of Death Coil went straight into the skeletal warhorse. The system prompt 1012 flashed, and Su Shichen couldn't help but smile. He had finally found a way to counter it. Alternating between the intermediate instant recovery potion and the meteor skill, he could perfectly handle Bailey's Death Coil. What followed was a prolonged battle of attrition. Su Shichen felt that although his strength had significantly improved since his rebirth, the intensity of the fight had not diminished at all. 2 consecutive fierce battles against higher-level Dark Gold bosses had greatly enhanced his agility and swordsmanship. He speculated that when he met Huai Jian at level 10, he would likely give him quite a surprise. At a critical moment in the battle, Bailey suddenly used the life drain skill. Su Shichen noticed that this was Bailey's trump card, used only when his health dropped below 50,000. It seemed the skeletal warhorse was indeed no longer useful. The system displayed level 13 Dark Gold boss HP 19996200000. 2 hours of fierce fighting seemed to have been in vain as Bailey's health was fully restored. Su Shichen couldn't help but sigh, feeling that this was probably the longest battle he had ever fought in both of his lives. His Windblade had already lost over 100 durability points. Fortunately, he had avoided most of Bailey's attacks. Otherwise, his defensive gear would likely have been worn out by now. Bailey, buddy, after playing with you for so long, you better drop some good loot for me, Su Shichen muttered to himself before once again engaging Bailey in combat. After another 2 hours of intense fighting, Su Shichen seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful slash, brutally depleting Bailey's remaining health. Bailey, holding his sword, fell to his knees, a hint of clarity returning to his murky eyes. He mumbled, "Thank you, Shichen. I can finally see terror again." As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey's body, along with his long sword, turned to ashes and vanished, leaving behind a silver-white amulet. "Damn, you're stingy," Su Shichen complained, but he swiftly bent down to pick up the amulet. He knew how precious this item was, enough to make countless players envious. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations to player Shichen for becoming the first on Glory Continent to solo clear hell difficulty in the Lost Land with a level lower than the Lost Land. Your name will be recorded in the Book of Legends. Reward: 50 free attribute points, 100 free mastery points, 100 fame, and the Brave title enhanced. Announcements will follow in Wind Whisper City and Glory Continent." Su Shichen's heart leapt with joy. As expected, soloing hell difficulty came with extra rewards. He eagerly awaited the upcoming announcements, believing this would be a significant step in gaining fame within the game. The system announcement of Fengyu City echoed across the sky, delivering shocking news. Shichen successfully cleared the Lost Land, unlocked the level 10 dungeon death mines, and received a level-up reward. Shortly after, another system announcement from the Glory Continent rocked the entire game world. Shichen became the first player in Glory Continent's history to solo clear the hell difficulty of the Lost Land, achieving this feat below the recommended level. His name would forever be etched in the Book of Legends. This news hit like a bombshell, causing an immediate uproar among the players of Glory Continent. The world chat was flooded with reactions. Some were in awe, some were skeptical, and others outright accused Shichen of using hacks or exploiting game bugs. "What is the Lost Land? And how hard is hell difficulty?" a newbie player asked in confusion. "The game's only been live for a few days. I haven't even cleared the heroic Wailing Caverns, and Shichen has already cleared a hell difficulty dungeon I've never even heard of? Something's definitely fishy," another player grumbled indignantly. "Does anyone know where the new Death Mines dungeon is?" Looking for a group, another player eagerly sought teammates. "Dude, wake up. You're only level 5. How do you expect to tackle a level 10 dungeon?" someone kindly reminded him. Meanwhile, the major guilds in the game started to mobilize. At the War God's Hall stronghold, Wang Buliexing had just shot down a level 10 elite monster, a striped tiger, and turned to angrily berate Shangqing. "I told you to find a way to contact Shichen. It's been days, and I haven't heard a peep." Shangqing explained helplessly, "Boss, this guy blocks all messages and friend requests. There's nothing we can do." Wang Buliexing, furious, kicked Shangqing. "Can you think of another way?" Do you want Ling Yun Pavilion, a second-rate guild, to outdo us in the next dungeon? The War God's Hall can't afford to lose face like this. Shangqing had a sudden idea. Brother-in-law, we can track Ling Yun Pavilion's killer heart to find Xingqian. I heard those two are pretty close. At the same time, Ling Yun Pavilion's leader, Zhuang Zilinian, was closely monitoring the situation. He sent a message to Killer Heart, make sure to maintain good relations with Xingqian. If Bloodfang's people give him trouble, you know what to do. Killer Heart replied, got it, boss. But I heard this time Hentiangu has enlisted Yinluo's people. Zhuang Zilinian pondered for a moment. Yinluo, huh? That's a real headache. Let's pretend we don't know about it. If Blood Fong makes a move, then you step in. Though Killer Heart agreed, he was unconcerned. He believed that with Xingqian's skills, dealing with Yinluo's people shouldn't be a problem. With that in mind, he sent Xingqian a complimentary message. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance in Honghao Town, a player named Shield Master was leading a group of 4 random players in a dungeon challenge. They had just cleared the heroic Wailing Caverns, and the group's healer, Little Cat, was praising Shield Master's skills. Just as Shield Master was about to reveal his big boss identity, a series of system announcements interrupted him. Seeing the news about Xingqian, he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Boss is awesome." At the same time, in the level 10 monster area near Hongye Town, Lu Shuyao, Zhou Hai, and Zhou Siyuan were completing a hidden quest. Zhou Hai, while battling a level 10 thorn bear, marveled at Lu Shuyao's luck. Lu Shuyao responded that having a quest also required the skill to complete it. She wielded her staff, casting an ice arrow that hit the thorn bear, giving their team a combat advantage. Zhou Siyuan, brimming with confidence, said, "Don't worry, ever since I watched Brother Su's videos, my skills have improved tremendously." Zhou Hai dodged the bear's paw with a swift turn and countered with a powerful strike. As the bear roared in pain, he thought to himself, next time I see him, I'll make him regret ever messing with me. The thought of this potential brother-in-law made his blood boil. He thinks he can pursue my sister when he's not even as strong as me? No way. Just as Zhou Hai was battling the bear, a holy light suddenly descended upon him, instantly restoring nearly 200 health points. Hua Youhui, standing next to Lu Shuyao, widened his eyes in curiosity and asked, "Are you two enemies or something? You can't stop talking about him even when you're not together." It turned out that Zhou Siyuan had chosen the Elven Holy Light Priest class. She had always played the healer role in the game and had become quite skilled at it. Initially, she did it to team up with her brother, but later she met Su Shichen and the others, fitting perfectly as the team's sole healer. Even though the 3 of them were only level 7, taking down the level 10 Thorn Bear wasn't too difficult. Moments later, the Thorn Bear fell with a crash, turning into experience points and dispersing. Simultaneously, a series of system announcements echoed across the world. Wind Whisper City System announcement. Repeated 3 times. Glory Continent System announcement. Repeated 5 times. Boundless Ocean. Sudigo, you're amazing. Meanwhile, Qinli Gufin was retrieving 2 high-priced magic scrolls from his space mailbox. These were his secret weapon prepared for Su Shichen. Just then, someone reported Su Shinchen's whereabouts to him. Someone saw him heading to the giant rock mountains? Got it, Qinli Gufin replied, putting the scrolls into his backpack. He then sent a message to Yi Luo. "Yezi, are you done with your current task? We got a job." Yi Luo replied concisely. "Coordinates?" Qinli Gufin sent the coordinates. Giant Rock Mountains 421876, 424, 8164, 2157. Yi Luo, still brief, replied, "Okay." Qinli Gufin couldn't help but complain. "Would it kill you to say a few more words?" Yi Luo responded with. Qinli Gufin ended the call, thinking how this silent type could really drive someone crazy. Just as he was about to set off, the system announcement suddenly rang out. He paused, putting his raised foot back on the ground, and reopened his communicator. "Mission temporarily cancelled." Yi Luo replied with a single word, "Okay." At the same time, Hentiangu also saw the system announcement and almost crushed his staff in anger. He received a message from Qinli Gufin and gritted his teeth, saying, "You're calling off the hit just because of an announcement? Are the Yin Luo people that cowardly?" Qinli Gufin explained, "No, you misunderstand." Hentiangu pressed, "What do you mean?" Qinli Gufin answered seriously, "I mean we underestimated our target. He's very strong." Hentiangu scoffed, "Stronger than you Yin Luo guys?" Qinli Gufin patiently explained, "Maybe I wasn't clear enough. He's a renowned figure in the spirit realm, a top-tier expert who has soloed both heroic and hell modes." Hentiangu sneered, "So you Yin Luo people are scared?" Qinli Gufin was silent for a moment before finally saying, "So, it's going to cost more." The system notification sounded, announcing that Xingqian had successfully cleared the Lost Land and unlocked the level 10 dungeon, Death Mines. Immediately after, another system message appeared. "Congratulations to player Xingqian for reaching level 10. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 2, Spirit 1, intelligence 1, 5 free attribute points, and 1 free proficiency point awarded. A golden light enveloped Shinchen's body, with the experience bar rapidly climbing to 48 before stopping. The system explained that each level retains the previous experience percentage. The system then reminded Shichen to head to Wind Whisper City for a class advancement and explained the experience storage mechanism before advancing. Shichen understood well that players could choose to stay at their current level after meeting the advancement requirements. This was because the benefits of leveling up and gaining free attribute points differed after each advancement. Although the first tier was relatively easy and most players could succeed at level 10, higher tiers would become progressively harder. Many players had to level up further and equip better gear to pass. This mechanism created a widening gap between top-tier, expert, and regular players in the game. Returning to his thoughts, Shichen picked up the only item dropped by Bailey, the Blessing of Terra Amulet. In his previous life, this accessory was coveted by major guilds. He examined the amulet's attributes closely. Blessing of Terra Amulet Accessory. Bronze level item. Durability, 500,500. Equipment requirement, none. Advancement, 55. Advancement requirement, 100,000 XP. Basic attributes. Level 10. Health 100. All attributes 2. Stats. 1. Luck. Luck 3. 2. Blessing. Not activated. 3. Eternity. Not activated. Skills. 1. Blessing of Terra. Not activated. 2. Eternal Light. Not activated. Shichen gripped the amulet tightly and noticed a small inscription in the corner. Bless you, my love. May you find peace. This poignant love story had come to an end. Bailey found peace, and Shichen gained equipment, a win-win situation. Without hesitation, Shichen poured 100,000 XP into the amulet, upgrading it to silver level. He then invested 1 million XP, and the amulet flashed with a golden light, advancing to gold level. The next advancement required 10 million XP, so he had to stop for now. Shichen immediately equipped the gold level amulet. He knew that each player could equip accessories in 8 slots. 1 mask, 1 cloak, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 3 additional accessories. He now had 7, which was extremely rare in the early stages. Blessing of Terra Amulet Accessory. Gold level item. Durability, 500,500. Equipment requirement, none. Advancement, 35. Advancement requirement, 10 million XP. Basic attributes. Level 10. Health 400. All attributes 10. Stats. 1 luck. Luck 5. 2. Blessing. Not activated. 3. Eternity. Not activated. Skills. 1. Blessing of Terra. Active. Instantly increases your luck by 50 points for 10 seconds. Cooldown. 60 minutes. 2. Eternal Light. Not activated. Shichen also equipped the Cursed Crown and Shadow Cloak dropped by the Skeleton King, then summoned his attribute panel. He allocated all the attribute points from leveling up and system rewards to strength, significantly boosting his stats. His final attribute panel displayed as follows. Title. Lone Warrior Legendary Title. Who says only those in the light are heroes. You are a lone warrior. When activated, all attributes 20. Reputation points, 5,100. Fame. Level 5, 345,500 Renowned. Renowned. You enjoy high status across the entire Xinhua Empire, with the privileges of a high-ranking noble. Level 1033.68. Basic attributes. Strength 280. Constitution 143. Agility 189. Health 4,684. Armor 417. Proficiency. Sword Mastery. Sword King Beginner 260300. Final damage with any sword weapon 20. With a total of 70 free attribute points from 2 system rewards, plus 2 legendary pieces of equipment each, adding 25 to all attributes. Su Shichen had nearly doubled his stats upon reaching level 10. He was astonished by his impressive attributes and couldn't help but recall that in his previous life, his stats after advancing to level 10 were less than half of what they were now. The Silver Assassin of Yinluo? Su Shichen pondered, but found himself uninterested. With his current attributes, fighting ordinary players would be a one-sided massacre. His level 10 status and 417 armor value meant that even standing still, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Shaking his head, he decided to deal with it when the time came. Su Shichen took out the Hilltown teleportation scroll from his backpack. In a flash of white light, he appeared at the teleportation point. His immediate priority was to activate the teleportation point in Wind Whisper City, which would provide another boost, and then go search for Huaijin. At the entrance of the town hall, the guards saw Su Shichen approaching and saluted him. Lord Shichen, you've arrived. Su Shichen nodded in acknowledgement and walked straight in. Lord Shichen, what can I do for you? The newly appointed town mayor, Mike, hurriedly came forward with a beaming smile. He clearly remembered the fate of the previous mayor, who was an undercover agent, but Su Shichen was not someone he could afford to offend. I'm level 10 now. Can I activate the teleportation point to Wind Whisper City? Su Shichen asked directly. Mike nodded repeatedly. Of course, my lord. Here is the pass. You can go straight to the teleportation point. No need to complete any tasks? Su Shichen was somewhat puzzled. Mike looked at him in surprise. My lord, you must be joking. Someone of your status doesn't need to do any tasks. Just go directly. Thanks. Su Shichen was secretly pleased that his level 5 reputation saved him so much trouble. He waved his hand and walked out of the town hall. Mike watched Su Shichen leave, and only when he was out of sight did he breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness that Killing Star is gone. At the teleportation point, the staff respectfully said, My lord, the fee to teleport to Wind Whisper City is 5 silver coins. With a 30 discount, it will be 3.5 silver coins. Su Shichen paid the teleportation fee and stepped into the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, his figure disappeared from Hilltown. In the teleportation hall of Wind Whisper City, Su Shichen reappeared. After several days of rebirth, he finally returned to this familiar city. As one of the 10 primary cities of the Shenhua Empire, Wind Whisper City was grand and sprawling. Before players had mounts, they usually had to use carriages to get around the city. Walking from the south to the north of the city could take 2 to 3 hours, as it was a massive city capable of accommodating millions of players. Su Shichen didn't immediately head to the Glory's Sacred Tower to advance. His goal was to visit the reputation shop to purchase a skill. With a reputation value as high as 5,100 points, he didn't want to waste it and planned to make good use of this wealth. The prestige shop wasn't far from the teleport hall, and Su Shichen arrived after a brisk 10-minute walk. His heart was pounding with excitement. He finally had the chance to see the unique skills exclusive to each primary city's prestige shop. Welcome, sir. The shop assistant greeted him respectfully. Su Shichen glanced around and noticed that this shop was similar to those in other cities small, but stocked with items that were hard to find elsewhere. He quickly made his way to the counter and opened the exchange list, revealing a long array of items. Space crystals and various mastery books of different levels filled the list, with prices ranging from 20 to 1,000 prestige points, and their quantities dwindling accordingly. Su Shichen skimmed past these basic items, heading straight for his true target skill books. In the advanced skill book section, skills like Shield Block, Meteor Shower, and Redemption were listed, with prices ranging from 500 to 2,000 prestige points each, limited to 50 copies per skill. Su Shichen quickly scanned through and finally fixed his gaze on the last page, where the unique skills were listed. Ultimate skill, instant explosion, requirement. Any profession, exchange price. 7,000 prestige points, available quantity, 11. Su Shichen's heart sank. He was nearly 2,000 points short of the 7,000 needed. Just as he was about to give up, the exchange button suddenly lit up. He clicked it in astonishment, and to his surprise, the transaction was successful. The system notification chimed. You have successfully exchanged for the skill book Ultimate Skill, Instant Explosion, costing 4,900 prestige points after a 30 discount. Su Shichen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his high-status benefits to apply in the prestige shop as well. He looked at the skill description. Instant Explosion, Ultimate Skill, Level 1. For 10 seconds after activation, each of your attacks will leave a mark on the target. At the end of the duration, the marks will explode, dealing physical damage equal to the number of marks 100 of your attack power. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Experience required for upgrade, 100,000. Su Shichen immediately upgraded the skill to level 2, boosting the damage to the number of marks 120 of his attack power. He had been lacking a high-damage single-target skill, and this was exactly what he needed. Seeing his remaining experience points, he didn't hesitate to continue upgrading the skill. He now needs over 7 million experience points to reach level 11, so 200,000 is nothing. Su Shichen calculated in his mind. He had 2.58 million experience points left from before, and now was the perfect time. He recalled the experience requirements for leveling up: 500,000 for level 3 to 4, 1.2 million for level 4 to 5, and 3 million for level 5 to 6. Further advancement would likely result in a level drop, so he had to stop here. Su Shichen sighed inwardly, but quickly regained his composure. The instant explosion at level 5 was already formidable, definitely a powerful trump card. He reviewed the detailed information of this ultimate skill in his mind. Instant Explosion Ultimate Skill, Level 5. After activation, for 12 seconds, each attack leaves a mark inside the target. When the duration ends, the marks explode, dealing physical damage equal to the number of marks 180 attack power. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Experience points required for upgrade, 3 million. Compared to before, the duration had increased by 2 seconds. Su Shichen couldn't help but imagine how astonishing the burst damage would be when combined with the increased attack speed from Gale Force. Having accomplished his goal, Su Shichen returned to Hilltown through the teleportation hall in Wind Whisper City. He knew that money was essential for progress, so he decided to wait a day or two until the prices of blazing grass and the recipe for basic fire resistance potions skyrocketed before making his move. As for the expedition to the Tower of Glory, he wasn't in a rush. He planned to gear up with level 10 equipment first, as this was a rare opportunity that required thorough preparation. Unfortunately, Su Shichen, now at level 10, missed out on the first clear reward for the lava furnace. He decided to grind for experience and gear in the death mines because the drops in Wind Whisper City's regular level 10 dungeons weren't as good, and he couldn't solo the team dungeons. Su Shichen set a goal for himself, to maximize his combat power within 2 days. Just then, his communicator beeped with a message from Kindergarten Killer. Su Shichen quickly checked it. Boss, I spent all 15 gold coins and got 18 basic fire resistance potion recipes and 2,600 stacks of blazing grass. Well done, meet me at the bank, Su Shichen replied. At the bank, Su Shichen deposited all the blazing grass and recipes Kindergarten Killer had traded to him. He waved his hand. I'm off. You can't enter the death mines, but there's a task you can try. Su Shichen remembered a hidden quest in Hilltown. Although the reward wasn't significant to him, Kindergarten Killer could do it. Meanwhile, in the mercenary tavern, Hate Tiangu and Thousandly Lone Tomb were drinking together. That guy has shown up. When do we make our move? Hate Tiangu asked eagerly. Thousandly Lone Tomb downed his drink and left without looking back, saying, Don't worry. This time he won't escape. Remember to add another million. I brought out my best stuff, Hate Tiangu called after him. Yezi commenced the operation. Thousandly Lone Tomb ordered softly. Got it, Yi Luo responded, then stealthily followed Su Shichen out of Hilltown. Surprisingly, Su Shichen didn't notice the tail and left the town completely unaware of the follower. Su Shichen was sweeping through the monsters on the northern wind plains, making his way toward the giant rock mountains. His attributes far surpassed those of ordinary people, allowing him to move in a straight line without any detours. Despite the continuous battles with beasts, his speed was comparable to that of regular players. Suddenly, a breathless voice called from behind. Hey Shichen! Su Shichen turned around to see Qian Li Gufun, hands on his knees, gasping for air. This warlock player, with his poor physical condition, had evidently sprinted all the way to catch up. Qian Li Gufun? Su Shichen questioned, slashing at a lunging wild wolf while scrutinizing the newcomer. As a veteran player, he had naturally heard of this silver-ranked assassin from the Yin Luo organization. Su Shichen silently raised his guard. Are assassins nowadays really this brazen? Does he truly think he can kill me? Qian Li Gufun complained. Why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? He pulled out a scroll from his backpack. Here, let me show you something valuable. Su Shichen sneered. Looks like you're here to die. Without giving Qian Li Gufun a chance to use the scroll, Su Shichen prepared to unleash his meteor sword technique. At that critical moment, Su Shichen's intuition flared. Not good. There's someone else. A sharp dagger suddenly appeared at the back of his head. Relying on his exceptional agility, Su Shichen swiftly turned around, barely blocking the sneak attack from Yi Luo. Yi Luo! Su Shichen's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected one of the future 10 kings of hell, Fong Qingyang's top assassin, to be in Hilltown and targeting him. Yi Luo's capabilities far surpassed those of Qian Li Gufun. He was a true prodigy. Yi Luo was equally surprised that Su Shichen recognized him. After all, his fame was nowhere near that of Qian Li Gufun. What shocked him even more was that his close-range sneak attack had been easily thwarted. Yi Luo thought to himself, this guy's skills are on par with Fong Qingyang. Before Su Shichen could react, Yi Luo's left hand, holding another dagger, instantly activated the gouging skill, striking Su Shichen's forehead with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Su Shichen thought, alarmed. He hadn't expected Yi Luo to have already mastered dual wielding at this stage. Ling Yu indeed had hidden talents. He couldn't afford to be careless in the future. Seeing Su Shichen controlled, Qian Li Gufun immediately tore open the scroll in his hand and pulled out another one. He wore a pained expression. Shichen, ranked 986 on the Langya list? Not so impressive. I paid a hefty price to kill you. Just as Yi Luo's dagger struck Su Shichen's forehead, Su Shichen activated the skill attached to his cursed Crown King's will, nullifying the control effect. He countered with a double slash, but Yi Luo vanished into stealth mode. Su Shichen frowned. It's the rogue's vanish skill, allowing them to enter stealth during combat, with 1 second of invincibility. Quite a few advanced skills. At this point, Su Shichen had lost the initiative. Taking advantage of the situation, Qian Li Gufun activated the scroll, which transformed into a black light that entered Su Shichen's body. The system notification sounded. You are affected by the Tier 2 magic spell Golden Stone Chains. unable to move or use displacement skills for 30 seconds. Su Shichen was immobilized by golden chains, unable to approach Qian Li Gufun. He thought to himself, even Tier 2 magic scrolls? Yin Luo is indeed formidable. While it wasn't surprising for some lucky players to obtain bronze or even silver-level treasure chests, given Ling Yu's massive player base, the appearance of a Tier 2 scroll still caught Su Shichen off guard. However, considering Yin Luo's reputation as a killer organization that even superpowers avoided, their strong channels likely enabled them to acquire such scrolls. After all, he himself had unlocked an epic chest. This was nothing in comparison. Su Shichen refocused, trying to sense Yi Luo's presence. However, Yi Luo seemingly had equipment or skills that enhanced his stealth, making him undetectable. Qian Li Gufun sneered, I know your base attributes are high, but I doubt you can withstand a Tier 2 single-target spell. He tore open the second scroll, and a dark purple light swiftly entered Su Shichen's body. The system prompted again. You are affected by the Tier 2 magic spell weakness curse, reducing all attributes by 80 points for 30 seconds. Qian Li Gufun was notorious for his meticulous planning. His fame in the gaming world was not for his technical skills, but for his lethal, sequential attacks that left his targets with no chance of survival. Die already. I hope you drop something valuable to compensate for my losses, Qian Li Gufun said, pulling out another scroll. This one was a Tier 2 single-target destruction magic scroll, its damage practically unstoppable for players at this stage. The scroll emitted a burst of red light, and an ethereal fire dragon roared out, charging straight at Su Shichen. Second-tier fire dragon spell? Su Shichen's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help but admire Qian Li Gufun's prowess, being able to use 3 second-tier scrolls in one go. Trapped by the golden stone chains, he had no way to escape and could only brace himself for the impending attack. AC's shield! Su Shichen shouted, channeling his remaining 221 points of blood energy to conjure a shield with 2,210 points in front of him. Just as the shield took shape, the crimson fire dragon crashed into it. In an instant, the shield shattered, and the slightly reduced fire dragon hit Su Shichen Heden. Yezi, see what dropped, Qian Li Gufun said confidently, certain that no one at this stage could withstand the 5,000-point damage of a second-tier fire dragon spell. He lifted his staff and prepared to collect the loot, but suddenly halted in shock. What? Impossible! Su Shichen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if it weren't for the AC shield, he would have been done for. The second-tier weakness curse had reduced all his attributes by 80 points and his health by 1,600 points, leaving him with only 344 points of health. The 10 points of fire resistance were almost negligible against a second-tier spell. Impressive power. Got any more? Su Shichen feigned calmness and taunted. Seeing Qian Li Gufun still in shock, he quickly pulled out a mid-level instant health potion, restoring his health to 2,344 points and feeling slightly more secure. Want more? Su Shichen swung his sword to the left. Suddenly, a dagger flashed in the void, clashing with the long sword and producing a crisp metallic sound. Yi Luo's pupils contracted, silently marveling at his opponent's speed. Su Shichen changed his sword technique and struck down fiercely. Yi Luo barely blocked with his left-hand dagger, but the force disparity caused him to stagger and retreat 3 steps before regaining his balance. A damage number of over 200 appeared above his head, nearly depleting his health bar and almost killing him on the spot. Retreat! Yi Luo quickly pulled out a basic instant health potion to restore his health, then dashed towards Qian Li Gufun without looking back. You're a monster! Qian Li Gufun grumbled, unwilling but forced to flee with Yi Luo. They ran for their lives, hoping to escape before Su Shichen regained his mobility. Think you can escape? Su Shichen sneered. With over 20 seconds left on the golden stone chain's effect, he could only watch them run. Catching up wouldn't be difficult given his speed, and they couldn't use town portal scrolls while still in combat. As soon as the chain's effect wore off, Su Shichen activated Gale Force, boosting his movement speed by 50. He kicked off the ground and charged towards the rapidly retreating Qian Li Gufun. Damn it, he's so fast. Does this monster have any weaknesses? Qian Li Gufun was horrified. He had anticipated Su Shichen's high base attributes, but not to this extent. His attack power could one-shot people, his health could withstand second-tier single-target spells, and his speed was even faster than Yi Luo's. It was almost unbelievable. Su Shichen quickly closed the gap, reducing the distance to less than 100 yards in a blink. Meteor! He shouted, using a wild wolf ahead as a springboard to close another 30 yards. Qian Li Gufun was now within his grasp. Shadow Step. With the distance finally sufficient, Su Shichen instantly appeared behind Qian Li Gufun, placing his long sword against his neck. Yi Luo, come out and talk, Su Shichen said coldly. Let's talk this out, Qian Li Gufun pleaded, raising his hands in surrender, his face etched with fear. He had just witnessed Su Shichen's power firsthand, and knew he stood no chance against him. Failed to assassinate me, and now you want to run? Not so fast, Su Shichen sneered. He didn't kill Qinli Gufan outright. Though he wasn't afraid of Yinluo's men, being targeted by the largest assassin organization in Lingyu could be troublesome. Gritting his teeth, Qinli Gufan admitted, I underestimated your strength. Do what you will. As a silver-tier assassin of Yinluo, he hated to beg for mercy, but understood the cost of losing his rank and having to climb back up. Su Shichen frowned and shouted, Yinluo, still hiding? He had hoped to use Yinluo to contact Fong Qingyang, but this person had the audacity to attempt a sneak attack. Feeling a gust of wind behind him, Su Shichen instinctively swung his sword, killing Qinli Gufan and unleashing a burst of sword energy. 3 streaks of milky white sword energy shot out, instantly slaying the ambushing Yinluo. Su Shichen bent down to pick up the items they had dropped. Explosive staff, two-handed staff. Level 5, silver grade, durability 60-60, intelligence 6, spirit 3. Hogger's Fong dagger. Level 5, silver grade, durability 60-60, strength 2, constitution 2, agility 5. Terra's blessing boosted his luck by 5 points, and the effect was immediate, causing both weapons to drop. These were top-tier level 5 weapons crafted by Hogger, not useful to him, but valuable for sale at the auction house. Having dealt with the Yinluo duo, Su Shichen continued toward the dead mines. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Hilltown, Qinli Gufan and Yinluo revived, looking at their empty hands. Qinli Gufan wailed, my explosive staff. Yinluo silently switched his dagger to his right hand and muttered, can't win, I'm out, before walking away. Frustrated, Qinli Gufan muttered to himself, damn, failed my first mission in Lingyu. Bad luck. Knowing he couldn't deal with Su Shichen anytime soon, he messaged Hentian Go, mission failed, refunding 1 million. Receiving the message, Hentian Go flew into a rage, cursing, what a useless Yinluo. Can't even kill one Shichen. President, keep it down, a member cautiously reminded him. What are you afraid of? Yinluo's people can't just pop up and kill me. Can they? Hentian Go scoffed, that damn Shichen. Let him enjoy it for a few more days. Once we reach Fengyu City, I'll make him pay. At that moment, several Bloodfong guild teams were leveling up in the Red Maple Forest, eager to reach level 8 and unlock a new dungeon. Suddenly, a tall, middle-aged man with 2 swords on his back approached. He spoke calmly. I heard you cursing Yinluo? Still fuming, Hentian Gu retorted, so what if I did? Are you with Yinluo? Can't complete a mission and still expect no criticism? The middle-aged man, having received his answer, said no more. He drew his swords and swiftly closed in on Hentian Gu, ignoring the teammates in his way. Hentian Gu was instantly slain, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding Bloodfong members finally reacted, shouting, he killed the president. Get him! Don't let him escape! 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man, swords on his back, continued deeper into the Red Maple Forest, leaving dozens of Bloodfong corpses behind. He muttered to himself, Shichen, huh? I wonder how your swordsmanship is. With that, he disappeared into the forest depths. On the other side, Su Shichen had arrived at the Dead Mines instance. Compared to the Lost Lands, this place was noticeably easier. Even on Hell difficulty, it only had 2 silver tier bosses and a gold tier final boss. With his experience from a previous life, Su Shichen easily reached the final boss. Skeleton King, level 13, gold tier boss. Health, 130,000. Rumor has it this guy was a swordsman in life. His swordsmanship should be decent, Su Shichen thought. But with his doubled stats, the makeshift Skeleton King stood no chance. Within minutes, the Skeleton King's health was reduced to below 20. Arise, warriors, and aid me in slaying this intruder, the Skeleton King bellowed. As a gold-tier boss, it could summon 5 elite skeletons. Su Shichen ignored the minions, activating Wind Force and his ultimate skill, focusing all his attacks on the Skeleton King. In just 12 seconds, he deftly dodged arrows while marking the Skeleton King with 20 hits. The blessing of Terra struck like a bolt of lightning across the sky, triggering a colossal explosion. The Skeleton King's health bar was instantly wiped out by this terrifying force, and with a staggering luck value of 55, Su Shichen reaped a bountiful reward. He bent down, carefully gathering the scattered loot on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Not bad, not bad, Su Shichen muttered to himself as he took stock of his haul. Over 100 pieces of gold-grade materials, a rare dual-wielding skill book for swordsmen, 2 gold-grade equipment pieces, and 4 silver-grade items. Although the Death Mines instance didn't have the increased drop rates for first clears, his incredible luck made the loot even richer than during the initial clear. Eagerly, Su Shichen learned the dual-wielding skill, feeling the newfound power surge through his body. This level-free passive skill allowed him to wield 2 one-handed weapons simultaneously, with separate attack calculations for the main and offhand weapons, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Next, he carefully examined the two gold-grade equipment pieces. Both were part of the level 10 swordsman set, named Death's Wind. Su Shichen gingerly placed them in his backpack, already planning how to complete the entire set. The attributes of the Death's Wind armor and Death's Wind shoulders made Su Shichen's eyes light up. This level 10 gold equipment set was almost as powerful as some dark gold-grade individual pieces. He calculated that if he could gather all 6 pieces of the Death's Wind set and pair them with a suitable one-handed sword, his strength would reach the peak of Tier 0. With excitement in his heart, Su Shichen re-entered the instance. The hell difficulty could be cleared 3 times a day, and he was determined to complete all 3 runs in one go. After quickly finishing the 3 runs, the sky in the spiritual realm had already darkened. Despite Terra's blessing, he still hadn't completed the Death's Wind set, but he did acquire several scattered pieces from other class sets, which he planned to give to Lu Shuyao and the others. Su Shichen took out a town teleportation scroll and instantly returned to the familiar hill town. He headed straight to the bank, retrieving all the firebane grass that Lu Shuyao and the others had sent through the space mailbox, filling his backpack to the brim. Entering the alchemy room, Su Shichen began his grand alchemy project. The trio had spent 45 gold coins to purchase 48 basic fire resistance potion recipes for him, and along with the 2 he already had, he now had exactly 50 recipes. What amazed him even more was that they had collected 7,800 bundles of firebane grass, a quantity so large it made Su Shichen wonder if they had bought out the stock from 3 towns. However, Su Shichen didn't plan to sell these skyrocketing raw materials directly. With his advanced alchemical techniques, he could turn all these materials into basic fire resistance potions, multiplying the profits several times over. Carefully examining the alchemy recipes in his hand, he began the long and fulfilling process of potion making. The interior of the level 8 dungeon, the molten furnace, was intensely hot, with scorching tongues of flame potentially erupting from the ground at any moment. Su Shichen stood at the entrance, feeling the heat wave hit him. He knew that players with fire resistance below 10 points would take 20 points of burn damage per second here. Inside the dungeon, a group of players cautiously advanced, clutching precious beginner fire resistance potions. These potions not only made them immune to the furnace's fire damage, but also significantly reduced the attack power of fire-based monsters and bosses, making them essential for conquering the molten furnace. Su Shichen recalled the process of crafting these potions. He took out the moonlight set and began concentrating on mixing the ingredients. Although the apprentice-level recipes no longer increased his proficiency after becoming a junior alchemist, his alchemy had advanced to the intermediate level with the help of the alchemy emblem. Using the frenzy alchemy technique, he could maintain a 100 success rate while crafting 40 bottles at a time. Time flew by as Su Shichen immersed himself in potion making. Suddenly, an urgent notification interrupted his focus. It was a message from Yoji Yuan Shasho. The Temple of War has started tackling the molten furnace, and I hear they're suffering heavy casualties. They're buying up everything you told me to stockpile. Bro, you're a genius. Su Shichen replied briefly, got it. Focus on leveling up. The real game begins after we enter Wind Whisper City. He stood up, surprised to find he had been crafting potions for over 10 hours straight. With his increased proficiency, he could now make 50 bottles in one go. Even so, he had only used about a quarter of the massive stockpile of materials. Ultimately, Su Shichen produced 90,000 bottles of beginner fire resistance potions, 4,500 bottles of enhanced potions, and 1,820 bottles of intermediate potions. He carefully inspected the final products. Enhanced Fire Resistance Potion Beginner. Increases fire resistance by 28 points for 120 minutes. Fire Resistance Potion Intermediate. Increases fire resistance by 50 points for 120 minutes. Considering the small town of Hill Ridge couldn't quickly absorb such a large quantity, Su Shichen sent 30,000 bottles of the standard potion to Baozi and Lu Shuyao each for consignment sales. In the marketplace, the price for just a few dozen bottles of beginner fire resistance potions was over 1 silver coin each, with merchants from major guilds scrambling to buy them. Su Shichen set the remaining 30,000 bottles in units of 10, enough for a small team to clear the molten furnace once, priced at 8 silver coins, releasing 1,000 bottles every 10 minutes. As the game progressed, currency was no longer as scarce as in the early days. An elite team could afford to spend 10 silver coins on potions to explore the molten furnace. Nonetheless, major guilds still bought silver coins at a rate of 100 credits per coin. After paying 5.6 gold coins in consignment fees, Su Shichen left the marketplace. He decided to hold on to the enhanced and intermediate potions and their recipes, waiting to see how the market evolved. No sooner had Su Shichen left than the marketplace erupted with excitement. Players were thrilled to find a large supply of beginner fire resistance potions priced at just 8 silver coins. Word spread quickly, and more players rushed in to buy, eager to stock up even if they didn't need them immediately. just as Su Shichen triggered the mark on the Skeleton King in the Dead Mines dungeon. Ending his third hell-level challenge of the day, his communicator rang. It was Sha Xin. Hey, Xingqian, could you do us a favor? Sha Xin asked directly. What's up? Su Shichen wondered what kind of help the Ling Yun Pavilion needed from him. Did they know he had a large stockpile of fire resistance potion materials and recipes? It's nothing major, Sha Xin explained. Our guild wants to secure the first clear of the molten furnace, and we'd like you to lead the team. Don't worry, we'll cover all the fire resistance potions. You'll get first pick of any swordsman gear and skills that drop. Earth fire furnace? Su Shichen looked puzzled, his brows furrowed. He shook his head slightly and pointed at himself. Sha Xin, take a closer look at my level. Even if I clear it with you guys, I won't be eligible for the first clear reward at my current level. Sha Xin squinted, carefully examining Su Shichen. However, Su Shichen's level was displayed as 3 question marks in his friend list. Sha Xin's heart skipped a beat, realizing that it must be the hidden function of the Night Veil mask. He couldn't help but marvel at this unexpected surprise and replied, I can't see it. Your level shows up as question marks. Su Shichen chuckled softly, feigning mystery. I've already surpassed level 8, so it's not possible. Sha Xin suddenly remembered, slapping his forehead. Oh right, the system rewarded you with a direct level up. I almost forgot. His tone carried a hint of disappointment. Looks like we won't be able to compete with the War God Hall for the first clear of Earth Fire Furnace. A glint of determination flashed in Su Shichen's eyes as he spoke slowly. Actually, it's not impossible for your Lingyun Pavilion to get the first clear of Earth Fire Furnace. He paused before continuing. I have a batch of intermediate fire resistance potions here, adding 50 points to fire element resistance. Interested? Intermediate? Sha Xin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Of course! With everyone getting an extra 50 points in fire resistance, plus some gear upgrades, we can tackle the heroic level of Earth Fire Furnace directly. Sha Xin was secretly thrilled, thinking that it was fortunate Su Shichen could get his hands on such valuable items, and in bulk too. He quickly calculated in his mind. Luckily, the guild has collected a lot of silver coins recently. We need to buy them all. Su Shichen nodded. All right then, see you at the bank in 10 minutes. With that, he ended the communication. Turning around, Su Shichen began to gather the items dropped by the Skeleton King. He was somewhat disappointed to find that the Deathwind set was still missing a belt. However, the MT's Immovable Mountain set was complete. He stored everything in his backpack and casually took out a town teleportation scroll. Since he planned to farm again tomorrow, there was no rush. Meanwhile, inside the Earth Fire Furnace dungeon, Shanqing lay defeated at the feet of the final boss. The War God Hall team was wiped out, and the boss still had 67 of its health remaining, far from being defeated. After reviving, Shanqing quietly approached Wang Buliexing and whispered, Guild leader, our people spotted Sha Xin lingering at the bank entrance. Wang Buliexing frowned. Oh, shouldn't he be raiding Earth Fire Furnace and competing for the first clear with us? Shanqing replied confidently, judging by his behavior, he seems to be waiting for someone. It's likely that he's waiting for Su Shichen. Let's go. Wang Buliexing decisively tore open a town teleportation scroll and instructed the other 3 teammates. You guys go do your own thing for now and think about how to clear the dungeon. At the bank entrance, Su Shichen spotted Sha Xin's towering figure from a distance. As he approached, Sha Xin's expression suddenly changed. Following Sha Xin's gaze, Su Shichen saw Wang Buliexing and Shanqing striding towards them. Wang Buliexing wore a friendly smile and took the initiative to speak. You must be Su Shichen. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Wang Buliexing from War God Hall. Su Shichen was secretly pleased, thinking this was a perfect opportunity. He had been worried that Lingyun Pavilion might not be able to buy all the potions, but now he could use this chance. He smiled and responded, Is there something you need from me? Guild leader Wang Buliexing? Wang Buliexing glanced at Sha Xin, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He spoke unhurriedly. It's nothing much, really. I just wanted to get to know Brother Xingqian and make a friend. After all, having more friends opens more doors, right? Seeing this, Sha Xin immediately stepped forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. President Wang Buliexing, you seem to have plenty of free time. Instead of using it to explore the molten furnace, be careful we at Lingyun Pavilion don't beat you to it. Shanqing, a member of the Giants, wasn't one to back down and chimed in. Aren't you here too? He looked at Sha Xin provocatively, his eyes full of challenge. For a moment, Sha Xin was at a loss for words, feeling a rush of anxiety. All he wanted now was for these two to leave quickly, so they wouldn't disrupt his deal with Xingqian. Wang Buliexing ignored their bickering and turned his attention to Su Shichen. With sincere eyes, he said, I would like to invite you to join my War God Temple. What do you think? Su Shichen shook his head slightly, politely declining. Thank you for the offer, but I'm used to a free and unrestrained life. Seeing Su Shichen's firm refusal, a trace of regret flashed across Wang Buliexing's face, but he quickly regained his composure. As the president of the top-tier Guild War God Temple, his personal invitation was already a great honor. He knew better than to insist. After all, the small-town maps were just a phase to familiarize themselves with the spirit realm. Their true strength would be revealed in Fengyu City. Shashin, noticing the two had no intention of leaving, impatiently asked, President Wang Buliexing, do you have any other business here? Shanqing immediately retorted, why? Can't we stand here if we have no business? I heard your Lingyun Pavilion is negotiating with the Luoshui Consortium. Just because the deal isn't done yet, doesn't mean you can ignore us at War God Temple. For a moment, the usually honest Shashin was speechless, a troubled expression on his face as he looked to Su Shichen for help. Su Shichen signaled Shashin not to worry, then turned to Wang Buliexing and said, President Wang Buliexing, I have a batch of beginner fire resistance potion formulas and fireweed. Are you interested? Wang Buliexing's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, is that true? We'll take as much as you have. As a long-standing top-tier guild, War God Temple had many members spread across various towns and was in dire need of such supplies. Su Shichen shook his head with a smile. You can't afford it. Seeing Wang Buliexing's disbelief, he added, I don't accept credit points. Wang Buliexing was momentarily speechless. Not accepting credit points was indeed a problem. Even if the entire War God Temple gathered all their silver coins, their current liquid assets amounted to just over 20 gold coins. Su Shichen continued, let's talk prices first. Fireweed is 6 silver coins per stack, and the formula is 2 gold coins each. How many do you need? He had too much fireweed on hand and couldn't process it all himself, so he had to sell it off at a handsome profit. Wang Buliexing glanced at Shashin and asked, how much do you have? I'll figure out a way to get the money. Shashin quickly interjected, Xingchen, we at Lingyun Pavilion want some too. Su Shichen confidently responded, don't worry, I have plenty. If you don't have enough money, you can pay with gems at 5 silver coins per gem. He knew these items were essential for the molten furnace, and the consumption by the two major guilds would be enormous. Shashin quickly stepped back to contact Lingyun Pavilion's president, Zhuangji Lingyun. After a moment of thought, Wang Buliexing stepped forward and said, I'll take 1,000 stacks of fireweed and 20 formulas. Su Shichen was a bit surprised. He had expected War God Temple to buy at most 100 stacks of fireweed and a few formulas, not such a large amount. That comes to 100 gold coins. How will you pay? President Wang Buliexing. Wang Buliexing said reluctantly, 20 gold coins and 1,600 gems. This was almost all the gems War God Temple had stockpiled, but exchanging lower-level gear for urgently needed potions was worth it for enhancing the guild members' equipment. No problem. Su Shichen readily completed the transaction with Wang Buliexing and added him as a friend. Pleasure doing business. After the deal was done, Wang Buliexing left hurriedly with Shanqing. He had given up on recruiting Su Shichen, realizing that anyone who could produce so many materials and formulas must have significant backing. Now it was time to focus on exploring the molten furnace. Once they were out of sight, Shashin quietly asked, Shichen, how many intermediate potions do you have? Su Shichen responded with a meaningful smile. That depends on how much Lingyun Pavilion can handle. Su Shichen released the attributes of the intermediate fire resistance potion and set the price at 2.5 silver coins per bottle. Upon hearing this, Shashin looked troubled and said in a low voice, we're really short on game currency right now. We can't afford much. Su Shinchen's eyes lit up as he smiled. You might not have the coins, but others do. The Luoshui Consortium is quite wealthy. Why don't you ask them if they need it? I'm offering Lingyun Pavilion a price of 2.5 silver coins per bottle. What you sell it for is up to you. Shashin suddenly understood. The Luoshui Consortium not only invested in Lingyun Pavilion, but as one of the top 500 consortia in the Federation, they had merged over 100 large guilds and mercenary groups. They even had a well-equipped army of 10,000 elite soldiers, the Luoshui army. Their financial power and resources far surpassed those of first-rate guilds like the Temple of War. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Shashin said, I'm good at fighting, but when it comes to doing business, I'm pretty clueless. Su Shichen chuckled. Just relay my exact words to your guild leader. He'll know what to do. He thought to himself, Zhuangji Lingyun is a shrewd and resourceful person. Even after the Luoshui Consortium invested in Lingyun Pavilion in the previous life, he maintained significant control and eventually became the vice president of the super guild Luoshui Guild, showcasing his strategic prowess. Not long after, Shashin returned with a report. Boss, the guild leader wants you to add him as a friend. He can't seem to add you. Without hesitation, Su Shichen added Zhuangji Lingyun as a friend. Instantly, Zhuangji Lingyun's hearty voice came through the communicator. Haha, Brother Shichen, I've heard so much about you. Brother Lingyun, you flatter me. So, what do you think? Su Shichen asked directly. Brother Shichen, how could I refuse such a mutually beneficial deal? What about the price? Hinted Zhuangji Lingyun. Su Shichen remained firm. Brother Lingyun, you know the price I quoted is fair. He knew that at this stage, only he could provide such a large quantity of formulas and materials at once. These were the accumulated resources from several days in 3 small towns. And in other towns, the formulas and materials had been snapped up the moment the news about the Molten Furnace dungeon spread. Zhuangzi Lingyun laughed heartily. Haha, I won't haggle then. This time, I'll follow Brother Xingqian's lead and make a friend. Just remember to think of me for future opportunities. Of course, Su Shichen replied. How much do you have? We need the materials, potions, and formulas. Zhuangzi Lingyun pressed on. Su Shichen reported the quantities to Zhuangzi Lingyun, and they signed an agreement under the system's witness, agreeing to complete the transaction at the same time the next day. After finalizing the deal, Su Shichen turned to Shaxin and said, consider this a friendly sponsorship. With that, he traded 20 bottles of intermediate fire resistance potion to Shaxin. Overjoyed, Shaxin thanked him repeatedly. All right, get back to your tasks. Su Shichen waved him off and headed into the bank. He decided not to take down the potions he had already listed at the trading post, as he couldn't leave the players in Hilltown without any potions. Su Shichen calculated in his mind that after refining potions all night, he would go find Huaijian the next day. The next morning, Su Shinchen's communicator buzzed, pulling him back to work. He once again refined a quarter of the materials. Afterward, he meticulously organized the bank's warehouse inventory. 3,000 stacks of fireweed, 1,000 stacks of Wangbu Lu Xing, 30 recipes, 88,000 bottles of basic fire resistance potions, 8,740 bottles of enhanced fire resistance potions, and 3,240 bottles of intermediate fire resistance potions. Soon, Sha Xian, representing Lingyun Pavilion, arrived at the bank to conduct a massive transaction. Due to the sheer volume, they had to complete the trade in multiple rounds. As agreed the previous day, the prices were set at 6 silver per stack of fireweed, 2 gold per recipe, 80 copper per bottle of basic fire resistance potion, 1 silver per bottle of enhanced fire resistance potion, and 2.5 silver per bottle of intermediate fire resistance potion. Su Shichen kept 80 bottles of enhanced and intermediate potions for Lu Shuyao and another friend, selling the rest for a total of 1,111 gold. This windfall, equivalent to 11.11 million credit points, was a staggering profit. While 11.11 million credit points were negligible for the Luo Shui Consortium, 1,111 gold was a sum even they would find hard to gather. Sha Xian, his hands trembling slightly, carefully handed over 800 gold and 6,220 level 1 gems. As the leader of a guild with assets totaling less than 20 gold, handling such a large sum made him incredibly excited. After completing the transaction, Sha Xian quickly sent the items to Zhuangzi Lingyun and hurried back to continue raiding the heroic-level Earth Fire Furnace dungeon. Meanwhile, Lu Shuyao and Baozi also sent over the proceeds from selling basic fire resistance potions the previous day. Su Shichen retrieved everything and calculated that, after deducting all costs, they had netted a profit of 676.8 gold from selling 90,000 bottles of potions. Looking at the 1,500 gold in his backpack, Su Shichen felt a moment of disbelief. Just 2 days ago, he had spent only 45 gold to purchase fireweed, and now his assets had increased more than 30-fold, surpassing even top-tier consortia like Luo Shui. Taking a deep breath, Su Shichen calmed himself. This was just the beginning. He finally had the startup capital he needed. The next step was to continue expanding his profits, especially since he didn't even know the price of a ticket yet. He decided to run the Dead Mines dungeon today. If the belt didn't drop this time, he would give up. Su Shichen left Hilltown and headed towards the Dead Mines. At the same time, the Temple of War's progress in the dungeon had accelerated significantly after acquiring a large batch of materials. After a day of intense fighting, they had already begun challenging the final boss of the heroic-level Earth Fire Furnace. Taste the flames! The Silver Deer boss, Lava Giant, roared, unleashing a devastating attack. Dozens of fiery meteors rained down from the sky. The Temple of War members deftly dodged most of them, and the remaining damage wasn't enough to cause any casualties. Ha ha, does Lingyun Pavilion, a mere second-rate guild, think they can compete with us for the first clear? Dream on! Shang Chung sneered, smashing his shield into the Lava Giant, who was down to less than 10 health. Keep up the DPS! Faster, faster! The commander's voice rang out as the Lava Giant's health plummeted 9, 8, 7. Final 5. Use your execute skills. Just then, an announcement echoed through Hilltown. Congratulations to Lingyun Pavilion's first squad for being the first to clear the heroic-level Earth Fire Furnace. Rewards, 50,000 experience points, 200 prestige points, and 2 renown. System. Congratulations on clearing the heroic-level Earth Fire Furnace. Rewards, 20,000 experience points, 100 prestige points, and 1 renown. The joy of Wangbu Lu Xing, who had just killed the boss, turned to stone. They were just 10 seconds away. Only 10 seconds. Once again, Lingyun Pavilion had beaten them. Could it be that their negotiations with the Luo Shui consortium were already over? Wang Lu Xing was filled with frustration. On the other side, Sha Xan gleefully collected the drops from the lava giant. I bet Wang Lu Xing's face is priceless right now. At this rate, how can the Temple of War still call themselves a top-tier guild? Night Raid Widow Village chimed in. Indeed, they might just drop out of the top-tier guild ranks. Su Shichen wasn't surprised by the system announcement. Intermediate fire resistance potions provided 30 more fire resistance than basic ones, enough to level the playing field between Lingyun Pavilion and the Temple of War in the early stages. He picked up the items dropped by the Skeleton King and couldn't help but sigh. Terrace Blessing is truly invaluable. No wonder the Temple of War had so much top-tier gear in my previous life. After 3 runs, Su Shichen finally completed the Deathwind set. Additionally, he acquired the Mountains Immovability set for MT and the Berserker's Wild Fury set. He quickly sorted through his equipment and planned to send the extra sets to his teammates Baozi and Xiaohai. As a physical-type boss, the Skeleton King didn't drop any gear from magic classes, which slightly disappointed Su Shichen. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, believing that once Baozi and Xiaohai donned the Golden 6B sets, their increased combat power would help Lu Shuyao and the others farm for gear. Returning to Hilltown, Su Shichen immediately replaced all his low-level gear with the golden equipment dropped by the Skeleton King. After 9 consecutive runs using Terra's Blessing, his gains were substantial. He swiftly packed up 2 golden sets, along with a dark gold-grade greatsword obtained during the Lost Land expedition, and sent them to Xiaohai. Next, Su Shichen withdrew 3,875 gems from the bank, determined to make a significant upgrade maxing out his attributes. The blacksmith shop in Hilltown could only synthesize level 2 gems, which didn't meet his needs, so he headed straight to Windwhisper City. There, he found Master Blacksmith Lev and handed over all the gems for synthesis. "Please wait a moment, sir. It will be ready shortly," Lev said, taking Su Shichen's large bag of gems and heading to the back room. Half an hour later, he returned with over a dozen gems. "Sir, the total cost for synthesis is 24 gold and 70 silver. With a 30 discount, you only need to pay 17 gold and 29 silver." After paying the fee and receiving the gems, Su Shichen couldn't help but sigh. How extravagant. He knew that no one else would invest so much in level 10 gear. Including the value of the gems, the total cost had exceeded 200 gold. But he was convinced that as long as he could ascend another level in the Glory Sanctuary, the investment would be worth it. He was well aware of the many treasures hidden in the Hall of Glory and was determined to push every possible enhancement to its limit. Out of 3,875 level 1 gems, he finally synthesized 3 level 5 strength gems and 16 level 4 strength gems. This was barely enough, even after specifically requesting Lingyun Zhuangji to prepare more strength gems and farming the Skeleton King with Terra's Blessing over the past few days. Su Shichen carefully embedded all the gems into his equipment, then allocated the experience points he had recently gained in the Death Mines to the skills Instant Explosion and Terra's Blessing. After completing all this, he felt a surge of power throughout his body, finally reaching the peak of Tier 0 attributes he had envisioned. Opening his attribute panel, Su Shichen couldn't help but exclaim, these stats could be considered latest-stage Swordmaster level. In a corner of the Shenhua Empire, a swordsman apprentice named Gyongs gazes at his attribute panel. Though he belongs to the star race, human blood runs through his veins, and within him lies a Tier 0 spatial meridian. Gyong's title radiates with legendary brilliance. Who says only those in the light are heroes? You are a solitary warrior. This title not only grants him a 20 boost to all attributes, but also underscores his unique heroic aura. As he levels up, Gyong's reputation in the Shenhua Empire soars. Now at level 10, he enjoys the privileges of a high-ranking noble with a renowned score of 345,500. His name is known far and wide, his fame sweeping across the empire like a tidal wave. His base attributes are astounding. Strength 970, Constitution 21135, Agility 25558, Intelligence and Spirit each at 8613. These values include title bonuses, blessings, gem enhancements, equipment boosts, and the mysterious effects of the Deathwind set. As a swordsman, Gyongs is proficient with various sword weapons. His Sword King basic mastery has reached 260,300, increasing final damage by 20 when using sword weapons. With each level up, he gains 1 free mastery point, laying the groundwork for future growth. The spatial power in his blood grants Gyongs a unique advantage as attacks can ignore 50 of the target's armor, striking directly at the enemy's heart. Gyongs has mastered numerous powerful skills. Heavy Slash, Double Strike, Protective Sword Aura, Sword Chi Burst, Sea Sever, Meteor, Crescent Sword Dance, Sword Soul, dual wield, and the fearsome ultimate skill instant explosion. In his hands, each move wields the power to destroy worlds. His main weapon is a legendary one-handed sword called Blade of the Gale. This sword not only increases his attack speed and critical rate, but also grants him two powerful skills, Gale Slash and Gale Force, making him unstoppable in battle. Standing on the land of the Shenhua Empire, Gyeongs feels the surging power within him. He knows the road ahead is fraught with challenges, but he is ready to face every unknown adventure. Well-equipped and skillful, he is the brightest new star on this continent, destined to leave an indelible mark on history. The level 5 power gems embedded in the hero's gear radiate an intense brilliance, each gem adding 60 points to his strength attribute. His offhand weapon is the Sword of Kings, a one-handed sword of golden quality that gleams under the sunlight. This level 10 masterpiece not only has maximum durability, but also boosts the hero's strength, agility, and constitution. Two level 4 power gems set in the blade further enhance his strength. On his head, the hero wears a dark gold tier curse crown. This level 10 crown provides substantial armor and grants him additional strength, constitution, and agility. The curse power of the crown can weaken the primary attributes of enemies, while its special skill, King's Will, grants the hero immunity to control effects at critical moments. Two level 4 power gems embedded in the crown further augment his strength. The Deathwind set covers the hero's torso, shoulders, arms, waist, legs, and feet. This level 10 golden ear plate armor offers formidable armor and magic defense, along with comprehensive boosts to all his attributes. The set's special effect increases movement speed, and the full 6-piece set activates the Deathwind skill, significantly enhancing attack power and movement speed. Each piece of the armor is adorned with two level 4 power gems, pushing the hero's strength attribute to astonishing heights. On his face, the hero wears a mysterious night veil mask. This golden ear accessory has no level requirement, but its concealment and disguise capabilities make it a perfect tool for deception. Draped over his back is a level 10 dark gold tier shadow cloak, which not only provides extra armor and attribute boosts, but also features the powerful shadow step skill, allowing the hero to maneuver nimbly in battle. Around his neck and on his fingers, the hero wears the Bloodthirst set's bone chain and ring. This level 5 silvered ear set might not have the highest quality, but its lifesteal effect is highly valuable. On another finger, he wears the legendary Ace's ring, a magical ring that offers powerful attribute boosts and features two potent skills, Blood Spirit Power and Ace's Shield. Lastly, the hero carries three additional accessories, a magical alchemy emblem, a Terrablessed amulet, and an unused accessory slot. These small items, though compact, provide extra attribute boosts and unique skills, further elevating his combat prowess. Su Shichen stared in shock at his attribute panel. His strength score of 970 translated to an attack power exceeding 3,000, a figure that was simply unbelievable. At that moment, his eyes were drawn to the system description of the Swift Blade, where a small but significant change had occurred: the title Sword Saint. In just a few days, Huaijin had broken through to become a 7th-tier Sword Saint. Su Shichen realized that his rebirth had accelerated Huaijin's breakthrough by an entire year. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his mind. As his actions grew more significant, the spiritual realm in this life would become increasingly different, and the advantage of his foresight would gradually diminish. Turning to his teammates, Su Shichen said, Yeah, you all focus on leveling up. I need to go somewhere, and I might not be reachable in the game. I'll explain when I get back. Remember, as soon as you hit level 10, head to Wind Whisper City for your advancement. He added, Baozi, don't forget about the kindergarten matter. In the spiritual realm, the unupgraded communicators and space mailboxes only covered the range of a primary city. Once Su Shichen went to the Hall of Glory, he would be out of contact with his team. Having given his instructions, he attempted to call Huaijin, only to receive a system message. Sorry, the recipient is outside your communicator's calling range. Su Shichen then remembered that as the deputy hall master of the Shenhua Empire's branch, Huaijin was likely in the imperial capital or had been summoned back to the main hall of the Hall of Glory in the Continent Center due to his advancement to Sword Saint. In any case, he was outside the range of Su Shichen's basic communicator. How troublesome, Su Shichen muttered, frowning. Upgrading the communicator required space crystals. Although the quantity needed was minimal, upgrading to level 2 to cover the entire Shenhua Empire required 200 crystals. These crystals could only be obtained through reputation shops or dropped by level 30 and above bosses, making it impossible for him to gather them quickly. With no other option, Su Shichen decided to go to the Hall of Glory in Wind Whisper City in person. He hailed a carriage, paid the 3 silver coin fare, and boarded. Along the way, the streets were populated only by NPCs, making Wind Whisper City seem rather deserted. But Su Shichen knew that in a few days, when mainstream players reached level 10, the city would become bustling. After more than half an hour, the carriage finally arrived at the Hall of Glory's branch in Wind Whisper City, having departed from the blacksmith shop. This building was undoubtedly the most magnificent in the entire city, occupying a vast area with gates reaching 10 yards high. Two fully armored warriors with long spears guarded the entrance. This is the Hall of Glory. Halt! The cross spears blocked Su Shichen's path. He frowned. Not even for me? The guards quickly recognized him, their attitudes changing immediately. Apologies, we didn't notice it was you, esteemed Master Shichen. Please come in. The effect of his level 5 reputation was evident. Su Shichen stepped inside and waved down a servant. Take me to see your hall master. Certainly, Master Shichen, the servant replied promptly, leading the way. As the strongest faction on the continent, the strength of the Wind Whisper City branch was formidable. The two guards at the entrance were level 150, 3 retired battle kings, and the branch master, Harriman, was a level 200, 6th-tier pinnacle elemental archmage, ranking alongside the city lord, Shangwen Xuan, as the city's top power. Soon, the servant brought Su Shichen to a room and softly knocked on the door. Hall master, Master Shichen wishes to see you. Come in, a voice responded from inside. Harriman was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a white robe. Despite being a 6th-tier powerhouse, Su Shichen felt no pressure, undoubtedly due to the significant disparity in their levels. Young man, what brings you here? Harriman asked kindly, his demeanor undoubtedly influenced by Su Shichen's high reputation. Su Shichen got straight to the point. Hall Master Harriman, I had an agreement with Deputy Hall Master Huijin of the Empire's branch, but I can't reach him now. I was hoping you could assist me. He took out the swift blade and handed it to Harriman, confident that a fellow 6th-tier pinnacle expert of the Hall of Glory would recognize the weapon Huijin had used in his youth. Harriman examined the weapon briefly before returning it to Su Shichen. Indeed, this is Huijin's weapon. It's a small favor. Wait a moment. A short while later, Harriman looked up. Huijin says to wait a few minutes. He'll come over once he finishes his current tasks. I'll have a servant take you to the reception room. Thank you, Hall Master Harriman, Su Shichen said respectfully, following the servant to the reception room. Before long, hearty laughter echoed from outside the door. Haha, kid. It took you this long to find me. Looks like you've been preparing well. Huijin's voice arrived before he did. Old man, congrats on leveling up? Shouldn't you be thanking me? Su Shichen teased Huijin with a grin, his tone playful. He knew he had indeed helped this senior quite a bit. I'm not old, Huijin retorted indignantly, then added sternly. Now, let's see how prepared you are. Before he finished speaking, a long sword shot towards Su Shichen like lightning. Only then did Huijin slowly walk into the reception hall, his imposing presence filling the entire space. Su Shichen mentally noted. Level 2007, rank Sword Saint, Vice Chief of the Glory Hall branch, Shenhua Empire, health status unknown. This once prodigious talent of the Glory Hall was now a renowned rank 7 powerhouse. Heavy slash. Su Shichen didn't hesitate, delivering a powerful strike at the approaching sword. To his surprise, the sword was knocked back. Huh. Huijin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kid, you're good. I used second-rank strength, and you still managed to counter it? With a casual wave, the sword flew back to Su Shichen. Again, let me see your limits. Su Shichen held his breath and waited for his skill to cool down. Heavy slash. He struck with all his might again. This time, the sword didn't budge, indicating that Huijin had used considerable strength. Ah, you're truly a prodigy. Huijin laughed heartily, retracting his sword and walking over to pat Su Shichen on the shoulder. Not bad. Your attack power is already at the peak of the 2nd rank, better than I was at your age. Isn't it normal to be better than you? Su Shichen smirked. Let's not waste time, let's get going. I can't wait any longer. What's the rush? Let me have some tea first. Huijin leisurely picked up a teacup from the table in the reception hall and drained it. He waved his hand and led the way to the teleportation hall. As the most powerful force on the continent, each branch of the Glory Hall was equipped with its own teleportation array. Let's go. I also want to see the surprised looks on those old geezers' faces, Huijin said with a smile. Su Shichen quickly followed, contemplating the potential gains from this mission. Huijin skillfully set the teleportation array's destination and beckoned to Su Shichen. Kid, get on. Remember, once we're in the Holy Tower, give it your all. There won't be another opportunity like this. Do you even need to say that? Su Shichen stepped into the teleportation array, feeling a surge of excitement. In a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared from the Fengyu City branch. Su Shichen shouted in his mind. Holy Tower of Glory, here I come. In the heart of the continent lies the headquarters of the Hall of Glory. This grand and magnificent city, known as the City of Glory, is the absolute center of the entire Glory continent and the gathering place for its highest combat power. On its streets, 5th-tier NPCs roam as frequently as ordinary passersby, and 4th-tier professionals abound. Su Shichen had just stepped out of the teleportation hall when he was struck by the sight before him. In the center of the city stood a towering spire that pierced the clouds, its top hidden in the mist. It was rumored that even members of the Hall of Glory had never reached its summit. "Let's go, kid," Huai said, giving Su Shichen's back a hefty slap that nearly made him stumble. They had to walk, as flying or riding mounts was prohibited in the City of Glory. On the way, Su Shichen suddenly remembered the legendary quest he had received. "By the way, old man, I've got some news," he said, quickening his pace to catch up with Huai and informing him about the werewolf spy, Dueling. Huai didn't respond directly but asked, "This is one of those quests you descendants talk about, right?" "Yeah." "Oh, I see," Huai said with a slight smirk. "Do you want to complete it?" Su Shichen felt a twinge of unease. "Would you believe me if I said no?" "Then show some respect, kid," Huai snapped. "From now on, call me Senior, got it?" Su Shichen immediately corrected himself. "Senior? Haha, that's more like it." Huai laughed, pointing to the massive gate of the spire ahead. "Too bad I'm not in charge. Go in and tell those old geezers." 10 minutes later, they stood before the Holy Tower of Glory. Su Shichen muttered under his breath, "You sly old fox." With Huai leading the way, they easily passed the 4th-tier guards and entered the Holy Tower. The gate acted like a spatial teleportation door, instantly transporting them to a dark, spacious hall. "Hey, you old geezers, quit the theatrics and come out," Huai shouted. Gradually, the sound of conversations filled the hall, and it began to light up. 99 floating thrones appeared in modernity silver thrones below, and 9 enormous golden thrones above. Each throne held a shadowy figure, their outlines barely visible to Su Shichen. This was the foundation of the Glory Continent. The Glory's 99 pillars of God's 9 8th-tier God-level NPCs and 97th-tier peak demigods. Huai got straight to the point. "I found this extraordinary genius in the Shenhua Empire. Our division still has a recommendation slot, right? Give it to him." The figures on the throne started discussing among themselves, prompting Huai to shout for order. Hey, mind your manners." He patted Su Shichen on the shoulder. "This kid will surprise you all, believe it or not. How about we place a bet?" A shadowy figure on a golden throne suggested a wager, and the other figures quickly agreed. Huai then explained to Su Shichen, "That's just how they are. You'll get used to it. We'll talk about that quest after you come out." "Got it?" "Understood," Su Shichen replied with a nod. Su Shichen nodded slightly, understanding the hint from Huai. He knew very well that as a newcomer, no one would take him seriously. Only by making a significant impact in the Tower of Glory could he change others' perceptions and secure better treatment. The young man stepped forward with a sly smile and said, "Seniors, isn't it a bit inappropriate to place bets in front of a junior?" "What? Kid, are you not satisfied?" One of the seniors raised an eyebrow and asked. Su Shichen quickly waved his hand, his smile widening. No. What I mean is, can I join in?" His words brought a moment of silence, followed by a burst of laughter. The drunken senior sitting on the golden throne gave Su Shichen a thumbs up and laughed. "Ha, kid, I like your style. Sure, how do you want to bet?" Without hesitation, Su Shichen chose to participate. A virtual screen appeared before him, displaying the betting odds for each level. He quickly scanned through and noticed most people were betting on the 3rd level, with a few on the 2nd and 4th levels. Clearly, they had some faith in Huai judgment. Interestingly, there was even a bet on the 5th level. Su Shichen glanced at Huai beside him and saw the cunning smile on his face. He understood besides himself. Only Huai knew just how extraordinary his abilities were. Su Shichen decisively placed all his 1483 gold on, passing the 5th level and above. His confidence prompted the drunken senior to tease, "Oh kid, you're pretty confident. Do you know that no one has passed the 5th level on their first try in nearly 10,000 years?" "Senior, fortune favors the bold," Su Shichen replied with a grin. The drunken senior laughed heartily. "Ha! The more I see you, the more I like you." Good. Our glory continent needs young people like you." Seeing the senior in high spirits, Su Shichen seized the moment. "Senior, may I also bet the points I earn in the tower later?" This statement was like a bombshell, silencing the entire room. Huai anxiously slapped at Su Shichen, but Su Shichen dodged nimbly. Huai exclaimed, "Kid, don't be reckless. The first time in the tower comes with a tenfold points bonus. If you lose everything, you'll have nothing left, and even I'd feel the pain." The drunken senior teased Huai before solemnly advising Su Shichen, "Kid, Huai is right. Don't regret it later." But Su Shichen firmly replied, "I won't regret it. If I can't reach the 6th level, I don't want the points." He had prepared thoroughly for his first climb and aimed for a higher goal. "All right," the senior exclaimed in admiration, waving his hand. A portal glowing with dark light appeared before Su Shichen. Kid, go on in. I hope you can break the record that has stood for millennia. Su Shichen checked his own condition and then stepped into the portal in front of him. As his figure disappeared, a voice from the silver throne at the top of the glory tower asked, Huai Jian, do you really think this kid can make it through the 6th levels? Huai Jian shook his head, his expression serious. From what I know, Shichen has a shot at passing the 5th level, but the 6th level is too difficult. It's a long shot. Still, getting through the 5th level is already impressive. No one in the past century has managed to pass the 5th level on their first try. So, does that mean all of us who bet on levels 2, 3, and 4 lost? Someone chuckled. I only put down 1 gold coin anyway. I'll leave it for the drunkard to buy some booze. The drunkard laughed angrily. Get lost. Do you think 1 gold coin can buy the kind of liquor I drink? Another strong figure spoke in a deep voice. I actually hope this kid can clear the 6th level. If the glory continent can gain a prodigy, losing a few points is nothing. Exactly, someone echoed. The Chaos Alliance has been too quiet lately. They must be plotting something. With a wave of the drunkard's hand, a scene from inside the glory tower appeared in midair. Everyone held their breath as they saw Su Shichen entering the 1st level. A system prompt sounded in Su Shichen's ear. You have entered the 1st level of the glory tower. No potions are allowed within the tower, and all your skills have been refreshed. Proceed along the void path and defeat all combat puppets within 120 minutes to advance to the 2nd level. Su Shichen looked around. Under his feet was a narrow path about 5 yards wide, surrounded by an endless void. He knew that stepping off the path meant immediate failure. The tower's monsters were manifested based on the entrance rank, all at the maximum level for that rank. With a swift draw of his dual swords, Su Shichen charged at the 2 combat puppets ahead. The system immediately provided information. Combat Puppet Type 1. Level 10. Glory Tower Puppet. Health 20,000. The lowest level puppet of the Glory Tower. Gatekeepers of the 1st level. Do not underestimate them. Su Shichen knew these puppets had the combat capabilities of a 2nd-tier warrior, making them extremely challenging for a 0-tier player. Moreover, there were 99 of them. On the narrow void path, the 2 combat puppets stood side by side, leaving little room for evasion, making it a severe test of a player's combat skills. However, Su Shichen quickly dispatched the 2 combat puppets, stacking his protective sword aura to 12 layers. His eyes focused as he thought, time to get serious. In the observation room, the spectators were stunned. Not bad, his swordsmanship is impressive. He doesn't seem to be at the level you'd expect for his age. Did you notice his attack power? He took down a combat puppet in just a few strikes. Is that even possible for a 0-tier? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, wait, what's he planning? Is he trying to speedrun the glory tower? Su Shichen smiled inwardly. With all his preparations, if he couldn't clear the 1st level quickly, what was the point? Using his extraordinary stats, he charged forward, leaving the combat puppets trailing behind. At the end of the void path, Su Shichen activated Death Wind, boosting his attack power by 15. With the blood energy of the AC's ring fully charged, his attack power increased by another 10. His attack power had now surpassed 4,000. Waiting momentarily for the puppet army to catch up, Su Shichen held his swift blade and began to gather energy. In an instant, a massive golden sword aura erupted, sweeping through all the combat puppets on the void path. The high damage numbers, enough to deplete 2 health bars of each puppet, flashed in the air as all the combat puppets fell. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations on defeating all combat puppets and passing the 1st level. Time: 3 minutes, 16 seconds. Glory points earned: 1,000. Usual: 100. First time tower run: 10x bonus. Congratulations on breaking the 0-tier record for the 1st level of the Glory Tower. Additional reward: Glory points 1,000, Reputation 1,000, Fame 10. The observation room fell silent until Su Shichen entered the 2nd level. Then someone exclaimed, did I see that right? A 0-tier, perfectly executing a secret technique? What a monster. Huai Jian, you got lucky. Huai Jian laughed heartily. I told you this kid would surprise you old guys. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Shichen on the screen. One person said solemnly, keep watching. I'm curious to see how far this kid can go. A notification sound chimed as Su Shichen entered the 2nd level of the Glory Tower. Here, a vast prairie stretched out before him, the air filled with the scent of fresh grass. Suddenly, a deafening wolf's howl pierced the sky. Su Shichen quickly scanned his surroundings and soon locked onto his target. A silver-furred, winged demon wolf had appeared in his line of sight. The system immediately provided information about the enemy. A level 10 gold tier boss, with 200,000 HP, and a projection of the epic beast Fenrir. The system even threw in a cheeky comment, suggesting that this opponent would make Su Shichen experience ecstasy and agony. A trace of disdain flickered in Su Shichen's eyes. He was well acquainted with Fenrir's name. In his previous life, this boss had been one he dreaded. But now, this mere gold-tier projection seemed insignificant. Even though it was stronger than the dark gold-tier skeleton king of the Lost Land, it was nothing more than a minor obstacle to the now mighty Su Shichen. Not wanting to waste any time, Su Shichen immediately went into full combat mode. Wind Force, Death Gale, Sword Chi Burst, Instant Explosion. A series of skills roared out, and his two swords slashed toward Fenrir's projection like lightning. With a strength stat of 970, each strike was powerful and relentless, forcing Fenrir's projection to retreat continuously, unable to withstand the ferocious assault. Su Shichen's attack rhythm remained unbroken. Heavy slash, double hit, swift slash. Skills and normal attacks were seamlessly interwoven, with damage numbers constantly popping up. With an attack power of 4,800, 100 skill completion rate, 150 skill damage bonus, and a 120 final damage boost from his Sword King Beginner Mastery, the combined force was overwhelming. Fenrir's projection didn't even have time to use any skills before it dissipated into starlight with an unwilling howl, scattered by the prairie breeze. The battle ended so quickly that Su Shichen was momentarily stunned. The duration of Instant Explosion hadn't even finished, and the mark hadn't had time to detonate before the boss was already down. Pathetic, so fragile, Su Shichen muttered, unable to hide his disappointment at the lackluster fight. The system seemed equally shocked by the rapid battle, remaining silent for a moment before emitting a notification. Congratulations on breaking the record for the second level of the Glory Tower at level 0. Reward, 2,000 glory points, 2,000 reputation points, and 20 fame. Just then, a slightly mocking voice chimed in. Ahem, Huai Jian, are you sure this is a surprise and not a scare? Is this guy speedrunning the Glory Tower? Clearly, Su Shichen's performance had not only stunned the system, but also left the onlookers dumbfounded. Su Shichen had entered the third level of the Tower of Glory. Potions were disabled, and all skills were refreshed. If he could defeat the enemy within 120 minutes, he would advance to the fourth level. As he already knew, except for the first level, all subsequent levels featured projections of epic-level boss creatures. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Su Shichen's eyes narrowed as he realized it was a flying boss, indicating a significant difficulty spike in the third level. Looking up, he saw a massive, snow-white dragon diving towards him at an alarming speed from 100 yards away. The system displayed, level 10 gold boss, HP 300,000. This was a projection of the epic dragon Austin, exuding an overwhelming aura. Austin hovered about 40 yards above Su Shichen, opening its massive maw and targeting the tiny human below. In an instant, a 3-yard-wide icy storm erupted from the dragon's mouth, enveloping Su Shichen's position. Su Shichen remained calm, swinging his dual swords and executing the moonlit sword dance. A lunar shield formed around him, impervious to Austin's icy breath. With his impressive strength stat of 970, he easily withstood the gold-level projection's attack. 10 seconds later, both sides' skills ended simultaneously. Su Shichen emerged unscathed, taunting Austin with a beckoning gesture. Come down if you dare. Austin sneered. You insignificant ant. Come up here if you dare. As a highly intelligent species, the dragon wouldn't easily relinquish its aerial advantage. It flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring several ice spears in midair and launching them at Su Shichen. That's not fair, Su Shichen muttered, activating his wind force ability to swiftly dodge. He rolled away multiple times, avoiding the ice spears that shattered upon impact with the ground, sending debris and icy mist into the air, obscuring Austin's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shichen launched a full-scale assault. Death's Wind, Instant Explosion. He shot into the air like an arrow, but lost upward momentum about 20 yards from Austin. Austin smirked. Did you think you could sneak attack me like this? Just as it was about to cast another spell, Su Shichen pointed his sword skyward, transforming into a streak of sword light. Meteor! Su Shichen shouted. What? Austin was taken aback, flapping its wings frantically to ascend higher, but it was too late. Su Shichen's sword pierced the dragon's left wing like lightning. Roar! The excruciating pain made Austin howl, shaking its wings wildly in an attempt to dislodge the pesky human. Su Shichen gripped his sword tightly, mocking, Didn't you invite me up here? Why are you complaining now, noisy lizard? Using the momentum, he executed a backflip, landing steadily on Austin's back, and pulled out the wind blade embedded in the wing. In a flash, Su Shichen launched a relentless attack, Gale Slash, Heavy Strike, Double Hit. In just a few seconds, Austin lost over 100,000 HP, its massive form being pushed lower by the force. Get off me! Austin roared, rolling in the air. Su Shichen, having no foothold, unleashed 2 more strikes before finally falling, taking nearly 10,000 more HP with him. Seeing Su Shichen finally off its back, Austin quickly ascended, wary of another ambush. Su Shichen rolled to absorb the impact upon landing, then stood up and smiled at the dragon. Want me to come up again, big lizard? Human, you've angered me. You will face the wrath of Austin. Enraged, Austin soared nearly 100 yards high, determined not to give Su Shichen any more chances to get close. The dragon spread its wings to their fullest extent, spewing out unfamiliar words from its mouth. The snowflakes in midair began to dance restlessly, as if under a powerful influence. Su Shichen slowly sheathed his twin swords, his expression calm, as if he had already given up resisting. Huai Jian watched the scene with a furrowed brow, filled with confusion. What exactly was this little guy planning? Could he really not get past the third level? If Austin unleashed that skill, Su Shichen would be doomed. Why wasn't he stopping it? But then, Huai Jian scoffed at his own thoughts. There was no way this kid would surrender so easily. He must have another trick up his sleeve. Time ticked away, and Austin's draconic incantation was nearing completion. Just as the situation seemed critical, Su Shichen suddenly sprang into action. He didn't look up at Austin, as if he had already seen through everything. Sword Chi burst. Attack power 24 instant explosion. With a deafening explosion, Austin's projection, along with the unfinished draconic spell, vanished into thin air. It turned out that during their brief encounter, Su Shichen's twin swords had already left 16 marks within Austin's body. This was enough to deplete Austin's remaining health points, securing an easy victory. The system notification sounded. Congratulations on breaking the record for the 0th tier of the 3rd level of the Glory Tower. Reward: 4,000 glory points, 4,000 reputation points, 40 fame. All of this happened within just 30 seconds of Su Shichen stepping into the 3rd level, setting yet another speedrun record. On the golden throne, Yumu looked at Huai Jian in surprise. Taking a swig from his flask, he asked, Huai Jian, where did you find this monster? That last move had the destructive power of a tier 3 skill. Huai Jian also took a sip from his flask and replied, this kid challenged the 5-color difficulty personal trial at level 0. The projection sensed a perfect skill, so I want to check it out myself. Even he had not expected Su Shichen to be this powerful, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Maybe this kid really can get through the 6th level? Yumu remained cautious. His destructive power is impressive, but we haven't seen much else yet. Besides, he got past the 3rd level without showing his full strength. The level restrictions limit the projection's performance. You guys are overreacting. Why weren't you this fierce when you were young? Huai Jian retorted. Yumu shrugged it off. Just keep watching. The 4th level won't be so easy. A system prompt sounded, and Su Shichen was transported to the 4th level of the Tower of Glory. The scorching lava land greeted him, with searing heat waves filling the air. Su Shichen exhaled a hot breath, quickly scanning the status bar for debuffs. Lava. Those with fire resistance below 50 take 100 points of fire damage per second until death. Su Shichen quickly calculated in his mind. With his 6,622 health points, he could theoretically last only 67 seconds. However, the 15 lifesteal effect of the AC's ring was enough to offset this damage. Compared to the slow effect on the 3rd level, this debuff was hardly worth mentioning. After adjusting his state, Su Shichen gripped his long sword with both hands, vigilantly waiting for the enemy to appear. Suddenly, the lava surged, and a massive figure slowly emerged. Level 10 Dark Gold Boss, Flame Demon King Maxi, health points 800,000. Maxi's enormous arm was thicker than Su Shichen's entire body. He looked down arrogantly at Su Shichen, a human? Stop at the 4th level. This will be your final resting place. Before he finished speaking, Maxi waved both hands, and dozens of small lava demons emerged from the splashing magma. Lava Demon, level 10 elite, health points 10,000. Damn, even a sow doesn't give birth this fast. Su Shichen cursed under his breath, agilely dodging Maxi's giant hand. He swiftly executed a double strike, instantly killing one lava demon. Although these small monsters weren't a significant threat, they were scalding hot when approached. As he fought, Su Shichen thought, I wonder if the level 10 Maxi will use that skill. Soon, he had killed all but one of the lava demons. Suddenly, he remembered a devastating move that wiped out a super guild in a past life. He immediately sheathed his Gale Blade and led the last lava demon toward a distant ground fissure. In you go! Su Shichen sidestepped and kicked the less-than-amaturtle lava demon into the fissure, leaving only its head stuck outside. Ignoring the trapped small monster, Su Shichen turned to face Maxi. Had fun just now? Now it's your turn. Maxi roared, Fall Hellfire! Dozens of massive fireballs appeared in midair, hurtling towards Su Shichen. Meteor! Su Shichen countered, charging directly at Maxi. You can't possibly hit yourself with your own skill. Can you? Whirlwind Slash. Due to the size difference, Su Shichen's sword could only strike Maxi's waist. You're just a jumping flea, Maxi scoffed, sweeping his long arm. Su Shichen nimbly dodged and left a deep sword mark on Maxi's arm. Su Shichen observed Maxi's movements cautiously. Seeing the red glow on Maxi's right hand, he immediately retreated and used crescent sword dance. Heart-devouring flame, Maxi shot a blood-red lava column from his right hand. The moonlight shield from the crescent sword dance successfully blocked it for 10 seconds, but the heart-devouring flame eventually touched Su Shichen's body. After 2 damaged ticks, the lava column dissipated. Undeterred, Su Shichen charged at Maxi again. Double strike. Seeing his skill was ineffective, Maxi planted his hands on the ground and pulled his entire body out of the lava. Enveloped in scorching flames, his size quickly shrank to match Su Shichen's. Human, your strength is impressive. Maxi drew a crimson flaming greatsword from the void. Come on, human, the second round begins now. Su Shichen took the opportunity to slash 8 times in quick succession, then blocked Maxi's greatsword with his own. As their swords clashed, Su Shichen sneered. Your strength isn't that impressive after all. Su Shichen braced himself with his right hand on the massive sword, while the king's sword in his left hand thrust forward mercilessly. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Although Su Shichen was puzzled as to why a sword made of flames could produce such a sound, he knew his attack had been blocked by Max. Max had split his flaming greatsword into 2, and with his now more agile form, he barely managed to fend off Su Shichen's assault. Come on, let's keep going. Su Shichen growled, his attacks relentless. Max could only struggle to defend himself, occasionally getting struck by Su Shichen's blade. In just 10 minutes, Max's health had dropped by half. However, Max remained calm. While Su Shichen wasn't paying attention, Max discreetly let drops of demonic flame fall to the ground with each strike, thinking it wouldn't be long before this human met his end. Su Shichen continued his barrage, staying vigilant. So, he can use that skill after all? He's just being sneaky about it, he thought. With another powerful slash, Su Shichen struck Max, the force of the blow causing Max to stumble backward. Su Shichen moved in for the kill, but saw a cunning gleam in Max's eyes. Die, human, Max growled. I knew you were up to something. Su Shichen sneered, instantly withdrawing his sword and turning around to target the lava demon stuck in a crevice. Shadow step, he shouted, his figure appearing behind the lava demon in an instant. Kicking off its back, he propelled himself several yards away from Max. Inferno hell! Max roared. As soon as Su Shichen landed, hundreds of red beams shot up from the battlefield, covering a 30-yard radius around Max. A dark red energy cage formed instantly, extending right up to Su Shichen. The beams rampaged within the barrier, but their sole target had already escaped. Inferno hell lasted a full 30 seconds, during which Su Shichen lost 3,000 health points from the searing heat. As the barrier dissipated, Su Shichen rushed forward, slaying the lava demon that had saved his life and regaining some health. He then activated his full power and used Meteor to close the distance to Max once more. Surprise, motherfer! Su Shichen smirked. What? Max's eyes widened in shock. How could this human survive Inferno hell? It's impossible. Su Shichen ignored Max's disbelief, launching a series of attacks. Even without his full power, Su Shichen had been a formidable opponent. Now, with multiple buffs, Max stood no chance. Su Shichen's relentless strikes drove Max back. Desperate, Max remerged his swords into the flaming greatsword and plunged it into the ground. Come forth, world-ending flame, Max shouted in despair. Not a chance. Rest in peace, Su Shichen sneered, turning away without looking back at the impending explosion like a true warrior. The next moment, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. Instant explosion. A massive damage number of nearly 300,000 wiped out Maxi's remaining health in one fell swoop. The flaming greatsword embedded in the ground and Maxi's projection both gradually faded away, signaling the end of the battle. The system notification chimed. Congratulations! You've broken the record for the 0th tier of the 4th floor of the Glory Tower. You have been awarded 8,000 glory points, 8,000 reputation points, and 80 fame points. Su Shichen took a deep breath, steadied himself, and resolutely stepped into the portal leading to the 5th floor. He knew the difficulty was increasing and couldn't help but wonder how far he could go. With a wave of dizziness, Su Shichen found himself on the 5th floor. The system voice rang out again. You have entered the 5th floor of the Glory Tower. All potions are prohibited. All your skills have been refreshed. Enemies will appear shortly. Defeat all enemies within 300 minutes to proceed to the 6th floor. This time, the system notification had subtle changes. The time limit extended to a full 5 hours, and the number of enemies was no longer a single entity. Su Shichen held his breath and carefully observed his surroundings. He found himself on a mountaintop plateau, roughly 30 yards in diameter. All around him, white clouds swirled, creating an ethereal, fairy tale-like atmosphere. However, This tranquility was quickly shattered. Three ferocious bosses appeared before him. The system immediately provided detailed descriptions. Level 10 Dark Gold Boss, HP 550,000. The Emperor of the Silver-Crowned Golden-Winged Eagles, an epic grade beast. Its talons and beak are incredibly sharp. Level 10 Dark Gold Boss, HP 700,000. Danton, a mutant from the Earth Dragon clan, has broken through to become an epic grade beast. It once killed a dragon, and its underground attacks are particularly fierce. Level 10 Dark Gold Boss, HP 620,000. Carl, once an ordinary tiger, has now become an epic grade beast that dominates the entire forest. Su Shichen's heart skipped a beat. He had anticipated the difficulty would rise, but not to this extent. Fortunately, he had prepared well before challenging the Glory Tower. Otherwise, he might have been stopped here. Recalling his past life, even at the peak level of Swordmaster, the fourth floor had presented an insurmountable challenge with a single complete legendary flame Demon King. Despite the overwhelming odds, Su Shichen knew he had to fight. He gripped his sword tightly, warily observing the movements of the three beasts. These bosses covered the underground, ground, and sky, posing an all-encompassing threat. The upcoming battle would undoubtedly be arduous, but at least the fifth floor map had no additional debuffs, which would have made the challenge even more unimaginable. Suddenly, the battle erupted. Screech! The silver-crowned, golden-winged eagle let out a sharp cry and launched the first attack. Clang! The intense sound of metal clashing echoed as Su Shichen's left hand wielded the king's sword to precisely block Chris's talons. Get lost! Su Shichen roared, unleashing all of his 970 strength points to repel the two beasts. He leveraged the force to perform a nimble flip in midair, narrowly dodging Carl's bite. Heavy slash! Roar! A massive critical hit number appeared above Carl's head, clearly causing it immense pain. Su Shichen landed gracefully and charged at Carl, winning the first round decisively. Su Shichen knew that boss-level creatures regenerated one of their health every 5 seconds during battle, so he decided to focus his firepower on taking down Carl first. Death Wind, Gale Force, Instant Explosion. Before the three beasts could start using their skills, Su Shichen activated all his states. Gale Slash. His dual sword struck Carl again, producing two enormous damage numbers. Su Shichen swiftly withdrew his swords and sidestepped, skillfully avoiding Danton's sneak attack. Heavy Slash, Double Strike. His relentless, storm-like assault forced Carl to retreat step by step. Carl roared angrily, blaming Danton and Chris for their inaction. At the moment Su Shichen swung his sword again, Chris seized the opportunity, flapping its wings to shoot countless golden feathers, each as sharp as a blade. Simultaneously, Danton, unable to hold back any longer, opened its massive maw and emerged from the ground, a black light gathering in its mouth. This was the legendary Dragon Breath. This is what I've been waiting for. Su Shichen smirked. He quickly thrust his sword into Carl's face and, just as the golden feathers and Dragon Breath were about to hit, activated Shadow Step, instantly appearing behind Carl. Roar! The unprepared Carl became Su Shichen's human shield, taking the full brunt of Chris and Danton's attacks, howling in agony. Just as I thought, Su Shichen thought with satisfaction. Although the three beasts were his enemies, they weren't true allies. This delicate relationship caused them to hesitate during their attack, giving Su Shichen the fleeting opportunity he needed. Chris and Danton halted their attack immediately upon realizing they had accidentally injured an ally. Carl seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat, but Su Shichen was not about to let this chance slip away. He exploited the momentary lull in the beast's assault and swung his sword at Carl once more. The blade flashed, and Carl roared in pain. Su Shichen glanced at his status bar, seeing that his protective sword aura had reached its maximum of 12 layers. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sword chi burst. Instantly, he felt a surge of power within him, boosting his attack strength by 24. Although the stun effect of the sword chi burst was ineffective against the three dark gold-level bosses, the immense power of the 12 layers of sword aura still managed to repel their latest assault. The three bosses were clearly unprepared to face a human player who could completely overpower them. Their eyes flashed with astonishment, as if to say, "This guy is a monster." Carl's health continued to drop rapidly. It let out a long howl, and its massive body shook violently. Suddenly, it split into three identical figures. The three Carls charged at Su Shichen, causing the ground to tremble with their approach. At the same time, Danton's attack was closing in. Amidst the dire situation, Su Shichen's eyes sharpened. He raised his sword and pointed it at Chris, who was hovering in the air. Transforming into a streak of sword light, he shot upwards like a meteor. This move, Meteor, was the same technique he had used on the third level, once again helping him evade the deadly danger on the ground. After striking Chris, Su Shichen didn't linger. He swiftly drew his gale blade and kicked off Chris with great force, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Carl below. I said I would only target you, Su Shichen muttered under his breath. Chris was taken aback by the sudden assault. It thought to itself, didn't this guy just ignore me? Why did he suddenly fly up, stab me, and then retreat? This sneaky bastard is pulling a fast one. The powerful kick sent Chris spiraling 5.6 yards upwards before it managed to stabilize its flight. Just as it was about to counterattack, it saw Su Shichen's long sword striking Carl's head once again. Carl's clones merged back into its original form after the hit. As it searched frantically for Su Shichen, it was met with a heavy slash descending from above, smashing its head to the ground. The impact pinned it right atop Danton, who was inside the cave. Though the move was a double-edged sword, costing Su Shichen over a third of his health due to the recoil, he paid no mind. He swiftly landed 2 more piercing strikes on Carl's neck, which restored over 1,000 points of his health thanks to his high attack power. Next time, I'll deal with your main form. Su Shichen suddenly withdrew his sword and stepped back. I heard you drop a pretty badass mount. Carl, who was about to unleash a powerful attack, was left dumbfounded by Su Shichen's unexpected retreat. It was filled with confusion. What is this guy up to? He beat me to this state, and now he's just backing off? What is going on? Su Shichen took a few steps back, not sparing Carl another glance. In the 14 seconds of the sudden explosion, he seized every opportunity, his sword moving like the wind, leaving 30 deep, bone-revealing cuts on Carl. With an earth-shattering blast, Carl's life points dropped to 0. As the smoke cleared, Su Shichen stood alone on the mountaintop platform. Danton lurked underground, waiting for the right moment, while Chris circled in the air, ready to strike. Lacking long-range attacks, Su Shichen was frustrated but remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the sky and his feet carefully sensing every tremor from the ground. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, an old drunkard suddenly spoke up, Huai Jian. The unexpected call caught Huai Jian off guard. The wine god continued, Get ready, you're up for the 6th round. Huai Jian looked puzzled. Is that really okay? The drunkard gulped down the last of his wine and summoned a portal with a wave of his hand, his tone firm. No holding back now. We're all watching, and the Hall of Glory needs a true genius. Understanding the unspoken command, Huai Jian straightened his attire and stepped into the portal, thinking to himself, I can't wait to see the look on Xingchen's face. On the battlefield, Su Shichen seized the moment, delivering a powerful slash that sent Chris crashing to the ground, coincidentally landing on the emerging Danton. Furious, Danton cursed his allies' incompetence. Su Shichen pressed his advantage, his sword aimed at Chris's right wing. Chris struggled in pain, his left wing flashing gold as it transformed into a giant blade to counterattack. Su Shichen, agile and nimble, easily dodged and continued his assault on Chris's right wing. Danton, having learned his lesson, avoided direct confrontation and circled behind Su Shichen for a surprise attack. Su Shichen reacted swiftly, using the momentum to leap into the air and effortlessly neutralize the threat. With no other options, Chris employed a secret technique from his clan. His silver crown transformed into a streak of light, shooting skyward as his true form vanished. Realizing the danger, Su Shichen immediately heightened his vigilance. Sure enough, Chris reappeared high above, his wings vibrating violently, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp feathers like a downpour. Su Shichen dodged frantically, cursing inwardly. Are you trying to go bald, you featherless vultures? Seizing the opportunity, Danton blocked Su Shichen's escape route. Without hesitation, Su Shichen delivered a heavy slash to clear the path and kept running. Unwilling to give up, Danton struck the ground hard, triggering an earthquake that halved Su Shichen's speed. Oh no! A rain of golden arrows is coming from behind, and Danton is watching me like a hawk. Su Shichen glanced at his watch 10 seconds left before Shadow's step cooled down. His heart sank. He had no choice but to take the hit. Assaith his shield, Su Shichen muttered, and a blood-red energy shield instantly formed around him, granting 5,000 shield points. He gripped his sword tightly, assuming a defensive stance, eyes fixed on the golden wings whistling down from the sky. Without the support of the crescent sword dance skill, Su Shichen's dual swords moved like a storm, but the dense barrage still overwhelmed him. Arrows broke through his defense, striking the energy shield heavily. The impact caused Assaith's shield to flicker dangerously, its red glow dimming and brightening erratically. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Shichen saw Danton, the Earth Dragon, with bloodthirsty eyes, staying at a distance, clearly unwilling to enter the range of Chris's ultimate attack. Ignoring the dragon, Su Shichen focused entirely on blocking the arrows. As time passed, Su Shichen's sword movements became more fluid, like a seamless flow of water. He began to regain the feeling of the crescent sword dance, each strike precisely executed. A slight tilt to the left blocked 2 more arrows. An upward slash followed by a downward press cut down 6 more. Su Shichen entered a state of profound enlightenment. Unnoticed, the blood-red shield around Su Shichen dissipated, but his health remained at 3218, no longer decreasing. He had blocked all the golden arrows. Shadow Step had cooled down, but he no longer needed it. He had mastered a higher level of swordsmanship, rendering Chris's ultimate attack harmless. As Chris's skill ended, the wings that struck the ground kicked up a cloud of dust. The two beasts stared at the smoke-filled area, convinced the human was dead. But when the dust settled, Su Shichen stood unscathed, twirling his swords and pointing them at Chris and Danton. "Come on, let's continue," Su Shichen taunted, then charged at Danton again. The hall fell silent once more until a voice from the Silver Throne said, "If I'm not mistaken, that kid has mastered a battle technique. Combat techniques. These are different from system skills. They don't show up on a system panel and represent a higher level of combat prowess. Even a typical 6th-tier professional finds them hard to grasp." At this moment, Su Shichen had an epiphany, finally understanding the vast technical gap between himself and his previous life and those top-tier 7th or 8th-tier masters. As he attacked, he recalled the feeling from earlier. The twin swords in his hands flowed seamlessly like water, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. This was clearly a defensive combat technique, and Su Shichen decided to name it Flowing Water Sword Technique. A surge of excitement welled up inside him, and Su Shichen couldn't wait to see the view from the 6th level of the Glory Holy Tower. He addressed the two bosses. "Thank you both for helping me comprehend the Flowing Water Sword Technique. Now, would you kindly meet your end?" Before his words even faded, Su Shichen was already in motion. He parried Danton's claw strike with one sword and used a series of quick steps to climb onto his opponent's body, leaping towards the airborne Chris. The previous battle had already drained much of Chris's health, and Su Shichen wasn't about to give it the chance to recover. Chris suddenly recalled the memory of being ambushed earlier and hurriedly tried to ascend higher. But it was too late. Su Shichen had already activated his meteor skill, striking Chris's right wing with precision. The target mustn't change, Su Shichen thought to himself. Chris let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings desperately to shake Su Shichen off. However, Su Shichen was prepared. He drove the wind blade deep into its flesh and relentlessly attacked Chris's right wing with the king's sword in his left hand. With its right wing severely damaged, Chris could no longer maintain its balance and began to plummet erratically towards the ground. Seeing this, Danton's eyes flashed with cold light as it roared. In an instant, several massive earth spikes erupted from the ground. Chris, seeing the situation, gritted its teeth and adjusted its body to crash its right wing into the rising earth spikes. It would rather sacrifice its wing than let this damned human go unscathed. Su Shichen keenly sensed the movements of the two beasts, but his shadow step skill was still on cooldown. Unfazed, he executed a double strike on Chris. Just as the earth spikes were about to reach him, he activated Shadow Step, instantly appearing behind Danton. "So, you like playing dirty, huh?" Su Shichen sneered, taking advantage of Danton's unguarded moment to deliver a heavy slash to its tail. Danton roared in pain and confusion, wondering how this damned human could be so elusive. Boom! A massive collision sound echoed as Chris, despite realizing Su Shichen had left, couldn't halt its momentum and crashed into the giant earth spikes. The mountaintop platform was once again shrouded in smoke. After delivering a slash to Danton, Su Shichen immediately withdrew and dashed into the smoke. He thought to himself, "I said I'm a dedicated person. Once I dodge an attack, I naturally return to the battlefield." Chris let out a tragic cry, the impact rendering it temporarily immobile and costing it over 10,000 health points. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shichen unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes, the damage numbers continuously popping up, reducing Chris's hard-earned health once again. Suddenly, Su Shinchen's brows furrowed, and he instinctively stepped back. A small earth spike abruptly appeared where he had just stood, clearly another dirty trick from Danton. "I'll deal with you later," Su Shichen thought. At this point, Su Shinchen's focus was solely on the nearly dead Chris. While evading Danton's attacks, he continued to strike Chris. With a long, drawn-out cry, Chris finally succumbed, dissipating into light particles. Su Shichen thought he detected a hint of relief in that sound. As the smoke cleared, only Su Shichen and Danton remained on the battlefield. Danton let out a thunderous roar. It hadn't been idle while Su Shichen was dealing with Chris. It had been preparing a massive attack for this terrifying human. Boom! 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 Su Shichen felt the mountain beneath him start to shake violently. Looking up, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive meteor, engulfed in blazing flames, was hurtling towards the mountaintop platform. A full map ultimate attack? How do I dodge this? Su Shichen hadn't expected to face such a perilous situation just when he seemed close to victory. The meteor was so large it completely covered the mountaintop platform, scattering the surrounding clouds into fragments of red light. The sheer power of this attack was beyond anything he could withstand. Su Shichen muttered, "You wouldn't hit yourself, would you?" Before he finished speaking, Danton had already started furiously digging into the ground with its claws, creating a hole in an instant and diving into it. "Damn, you sneaky fox." Su Shinchen's eyes lit up as he immediately activated his freshly cooled down Death's Wind and Gale Force abilities. His speed skyrocketed, and he quickly located the nearest tunnel entrance, leaping in without hesitation. Danton's tunnel system was sprawling and interconnected. It had just burrowed in when it saw the pesky human jumping after it, leaving it bewildered. "What are you doing in my home?" Su Shichen didn't care and charged straight at Danton. He calculated that the tunnel Danton had just dug was the deepest, meaning the impact would be minimized there. "Roar!" Danton, feeling provoked, stopped fleeing and turned to swipe at the intruding human with its claws. Clang! Su Shichen swiftly drew his sword to block, using the force to dodge past Danton and position himself below it. He immediately turned around and delivered a powerful slash. The immense force caused Danton to momentarily freeze, halting its movement. Su Shichen was also propelled to the bottom of the tunnel by the recoil. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the tunnel shook violently but stubbornly refused to collapse. Danton's body was slammed downward by the sudden impact from above. "Damn it, don't come any closer," Su Shichen shouted in alarm. Bang! In the end, Su Shichen found himself pinned at the bottom of the tunnel by Danton, taking a whopping 2,800 damage from the impact. It was clear that if he had taken a direct hit from a meteor, he'd be obliterated. "Get off!" Sword chi burst. Su Shichen roared, and 12 beams of milky white sword energy forcefully pushed Danton upwards. Covered in dirt, he emerged from the tunnel, spat on the ground, and advanced towards the dazed Danton with his sword in hand. "That's for ramming me, wind slash. That's for playing dirty, heavy slash. That's for ambushing me, double strike." Su Shichen cursed as he hacked away, and well, I don't even know anymore, but I'm definitely going to kill you. Previously, even 3 opponents couldn't handle Su Shichen, and now with only Danton left, it was clear it stood no chance. Danton was relentlessly battered by Su Shinchen's sword techniques, unable to even burrow into the ground to catch its breath. Roar! Danton let out one final, mournful cry. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations on breaking the 0-tier record of the 5th level of the Glory Tower. Reward: 16,000 glory points, 16,000 prestige points, 160 fame points." A vortex appeared in the void, slowly expanding a portal to the 6th level. Su Shichen had just shattered the Glory Hall's millennial tower climbing record. A portal appeared, but Su Shichen didn't immediately step through. Instead, he chose to lie down on the ground, taking advantage of the 5th floor's lack of debuffs to rest and recover his strength and energy. Having fought through 5 floors consecutively, fatigue had already set in, and he knew that with his current condition, the 6th floor would be a significant challenge. Meanwhile, Fengyu City was experiencing a surge of new arrivals. Top players from various towns had reached level 10, turning the once quiet city into a bustling hub. The first to arrive were elite members from major guilds, who had numerous advantages over regular solo players. As soon as Hentiangu arrived in Fengyu City, he swiftly established the Blood Fong Guild, gathering all players who had followed the guild into the spiritual realm. Guild leader: the latest statistics show we have over 100,000 members, with 10,000 already in Fengyu City, reported an elder responsible for statistics to Hentiangu. With a determined expression, Hentiangu ordered, "Continue issuing the bounty. We must not let Xingqian and Kindergarten Killer escape." He was confident that no matter how strong Xingqian was, he couldn't take on thousands single-handedly. Even if it required a war of attrition, he had enough funds to compensate his guild members for their losses. Elsewhere, Baozi, Lu Shuyao, and others had successfully advanced to their first-tier professions and were gathering outside Fengyu City. Baozi, clad in a top-tier set of gear from the Death Mines, wielding a golden shield, patted Kindergarten Killer on the shoulder and asked, "Kindergarten Killer? Are you the new recruit the boss brought in?" Kindergarten Killer nodded in confirmation. "Yes, the boss told me to contact you when I arrived in Fengyu City." Seeing Baozi had already advanced to the first tier, his fighting spirit surged, but he refrained from suggesting a sparring match due to their first meeting. Baozi invited, "Come on, let's level up before the boss returns." He pulled Kindergarten Killer into the team. However, Kindergarten Killer hesitated for a moment before declining the invitation. "No, you go ahead. I'm currently wanted by the Blood Fong Guild. Being with me will only put you in danger." Lu Shuyao, accompanied by the Zhou siblings, approached and extended the invitation again. "Join us, we're all on the same side. We can't let you face this alone." She believed that anyone Shichen valued must have exceptional skills. Besides, she and Baozi had both received the beginner's guide from Su Shichen, gaining the greatest opportunities in their respective towns, which should be enough to handle the Blood Fong guild's bounty. Kindergarten Killer was stunned upon seeing Lu Shuyao. Baozi slapped him on the shoulder and introduced, "Killer, wake up. This is the boss's wife. Just call her Sister Yao." Kindergarten Killer quickly greeted her, and then turned his gaze to another slightly less stunning beauty, only to receive another slap from Baozi. "What are you looking at?" "That's my girlfriend. Look ahead. There's the ocean. Stare all you want." Back at the Glory Tower, Su Shichen rested for a full hour before getting up and stepping into the portal to the 6th floor. A series of system notifications immediately followed. "You have entered the 6th floor of the Glory Tower. No potions are allowed here, and all your skills have been refreshed. Enemies will appear shortly. Defeat them within 120 minutes to proceed to the 7th floor. Congratulations on breaking the record for the fastest entry into the Glory Tower in a millennium, earning the epic title Light of Glory." Su Shichen promptly checked his new title. Light of Glory. Epic title. Your performance in the tower has amazed everyone. When activated within the Glory Tower, all attributes 20, stamina 100, energy 100, and you are immune to any map's negative effects. This was exactly the attribute boost he needed in the tower. Su Shichen didn't hesitate to replace his previous title, Lone Warrior, with Light of Glory, and then carefully examined the 6th floor's environment. In front of him was a vast arena, with the stands filled with countless shadowy figures, uncertain if they were real spectators. The status bar displayed a debuff called Away Game. Away Game. This is your enemy's territory. Your stamina consumption is increased by 20 during combat. If your opponent dominates you, the crowd cheers will boost their morale, increasing their overall attributes by 10. After activating the Light of Glory title, Su Shichen can ignore the negative effects of playing away from home. However, if he gets suppressed by the enemy, the buff's benefits will not apply to his foes. Su Shichen stood in the 6th level of the arena, his eyes suddenly fixed in shock. He stared at his opponent in disbelief. "How can it be you?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. "Is it even possible for anyone to pass the 6th level?" Standing opposite him was Huaijin in person. Despite being suppressed in most of his power, his level was still a formidable 10, with an astonishing 1,500,000 health points, firmly placing him in the early legendary tier. Huaijin crossed his arms over his chest, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. "Surprised to see me, kid? Didn't expect this, did you?" Su Shichen was secretly taken aback. In the spirit realm, the gap between legendary and dark gold ranks couldn't be summed up by a single tier. The legendary rank itself was divided into early, mid, and high levels, each with significant differences. A random early legendary boss could easily crush a 3-headed dark gold beast from the previous level, let alone a bona fide genius sword saint standing before him. Huaijin held his sword in one hand, his figure flickering as he sped towards Su Shichen. He didn't seem to intend to use his second sword. "Come on, show me your true strength," Huaijin shouted. The clashing of swords filled the arena. Su Shichen used his flowing water sword technique to barely fend off Huaijin's attacks. "Huh," Huaijin remarked in surprise. "When did you learn combat skills, kid?" "There's a lot you don't know," Su Shichen thought with relief. If he hadn't mastered the flowing water sword technique, he wouldn't have stood a chance against a sword saint like Huaijin. Seeing his attacks were ineffective, Huaijin suddenly shifted his form, disappearing from Su Shinchen's sight. "Behind me!" Su Shichen quickly turned around, swinging his sword to block the sudden attack from behind. "Impressive. Have you studied me?" Huaijin teased, his footwork constantly changing. Su Shichen, thanks to his high attributes and the flowing water sword technique, managed to barely keep up. Su Shichen felt a surge of excitement. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He knew Huaijin's shadow step technique inside out from his past life, but could never quite master it. This time, he was determined to learn the elusive technique. Huaijin seemed to notice Su Shinchen's intentions. With a powerful strike, he pushed Su Shichen back and then retreated, scrutinizing him. "Kid, you want to learn my shadow step? Just say it, and I'll teach you." Su Shichen reversed his twin swords, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Please, mentor, I humbly ask for your guidance." "Nice attitude," Huaijin laughed. "But you better hold on tight. Don't die before you learn it, because I'm going all out." Without warning, Huaijin attacked with both swords, using his shadow step. His figure flickered in and out, making it hard to pinpoint his exact location. Su Shichen knew he couldn't withstand Huaijin's full assault without activating his state. He decisively activated the wind force to boost his speed. After all, he was up against a fully serious sword saint. Clang, clang, clang. Their swords clashed continuously, sparks flying everywhere. Su Shinchen's eyes followed Huaijin's footwork intently, with only one thought in mind. He must master the shadow step, or he would be stuck at the 6th level forever. The 30-second duration of the swift gale passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Shichen felt the pressure mounting. He had no choice but to activate the death wind, boosting his speed once more to confront the challenge. His heightened awareness after rebirth, combined with Huai Jian's personal instruction, began to bring clarity to the shadow step that had always eluded him. 2 minutes passed, and the effects of the death wind dissipated. But Su Shichen had already started to keep pace with Huai Jian. Their figures flashed continuously on the small arena, with Huai Jian's attacks being seamlessly deflected by Su Shichen's flowing water sword technique. "What kind of monster are you?" Huai Jian exclaimed in shock, staring at Su Shichen. Although he intended to teach, he never expected his opponent to master his signature combat technique within minutes and use it so proficiently. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Su Shichen sincerely expressed his gratitude, while his sword strikes became even more fierce. He had held back earlier to learn Huai Jian's techniques, but now that he had mastered them, he was ready to show his true skills. The force transmitted through the sword made Huai Jian's fingers numb, and he marveled at how this youngster's strength surpassed even his own, despite being suppressed to the early legendary stage. "Senior, be careful." Sword chi burst. Su Shichen's dual swords slashed together, sending 12 milky white sword chis soaring into the sky, fiercely attacking Huai Jian. Huai Jian had no choice but to retreat, using the shadow step to evade the range of the sword chi burst. He shook his numbed wrist from the intense clash and began to counterattack with his skills. For the first time, Su Shichen gained the upper hand in his fight against Huai Jian. He pressed his advantage, managing to suppress his opponent in a short period. Gale Slash. Utilizing the power of his level 4.5 strength gem, Su Shichen seized an opening, using his immense strength to block Huai Jian's dual swords with one strike. With his right hand wielding the swift blade, he executed the Gale Slash, striking Huai Jian heavily. Seeing the numbers appear above Huai Jian's head, Su Shichen was stunned and quickly retreated. "You're cheating. How is this even possible for a human?" "Stop whining. You've already passed." Huai Jian sheathed his sword. "I wasn't supposed to be your opponent for the 6th level anyway. Hitting me once is a win. An ordinary early legendary stage wouldn't be able to stop you." He suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Come on, let's go see the looks on those old guys' faces." A system notification chimed. "Congratulations on breaking the 0-tier record of the 6th level of the Glory Tower. Reward: 32,000 glory points, 32,000 reputation points, 320 fame points." Su Shichen was about to head to the 7th level when he heard Huai Jian calling him. Remembering the significant difficulty increase every 3 levels in the Glory Tower, he sheathed his swords and followed Huai Jian into the exit portal. Given his current strength, this was his limit. It was wise to stop while ahead. The harvest was bountiful, the biggest gain being the mastery of 2 combat techniques, which were priceless treasures. "Kid, you hit the jackpot this time. Even I am envious of such a massive haul of points." Huai Jian slung an arm around Su Shichen's shoulders, showing none of the demeanor of a 7th-tier powerhouse, speaking with a hint of jealousy. "Senior, if there's anything you want to exchange for, I'm willing to help," Su Shichen quickly offered. "Get lost. Taking your stuff would make me a scoundrel." Huai Jian laughed and cursed. "Besides, I don't lack points. Think carefully about what you want to exchange." Returning to the previous hall, the 99 thrones still floated in midair, with the figures on them all intently watching the young man in the center, who had just broken the millennia-old record of the Glory Hall. "Ahem, Shichen, you've cost me a lot of points," Yumu said painfully. Although points were no longer of great importance to someone of his status, losing a bet still stung. "Thank you, Wine God, for your generosity." Su Shichen quickly thanked him. He knew that without the Wine God's approval, he couldn't have wagered points he hadn't yet earned. This was the Glory Hall's reward for breaking the record. "Ah, these points are worth it for a genius like you." The Wine God laughed heartily. "Senior Wine God, I have another matter besides challenging the tower," Su Shichen said solemnly. Su Shichen slowly recounted the undercover operation that took place in Xiaoling Town. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in an uproar. "What? Such a thing actually happened?" A general slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "I knew the Chaos Alliance wouldn't stay quiet for long. So this is their game? War!" Another person shouted, "We must go to full-scale war. My blade has been itching for action." Just as the calls for war grew louder, a calm voice suddenly broke through. "With what are we going to wage a full-scale war? Don't forget about that place." Before the sentence was completed, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Su Shichen felt puzzled and thought to himself, "What place? Why haven't I heard of it in my previous life?" At that moment, a drunkard's voice shattered the silence. "All right, little Shichen, the odds for your bet this time are 110. I'll transfer the points to you directly." "Oh, and the gold coins too. I haven't used those in years and almost forgot." The drunkard waved at Su Shichen. and in an instant, Su Shichen found himself in a completely white space. Take a look and see what treasures you need, the drunkard continued. We need to hold a brief meeting. See you in a bit. Su Shichen was ecstatic, thrilled by the enormous amount of points he had just acquired. This is true wealth, he thought. No wonder even Huai Jian envies this. Just then, he turned and was surprised to see Huai Jian there as well. Hey, old man, what are you doing here? He blurted out. Huai Jian, hearing this, slapped his palm and angrily said, When you need me, I'm a senior, but when you don't, I'm just an old man, huh? Su Shichen quickly smiled apologetically. No, it's just a habit. We are so close, after all. Huai Jian snorted and explained. This meeting is of great importance. Even I don't have the privilege to attend. That old drunkard found it troublesome, so he sent me here to guide you through the exchange. With that, Huai Jian gestured with his hand, and two flying swords hovered in midair. He lay down on them as if on a comfortable hammock. Closing his eyes, he said leisurely, You go ahead and look around. Ask me if you have any questions. They won't finish their meeting anytime soon, so don't rush. Su Shichen looked enviously at Huai Jian's sword-riding technique, thinking that he couldn't master it yet. He refocused, summoned the exchange list of the Hall of Glory, and sorted it from the most expensive items. Having so many points feels so good. Su Shichen thought happily as he began to carefully browse through the list of treasures available for exchange. After passing through the first 6 trials, Su Shichen accumulated 126,000 honor points, 63,000 fame points, and 630 renown points. Additionally, he won 1,260,000 honor points and 16,313 gold coins from the old drunkard, which caused his wealth to skyrocket instantly. His renown level also increased to level 6 famous across the land. This meant that his deeds had spread beyond his country, making him known throughout the entire Glory continent. He would now receive top-tier noble treatment across the land. Confidently, Su Shichen opened the exchange list, ready to splurge on some good items, looking at his total of 1,386,000 honor points. However, the first item on the list gave him a harsh reality check. Light of Glory accessory. Mythical item. Requirements. Attributes. Honor points required. 100 million. Description. The Light of Glory contains the power of the 99 pillars of glory from all generations. Only the strongest in the Hall of Glory can possess it. Mythical level? Does anyone actually manage to exchange for this? Su Shichen couldn't help but mutter. The next few items were all top-tier legendary items, which he couldn't use or afford at the moment. What he had initially thought was a lot of points now seemed insufficient. With no other choice, Su Shichen set the filter to show only items he could afford, and the list refreshed instantly. 1. Bloodline Fusion Elixir. Mythical item. Description. After consuming it, you can absorb another bloodline while already having one, merging the two into a new bloodline. Honor points required. 1 million. This elixir was passed down from ancient divine times. Such a thing exists? Su Shichen was astounded. He quickly searched for bloodline in the exchange list, and a series of bloodline options appeared. One caught his eye. Time Spirit Vein Top Tier. Grants the Time Spirit Vein upon use. Honor points required. 200,000. Description. One of the top 2 bloodline legacies in the Hall of Glory, it has not been acquired by anyone for many years. It allows you to tread the path of mastering the power of time. Su Shichen glanced at Huai Jian, who had started snoring, and felt a deep sense of gratitude. Looking back, it seems Huai Jian played a significant role in me obtaining the Space Spirit Vein during the 5-color trials. Suppressing his excitement, Su Shichen directly exchanged for both the Bloodline Fusion Elixir and the Time Spirit Vein. His points instantly dropped to 186,000, but it was still a considerable amount, enough to exchange for several good items. He adjusted the exchange list again, sorting the items from most expensive to least expensive within his budget, and continued browsing. Setting Sun and Moon Worship One-Handed Sword. Legendary item. Durability. 1001000. Requirements. Strength 20,000, Agility 24,000. Base attributes. 100 to all level 10 attributes. Additional effects. 1. Swiftness, Agility 60, Attack Speed 80. 2. Sharpness, Strength 60, Attack Power 60. 3. Frenzy, Critical Hit 80, Critical Damage 50, 20 chance to deal 3x damage, 10 chance to deal 5x damage, 5 chance to deal 10x damage. 4. Setting Sun, completely suppresses the target's recovery ability upon hitting. 5. Moon Worship, attacks have a chance to summon a moon to suppress the opponent, reducing all their attributes by 20. Skills. 1. Unmatched Phantom. Active, adds 12 sword shadows to attacks, each dealing 20 of attack power as physical damage and 20 of strength effect. Duration. 120 seconds. Instant cast cooldown, 30 minutes. Honor points required, 180,000. The top-tier attributes of the setting sun and moon worship sword made Su Shichen drool, but the attribute requirements were too high, making it unattainable for now. He kept flipping through the pages. Items he couldn't use in the short term weren't worth lingering over. These legendary items, costing tens of thousands of honor points, were not for low-level players. After a moment of thought, Su Shichen decided to search for bloodline again. He had seen several top-tier bloodlines earlier, and apart from here, he had no idea where else to obtain them. Su Shichen carefully examined the exchange list in the Hall of Glory, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. His gaze finally settled on two top-tier bloodlines, calculating the rapid progress Lu Shuyao and Baozi had made in recent days. If he exchanged these elite bloodlines for them, their combat power would soar, providing him with significant support. Without hesitation, Su Shichen chose the Titan bloodline and the Icefire spirit vein. The Titan bloodline required 80,000 glory points and granted the user strength and constitution surpassing that of dragons, turning them into the true king of the land. The Icefire spirit vein, needing 90,000 glory points, combined the spirits of ice and fire elements, allowing the user to perfectly control both elemental powers. After redeeming the bloodlines, Su Shichen had 16,000 glory points left. He quickly scanned the list and soon locked onto a piece of top-tier equipment he could use in the short term, the obsidian elemental chain. This necklace not only significantly boosted health and various attributes, but also featured powerful attributes like amplification, resistance, and shielding. What attracted Su Shichen the most were its three skills: anti-magic field, elemental body, and obsidian golem, each capable of turning the tide in critical moments. This epic piece of equipment, crafted by the Hall of Glory's master blacksmith Kai Chu early in his career, had a strong suppressive effect on all elements. Su Shichen calculated that as long as his primary attribute reached 1500, equipping this chain would make him a nightmare for all magic-based professions. Despite its high price of 13,500 glory points, he exchanged for it without hesitation. With 2,500 glory points remaining, Su Shichen exchanged for a legendary one-handed sword named Ningxuang Feishue. This sword, though only requiring 100 agility and 60 strength to wield, boasted impressive attributes and skills. The azure blade adorned with white snowflakes was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably sharp. Su Shichen was secretly delighted. Although he wished to equip a full set of legendary gear, the Hall of Glory's exchange list had limited legendary equipment, mostly weapons. He speculated that ordinary legendary equipment might not qualify for the Hall of Glory's exchange list. With the remaining 500 glory points, Su Shichen unhesitatingly exchanged them for 5 fourth-tier magic scrolls. He carefully stowed these precious scrolls away, knowing they would prove invaluable in critical moments. After closing the exchange window, Su Shichen eagerly took out the bloodline fusion elixir and the time vein. His hands trembled with excitement, and his heart raced. In his previous life, he had never heard of a bloodline surpassing the highest tier, and he couldn't fathom the astonishing results it might yield. Taking a deep breath, Su Shichen decisively uncorked the bloodline fusion elixir and downed it in one gulp. The elixir was tasteless, but he could distinctly feel a surge of warmth flowing into his body, eventually settling in his heart. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. You have ingested the bloodline fusion elixir and gained a chance to fuse bloodlines. Fusing different types of bloodlines will yield different results, with stronger bloodlines having a lower success rate. Note, the success rate is only linked to your strength, not luck. Su Shichen froze, muttering to himself, "What the heck? Why wasn't I warned about this earlier?" He suddenly realized that this fusion had a success rate. If he failed, 1.2 million glory points would be wasted, a figure even Huai Jian envied. Torn by inner conflict, Su Shichen gripped the white, stone-like time vein tightly. Using it posed a high risk of failure, but if he didn't use it, he could sell it. Given its value, Su Shichen thought it might even fetch a ticket to the Federal Nova. As Su Shichen hesitated, Huai Jian stretched lazily and sat up from his sword bed. He glanced at Su Shichen and casually asked, "Hey, kid, did you get everything?" His gaze then fixed on the time vein in Su Shinchen's hand. In an instant, Huai Jian appeared in front of Su Shichen, grabbing his right hand and exclaiming, "This thing was in the exchange list? That old drunkard is so biased." Su Shichen asked in confusion, "Can't you exchange for it?" Releasing Su Shinchen's hand, Huai Jian replied sourly, "Of course not. I wanted this bloodline back in the day, but the old drunkard said I didn't have the strength to fully unleash its power." After scrutinizing Su Shichen for a moment, he reluctantly admitted, "But for you, I guess it's okay." Seizing the opportunity, Su Shichen asked, "So, the spatial vein from the 5-color trial wasn't placed by you, senior? Such a powerful bloodline shouldn't have been a reward from the trial." "What?" Huai Jian roared, startling Su Shichen. Staring at the white stone in Su Shinchen's hand, he shouted, "You got the spatial vein too? Why would you exchange for the time vein if you already have the spatial vein? You're wasting it." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Huai Jian asked excitedly, "Wait, could it be the bloodline fusion elixir?" Su Shichen nodded and voiced his dilemma. "Yes, but now I'm conflicted about using the time vein for fusion. The stronger the bloodline, the lower the fusion success rate. If I fail, it'll be a disaster." Huai Jian's eyes widened. "You've already used the bloodline fusion elixir?" "Yes." "You idiot. Why didn't you ask me?" Huai Jian raged. "Once you take it, you have to fuse a bloodline of the same tier within half an hour, or it loses its effect and will even strip you of your original bloodline power." Su Shichen was shocked and quickly raised his hand to use the time vein. Now, he had to take a gamble. Huai Jian suddenly pressed down on Su Shinchen's hand, calming him. "Don't rush. There's still time. The stronger you are when you use it, the higher the success rate. You should advance first." Su Shichen was puzzled. "Old man, where am I supposed to advance now?" They were trapped in the exchange space, unable to leave until the meeting outside concluded. Huai Jian scoffed. "I thought you were smart. Use your brain." He waved his hand, and two long swords floated above Su Shinchen's head. Beams of sword light descended, seemingly breaking some kind of barrier for him. As the Shadow Sword Saint, "I can't help a mere apprentice advance?" System notifications rang out in quick succession. "Congratulations on advancing to a first-tier swordsman. Health 500, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10. Congratulations on advancing to a first-tier swordsman. Growth value increased. Future level-ups will grant 8 free attribute points and 2 free mastery points." Su Shichen was bewildered, asking curiously, "No trials? No tasks? Just like that?" Huai Jian replied impatiently, "Get lost. What's the point of a first-tier trial for you? I can't be bothered with the hassle." Huai Jian waved his hand urgently. "Quick, use the time meridian. You just advanced, and your bloodline power is flowing back into your heart. This is the best time for fusion." Upon hearing this, Su Shichen acted immediately. The white stone in his hand floated in midair, emitting a dazzling light. Within seconds, the stone transformed into a white stream of energy, rushing straight into Su Shinchen's chest. This stream felt like a soothing spring, instantly alleviating the minor tearing caused by the spatial meridian's enhancement as it entered his heart. Huai Jian watched Su Shichen intently, his excitement palpable. "Kid, hang in there? Let's see what incredible result these two top-tier bloodlines can produce." Just as Su Shichen was about to say, he felt fine. A sudden, intense pain erupted in his chest, causing him to cry out. A system notification immediately followed. "Spatial meridian and time meridian are fusing. Progress 1, 2, 3. Su Shichen gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This feels so real. It's like even my game character is losing health." Huai Jian was even more anxious than Su Shichen. He had come to see this kid as half a disciple. He encouraged, "Hold on, kid. This is a on-seen-a-lifetime opportunity, unique in the entire Hall of Glory." The fusion progress crawled upward. 8, 9, 10. The pain grew more intense, and Su Shichen couldn't help but cry out again. The agony seemed to pierce his very soul, something an ordinary person could never endure. After more than 10 minutes, the progress just barely reached halfway, and Su Shichen was curled up on the ground in pain. The intermediate life recovery potion's healing was starting to lag behind the rate at which he was losing health, and Su Shichen was growing desperate. The pain was so overwhelming that he couldn't even ask for help. Was all his effort going to be wasted now? Sensing Su Shinchen's predicament, Huai Jian quickly rummaged through his spatial ring. Moments later, he pulled out dozens of purple potions and placed them in front of Su Shichen, muttering, "It's a waste to use these on you, but I don't have any lower-grade ones suitable for you. Remember, you owe me big time." The potion's info displayed. Life Essence, Grandmaster level, instantly restores 50 of health, minimum restoration of 2 million, cooldown 60 seconds. Su Shichen didn't waste a second, grabbing a potion and preparing to use it. The fusion progress continued to climb. 90, 91, 92. By this time, Su Shichen was surviving solely on sheer willpower, taking the potions at regular intervals, oblivious to everything else. Suddenly, the pain vanished, replaced by a refreshing flow throughout his body. Su Shichen felt reborn in an instant. The system notification chimed. "Fusion progress 100. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the temporal spatial divine meridian." Su Shichen lay on his back, gasping for breath. The constant beeping of system notifications made his heart race. "Congratulations on partially awakening the divine bloodline of time and space, level 1. You've received 100 drops of the river of time and space. Based on your class, for each level you gain, you will receive an additional 5 base strength, 5 base agility, and 5 base constitution. Congratulations on acquiring the talents of the divine body of time and space and the divine power of time and space. The system continued to broadcast the changes in his attributes. 1 point of endurance now equated to 5 points of armor, 50 health points, and 5 health regeneration every 5 seconds. 1 point of agility would increase movement speed, attack speed, and flexibility. Suddenly, a palm-sized vortex of time and space appeared above Su Shichen. A black and white interwoven book dropped from it, landing right on his face. Su Shichen immediately sat up, carefully cradling this mythical item, the Book of Time and Space. The book was so light, it seemed it could vanish at any moment. The thin cover bore the characters for time and space in shifting black and white. Su Shichen examined the book's attributes. Special item, levelless, mythic grade, indestructible, and non-droppable, with the requirement of possessing the divine bloodline of time and space. Curiously, Su Shichen opened the book, finding only 1 page. As he focused on it, Huaijin approached and asked, "Kid, what are you grinning about over there? Can't you see it?" Su Shichen waved the book in his hand. Huaijin looked puzzled at Su Shinchen's empty hand. "What thing? You're holding nothing." "Never mind, give me a moment," Su Shichen said, returning his focus to the page. The black and white text gradually took shape, revealing 2 skills: the legacy technique, time rewind, and the legacy forbidden technique, reverse flow, requiring 20 and 80 drops of the river of time and space to learn, respectively. A beam of black and white light instantly entered Su Shinchen's mind, revealing the book's purpose. With each level gained, he could read it once, potentially gaining legacy skills or equipment clues. Without hesitation, Su Shichen used all 100 drops of the river of time and space to acquire both skills. The Book of Time and Space transformed into a stream of light and entered his heart, confirming he could summon it at any time. Time Rewind could restore him to his peak condition in any situation, including health, attributes, and non-time-based skill cooldowns. Reverse Flow could summon future power, significantly boosting all attributes and stacking with other burst skills, but would result in backlash. After thoroughly studying these powerful abilities, Su Shichen was overjoyed. One was a life-saving secret technique, and the other a potent, double-burst forbidden skill, exactly what he needed most. Compared to the boost from awakening his divine bloodline, the recent advancement seemed insignificant. Su Shichen summoned his attribute panel and carefully examined the changes. His basic attributes hadn't changed much, but under the new evaluation of his space-time divine bloodline, his attack power had nearly doubled, and his health points had more than doubled. Health points, 15,628, attack power. Su Shichen murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He stretched his body, feeling the changes brought by the 5-fold agility assessment. His movements were more agile, and his speed had notably increased. "Hey kid, how's the fused bloodline? Is it strong?" Huaijin asked enviously, his eyes showing a longing for such powerful blood. Su Shichen replied confidently, "It's extremely powerful. If I were to face you, suppressed to the beginner legendary level in the 6th layer, I would definitely win decisively." "Oh, I don't believe it. Want to spar again?" Huaijin bristled, unable to tolerate such provocation, even though he knew Su Shichen was a monster. "Sure, bring it on." Su Shichen drew his twin swords, the right one flashing with green light from the blade of Gale, and the left one shrouded in the white glow of frozen snow. The tension between them escalated instantly. At that moment, a vortex suddenly appeared between them. Huaijin immediately sheathed the sword and said, "Forget it, let's not fight. Looks like those old folks are done talking. Let's go." He quickly walked towards the portal, secretly relieved to have avoided a potential defeat. Su Shichen chuckled to himself and followed Huaijin through the portal. He thought to himself that this trip to the Tower of Glory was almost over, wondering when he would return next. After the teleportation ended, Yumu's voice suddenly broke the silence, unusually serious. "Shichen, there's something I need to ask of you." Su Shichen respectfully replied, "Please go ahead, senior." He knew that the divine blood fusion agent and the time spirit bloodline were not easily obtained, clearly a favor from Yumu. Yumu slowly explained, "Although our Hall of Glory holds the highest status on the continent, there are some things us old folks aren't suitable for." He beckoned Su Shichen forward. "Come here." Su Shichen walked to the center of the 99 thrones and declared, "I will never forget the Hall of Glory's nurturing. Whatever task is within my power, I will do my utmost to accomplish it." "Haha, you slick talker," Yumu laughed. "Don't worry, it's not a difficult task. Nowadays, many members of the Chaos Alliance have infiltrated the continent. We need you to root out all these undercover agents." Su Shichen frowned. That might be hard to find. He pondered, considering the vastness of the Glory continent and the unknown strength of the infiltrators, realizing the task was indeed challenging. "Of course, we'll provide you with some assistance," Yumu assured. As he finished speaking, golden light erupted from the 99 thrones, converging into Su Shichen's forehead. A golden-shaped crack appeared on his forehead. A system notification followed. You have received the power of the 99 divine pillars, unlocking the Holy Eye. Holy Eye passive. You can see through the weaknesses of enemies, ignoring level differences 20, non-stackable. When there are members of the Chaos Alliance in your city, the Holy Eye will alert you. Further uses to be discovered. Legendary quest, Glory Federation versus Chaos Alliance has entered the second phase. The system has issued a legendary mission notification. The showdown between the Glory Federation and the Chaos Alliance has entered its second phase. The Hall of Honor requires participants to search the continent for hidden spies, and the completion of this task will determine whether they can advance to the next stage. The Seasoned Master, Wine God, furrowed his brow in thought. If you encounter enemies of the 6th or 7th tier, you might find it difficult with your current strength. His gaze swept past Xingqian Su and landed on Huaijian, who was lazily leaning against his sword. His eyes lit up. Huaijian, you'll be in charge of support in case of any unexpected situations. Huaijian was taken aback, pointing at himself and then at Xingqian Su, before nodding reluctantly. Looks like I'm at everyone's beck and call since I didn't make it to the throne. Wine God nodded toward Xingqian Su. All right, you two can go now. The portal is right behind you. Xingqian Su turned and patted Huaijian on the shoulder with a smile. Let's go, senior. Take care of me from now on. Huaijian impatiently brushed off Xingqian Su's hand and walked into the portal without looking back. Get lost, and don't bother me unless absolutely necessary. Try to handle things on your own. Xingqian Su quickly followed, taking the opportunity to ask, by the way, my communicator is too low level. If we're not in the same primary city, I can't reach you. What should I do, senior? Figure it out yourself. Huaijian replied irritably. In the Shenhua Empire, Wind Whisper City, Xingqian Su found himself in this familiar place once again. The teleportation hall was bustling with people. Elite players from various races, equipped to the teeth, stood in stark contrast to the mainstream players still struggling to reach level 10. Xingqian Su and Huaijian parted ways in the capital. Although he couldn't get a space crystal from him, the trip to the Tower of Glory had been rewarding. He looked down to check his newly acquired divine bloodline talent. Time-space divine body. A body forged by enduring the flow of time and space, reducing damage taken by 50. With each level and rank increase, a small amount of water from the river of time and space can be retained. The stronger the physique, the greater the quantity. Time-space divine power. All attacks carry time-space divine power, making them impossible to defend against and ignoring 100 of the target's armor. With each level and rank increase, a small amount of water from the river of time and space can be retained. The stronger the power, the greater the quantity. As Xingqian Su marveled at the strength of this talent, a nearby conversation caught his attention. Did you hear? The Fong Guild embarrassed themselves again. Last time, their elite 100-man team was wiped out by Xingqian alone. This time, they got off a bit easier, getting wiped out by a 5-man squad. Everyone in Wind Whisper City knows about it. Fong Guild thinks they're untouchable, putting bounties on Xingqian and the kindergarten killer. Now they've lost all face. But those teammates of the kindergarten killer are really strong, especially that shield warrior. Absolutely, a true one-man army. I think the elemental mage Qiufeng is even stronger. She's like a spell cannon, incredibly skilled and beautiful. From now on, Qiufeng is my goddess. Your goddess is in trouble. Didn't you see Fong Guild mobilizing their entire army? Do you really think her 5-man squad can hold off Bloodfang's elite 1,000-man corps? Henyangu has no shame. Tell me about it. Let's go level up. This isn't something we can get involved in. Xingqian Su's face darkened as he pulled out his communicator to ask for their location. The Fong Guild was asking for trouble. At this moment, Hentiangu had already led Fong Guild's elite players to surround the Dark Forest. They even used 5 sealing scrolls, preventing the 5-man squad from using teleportation scrolls for the next 12 hours. Search the forest thoroughly. Don't let them escape, Hentiangu ordered, and the Fong members poured in, determined to capture them all. Inside the forest, Baozi and his team were hiding in a recently cleared bronze-level boss lair. The kindergarten killer looked remorseful. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Baozi planted his giant shield beside him, frowning. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I just stand by while they put bounties on our boss and you? Hi, full of youthful vigor, shouted that he wanted to go out and fight Bloodfang's people to the death. If worst comes to worst, we'll charge out and take down as many as we can. Killing 100 is worth it. Killing 200 is a huge win. Wait, Lu Shuyao suddenly spoke, her face lighting up with joy. Xingqian is back. Baozi was thrilled. That's great. With the boss here, let's see if Hentiangu dares to be so arrogant. Lu Shuyao shook her head rationally. Hold on. This is a 1,000-man army. We can't let Xingqian fall into the same trap. It's just one death for us. We need to be more careful in the future and avoid getting ambushed by Bloodfang again. Zhou Siyuan agreed. Yeah, tell Xingqian not to come. Although they all knew how strong Xingqian was, none of them believed he could take on a 1,000-man army alone. Xingqian Su smiled bitterly. Did they really think he couldn't find them if they didn't tell him their location? He directly called Zhuangji Lingyun. Brother Lingyun, could you help me locate Bloodfang's 1,000-man armies? No need to look. They're in the dark forest. Are you planning to go after Hentian Ge? Thanks. They're targeting my people. If you need anything, just let me know. I can pressure them directly. I'm sure my Lingyun pavilion still holds some sway. No need for now, but thank you. After getting the location, Xingqian Su headed there at full speed. On the way, he took off his night shadow mask. There was no need to hide his identity for this. This time, he would make Hentian Ge tremble with fear. The group had relocated several times, but the Bloodfang Legion's encirclement was tightening. Kindergarten Killer gripped his twin daggers tightly, his expression serious. I'll distract them, he said. With that, he quickly entered stealth mode, his figure gradually disappearing into the shadows. The others nodded silently, their hearts filled with gratitude. It had been Kindergarten Killer who had repeatedly diverted Bloodfang's attention, allowing them to survive thus far. In such a perilous environment, a skilled rogue was indeed invaluable. Meanwhile, Su Shichen walked expressionlessly towards the Bloodfang Legion's perimeter. A member shouted harshly, Bloodfang business, clear out, don't loiter here. Ignoring him, Su Shichen brandished his sword and charged forward. Shichen? The Bloodfang members responsible for keeping people away were shocked when they recognized him. They scrambled to contact Hentian Ge. Without hesitation, Su Shichen swung his sword, and several members fell lifelessly to the ground. He rushed towards the dark forest, uncertain of Lu Shuyao's exact location. But did it matter? If he could kill all the Bloodfang members, wouldn't that free them? Xingqian is here. Coordinates 2465518-721-5467-036. Get over here. A terrified Bloodfang member shouted. He's a monster. My attacks can't even scratch him. Hentian Ge, leading Bloodfang's elite 100-man squad in pursuit, was enraged upon hearing the news. He roared in the guild channel. What? Everyone, head to 2465518-721-5467-036. Today, I'll make sure Xingqian doesn't leave alive. Does he really think he's invincible? Su Shichen stood in place, coldly watching the warrior relay the message to Hentian Ge before ending him with a single strike. He muttered to himself, now I'll just wait. I don't believe that petty Hentian Ge won't bring his entire force here once he knows my location. A legion of 10,000? Today, I'll show everyone in Lingyu just how different this game is. Meanwhile, Zhou Siyuan hid behind a giant tree, puzzled as the Bloodfang members who were about to discover them suddenly turn away. Huh? Why are they leaving? Lu Shuyao suddenly realized and quickly took out a communicator. Oh no, it must be Xingqian. Su Shichen stood at the center of a battlefield strewn with corpses, delivering one final strike that decimated the first Bloodfang 100-man squad to arrive. Looking up, he saw more and more Bloodfang members arriving, but they were too intimidated by his presence to approach. Su Shichen didn't rush to attack, smirking coldly. Let them gather. This isn't an open field. Even if Bloodfang brings another 20,000, it won't matter. Hentian Ge finally arrived with his elite squad, walking out of the crowd with a sneer. Xingqian, you chose the hard way. You walked into hell by yourself. Su Shichen didn't even look up, merely shaking the sword in his hands. Everyone's here? This is going to be quite the battle. Infuriated by being ignored, Hentian Ge shouted. What makes you so arrogant alone? Let's see who can save you today. Attack! Before he finished speaking, Su Shichen had already launched a counterattack. Charging alone into a legion of 10,000 who had ever seen such a scene? The distance closed rapidly, and Su Shinchen's right hand delivered a heavy blow, instantly killing the frontline guardian knight. His left hand thrust swiftly, taking down a hidden rogue. He tore through the ranks like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. Countless ranged attacks rained down from the rear, but Su Shichen used Bloodfang's front line as shields, avoiding most of the damage. Yet he couldn't evade all attacks. However, his health and armor far exceeded the current player's damage output. Most attacks couldn't penetrate his defenses, and only magical attacks caused minimal damage. With over 15,000 health points, these minor injuries were negligible, and he recovered faster than he was hurt. Gritting his teeth, Hentian Ge exclaimed, how has he become so much stronger again? Watching his elite legion being slaughtered like nothing, Hentian Ge snarled, no matter the cost, you will die here today. He pulled out a black scroll from his bag. Sensing danger, Su Shinchen's expression changed. He used Meteor Strike to leap past hundreds of frontline fighters, killing a priest and activated Death's Wind and Gale Force to charge at Hentian-gu. Stop him! Hentian-gu unfurled the scroll, chanting incantations. Su Shichen sneered. You think you can stop me with these weaklings? His twin swords cut down players effortlessly. The distance closed. 40 yards, 35 yards, 30 yards. Suddenly, Su Shichen used Shadow Step, appearing behind Hentian-gu and striking twice. You fell for it. Hentian-gu laughed, casting Frost Nova and blinking away. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. Hentian-gu had prearranged dozens of traps with hunters. Use all your area damage skills. Let's see him dodge this. Hentian-gu rejoiced, retrieving the black scroll again. Is that all? My stats are beyond your imagination. Su Shichen sneered, activating King's Will to ignore the common control effects and charged at Hentian-gu. The black scroll gave Su Shichen a strong sense of danger, prompting him to use Shadow Chase. Where'd he go? He was just here. Over here, quick, hit him. Gone again. How are we supposed to fight this? We can't even see him. Using his signature move here was like a dimensional reduction strike. Su Shichen's figure flickered, and within seconds, he was near Hentian-gu. Dozens of tank players surrounded Hentian-gu, yet he felt no sense of security. Shichen is a monster. Hentian-gu glanced at the scroll's activation bar, panicking. Hurry faster. Outside the north gate of Fengyu City, over 4,000 members of the Lingyun Pavilion stood ready for action. With a serious expression, Shaxin reported to Zhuangzi Lingyun, guild leader, this is as many people as we could gather on short notice. Zhuangzi Lingyun's eyes gleamed with determination and authority as he responded. This is enough. I refuse to believe that Hentian-gu would dare to go to full-scale war with us. He calculated internally that this was an excellent opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Su Shichen and to probe the forces behind him. Let's go and see what blood Fong is made of, he commanded, leading the charge towards the dark forest. Meanwhile, Lu Shuyao led Baozi and the others out of the forest. Baozi, looking reluctant, asked, Yao Jie, are we just going to leave like this? Though Lu Shuyao was equally worried about Su Shichen's safety, she remained rational. There will be other opportunities. If we stay, we'll only be a burden to Shichen. She silently vowed to herself that next time, she would be strong enough to stand by Shinchen's side. Naive Killer pulled out a dagger, ready to turn back. No, I need to help Big Brother. Ocean grabbed him firmly. Come back. Why are you more impulsive than me? Listen to Yao Jie. Don't cause trouble. We're too weak right now. If we go back, we'll only be a distraction for Shichen. Deep in the forest, the battle had already begun. With a fierce shout, Su Shichen unleashed his skill. Sword Chi burst. 12 beams of milky white sword energy tore through the crowd, clearing a wide area in front of him. Hentian-gu, now within striking distance, laughed maniacally. Haha, Shichen, this time you're dead. Before he could finish, Swift Wind Blade pierced through his chest. A black scroll, yet to be opened, fell from Hentian-gu's hand. Su Shichen swiftly grabbed it and continued his rampage against the Blood Fong members. Knowing that Lu Shuyao and the others had safely left, he fought with uninhibited ferocity. The system prompt caught his eye, Death Curse, Tier 4. When activated, it places a death curse on the target, causing them to revive at the same spot upon death. Revival limit, 10 times. Target takes 1,000 damage during this period. Does not affect bosses or targets above Tier 4. Casting time, 30 seconds. I knew I couldn't underestimate these big guilds, Su Shichen thought, relieved that he had noticed Hentian-gu in time. This scroll could have caused serious trouble. He stored the scroll in his backpack and resumed his unstoppable onslaught. At this stage, players had few skills, and no number of them could pose a threat to him. Cries of disbelief echoed around him. Why can't I hit him? No way. I'm a full health tank, and I can't survive one of his strikes. I'm exhausted, just in this battle already. What's the point of having us healers here? He takes down everyone with one hit. Hello, 911? I'd like to report a cheater here. Meanwhile, Zhuangzi Lingyun led thousands of Lingyun Pavilion elites to reinforce the area. Shaxin, worried that Su Shichen wouldn't hold out much longer, urged them on constantly. After more than 20 minutes, they finally reached the outskirts of the dark forest, only to see a large number of players fleeing in terror from all directions. Weren't Bloodfang's people supposed to control the area? What's going on? Shaxin wondered aloud. Are we too late? Night Raid Widow Village exclaimed. Leader, look at the insignias on those players' chests. They're all from Blood Fong, and they're all running away. Shaxin quickly stopped one of the fleeing players. Why are you running? Where's Shichen? The player, looking utterly broken, shouted desperately. Let me go. He's not human. It's impossible to fight him. He broke free from Shaxin's grip and continued sprinting towards Fengyu City. Shaxin was stunned. The fleeing player's strength was nearly as strong as his own. What could have caused such terror? Zhuangzi Lingyun, deep in thought, considered whether another guild had intervened or if Xingqian's backers had revealed themselves. He ordered, Widow, take a team of rogues and scout the situation. Moments later, Night Raid Widow Village returned, his face filled with disbelief. Bloodfang's forces have completely collapsed. Xingqian is the only one left in there, hunting them down like a god of death. He muttered to himself, is he even human? Zhuangzi, Lingyun, and Shashin exchanged silent looks, both grappling with the realization of Xingqian's overwhelming power. Did we come all this way for nothing? Someone whispered. Deep in the forest, Su Shichen was in a frenzy. He moved through Bloodfang's members like a whirlwind, each strike deadly and precise. Even tank-class players couldn't withstand more than a moment against his dual swords. The system prompt suddenly chimed. You have killed over 1,000 players in one go, earning the advanced title Massacre Demon. The system notification jolted Su Shichen back to consciousness. To his shock, he realized he had killed over 1,000 players, earning the prestigious title of Murderous Demon. This title not only boosted his attack power and speed, but also allowed him to ignore some level differences. Su Shichen halted his pursuit and surveyed his surroundings. The Bloodfang Guild's 10th Sandstrong force had been utterly terrified by him, scattering in all directions. Without a wide area skill, even if they lined up to be killed, it would still be exhausting for him. The Bloodfang members were in sheer panic. Despite their 1,000-strong siege on Su Shichen, his health bar remained full, which was simply unbelievable. Even a dark gold-level boss wouldn't be this formidable. To them, continuing the fight was a death sentence. Su Shichen sheathed his sword and glanced at the ground littered with gear. Thanks to the 8-point luck boost from Terra's blessing, many players dropped 2 or 3 items upon death. The battlefield was strewn with countless pieces of equipment, representing a significant fortune. However, this abundance came with its problems. Su Shinchen's inventory couldn't possibly hold all these items, and picking them up one by one would be too time-consuming. Abandoning them was also out of the question. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Shashin's voice broke through, solving his problem. Lingyun Zhuangzi arrived with the Lingyun Pavilion Army. Although they hadn't participated in the fight, Su Shichen appreciated the gesture. After a brief exchange, Su Shichen pointed to the scattered equipment and proposed selling it all to Lingyun Pavilion for 4 million credit points. Lingyun Zhuangzi readily agreed and arranged the transfer immediately. With matters settled, Su Shichen bid farewell to everyone. Before leaving, he remembered he had forgotten to buy a teleport scroll to Fengyu City, so he asked Lingyun Zhuangzi for one and then returned to Fengyu City. Meanwhile, a video on the Fengyu City forum quickly went viral. The footage captured Su Shichen single-handedly battling the Bloodfang Guild's massive army, leaving viewers in awe of his prowess. Many questioned if they were even playing the same game. Some began comparing Su Shichen to other top players, and there were even jokes about wanting to have his babies. The forum discussions grew increasingly heated. Some questioned the rankings on the Langya list, others speculated on Hentianji's reaction, and some even suspected Su Shichen of using cheats. This battle had undoubtedly caused a massive stir in the gaming world, and Su Shinchen's name started gaining widespread recognition. Su Shichen handed the 2 types of top-tier bloodlines he exchanged to Lu Shuyao and Baozi, instructing Lu Shuyao to lead the team to clear several dungeons in Wind Whisper City. Meanwhile, he had other matters to attend to. As one of the top 10 primary cities in the Shenhua Empire, Wind Whisper City was vast, capable of accommodating millions of players, and had 32 secondary cities under its jurisdiction. At this time, Lingyu had just launched, and the various city factions were in disarray, with no dominant power emerging yet. Su Shichen contemplated that in a few years, the power dynamics in Lingyu would shift. Only guilds that could control secondary cities would be considered second-tier, while those dominating primary cities would be first-tier. He had no interest in establishing a large guild, knowing that in Lingyu, quality far outweighed quantity. His goal was to recruit a group of truly top-tier players and form an elite mercenary group. Even with only a few dozen members, they could stand toe-to-toe with super guilds. With this in mind, Su Shichen headed to the Mercenary Tavern in Wind Whisper City. Unlike the shabby tavern in Hilltown, this place was sprawling, with a massive sign and luxurious decor, all showcasing its immense power. Honorable Mr. Shichen, are you sure you want to register as a mercenary? The seductive receptionist batted her eyes at him. Su Shichen felt a bit flustered, reminding himself to move quickly. He knew that Lingyu, hailed as the Second World, made relationships with NPCs possible, but he had to be wary of potential traps. Yes, please register me, Su Shichen said, suppressing his inner turmoil. All right, given your esteemed status, you can directly register as an rank mercenary at a 50 discount, totaling 5 silver coins. The receptionist handed him a dark gold badge, her fingers lightly brushing his palm, and winked at him. Su Shichen quickly withdrew his hand and put the badge into his backpack. He wanted nothing to do with the infamous SS rank mercenary known as the Black Widow, a top-tier 7th-level powerhouse who enjoyed flirting with handsome men at various city taverns. A system notification promptly informed Su Shichen that he had become an A-rank mercenary, eligible to take on all A-rank and below missions, and one S-rank mission per week. Mercenary badges range from E to SSS, with higher ranks offering more challenging tasks and greater rewards. I want to register a mercenary group, Su Shichen continued, steeling himself to interact further with the Black Widow. Sure, what name would you like? She batted her eyes again. Galaxy? This was the name of Su Shichen's mercenary group in his previous life, and he believed that this time, the Galaxy mercenary group would strike fear into their enemies. After the registration was complete, Su Shichen received a system notification informing him that the Galaxy mercenary group was established, currently at a rank, with the potential to upgrade by increasing its reputation. He quickly invited Lu Shuyao and others to join, sparking a lively discussion. Boss, this name is worse than my suggestion. All in one, Shield World joked. Hey sis, his taste is an insult to you. Boundless C chimed in. Their bickering was cut short by flower season. Su Shichen explained that he only recruited top-tier experts, encouraging Kindergarten Killer to believe in his potential. Are you done? Autumn Wind asked. I still have some matters to handle. You guys continue with the dungeons. The task of upgrading the mercenary group is in your hands, Su Shichen replied. Everyone grumbled about him being a heartless boss and a hands-off manager. Su Shichen closed the mercenary group chat and hired a carriage to the city lord's mansion. With a substantial sum of money in hand, he was eager to spend it to ease his unease. Whispering Wind City, city lord's mansion. Led by the guards, Su Shichen stepped into the office of the city lord, Shang Wenxuan. Shang Wenxuan, a formidable level 200, Tier 6 Radiant Moon Retribution Knight, was one of the two pinnacle forces of Whispering Wind City, alongside Harriman. Seated behind his desk in gleaming silver armor, with a massive golden hammer inscribed with intricate Hievel runes by his side, he exuded an imposing presence. Shichen, what brings you here? Shang Wenxuan asked directly. Su Shichen responded straightforwardly. City Lord, I want to purchase a shop. Shang Wenxuan was slightly surprised. According to the game's progression, shop transactions were scheduled to open in a month, typically requiring a reputation level of 3, with prime locations even demanding level 4. In the previous timeline, the major guilds only began large-scale acquisitions of city properties nearly 2 months later, causing land prices to skyrocket. If it's you, it might be possible, Shang Wenxuan said, pulling out a detailed map from his drawer and spreading it out on the desk. Show me which plot you want. Without hesitation, Su Shichen pointed to a large plot directly opposite the teleportation hall, undoubtedly the most prime location in Whispering Wind City at the moment. Good choice, Shang Wenxuan remarked approvingly, noting Su Shichen's sharp business acumen in addition to his formidable strength. He handed Su Shichen a land deed with a smile. This plot is in an excellent location and quite spacious. The original price is 1,800 gold coins, but you can have it for 900. Su Shichen was secretly delighted. His top-tier, noble status, thanks to his level 6 reputation, saved him a significant amount of money. He promptly paid the amount and left with the deed. Arriving at the newly acquired plot, Su Shichen took out the deed and, following the system prompt, chose to construct an auction house. He opted for the most expensive blueprint, with the total construction cost reaching 500 gold coins, but he only needed to pay half. A black curtain of light enveloped the plot as the system initiated the 12-hour construction process. Su Shichen's character panel now included a hiring option, listing several NPC merchants available for hire. The most notable among them was Chen Duo, level 10 gold tier merchant, overall ability 97. Hiring cost 100 gold coins per month, with a 6-month advance payment required. Su Shichen was thrilled to encounter such a rare gold tier merchant on his first try. He immediately paid the 600 gold coins in full and hired Chen Duo. The system then opened a portal in front of Su Shichen, and a rotund man in luxurious attire emerged. Chen Duo, the auction house is in your hands now, Su Shichen said, confident in the system-provided professional merchant. Rest assured, my lord, Chen Duo replied with a confident smile, patting his round belly. However, there are some basic matters that need your decision, such as the name of the auction house. Let's call it Xinghao Auction House, Su Shichen decided, using the name of his mercenary group for additional promotion. No problem. What about the service fee? Chen Duo inquired. After a moment of thought, Su Shichen said, set it at 8. This matched the system auction house fee, ensuring competitiveness when expanding to other main cities. Su Shichen had a plan in mind. The first step was to establish auction transactions across the 32 subsidiary cities under Whispering Wind City's jurisdiction. Even with the same fee as the system auction house, Xinghao Auction House would hold a significant advantage. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. Determine how many more staff we need. I have some other matters to attend to, but I'll be back later, Su Shichen said, delegating the business management to Chen Duo, whose expertise far exceeded his own. Next, Su Shichen headed to the largest secondary city under Whispering Wind City's jurisdiction, Night Moon City. After paying a 3 silver coin teleportation fee, he arrived at the future hub for millions of players. He repeated his actions from Whispering Wind City, heading straight to the city lord's mansion, purchasing the prime plot opposite the teleportation hall for 500 gold coins, and spending 200 gold coins to construct an auction house. With these tasks completed, Su Shichen set off for the next secondary city, continuing his journey to expand his commercial empire. The land and construction costs vary across cities of different levels of prosperity. Su Shichen roughly estimated that the gold coins he won from Yumu would be enough to cover the entire Wind Whisper City. Standing at a high point in the city, he gazed down at the land that would soon become the cornerstone of his business empire, filled with anticipation. At present, the Galaxy Auction House was still at level 1, and the space auction system could only cover the range of a primary city. Su Shichen wasn't in a hurry. He knew that progress must be made step by step, and there was plenty of time. Even if the large guilds wanted to buy prime locations ahead of him, they couldn't disrupt his plans. Su Shichen didn't return to Wind Whisper City until night fell in the spirit realm. He now had only 1,158 gold coins left, but in exchange, he had secured 33 top-tier auction house locations. This was an unimaginable achievement in his previous life, something that even large financial groups and super guilds would need a long time to accomplish. I finally have my own business, Su Shichen sighed as he looked at the still under construction Galaxy Auction House. At this moment, he had put on his Night Shadow mask again and made slight modifications to his equipment, making him look ordinary. The passing players, curious about the construction, paid no attention to him. Su Shichen called Chen Duo over and handed him 1,000 gold coins, instructing, "We now have 33 auction houses. This is the operating capital. I've set the highest permissions for you, so you can check everything yourself. The rest is up to you." 33 auction houses! Chen Duo exclaimed, surprised at the wealth of this man and excited about his bright future. "Leave it to me," he said confidently, as business was his forte. Su Shichen opened the door of his nutrition pod and sat up, feeling a bit disoriented after not logging off for several days. The sky outside was still gray, and the morning sunlight was insufficient to penetrate the gloomy atmosphere of Blue Star. He glanced at the nutrition pod beside him, where Lu Shuyao lay quietly, like a sleeping beauty. Su Shichen didn't wake her and headed to the living room. The commercial layout in the spirit realm had already set sail, bringing him one step closer to qualifying for the ticket purchase. "Xiaobai, help me find nearby villas," Su Shichen instructed his smart wristband. Now that he had the money, the first thing he wanted to do was move away from Baozi, the third wheel. "Sure, master. Based on your current financial status, I've listed 37 suitable villas nearby for you." A light screen appeared before him, and Su Shichen began to review the options. The ambitious 4 million credit points had already been credited to their account, now totaling 4.247 million credits, more than enough for short-term use. Su Shichen was confident he wouldn't lack money in the future, so he chose 2 adjacent standalone villas. "Xiaobai, these 2 will do. Help me rent them," he said. The 2 villas were about 20 meters apart, a perfect distance for quick visits when needed, and enough space to avoid Baozi's interruptions in their private moments. "Sure, master." Both villas are 528 square meters with private gardens. The annual rent is 720,000 credits. Please confirm the payment. Confirm. Payment successful. The contracts and keys are ready, and a bionic robot will deliver them in about half an hour. Would you like to adjust the time? No need. And please order 3 deluxe breakfasts. Sure, master. That will be 450 credits. Please confirm the payment. Confirm. Also, schedule the moving service for an hour later. That's all for now. Understood, master. With the housing matters settled, Su Shichen then woke up the others. "Boss, do you really want to kick me out?" Baozi said, looking aggrieved. Su Shichen had already signed the contract, and they were waiting for the moving service. Baozi knew he would have to live on his own from now on. "Why don't you focus on courting Zhou Siyuan and enjoy your own private world?" Su Shichen rolled his eyes. Was Baozi getting too used to being a third wheel? Good idea. Baozi got excited at the thought of a private world with Zhou Siyuan and rushed into his room to pack. "Wow, this bed is indeed more comfortable," Lu Shuyao exclaimed happily after they moved in, rolling twice on the master bedroom's large bed. "Let me join you and test it out," Su Shichen said with a mischievous smile, pulling out an office lady outfit he had secretly purchased while Lu Shuyao was unpacking. "Don't even think about it. I told you. No more next times." Lu Shuyao blushed and turned her head away, pouting. "Come on, it's our new home. Let's celebrate just this once," Su Shichen coaxed, knowing his little hobby. "Fine. But this is the last time." Lu Shuyao finally gave in, grabbing the outfit from his hands and running into the changing room. We've been together for so long. Why are you still shy? Su Shichen quickly undressed and got into bed, but his smart wristband rang Baozi again. Boss, the new house is just two. Do not disturb. Goodbye. He hung up immediately. Moments later, Lu Shuyao opened the changing room door, blushing as she walked out. Her voluptuous figure almost burst the buttons of her shirt, revealing a smooth, flat belly. The tight black skirt perfectly outlined her curves, and her long, slender legs and shiny black stockings were flawless. She walked slowly in silver high heels. You're stunning, Shu Yao. Su Shichen couldn't hold back any longer. He got out of bed, embraced her, and kissed her deeply. 2 hours later, on the Wind Whisper City forum, a post exploded like a bomb among the players, igniting a heated discussion. The title read, "Shocking. Wind Whisper City and 32 secondary cities now have the same auction house overnight." The accompanying images showed these auction houses, all located in prime spots directly opposite the teleportation halls of each city. The post sparked intense debate. Is this the work of the system or player built? Someone questioned. No need to guess, it's definitely system built. One player replied decisively. The trading of shops in the spirit realm hasn't even been opened yet. Another player chimed in. Exactly. Even if it were open, who has the financial power to build so many auction houses at once? However, many players welcome the change. This is convenient for us players. Now the prices across Wind Whisper City are stabilized, and there's more stuff available. Yeah, shared one player, I used to struggle to find a certain material for a recipe in my area, but now I can always get it at the Star River auction house. The topic quickly turned to speculation. Do you think there's a chance it was built by a player? Maybe someone like Chen? This guess was immediately met with strong opposition. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he built it, I'll stream myself eating an Oreo. While the forum buzzed with discussion, Su Shichen had just logged in and received a series of system notifications. System. Your mercenary group completed the heroic level 5-man Dungeon Black Iron Mine. Fame 100. System. Your mercenary group completed the heroic level 5-man Dungeon Underground Factory. Fame 100. System. Your mercenary group completed the heroic level 5-man Dungeon Beast Nest. Fame 100. System. Star River Mercenary Group has been promoted to Drank. Su Shichen was pleased. These small dungeons, though no longer triggering system announcements, still accumulated significant fame for the mercenary group. It only took 300 fame points to rise from a rank to Drank, which was easily achieved. He knew that future rank advancements would become increasingly challenging. These guys are quite diligent, Su Shichen thought. Around Wind Whisper City, there were only these 3 5-man small dungeons, all at heroic difficulty. It was clear that while he and Lu Shuyao were deeply engaged, Baozi led the team to complete all these dungeons. Su Shichen opened the mercenary group channel and simply expressed his gratitude. Thanks for the hard work, everyone. Kindergarten Killer was indifferent. We needed to level up anyway. Boundless C was surprised at Baozi's progress. Brother Chen, what did you give Baozi? His improvement is huge. Bosses can't even touch him. I used to be able to go toe-to-toe with him, but now I can't even scratch him. Shield Dominator proudly asked, jealous much? Su Shichen explained, it's the power of the bloodline. Don't worry, you'll all get it eventually. Flower and Bloom raised a new issue. Brother Shichen, we've cleared all the 5-man dungeons. We can't handle the 25-man raid dungeons with just a few of us. Su Shichen reassured, don't rush. Wait for me. We'll try it together soon. After ending the conversation, Su Shichen arrived in Wind Whisper City and saw the completed Star River auction house for the first time. Built with luxurious blueprints. Even at level 1, it was a magnificent 3-story structure. The wide gates were open, and the sign, Star River Auction House, attracted a steady stream of players. As more players reached level 10, the auction house was bustling inside and out. Su Shichen followed the crowd into the auction house and went straight to the 3rd floor. The 1st floor housed over a dozen auction windows where players could list or bid on items. The 2nd floor was a massive auction hall, ready for future auction events. The 3rd floor was a private space, where various life professions could be recruited in the future. Su Shichen found the busy Chen Duo and asked, how are things going? Chen Duo wiped his sweat and excitedly reported, Master, because we connected with the 32 subsidies, we've now captured 80 of Wind Whisper City's market. We expect today's revenue from Wind Whisper City alone to reach 50 gold, and the total revenue from the other 32 auction houses should be around 1,200 gold. That's not bad, Su Shichen nodded, taking out a list from his backpack. Here's a list of items. As long as the price doesn't exceed my set limit, buy them all and store them in the warehouse. Su Shichen knew that with more players reaching level 10 and entering the city, future revenue would only increase. The items on his list were materials whose prices would soon skyrocket. With his own auction house, Su Shichen no longer needed to personally collect these items. As soon as players listed these items, Chen Duo would be notified and complete the purchases according to Su Shichen's instructions. Yesterday, Su Shichen noticed the sacred eye on his forehead flickering frequently as he teleported to various secondary cities, clearly indicating that members of the Chaos Alliance had infiltrated these cities. Using the power of the sacred eye, he quietly saw through their disguises. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of an 80-level third-year class, making them difficult to deal with in the short term. After careful consideration, Su Shichen decided not to alert Huai for now. Legendary quests are known for their long span, and for the time being, improving his strength was the top priority. What worried Su Shichen even more was the menacing 200-level legendary boss the Wraith Lord. There were still over 20 days until the next assassination attempt by the Dark Gold clone, so that was not an immediate concern. The real challenge would be the arrival of the Wraith Lord's true form after 3 assassination attempts. A system notification chimed in. You have accepted a Drank mercenary group mission. Clear the Misty Forest. Su Shichen first took on this task at the Mercenary Tavern. The mission required clearing the 25-man raid Misty Forest, and although the rewards were mainly currency, which he wasn't particularly interested in, the boost in the mercenary group's reputation was quite significant. This time, Su Shichen carefully purchased a set of Wind Whisper City teleportation scrolls. These scrolls could teleport the user to Wind Whisper City within 5 seconds, with a maximum range of 500,000 yards, and could be used once every 30 minutes, priced at 1 silver coin each. He also upgraded his backpack to the highest tier Frostweave bag from the system shop, spending 25 silver coins for an additional 100 slots, bringing the total capacity to 550 slots. This was the current limit unless he was fortunate enough to obtain special spatial equipment. Otherwise, he would have to wait a few months for tailoring players to improve their skills. With preparations complete, Su Shichen set off for the Misty Forest raid entrance to meet up with Lu Shuyao and the others. For the first time, the entire Xinghe mercenary group was assembled, aiming to tackle the 25-man raid Misty Forest with a difficulty level set to Hell mode. The portal to the Misty Jungle dungeon stood tall in the western part of Wind Whisper City, bustling with people and elite members from various guilds. This was the entrance to the city's first team-based dungeon, and the guilds were fiercely competing for the glory of the first clear. The battle was intense, with the War Gods Hall currently leading by having progressed to the 5th boss, just 2 barriers away from the final boss. Close behind was Sky Pavilion, working on the 4th boss. As the game advanced to the primary city stage, the gap between 1st and 2nd tier guilds was becoming more apparent. From a distance, Su Shichen spotted Baozi standing out in the crowd. Enhanced by Titan bloodline, Baozi's already impressive 3-meter-tall frame had expanded further, now towering over 4 meters, with limbs as thick as pillars. He held a giant golden shield larger than a door, providing immense security to the team. During the wait for Su Shichen, Baozi had already turned down 7 or 8 high-paying invitations from various guilds, including some top-tier ones. Let's go into the dungeon first, Su Shichen said as he opened the team interface, adding everyone and leading them through the portal. The system prompt sounded. Please select dungeon difficulty. Available options are hard, heroic, and hell. Hell difficulty. Su Shichen responded decisively. A flash of white light enveloped them as they were instantly transported into the hell-level Misty Jungle. Boss, a 25-man team-based dungeon on hell difficulty. Can we really do this with just 6 people? Kindergarten Killer couldn't help but ask. He had initially thought Su Shichen was leading them to clear the hard difficulty, not the highest one. Don't worry, just watch and learn. Never underestimate the strength of Xinghe, Su Shichen said, patting Kindergarten Killer on the shoulder. This future top thief still had much room for growth, but with his talent, he would surely rise quickly. Yao Yao, it's your turn. Just follow what I told you, no problem. Su Shichen turned to Lu Shuyao, who had already received many pointers from him. I'm on it. Lu Shuyao nodded, pulling out a Tier 1 speed scroll and tearing it open, then striding into the jungle entrance with her staff. The Misty Jungle, as the first 25-man team-based dungeon in Wind Whisper City, was of moderate difficulty. However, the pervasive fog severely hindered players' vision, and slow advancement could easily lead to unexpected mob encounters, disrupting the team's rhythm. Many guilds' elite teams had suffered considerable losses on their first entry. But for Lu Shuyao, who had gained a top-tier bloodline and significantly increased her strength, kiting mobs was not difficult. She activated the speed scroll to increase her movement speed, cast an ice shield on herself, and blinked past the first group of tree monsters, delving deeper into the jungle. Jungle Tree Monster, Level 13 Elite, 25-man team, HP 100,000. In team dungeons, monsters' health was significantly increased. With the map Su Shichen had drawn in advance, Lu Shuyao knew the monster distribution like the back of her hand. As over 10 patrolling mobs approached, she timed it perfectly, casting Frost Nova to freeze them in place before continuing forward. Big Brother Shichen, why hasn't Sister Yao come back yet? After more than 10 minutes, Zosiyuan couldn't help but ask worriedly. She should be back soon. You guys wait a bit. Baozi, get ready to catch the mobs with me, Su Shichen said, just as Lu Shuyao appeared not far from the entrance, followed by a large group of tree and flower monsters. Lu Shuyao stopped, turned, and cast Blizzard. Dozens of ice arrows rained down, slowing the tree monsters at the front. The flower monsters at the back began casting spells as soon as she stopped. Miss Flower Monster, level 13 elite, 25-man team, HP 80,000. Almost there. As hundreds of flower monster spells filled the sky, Lu Shiyao's eyes gleamed, judging that the mobs were in position. Ice block. A massive, deep blue ice block instantly enveloped her body. This was an ice elemental mage's survival skill, immune to damage within one tier for 10 seconds, but immobile. Lu Shuyao cleverly used it as a mob gathering skill. All the mobs' aggro was on her, crowding around the ice block, while the ranged flower monsters also gathered as they lost their target. Sword Shadow Clone. Su Shichen and his clone both charged forward with swords, while Baozi raised his shield at the entrance. The three people at the back were stunned. There were at least 200 mobs here and she pulled all the mobs before the first boss in one go. Two massive golden sword energies burst from Su Shichen and his clone's swords, crashing into the mob group. Blink. Lu Shuyao took advantage of Su Shichen drawing the aggro, instantly canceling ice block and blinking out of the mob group, returning to the three people at the back, who were still staring in shock at Su Shichen. Numerous massive damage numbers left everyone dumbfounded. The 80,000 HP flower monsters were instantly killed, and many tree monsters fell under critical hits. Sorry, I underestimated my damage. Baozi, looks like we won't need you, Su Shichen said, scratching his nose in embarrassment. Meteor. Su Shichen controlled his clone to cast Meteor, charging into the remaining tree monsters and stacking 12 layers of protective sword energy within seconds. Sword energy burst. 2. In less than 10 seconds, over 200 elite mobs were wiped out. So, I'm just here to pose? Shield Master said helplessly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Kindergarten Killer, Boundless Sea, and Flower in Bloom were all dazed. Boss, does Zenio know how strong you are? Won't you get banned for being so reckless? Su Shinchen's extraordinary combat prowess made the others feel like they were just there to make up the numbers. Despite being top-tier players, they found themselves relegated to mere cleanup duty. The six-member team stood amidst a field of monster corpses, their expressions complex. Baozi and Lu Shuyao glanced at their experience bars, which had risen by 6, and couldn't help but smile. Zosiyuan and the other two were even more thrilled. Their experience bars had jumped by a whopping 17 despite lacking bloodline bonuses. Su Shichen, on the other hand, barely saw a 2 increase and realized that after awakening his divine tier bloodline, the experience required for him to level up was now 10 times that of ordinary players. Let's go. We can head straight for the first boss, Su Shichen said, unconcerned about his experience gain. He had plenty of ways to level up quickly. Even with the increased difficulty, his level would still far outpace the others. Along the way, they only encountered a few scattered enemies. At the team's insistence, Su Shichen refrained from taking action and instead stood aside, offering guidance on their techniques. He believed that sacrificing a bit of time to improve the team's overall skill level was worth it. Before long, they arrived at the first boss, the Centenary Tree Demon King, a level 13 gold-tier boss designed for a 25-player raid, boasting 1,200,000 health points. This ancient demon had settled in the forest, viewing all intruders as foes. Baozi, you're up. Use this first boss as practice. Su Shichen leaned against a tree trunk, deciding to use this opportunity to give his teammates more pointers. He hoped that by doing so, they could outpace the prodigies nurtured by the super guilds and keep up with him in the future. Baozi nodded, gripping his giant shield as he charged at the Centenary Tree Demon King. Zosiyuan waved her staff, casting a golden shield over Baozi. Intruders must die, the Tree Demon King roared, lashing out with massive vines. Thwack! 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 Baozi blocked with his shield, sidestepping and sliding back to deflect all the vines. The strength and constitution boost from his Titan bloodline allowed him to withstand the first wave of attacks perfectly. He swung his massive one-handed longsword, which appeared like a two-handed weapon due to his increased size, cutting into the vines and causing them to recoil. Baozi then executed a shield bash, slamming into the Tree Demon King and activating his taunt skill to secure aggro. Kindergarten Killer had already stealthed behind the Tree Demon King and, seeing the aggro stable, launched a flurry of attacks. He seamlessly executed a series of skills like Sneak Attack, Backstab, and Eviscerate, finishing with a reverse backstab, all without diverting any aggro. Zohai, standing at a mere 1.4 meters, charged at the Tree Demon King wielding a 1.5-meter greatsword, creating a somewhat comical scene. Zosiyuan cast buffs from the rear, keeping a close eye on Baozi's health and casting precise holy light heals. Lu Shuyao patiently waited until Baozi had further stabilized the aggro before preparing to unleash her high-damage spells to avoid pulling aggro. Su Shichen stood by, continuously pointing out areas for improvement. Baozi, keep your movements smaller. Yes, just like that. Raise your shield. Killer, try using your arm to rotate your body during the reverse backstab for better skill execution. Xiaohai, pull back your weapon with a bit less force. Now, go all out with a jump slash and see if your completion rate surpasses 80. Siyuan, your preemptive healing is good, but watch Baozi's damage mitigation. You've overhealed by over 1500. Keep an eye on your mana. Under Su Xingchen's guidance, the team's skills steadily improved, with their completion rates for abilities soon stabilizing above 80, a rarity among players at this stage. Frostfire Arrow. Lu Shuyao finally joined the fray, waving her staff to conjure an arrow that was both blue and red. The arrow, a mix of icy blue and fiery red, shot through the air and struck the Tree Demon King precisely. With her in the fight, the boss's health began to drop steadily. That's it, keep it up, Su Shichen cheered, acting as both coach and cheerleader. After a grueling 10-minute battle, the Tree Demon King's health was nearly depleted. At that moment, Su Shichen suddenly drew his sword and activated Terra's blessing, charging at the boss like a meteor. Step aside, let me finish this. The team members were left speechless, thinking, so we fight tooth and nail, and you swoop in at the last second to steal the kill? Or rather, the tree kill? Su Shichen delivered a powerful slash, depleting the last bit of the Tree Demon King's health. With a piercing wail, the massive Tree Demon King collapsed. Under the blessing of Terra, Su Xingchen's impressive 88 points of luck perfectly aligned with the hellish difficulty of the dungeon, triggering a spectacular loot explosion. Amidst the golden glow, various pieces of equipment and materials covered the ground. Su Xingchen surveyed the scene, calculating silently. If he removed the level 4 gems embedded in his gear, his level would drop by 1, and he didn't plan to change his equipment before reaching level 20. The others eagerly picked up usable gear and quickly equipped themselves. Su Xingchen gathered the remaining items, intending to auction them later. After a brief break, Lu Shuyao pulled another monster, and the group used the same strategy to successfully defeat the second and third bosses. However, when they reached the fourth boss, things became tricky. This boss, named Track, was a level 13 Dark Gold tier boss with a staggering 2.8 million health points. She seemed to have suddenly gained sentience and was confused about her relationship with the mist. Even with Lu Xuyao's fire element damage reducing her health, Track still regenerated 19,600 health points every 5 seconds. This meant the team needed to output at least 3,920 damage per second to make any impact. Su Shichen had to step in personally. Under his guidance, the team members' skill usage improved rapidly. Particularly impressive was Kindergarten Killer, who showed remarkable aptitude, achieving an 85 skill completion rate, on par with Lu Shuyao. During the battle, Su Shichen simultaneously attacked the boss and shared his experience. Clad in multiple legendary items, his defense was on par with the main tank, Baozi. They took turns tanking the damage without breaking a sweat. Ultimately, under Terra's blessing, Track fell to Su Xingchen's sword. The loot explosion happened again, as Kindergarten Killer swiftly collected the spoils. Over 100 rare materials, 13 pieces of gold tier equipment, and 3 dark gold tier items. Su Xingchen stored the common materials and gold equipment in his bag, and then revealed the attributes of the 3 dark gold items. The combination of dungeon clearing and Terra's blessing made these items top tier. The Mist Staff, Mist Garland, and Mist Veil Heart each had unique attributes. Su Xingchen immediately assigned them. The Mist Staff went to Zhou Xian, the Holy Light Priest, to enhance her survivability. The Mist Garland to Mage Lu Shuyao, and the Mist Veil Heart to Kindergarten Killer, who specialized in stealth. With their new equipment, the team's combat power surged. Without Su Xingchen leading them, they wouldn't have had access to such high-level gear. Even the War God Hall was still struggling with the hard mode of the Misty Forest. Baozi and Xiaohai had already received the level 10 gold set sent by Su Xingchen, with Xiaohai wielding a dark gold tier greatsword, giving them a clear equipment advantage. Let's move on, Su Xingchen said succinctly. The Misty Forest had a total of 7 bosses, with the first 3 being gold tier and the last 4 dark gold tier in hellish difficulty. These dark gold tier bosses were the toughest opponents players could face before reaching the second tier. The difficulty of the 5th and 6th bosses wasn't much higher, and the team fought their way through, quickly reaching the final boss. Under Terra's blessing, these 2 bosses generously dropped a lot of good items. Now, everyone in the team had upgraded their weapons to dark gold tier, and even Su Xingchen had swapped out a piece of his gear, the Deadly Chain. Additionally, 3 advanced skill books dropped. The Warlock's Curse of Agony, which no one could learn, the Mage's Awakening, and the Shield Warrior's Life Roar, which Lu Shuyao and Baozi learned, respectively. These new skills and equipment boosts further enhanced the team's strength. The generous experience rewards also leveled up the 3 non-bloodline members. Finally, they reached the ultimate challenge. The final boss was in sight, and an arduous battle awaited them. In the treacherous misty forest on hard mode, Zhuangzi Lingyun and Sha Xin led their team of 23 elite members, but once again fell before boss number 6. This time, they were just 18 away from defeating the boss. Reviving, Zhuangzi Lingyun sat on the ground, exhausted, trying to recover. He turned to Sha Xin, a hint of frustration in his voice. It seems we're still a bit behind the War God Temple. Sha Xin nodded, his expression serious. Indeed. Since arriving in Wind Whisper City, their team has gained several top-tier experts. Some are on par with me, and a couple might even surpass me. He sighed, understanding that the gap in raw strength between a second-rate guild and a first-rate one couldn't be bridged by the small advantages their squad had accumulated in Hilltown. According to our intel, they are already preparing to take on the final boss, Sha Xin added. We need to step up our game too. Zhuangzi Lingyun stood up, his gaze sweeping over the team members with determination. Let's keep pushing and take down this boss. If we don't, the gap between us and the War God Temple will only grow wider. Meanwhile, in another part of the hard mode Misty Forest, another team was facing an 11th level gold tier boss. MT, hold the line and keep the aggro, the team leader commanded loudly. Fire Mage, ramp up the DPS. Watch out for the boss's AoE skills and keep moving. Healers, manage your mana carefully. If it gets tight, prioritize the tank and Fire Mage over others. The boss's health showed 2,300,000, and the battle raged on intensely. Switching scenes, the Star River Mercenary group had reached the final boss. The 13th level Dark Gold tier boss, Croatia, had a staggering 6,800,000 health points. Croatia is the master of the Misty Forest, someone explained. As long as he's in this forest, he reigns supreme. His health regeneration rate is increased by 50 and can't be reduced. Zohai exclaimed, damn. Does that mean he regenerates 20,400 health per second? Can players at our level even handle this? Su Shichen frowned, recalling. In the previous timeline, no one cleared the hell mode in a short time. This definitely exceeds the current players' DPS limits. By the time top players have the strength to clear it, they'll be above level 15, making the achievement invalid. Taking a deep breath, Su Shichen made a decision. Baozi, start the fight. Let's give it a shot. Drawing his dual swords, his eyes gleamed with confidence. The hardest part of beating Croatia in hell mode is the DPS, and I'm not backing down from that challenge. Baozi raised his golden shield and charged at Croatia. Shield bash, he shouted, slamming the shield into Croatia's head. Despite being the smallest of all the bosses in the Misty Forest, Croatia was still a formidable opponent, but Baozi handled him with ease. The 2x3-yard shield in Baozi's hands was like an extension of his body, effortlessly blocking Croatia's counterattacks. The Titan bloodline had boosted Baozi's strength and constitution checks to 4, far exceeding the current level stats, making him the undisputed top tank. Taunt, heroic strike. Baozi quickly established aggro with a series of skills. His over 8,000 health points and shield blocks allowed him to almost ignore Croatia's regular attacks. Meanwhile, Kindergarten Killer had stealthed behind Croatia, and Zhou Hai charged in after Baozi's shield bash. Lu Shu Yao conjured a frostfire arrow, dealing continuous damage to the boss. Su Shichen didn't attack immediately. He was waiting for Croatia's first skill. You intruders, embrace your death. Croatia raised his hands, green light emanating from his body. Su Shichen instantly used Shadow Step to appear behind Croatia, activating Sword Chi Burst. Although the damage wasn't significant, the stun effect from the secret technique couldn't be completely resisted, even by a dark gold tier boss. Croatia was stunned for 0.5 seconds, interrupting his skill. Whirlwind Slash, Heavy Slash. Su Shichen struck continuously, triggering a critical hit due to Croatia's ugliness, dealing a massive 100,000 damage and pulling aggro. Baozi's taunt was still on cooldown, but he remained calm. The team interface clearly showed that Su Shichen's health was nearly double that of Baozi, the MT. Su Shichen's dual swords danced swiftly, blocking Croatia's attacks while dealing high damage, firmly holding aggro. Suddenly, Croatia raised a hand, emitting a black light. Su Shichen immediately shouted, "Everyone back off, Yao Yao." This is a targeted skill, only hitting the closest player. The targeted player will be controlled for 10 seconds. The melee fighters quickly retreated, and Lu Shu Yao blinked in front of the boss. The black light formed and instantly merged into her body. Ice Barrier. Almost simultaneously with the boss's skill hitting her, Lu Shu Yao activated Ice Barrier, freezing herself for 10 seconds, rendering Croatia's control useless. With the skill over, Su Shichen and the others resumed their fierce assault. slowly chipping away at Croatia's health. You thieves, feel the wrath of the misty forest. Croatia roared, causing the mists in the forest to surge and gather around him. Su Shichen quickly commanded, everyone, get behind Bauzi. Bauzi, use all your defensive skills and activate Shield Wall. This skill was Croatia's ultimate move and the biggest threat to their six-man team, as its damage was scaled for 25 players. The team quickly formed a line behind Bauzi, who raised a shield and activated Titan Stance, Life Roar, Defensive Stance, and Shield Wall. With all his skills activated, his size increased again, his armor significantly boosted, and his health soared past Su Shichen's to 18,000. The mist coalesced into waves under Croatia's control, sweeping across the battlefield in relentless waves. The misty ripples formed at a moderate pace, yet they brought an immense sense of oppression to everyone present. At the back of the group, Su Shichen swiftly waved her hands, casting a series of buff spells that enveloped Bauzi in golden light. Holy Shield, Holy Protection, Life Blessing. Each spell made Bauzi appear increasingly divine and radiant. With a single gesture from Su Shichen, Su Shichen began chanting a lengthy 5-second healing spell. At that moment, Bauzi looked like a giant bathed in golden light, exuding an aura of invincibility. In an instant, 5 waves of misty ripples swept across the battlefield. A string of red damage numbers appeared above Bauzi's head, totaling 24,005 points. Simultaneously, a noticeable green healing number followed. Despite this, Bauzi's health plummeted to below 1,000 points. Spread out and keep attacking, Su Shichen commanded decisively. Bauzi, drink a potion. Wait for Siyuan to heal you before taking the boss again. As soon as the misty ripples passed, Su Shichen launched a meteor strike, hitting Croatia precisely. He followed up with a heavy slash, securing the aggro. Even with so many damage reduction buffs on Bauzi, he was nearly killed. If not for Su Shichen's pre-cast healing spell, Bauzi would have fallen. Other guilds facing this move would likely meet disastrous results. Croatia was soon down to 50 health and suddenly gained a rend skill. Each attack added a stack of the rend effect to the target, increasing the damage they took by 20 for 5 seconds, with limitless stacking. Even Su Shichen and Bauzi couldn't withstand too many stacks. The moment Bauzi's taunt skill cooled down, he used it to pull the boss's aggro. Su Shichen quickly retreated, waiting for the rend effect to dissipate, then reclaimed the aggro with his high damage output. Their coordination was seamless, keeping Croatia on the run. The team continued their assault, and Croatia's health steadily declined. At 40, he summoned 25 elite tree monsters, which were instantly obliterated by Su Shichen's Sever Sword Chi Burst and Lu Shuyao's Blizzard. At 30, he targeted again, but Lu Shuyao blocked it with an ice barrier. Su Shichen watched Croatia's health closely. 22, 21. He activated all his burst skills, and Bauzi barely held on. At 20, Croatia entered a berserk state, significantly increasing his attack power and speed, and using skills more frequently. Su Shichen immediately activated Death Wind, Gale Force, and Sword Chi Burst, summoning his sword shadows. At this moment, his attack power soared to over 8,000, and his dual swords slashed like lightning. Whirlwind Slash, Heavy Slash, Double Strike. His attacks rained down, completely overshadowing Lu Shuyao's output. Bauzi desperately maneuvered to prevent Croatia from disrupting Su Shichen's attacks. Suddenly, Su Shichen shouted, Yao Yao, while pulling Bauzi back a step. Lu Shuyao blinked forward, activating Ice Barrier to block the targeted skill again. Su Shichen tapped his toe and used Shadow Step to return to his original position. With the power of Death Wind and Gale Force, Su Shichen's attack speed was astonishing, leaving 3 or 4 sword marks on Croatia every second. Just then, Croatia began to gather misty ripples again, preparing for a big move. Don't worry, he's already dead. Su Shichen smiled calmly. Step back, I'm going to show off now. He sheathed his swords and quietly activated Terra's Blessing. In 14 seconds, he left 47 marks inside Croatia, while his sword shadows landed 30 hits. Instant explosion. A 1.23 million instant burst wiped out Croatia's remaining health, which was less than 1 million. The boss's body turned into a golden light, dropping equipment all over the ground. Meanwhile, in the hard mode of the misty jungle, Wang Buliuxing shouted excitedly, Quick, quick, quick! Only one left. They had survived Croatia's final berserk move, and though only 12 members were still standing, it was enough to kill the boss. Victory was in sight. Croatia finally fell to Wang Buliuxing's steady shot. He said with satisfaction, Looks like our War God Hall secured the first clear in Wind Whisper City. However, the system announcement instantly froze his smile. Wind Whisper City system announcement. Congratulations to the Galaxy Mercenaries for being the first team to clear Hell-level Misty Jungle. Members include Xingqian, Shield Master, Autumn Wind, Boundless Sea, Flower Season, and Kindergarten Killer. 3. Wind Whisper City system announcement. Congratulations to War God Hall for being the first team to clear hard-level Misty Jungle. Members include Wang Buliexing, Wounded City, and 25 others. 3. Wang Buliexing's smile instantly stiffened, and he said bitterly, "Heh, this system announcement can go to hell." The elite team of Lingyun Pavilion was once again wiped out by Croatia. Gathered in a corner of the virtual world, they reviewed the battle with grim expressions, searching for their shortcomings. Suddenly, a series of system announcements interrupted their discussion, causing an uproar. Ha! Wang Buliexing must be fuming right now. Sha Xin couldn't help but laugh, imagining their opponent's frustrated expression. Lingyun Zhuangji lowered his head in deep thought, his brows furrowed. We're still lagging behind War God Hall, and Xingchen's team is even more monstrous. It seems Lingyu is very different from past games. Individual strength can be so overwhelming. We'll need to change our development strategy. The first clear of the hard-level Misty Forest was achieved by War God Hall, which was expected by the players in Wind Whisper City. However, the subsequent announcement of the Hell level first clear was like a thunderbolt, instantly igniting the passion of the entire city. We're still stuck on the third boss of the hard level, and you're telling me Xingchen already cleared the Hell level. Xingchen, please be human. How can War God Hall survive with you crushing them like this? Ah, I really want to see Wang Buliexing's face right now. A Sharpied player suddenly pointed out. Did none of you notice that Xingchen's team only has 6 members? Misty Forest is a 25-player raid. Holy crap, they're monsters, someone exclaimed. I can say, without exaggeration, Xingchen's class is the same as mine, a player proudly claimed. Yeah, right. You're not exaggerating at all? Someone immediately mocked. Suddenly, someone noticed a crucial detail. Did any of you notice the name Shinga Mercenary Group? What's up with Shinga Mercenary Group? Shinga? No way. Shinga Auction House? Case solved. Shinga Auction House is definitely run by Xingchen. In the midst of the discussion, someone suddenly remembered. What about that guy who said he'd eat an Oreo on stream? Huh? Wait, Oreo? By the way, how can I join Shinga Mercenary Group? A hopeful voice asked. Dude, you can't even beat me, so save it. Someone immediately poured cold water on the idea. Meanwhile, the members of Shinga Mercenary Group received a series of system notifications. System. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level Misty Forest. Reward. 200,000 EXP, 500 Prestige, 2 Fame, 2x level 2 gems. System. Congratulations to Shinga Mercenary Group for clearing the 25-player Hell level raid Misty Forest. 1,000 Fame. System. Congratulations to Shinga Mercenary Group for being the first team to clear the Hell level Misty Forest in Wind Whisper City. Reward. 2,000 Fame, 1 million EXP for team members, 3,000 Prestige, 10 Fame, 10x level 2 gems. System. Shinga Mercenary Group has been promoted to Class C. Baozi excitedly said. The rewards for the first clear of the Hell level raid are awesome. Lu Shuyao calmly analyzed. Alright, but Xingchen did 95 of the work this time. She stayed grounded, recognizing that while Shinga Mercenary Group was strong, the gap between the team and Su Shichen was vast, with most members just holding him back. Big Bro is too strong. That last move did over 1.2 million damage. I'm shocked, Kindergarten Killer said astonished. I struggled to break 1,000, and you hit over 1,000,000? Zohai looked at the Bloodmelter great sword in his hand, feeling dejected. Berserkers are supposed to be the most violent physical damage dealers. How is there such a huge gap with Brother Chen? Su Shichen quietly gathered the scattered loot, already used to the system announcements. He knew that Baozi and the others were quite capable, they just needed time to grow. After all, the game had only been live for a week, and he himself was a cheater. With the luck bonus from Terra's Blessing, Croatia's first drop was exceptionally generous. Over 100 pieces of dark gold materials, more than 10 pieces of top-quality gold equipment, over 10 level 3 gems, 5 tier 3 magic scrolls for dark gold items, and 2 skill books. Even Su Shichen was surprised by the drop rate. The rewards were incredibly rich. Su Shichen immediately shared the attributes of several top-tier pieces of equipment with his teammates. Steelwood Great Shield. Shield, level 10, dark gold. Durability, 180,180. Base attributes. Armor 320, Magic Defense 280, Health 1500, Strength 20, Constitution 25. Traits. 1. Steelwood. 10 chance to stun enemies hitting the shield for 1 second. Skill. 1. Great Shield Bash. Active, smash enemies with the Steelwood Great Shield, dealing 150 physical damage, tripling the strength effect, and generating a lot of threat. Instant cast. Cooldown, 60 seconds. This is arguably the best shield for MT at this stage. Once Baozi equipped it, his HP instantly surpassed the 10,000 mark. With the added power of Triple Shield Bash, he could face off against a dark gold tier boss Hedon and force it back. The Wild Cloak is equally formidable. This level 10 dark gold tier item boasts a durability of 180 points and impressive attribute bonuses. Armor 20, Strength 20, Stamina 15, Agility 10. Even more enticing are its unique traits and skills. 1. Wild. For every 10 HP lost, attack power increases by 1 point, up to a maximum of 200 points. 2. Wild Fury. An active skill that sacrifices all armor to boost attack power. Instant cast, lasts for 30 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Zohai eagerly accepted this top-tier berserker equipment, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Baozi quickly handed another precious item, the Jungle Emblem, to Zhou Siyuan. This level 10 dark gold tier emblem also has 180 points of durability and boasts awe-inspiring base attributes. Mana 800, Stamina 10, Intelligence 15, Spirit 20. Additionally, it provides extra healing bonuses and a powerful passive skill. 1. Healing. Increases healing done by 200. 2. Nature's Gift. The wearer's mana regeneration rate is unaffected even in combat. Su Shichen chuckled at Baozi's eagerness. No one's going to snatch it from you. Why the rush? He casually tossed a skill book to Baozi. Take this skill book over too. You're in luck. I didn't expect us to get this on the first try. Baozi took the skill book and upon seeing its title, exclaimed in delight, Resurrection? He quickly urged Zhou Siyuan to learn this valuable skill. Resurrection is an advanced skill that can be used immediately without needing to level up. It revives a dead target and reduces their death penalty by 80. The revived target will return with 30 of their health, but this skill cannot be used in combat. Each cast consumes 20 of base mana and has a 5-second casting time, with no cooldown restriction. Su Shichen explained, this is a must-have skill for priests. Usually you need to reach the second tier to learn it. The hell-level Misty Jungle has a very low drop rate, but we got it on our first run. He marveled again at the incredible blessing of Terra. Next, Su Shichen handed over 5 third-tier magic scrolls all, Trance Summon Stow, Lu Shuyao for team use. However, the most anticipated items were the final dark gold tier item and the skill book, which were undoubtedly the biggest rewards from this hell-level dungeon. The Mist Horn lay quietly in Su Shinchen's hand, this unassuming dark gold item emanating a mysterious aura. He carefully examined the special object. No level restriction, 5 uses remaining. Once blown, it could summon a mist covering a 100 by 100 yard area, severely impairing the enemy's vision and perception for 30 minutes. Remarkably, within the mist, the user's vision and perception would increase by 50, movement speed would double, and stamina and mental recovery rates would also double. Su Shinchen's eyes lit up as he realized the immense potential of the item. Without hesitation, he pocketed it. Next, his gaze fell on the last skill book. Upon seeing its contents, Su Shichen gasped at it was a secret technique. Such rare skills were beyond the reach of players at this stage. He couldn't help but marvel at the luck of Croatia dropping a secret technique. Was it Terra's blessing being too powerful? Upon closer inspection, the secret technique was called Substitution Technique, a beginner-level secret skill requiring the Rogue class. This was a life-saving skill for rogues, a passive ability that would instantly replace the user with a wooden dummy upon taking fatal damage, allowing the user to escape danger and enter stealth mode. Even if the attack covered a 100-yard radius, the substitution technique would whisk the user away from danger. The only limitation was that it could only be triggered once per day. Su Shichen turned and handed the skill book to Kindergarten Killer. Killer, this is for you. Kindergarten Killer hesitated, then said softly, Big brother, He felt he hadn't been much help since joining the team. Baozi clapped Kindergarten Killer on the shoulder and interrupted, Stop being so modest and take it. If you feel bad, just work on improving yourself. One day, we'll be able to help the boss. All right. Kindergarten Killer no longer hesitated and took the skill book. After learning the substitution technique, he resolved to challenge top players and make it onto the Langya list after leaving the dungeon, determined not to fall too far behind Shichen. Su Shichen took out a teleport scroll and said, Let's go back to town. You all have teleport scrolls, right? Everyone exchanged glances. Isn't that a must-have item for leaving town? Su Shichen silently tore open his Wind Whisper City teleport scroll, realizing he was the only one who forgot to bring it. Moments later, the group appeared at the Xinghe auction house in Wind Whisper City. Su Shichen led them directly to the 3rd floor, where a maid promptly served them fragrant tea. Baozi took a sip and remarked, So, is this our new base? Su Shichen smiled and said, This is just temporary. Work hard and get our mercenary group to a rank, and then we can have our own base. Everyone asked in unison. What about you? I have other things to do, Su Shichen replied. He planned to operate independently, as leading them all the time would slow their growth. They nodded, understanding Su Xingchen's intention. They realized they were holding him back by sticking together. Su Shichen turned to Lu Shuyao and transferred dozens of gold tier and a few dark goldier items to her. Yao Yao, these items should be enough for a small auction. I won't be participating. You handle it and make sure to price them in credit points. He then granted her the highest permissions at the Xinghao auction house. With the auction house, Su Shichen didn't lack gold coins. Selling these items for credit points would fetch a higher price, as major guilds would bid heavily to equip their elite squads. The acquired credit points could be used to buy advanced nutrient solutions, as the 30 bottles of great solutions he bought at the server launch were nearly depleted. Su Shichen also summoned Qian Fatty and introduced him to Lu Shuyao. Qian Duo, listen to her when I'm not around. After giving his instructions, Su Shichen left the auction house. The tasks taken by the mercenary group were left for them to complete. He headed straight to the reputation store. The Glory Holy Tower expedition had earned him a significant amount of reputation points, now totaling 66,700, which he could use to exchange for valuable items. Guided respectfully by the store attendant, Su Shichen entered and immediately checked the dark gold mastery books. Each was priced at 1,000 reputation points, with 200 still available. Su Shichen felt relieved. Players at this stage hadn't realized the importance of weapon mastery, so few were willing to spend 1,000 reputation points on a dark gold mastery book. Weapon mastery's benefits increased significantly in the late game, although the required mastery points also grew substantially. Su Shichen decisively exchanged for 30 dark gold mastery books with a wave of his hand. He calculated that using 3 books per day, this batch would last him 10 days. Since all levels of mastery books shared the same cooldown period, he wisely chose to redeem only the highest level. The system notification sounded. 15,000 reputation points deducted, 30 dark gold mastery books acquired. Thanks to the 50 discount from his level 6 reputation, Su Shichen saved half of his reputation points. Without hesitation, he activated Terra's blessing and immediately used 3 mastery books. The system prompted 3 times. You used a dark gold mastery book and gained 145 free mastery points. You used a dark gold mastery book and gained 148 free mastery points. You used a dark gold mastery book and gained 147 free mastery points. Su Shichen secretly rejoiced. His 88 luck points truly made a difference. The random results from the 3 books were almost at their maximum. Excitedly, he opened his attribute panel and allocated all 440 free mastery points to sword mastery. The system promptly announced, "Congratulations, your sword mastery has reached Sword Emperor Advanced. Sword Mastery, Sword Emperor Advanced 700800. Final damage with any sword type, weapon 35. Seeing his damage increase once again, Su Shichen contentedly stored the remaining mastery books in his backpack. He then searched for space crystals in the exchange menu. Although exchanging reputation points for them wasn't very cost-effective, it was worth it to upgrade his communicator to cover the entire empire, ensuring he could contact Huaijian in case of emergencies. 2,000 reputation points deducted, 200 space crystals acquired, the system prompted. Su Shichen immediately injected 200 units of space crystals into the communicator. The system then notified, "Your communicator has been upgraded to level 2, now covering the entire empire." After completing these crucial tasks, Su Shichen began meticulously browsing the exchange list for other potentially useful items. Various high-level skill books caught his eye: Shield Rebound, Meteor Shower, Redemption, Sweeping Strike, and Earth-Shattering Slash. However, these ordinary skills seemed somewhat lackluster to someone like him, who already possessed numerous premium skills. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Shichen's mind, filling him with excitement. He suddenly remembered that each level 1 main city's reputation shop had a unique ultimate skill. Given that no other player likely had enough reputation to exchange for these ultimate skills yet, didn't this mean he could monopolize them all? Recalling how a single instant explosion had significantly boosted his power, Su Shichen couldn't help but feel exhilarated at the prospect of mastering multiple ultimate skills. He eagerly rushed out of the reputation shop and headed straight for the teleportation hall. There, without hesitation, he chose to teleport, ready to begin his journey of collecting ultimate skills. The teleportation hall in Liuguang City was bustling with activity. Su Shichen hurriedly weaved through the crowd, accidentally bumping into an elven elementalist. "Watch it! Are you in a rush to reincarnate?" the elementalist spat, almost losing his balance. Ignoring the outburst, Su Shichen made his way straight to the Liuguang City reputation shop. Inside, 2 players were busy exchanging items. One was a human warlock with a staff, and the other was a cold-faced assassin with dual daggers at his waist. Su Shichen's eyes widened in recognition. These were none other than Qianli Gufan and Yellow, the very ones who had once failed to assassinate him. He felt a surge of relief, thankful for the nightshade mask that concealed his identity. Silently, he edged closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. Qianli Gufan grumbled, "It's frustrating to have to switch main cities because of that." Yellow remained silent. Qianli Gufan pressed on, How was the fight last time? Strong. Yellow replied curtly. How strong? Very strong. Qianli Gufin sighed in exasperation. I can't believe I'm teamed up with someone as tight-lipped as you. But is it true that someone high up has their eye on him? Yes, Yellow said succinctly. Can you tell me who? Which top player? Qianli Gufin persisted. Lately, this Xingqian has been making quite a name for himself. Even the top players might struggle against him. Could it be that one of the 10 kings of hell is planning to take action personally? Don't know, Yellow responded, as brief as ever. Su Shinchen's brows furrowed. Realizing that the higher-ups of Yin Luo had taken an interest in him was troubling. Hidden enemies were always the hardest to deal with. As the two finished their exchanges and left, Qianli Gufin couldn't help but steal a few glances at Su Shichen, feeling that the masked figure seemed oddly familiar. Su Shichen smirked inwardly. Let's see what moves you plan to make. Although he detested trouble, he wasn't afraid of it. With Lu Shuyao and the others now capable of protecting themselves, he felt confident in facing any challenge Yin Luo might throw at him, even if it meant confronting one of the legendary 10 kings of hell in the gaming world. Opening the exchange list of the Liuguang City Reputation Shop, Su Shichen directly searched for Ultimate Skill. A lone book appeared on the list. Ultimate Skill, Liuguang. Requirement, any class. Exchange price, 7,000 reputation points. Available quantity, 11. Overjoyed, Su Shichen immediately exchanged for it. A system notification sounded. You have successfully exchanged for the skill book Ultimate Skill. Liuguang, deducting 3,500 reputation points after a 50 discount. His second ultimate skill was in hand. Eager to learn it, Su Shichen was interrupted by another system prompt. Are you sure you want to learn ultimate skill? Liuguang. Each player can learn a maximum of 2 ultimate skills. This restriction shattered Su Shinchen's excitement. In his previous life, he hadn't learned even 1 ultimate skill, so he was unaware of this limitation. However, he had mentally prepared himself, knowing such powerful skills wouldn't be hoarded by a single player. Since ultimate skills couldn't be previewed, Su Shichen had to rely on their prices to gauge their power. He temporarily stored Liuguang in his backpack, deciding to evaluate it later. Over the next 2 hours, Su Shichen tirelessly visited the 10 primary cities of the Shenhua Empire, spending 26,000 reputation points to exchange for 7 more ultimate skills. To his surprise, the one in Mingyu City had already been claimed. Clearly, Lingyu was full of hidden talents. Besides himself, someone else had already amassed enough reputation points to exchange for an ultimate skill at this stage. When he first visited Fengyu City, he could barely afford Instant Explosion even with a 30 discount for his level 5 renown. Among the 7 ultimate skills, the cheapest cost 3,200 reputation points after a 50 discount, while the most expensive required 4,400 points. It seemed that Instant Explosion and Liuguang were only of moderate strength. Now, only one place remained unvisited, the Imperial Capital. Although there were no related rumors in his previous life, Su Shichen wanted to personally verify if the Imperial Capital's reputation shop held any unique ultimate skills. Technically, the teleportation route to the Imperial Capital wasn't yet open to players who needed to reach the second tier to access it. But Su Shichen was no ordinary player. He teleported back to Fengyu City, hired a carriage, and headed straight for the Hall of Glory. Sir, you're here. The hall guard greeted him respectfully. The Night Veil mask was no match for the 2 level 150, Tier 3 guards at the gate. They saw through Su Shingchen's disguise immediately. The guards nodded respectfully towards Su Shingchen, who returned the gesture with a slight nod before stepping through the grand entrance. Familiar with the layout, he navigated the majestic halls effortlessly, soon arriving at Harriman's office. Standing before the heavy wooden door, Su Shingchen took a deep breath and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Harriman's aged but still powerful voice called from within. Su Shingchen pushed open the door, revealing a tastefully decorated office. Behind a large mahogany desk sat Harriman. Su Shingchen bowed respectfully and said, Master Harriman, sorry to bother you again. Despite their long acquaintance, Su Shingchen maintained a formal demeanor out of respect. Harriman stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his eyes shining with admiration. Shingchen, you're the talk of the Glory Hall now. You're always welcome. Haha. As the head of the sub-hall, Harriman was well aware of Su Shingchen's record-breaking achievements. He knew that as long as this young man didn't fall, his future was limitless. Moreover, as a descender, Su Shingchen couldn't truly die, ensuring his eventual rise to greatness. Su Shingchen got straight to the point, his tone sincere yet decisive. I'm here to use the sub-hall's teleportation array to get to the Imperial City. For him, time was money, and he had no interest in small talk. Harriman raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. Oh, are you looking for Huaijian? Not exactly. I have some personal matters to attend to in the Imperial City, Su Shingchen replied succinctly. Harriman nodded in understanding and called over a young maid standing in the corner. Take Lord Shichen to the teleportation hall. The maid curtsied respectfully, her bright eyes indicating for Su Shichen to follow. Yes, Lord Shichen, please follow me. Su Shichen thanked Harriman and bid him farewell, following the maid to the teleportation array. Harriman watched them leave, then sat back down, sipped his tea, and chuckled to himself. Getting old, getting old. These young folks are something else. In the blink of an eye, Su Shichen found himself in the teleportation hall of the Glory Hall subhall in the Imperial City, Shenhua. Despite being a Tier 6 sword sovereign in his past life, it was his first time here. Although he had been powerful before, his status now far surpassed what it had been. Su Shichen pulled out his communicator and sent a message to Huaijian. Old man Huaijian, come out and greet your guest. Moments later, Huaijian's grumbling voice came through. If you keep calling me old, I'll cut you down with a single sword strike. Huaijian appeared before Su Shichen, looking half asleep as he adjusted his hair, even using a flying sword as a mirror. Su Shichen couldn't help but tease him. Why bother? You'll never be as handsome as me. Su Shichen was quite confident in his looks, second only to the story's readers. Huaijian put away the flying sword, yawning with a hint of impatience. Get lost. Why aren't you staying in Wind Whisper City? Are there any updates on the Chaos Alliance? I'm warning you, don't drag me into your mess. Deal with it yourself. Su Shichen shrugged, answering nonchalantly, I'm just passing through. You can go back to sleep. Although the sacred eye on his forehead had indeed pulsed twice when he teleported to other primary cities, he wasn't ready to deal with it yet. The entities capable of infiltrating a primary city were beyond his current capability to handle. Huaijian gritted his teeth, watching Su Shichen leave the glory hall, restraining the urge to strike him down. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, no, this waking up anger is too much. I need to find a beast to slice up. With that, Huaijian turned and left, ready to vent his frustration. Shenhua City truly lives up to its title as the imperial capital. The buildings lining the streets are more grandiose and majestic compared to those in Fengyu City. Su Shichen navigated his way effortlessly to the prestige store, with a familiar exchange list appeared before him. While the types of items hadn't changed much, their quantity was twice that of a first-tier main city. He got straight to the point and searched for Ultimate Skills. A beautifully gilded book immediately caught his eye. Ultimate Skill, 10,000 Paths Annihilation. Requirement, any class. Exchange cost, 12,000 prestige points. Available quantity, 11. Just as I expected, Su Shinchen's eyes lit up. The price was nearly double that of Instant Explosion, suggesting its formidable power. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the skill book. The system notification chimed. 6,000 prestige points deducted. Ultimate skill, 10,000 paths annihilation acquired. Su Shichen eagerly learned the new skill. To his delight, it turned out to be an instant cast, wide area destruction skill, perfectly addressing his weaknesses. In contrast, the sea-severing secret required charging and had a smaller range, with an agonizingly slow upgrade speed. Upon closely examining the skill's attributes, Su Shichen noticed that the experience required to level it up was twice that of Instant Explosion. He glanced at his experience bar. The nearly 5 million experience points he had just earned in the Misty Forest gave him confidence. Level 3 needs 500,000, Level 4 needs 1.2 million, and Level 5 needs 3 million. Looks like I'll need to grind a lot more experience, Su Shichen calculated to himself. Although the experience required was 10 times that of an average player, and he had 3 experience-heavy skills to level up, the investment was worth it. Without these powerful skills, his combat effectiveness wouldn't be nearly as high. The new skill significantly enhanced both his range and damage. Su Shichen couldn't help but imagine that if he had possessed this skill during the battle in the Dark Forest, most of the Fong guild members wouldn't have survived. With 14,200 prestige points remaining, Su Shichen decided to save them for future use. Gaining such a large amount of prestige points again wouldn't be easy. He didn't linger in Shenhua City for long. Most things here were too high level for him at the moment. Su Shichen quietly used the teleportation array in the Hall of Glory to return to Fengyu City without notifying Huaijian. He sent all 8 ultimate skill books that he couldn't use to Lu Shuyao, asking her to distribute them as she saw fit. He couldn't bear to sell such treasures, as they might fall into enemy hands. After leaving Fengyu City, Su Shichen headed north. Initially, he saw groups of players leveling up and hunting monsters, but the further he went, the fewer people he encountered. With the Sacred Eye, he could ignore the 20-level gap, making it faster to level up by hunting higher-level monsters given his current stats. The Lingyu map was vast and boundless. In the later stages, there would be mounts, airships, and teleportation arrays as convenient means of transportation, but at this early stage, Su Shichen had to rely on his own 2 feet. After 3 hours of trekking, he finally reached his destination, a Sunset Valley. This area was a level 28 to 30 map, flanked by towering mountains and teeming with various snake-like beasts. In his previous life, this place was considered a no-go zone for players until the mainstream players reached level 30 and began to clear it. The reason was simple. There were just too many snakes, enough to make anyone with ophidiophobia turn back. There should be quite a few treasure chests here, Su Shichen mused. With twin swords on his back, he stood at the entrance of Sunset Valley, scanning the densely packed snakes within. It was an ideal place for leveling up. Silver Ring Python level 28, normal, 18,000 HP. Gold Ring Python level 30, enhanced, 32,000 HP. Scarlet Python level 30, elite, 68,000 HP. Although the Sacred Eye allowed him to ignore the 20-level gap, Su Shichen's attribute advantage was no longer as pronounced against these pythons. Without his time-space divine power and time-space divine body, he wouldn't have dared venture here. The boost from his divine bloodline was indeed remarkable, allowing a level 10 player to defeat level 28 monsters in just a few strikes. If other players witnessed this, their jaws would surely drop. Su Shichen didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, he carefully observed the distribution of snakes in the valley from various angles. He was pleased to discover that the Sacred Eye significantly enhanced his field of vision. I wonder if it has night vision, he pondered. I'll find out once the sun sets in a few hours. After more than 10 minutes of meticulous observation, Su Shichen mapped out his pulling route in his mind. The first wave had to take down as many pythons as possible to establish a foothold in the valley. His caution was not unfounded. Facing level 28 and above monsters, his agility attribute no longer provided an advantage. If surrounded, the situation could become very dangerous. With everything ready, Su Shichen took a deep breath, drew his twin swords, and stepped into the valley from his calculated position, officially beginning his leveling journey. As Su Shichen stepped into Sunset Valley, over a dozen giant serpents surged towards him like sharks scenting blood. Without missing a beat, he activated his meteor skill, gracefully leaping over the encroaching serpents and pressing deeper into the valley. The valley echoed with the spine-chilling hisses of the snake horde. The sheer number of monsters, coupled with the intimidating environment and diverse species, would deter most adventurers. However, Su Shichen remained unfazed. With 8 years of experience in the spirit realm from his past life, he was accustomed to such challenges. Ignoring the external threats, he focused solely on aggroing the monsters along his path. Shadow step, Su Shichen muttered, creating distance between himself and the pursuing serpents once more. This time, luck was not on his side. The landing point of his shadow step was a moss-covered rock lying at an angle. As soon as he materialized, his foot slipped, causing him to momentarily lose balance and nearly fall. Despite his agility, allowing him to quickly regain his stance, the brief misstep cost him the chance to reposition immediately. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen giant serpents surrounded him, poised to strike. Su Xingchen's eyes narrowed as he rapidly assessed the situation. 4 in front, 3 to the left, 4 to the right, and 2 behind. Additionally, 3 golden-ringed serpents hung upside down, launching themselves from branches above. While his flowing water sword technique could fend off weapon attacks, it was insufficient against the simultaneous assault of 16 level 30 serpents. Death Wind Gale Force. Su Shichen decisively activated 2 speed-boosting skills and executed his combat technique, Phantom Step, causing his form to vanish instantly. The 16 serpents froze, appearing bewildered as their prey seemingly evaporated into thin air. In the next moment, Su Shichen reappeared between the 2 serpents at the rear, striking with both swords to drive them back. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly maneuvered around the remaining 14 serpents, who collided with each other, and continued his advance. With his increased speed, Su Shichen quickly outpaced the serpents. He weaved through the valley, continuously drawing the serpents towards him. By the time Gale Force's duration ended, he had aggroed nearly all the serpents in the front section of the valley. The valley was filled with the incessant hissing of thousands of serpents, a sight that would cause anyone with a fear of snakes or trypophobia to faint on the spot. Su Shichen narrowly dodged the attacks of 2 nearby serpents and unleashed Sword Chi Burst, stunning the elite serpents within a 10-yard radius and boosting his attack power by 24. Gale Blade, Skyward Slash, Su Shichen intoned softly. A powerful energy surged from within him, channeled through Gale Blade. The vast area of 70 by 70 yards darkened, and countless sword shadows rained down like a torrential storm. The serpents' death cries echoed throughout the valley as massive damage numbers flashed, clearing the horde surrounding Su Shichen. Even the elite red-striped serpents couldn't withstand such an assault. The passive power of Temporal Force, which ignored 100 of armor, proved crucial. Without it, Su Shichen's damage against level 30 elite monsters would have been significantly reduced. System notifications rang out one after another. Defeated Silver Ring Serpent, 18 levels higher, experience increased by 1800, EXP 53,200. Defeated Enhanced Golden Ring Serpent, 20 levels higher, experience increased by 2000, EXP 109,200. Defeated Elite Red Striped Serpent, 20 levels higher, experience increased by 2000, EXP 231,000. Congratulations, player Shichen has reached level 11. Strength 6, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 1, Intelligence 1. You have gained 8 free attribute points and 2 free mastery points. Defeated Elite Red Striped Serpent, 19 levels higher, experience increased by 1900, EXP 220,000. Within the 70 by 70 yard area, the ground was littered with the bodies of over 1,000 serpents, and silence fell over the valley. Su Shichen ignored the scattered items. The black iron and bronze gear dropped by these level 30 monsters were useless to him and could only be sold to the system shop. His priority now was to keep leveling up. After adjusting his state, Su Shichen delved deeper into Sunset Valley. The Sword Shadow Clone skill from his Frost Snow Sword could use all his non-equipment, non-temporal skills, meaning he could showcase his abilities once more. Even though the clone had only 50 of his attributes, it could still use 10,000 paths annihilation to clear out most of the horde. The remaining elite serpents would pose no significant threat. The hisses of the serpents echoed through the valley once more as Su Shichen gathered another massive horde. He summoned his Sword Shadow clone, but did not immediately unleash his ultimate skill. Instead, he had the clone stack up Sword Chi to its maximum, activating Sword Chi Burst to boost his attack power by 24 before finally unleashing 10,000 paths annihilation. The sky darkened once more as countless sword shadows descended, and the valley witnessed the annihilation of the serpent horde once again. The system notifications rang continuously, announcing Su Shichen's astonishing progress in less than an hour. Defeated Silver Ring Python, 17 levels higher, gained 1700 experience boost, 50,400 XP. Defeated Enhanced Golden Ring Python, 19 levels higher, gained 1900 experience boost, 104,000 XP. Defeated Elite Scarlet Python, 19 levels higher, gained 1900 experience boost, 220,000 XP. With each notification, Su Shichen's level rapidly increased. Congratulations, player Shichen has reached level 12. Strength 6, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 1, Intelligence 1. Gained 8 free attribute points and 2 free mastery points. The pace of monster killing continued unabated. Defeated Enhanced Golden Ring Python, 18 levels higher, gained 1800 experience boost, 98,800 XP. Another system notification followed. Congratulations, player Shichen has reached level 13. Strength 6, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 1, Intelligence 1. Gained 8 free attribute points and 2 free mastery points. Defeated Enhanced Golden Ring Python, 17 levels higher, gained 1700 experience boost, 93,600 XP. On the battlefield, only a few dozen half-health Scarlet Pythons remained, fearlessly launching their final charge at Su Shichen and his Sword Shadow clones. Su Shichen waited calmly until they were within attack range before making his move. Sword Chi Burst. 12 beams of milky white sword energy erupted, instantly slaying the remaining Scarlet Pythons. Su Shichen had been in Sunset Valley for less than an hour, and his level had already increased 3 times, reaching level 13 at 8. If not for the 10-fold experience requirement for leveling up, he might have been close to level 20 by now. Such an astonishing leveling speed would leave any player dumbfounded. After a brief rest, Su Shichen continued deeper into Sunset Valley. Various pythons fell to his sword along the way. Finally, after some time, Su Shichen discovered his first treasure chest. Not far ahead, beside a cliff, stood a giant tree with a dark trunk and branches bearing several bright red fruits. A massive red-brown one-horned python, much larger than the scarlet pythons, coiled around the tree, eyes closed as if in slumber. On the ground before the tree lay a golden treasure chest. Within a radius of several dozen yards, few pythons dared to approach, indicating that this was the territory of the red-brown one-horned python. The system immediately provided information about the python. Crimson Horn Python, level 32, Golden Boss. HP, 1,500,000. Description: the Crimson Horn Python was originally an ordinary scarlet python. After consuming a crimson flame fruit, it evolved, growing a horn on its head. Any creature that dares to approach the crimson flame tree is its enemy. Well, what a pleasant surprise. Su Shichen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to encounter a crimson flame fruit here. This is a golden grade item that permanently increases certain attributes and fire element resistance when consumed by a player, an invaluable find. However, obtaining the crimson flame fruit and the treasure chest would be no easy task. A boss over level 30 had truly stepped into the second tier, with a significant boost in all attributes. While Su Shichen wasn't worried about breaking its defense with his spatial temporal power, his primary attribute advantage might not be enough to suppress the Crimson Horn Python, and he was at a disadvantage in other attributes. I have to try no matter how hard it is. Su Shichen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and stealthily approached the Crimson Horn Python. If he could open the treasure chest and collect the Crimson Flame fruits without waking it, that would be ideal. Perched on the giant tree, the Crimson Horn Python's pupils moved slightly beneath its eyelids as Su Shichen approached, but it didn't open its eyes. It quietly gathered energy into its horn, which began to glow faintly red, while its mouth curled into a slight smile, waiting for the prey to step into its trap. This sneaky creature. Su Shichen noticed the python's subtle movements but pretended not to, continuing forward. 40 yards, 30 yards, 20 yards. Su Shichen reached the treasure chest, and the Crimson Horn Python still hadn't attacked, maintaining its sleeping posture. Quite patient, Su Shichen thought, staying alert. He reached out with his left hand, pretending to touch the golden treasure chest. At that moment, the Crimson Horn Python's eyes snapped open. A concentrated crimson beam shot from its horn towards Su Shichen. It knew that humans are most vulnerable when opening treasure chests. Su Shichen was prepared and immediately withdrew his left hand. His right hand, holding the wind blade, swung towards the crimson beam. Moonlit Sword Dance. Despite this, the primary attributes of the second-tier Golden Boss surpassed Su Shichen's. The Moonlit Sword Dance didn't fully block the attack, and Su Shichen was knocked back 5 yards, taking damage. Fortunately, the Moonlit Sword Dance had absorbed most of the damage, keeping it within acceptable limits. Seeing its ambush fail, the Crimson Horn Python opened its jaws wide and lunged at Su Shichen with incredible speed. Meteor Strike. Su Shichen wasn't one to take hits without fighting back. He activated the Meteor Strike skill, thrusting his sword upwards, piercing the python's lower jaw. At the same time, his left hand drew the Frost Snow Sword, striking its horn. Heavy Slash. The system notifications followed. Meteor Strike skill completion rate 100, dealing 150 skill damage with double critical effect. Heavy Slash skill completion rate 100, dealing 150 skill damage with a 3-second stun effect. By now, Su Shichen could execute basic skills with 100 completion in any situation. Augmented by spatial temporal power, the full true damage made the Crimson Horn Python roar in pain. Roar! This sound was unlike any ordinary snake. Su Shichen was startled. It looks like this thing is close to transforming into a dragon. The Crimson Flame Horn Python, writhing in pain, violently swung its head, forcing Su Shichen to retreat. With a thundering sound, Su Shichen landed gracefully, rolling swiftly to the left to dodge the snake's tail, which lashed out like a whip. Without missing a beat, he stood up and delivered 2 precise sword strikes to the tail of the python. At this moment, the massive body of the Crimson Flame Horn Python had fully emerged from the giant tree, stretching over 30 yards in length, resembling a gigantic living rope aiming to strangle the audacious human. Su Shichen's eyes were sharp, his movements ghost-like, deftly evading the python's attempts to coil around him. With both hands gripping his sword, he left deep, bone-revealing gashes on the snake's body as the sword light flickered. The python let out a painful hiss, its blood level rapidly dropping to 80. Its enormous size seemed clumsy compared to the agile Su Shichen, who constantly maneuvered, causing the snake to twist and turn, almost tangling itself into a knot. Suddenly, the python reared its head and let out a long howl, red flames gathering in its mouth before spewing out its Su Shichen like a jet. Su Shichen immediately activated his Gale Force ability, circling the massive body of the python like a whirlwind, with a stream of flames chasing, but never catching him. Quite the lung capacity you've got there, Su Shichen remarked with a light chuckle, observing the python as it exhaled a black mist, clearly exhausted. Seizing the moment, he activated the Wind of Death and summoned his Sword Shadow clone. Sword Chi Burst. Instant explosion, he muttered, sending 24 milky white sword energies to engulf the python, stunning it for 1.5 seconds. Taking advantage of this, Su Shichen wielded his Gale Blade and Frostbite Snow in a flurry of strikes. The Sword Shadow clone joined in, unleashing skills like Gale Slash, Heavy Slash, and Double Strike amidst basic attacks, causing the python to howl in agony. In terms of attack power, Su Shichen had already surpassed the early stage of the second tier. Enraged, the python's massive tail swung repeatedly, sweeping the Sword Shadow clone away with one strike. The clone, taking double damage, was nearly destroyed, left with just over 1,000 health points. Su Shichen, undeterred, commanded the clone to launch a meteor strike towards the python, determined to maximize the damage during the instant explosion duration. Abruptly, the python's tail slammed the ground repeatedly, and its horn glowed with a bright red light. Su Shichen felt the ground shake as it cracked open, with searing flames shooting up, covering a 30-yard radius. Su Shichen glanced at a nearby golden ring python, initially planning to use it as a shadow step escape route. However, seeing only 10 seconds left on the instant explosion, he decisively abandoned the idea. I'll tank it with lifesteal. Let's see if your life is tougher than my damage output. He charged forward, intensifying his assault. In the next second, a surge of flames engulfed the area. Su Shichen's health took a hit of 2,180 damage, while the sword shadow clone, taking double damage, dissipated after only 8 strikes. Taking advantage of the python's immobility while summoning ground fire, Su Shichen's swords became a blur, his attack speed skyrocketing. With all buffs activated, each of Su Shichen's strikes dealt over 10,000 damage, absorbing 1,700 health per hit. Even in the hellish fire sea, with its 0.3-second damage ticks, he managed to hold out for several seconds. Unfortunately, with only 10 points of fire resistance, he couldn't mitigate much damage, unlike top-level players with around 100 points of resistance. Su Shichen's health fluctuated wildly, seemingly unable to last the 10 seconds needed to trigger the explosion mark. At 7 seconds, with his health critically low, he activated the AC shield, providing 6,500 shield points, enough to withstand 3 hits from the hellfire. With Heavy Slash and Double Strike off cooldown, Su Shichen alternated between basic attacks, Heavy Slash, and Double Strike, rapidly dealing a series of damage. 1609, 3636, 1600, 1635, 2280, 2291, 1651. His health nearly maxed out, enough to last until the explosion mark triggered. 3 seconds later, with over 7,000 health remaining, the instant explosion duration ended. Su Shichen heard the explosion rumble from within the python, immediately activating Terra's Blessing. Boom! Despite losing the 10 attack bonus from the AC's ring and the 50 attack speed from Gale Force, the damage was still sufficient to deplete the python's remaining health. With a final, anguished cry, the Crimson Flame Horn python's eyes lost their luster, and it collapsed with a resounding thud. The system notification chimed, announcing Su Shichen's impressive feat of defeating the Golden Ear boss, the Crimson Flame Horn python. Experience points increased by 1,900, totaling an additional 18,200,000 points. Shortly after, another system notification declared Su Shichen's advancement to level 14. All of his attributes saw a boost. Strength 6, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 1, and Intelligence 1. He also gained 8 free attribute points and 2 mastery points. As the Crimson Flame Horn python collapsed, a brilliant golden light enveloped Su Shichen, propelling him up another level thanks to the abundant experience points. Without hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to strength, skyrocketing it to an impressive 1046 points. He was now just one step away from equipping the coveted Obsidian Elemental Chain. After adjusting his status, Su Shichen began meticulously collecting the loot dropped by the Crimson Flame Horn python. Scattered across the ground were over 20 pieces of Golden Tier materials, including 2 Golden Ear equipment items and a skill book. Additionally, there were more than 10 precious space crystals, all thanks to the Terra's Blessing he had activated, which boosted his luck by 80 points. Su Shichen couldn't help but feel smug. After reaching the second tier of the Spirit Realm, the drop rates would significantly decrease. By then, even elite players from the major guilds would struggle to assemble a full set of Golden Ear equipment. He didn't even bother to glance at the 2 Golden Ear equipment items. With his strength, there was no way he would still be interested in such equipment by the time he reached level 30. However, the skill book dropped by the Crimson Flame Horn python took Su Shichen by surprise. It was a rare arcane spell, an exceptionally rare, large-scale, destructive magic. His luck today was simply off the charts. He had already found one in the Misty Forest earlier, and now he had another. System display. Arcane spell. Hellfire. Beginner arcane spell. Requirement. Fire Elemental Mage. Destruction Warlock. Materials. Blazing Crystals 100. Su Shichen couldn't help but marvel. This was the signature skill of the Crimson Flame Horn python. He stashed the arcane spell in his backpack, thinking it would be perfect for Lu Shuyao to learn later. Blazing Crystals were Golden Tier materials dropped by Fire Elemental bosses above level 30. The Crimson Flame Horn python had just dropped 8 of them. For Su Shichen, gathering the required materials was no challenge. After collecting all the loot, Su Shichen's gaze fell upon a shimmering golden chest beneath a tree. It was a standard-sized Golden Ear chest, about 0.5 yards in length and width. As he reached out, the system prompted, "You have discovered an unlocked Golden Ear chest. Open it." 20 seconds later, the chest slowly opened, emitting a strong golden light. Su Shichen calmly retrieved 3 items, showing little excitement since he had already opened an epic tier chest on the first day of the game. The 3 items were a scroll and 2 potions. Summoning Scroll, Tier 4. Effect. Using the scroll summons a golden tier boss Crimson Flame Horn Python equal to the summoner's level, lasting up to 15 minutes. Casting time, 10 seconds. Usable times, 11. Note: usage in dungeons does not count towards score. Intelligence Boost Elixir, Advanced. Effect: increases intelligence by 180 for 120 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Su Shichen evaluated the items. The Tier 4 summoning scroll was decent, providing an extra tank in critical moments. As for the intelligence boost elixir, it was better than nothing. If it had been a recipe, it might have been more valuable, but just 2 potions didn't mean much. He stashed the items in his backpack. Turning his attention to the massive tree ahead, Su Shichen recognized it as a Crimson Flame Spirit tree based on the Crimson Flame Horn Python's description. The tree bore 5 bright red crimson flame fruits. Su Shichen swiftly climbed the tree and picked all the fruits, musing on how many the beast had devoured before, wasting such treasures. System display: Crimson Flame fruit not fully mature. Golden tier consumable. No level requirement. Each player can consume up to 5. Base attribute: increases max HP by 200. Special attribute: increases fire element resistance by 10. Su Shichen shrugged. As a golden ear spirit fruit, the attributes of the Crimson Flame fruit were rather low, likely because they weren't fully mature. However, he couldn't leave them on the tree to mature, so he quickly consumed all 5, each the size of a plum. System notification: you have consumed the Crimson Flame fruit, max HP 200, fire element resistance 105. His max HP increased by 1,000 points, and his fire element resistance reached 60 points, enough to mitigate a significant amount of fire damage. Su Shichen was quite satisfied with the haul from defeating the Golden Ear boss. Suddenly, the sound of hissing surrounded him. With the Crimson Flame Horn Python dead for a few minutes, its deterrent effect had vanished, attracting numerous giant pythons towards the Crimson Flame Spirit tree where Su Shichen stood. Perfect timing, Su Shichen muttered, leaning against the Crimson Flame Spirit tree. His eyes locked onto the approaching horde of elite Crimson Serpent Pythons. With dual swords in hand, he prepared himself. These pythons, drawn by the tree, were all elite-grade Crimson Serpent Pythons. Su Shichen licked his lips, ready for another wave of experience points. Golden sword light flashed, and all the Crimson Serpent Pythons were instantly slain. The system notifications rang continuously, but Su Shichen paid them no mind. He swung his dual swords a few more times, trying to recapture the sensation of achieving 100 completion. The upgrade to the secondary skill, Severing the Sea, wasn't massive, but it did increase the range and boost damage by 20. Nevertheless, it was already a formidable skill. Su Shichen stood still, gripping his wind blade, replaying the earth-shattering strike in his mind. He closed his eyes, his body swaying slightly as he simulated the optimal force exertion. 3 minutes later, Su Shichen opened his eyes, a resolute glint flashing in them. He readied his sword again, golden energy gathering on the blade, slightly larger than before. With a low shout, the sword energy slashed towards the pile of giant serpent corpses. Boom! The ground trembled, and a narrow crack appeared. The bodies of dozens of crimson serpents were scattered, creating a gruesome scene. Su Shichen frowned and thought, if these serpents could revive, they would never dare to contest the Scarlet Flame Spirit Tree again. There's a living hell here, not only slaying serpents but desecrating their corpses. Yet, Su Shichen wasn't satisfied. He felt he was just a fraction away from perfectly replicating the previous power. He looked down at the wind blade in his hand, lost in thought. In the following time, Su Shichen kept trying. Sometimes he used the skill immediately after the cooldown ended. Other times, he stood still for a long while as if brewing something. Although the completion rate hovered at 99, he knew he was very close to his goal. Meanwhile, groups of crimson serpents kept coming to contest the Scarlet Flame Spirit Tree, undeterred by the corpses littering the ground. Su Shichen seized these opportunities to practice continuously, and soon, the area under the tree was piled with serpent bodies. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Su Shinchen's mind. Yes, that's it, he exclaimed. He swung his sword with full force, the surge of power bringing a smile to his face. Even before the system notification sounded, he was certain of his success this time. Sure enough, the system notification chimed in right on time, and Su Shichen was overjoyed. He had fully mastered this perfect secret technique, elevating his understanding of sword moves to a new level. Only then did Su Shichen notice that night had fallen. Looking up, he saw the sky above the valley was dark, with a bright full moon hanging high, casting a soft glow over the valley. The open space ahead was filled with the bodies of crimson serpents that the system hadn't refreshed yet. He was surprised to find his experience had reached level 14 at 68, and his proficiency in Severing the Sea had soared to 32 points. Wow, time really flies, Su Shichen sighed. He sat down to recover his state. As soon as he exited the skill comprehension state, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Although he realized that the divine eye had night vision, all he wanted was a good rest at that moment. After a brief pause, Su Shichen found a relatively safe spot and set up his dimensional tent. Inside this tent, which existed in a space different from the outside world, he could finally rest easy. Su Shichen opened the door of the nutrition pod and lay down, taking a few deep breaths. The fatigue was so overwhelming that he felt he didn't even have the strength to get up. At that moment, a voice from his wrist communicator, Xiaobai, spoke up. Master, the nutrition liquid in the pod is depleted. Please replenish it promptly. Only then did Su Shichen realize that the 10-grade nutrition liquids, which were supposed to last 2 more days, were completely used up. Weakly, he said, run a body check. Running diagnostics, Xiaobai responded. Results show excessive mental fatigue and severe physical exhaustion. Immediate replenishment with high-grade nutrition liquid is recommended. Su Shichen was taken aback. He never imagined that playing a game could lead to such severe physical depletion. In his previous life, he had never reached this level. Xiaobai, order 60 bottles of a grade nutrition liquid, with 20 bottles sent to Baozi. Also, order 1 bottle of Scrade, expedited, Su Shichen said with difficulty. Understood, Master, Xiaobai quickly replied. The total cost for the nutrition liquid is 3,500,000 credits, and expedited delivery is 3,000 credits, totaling 3,503,000 credits. Please confirm payment. Confirmed, Su Shichen replied weakly. He exhausted all his remaining credits, thinking that he should stock up for future needs. The efficiency of the Shenhui group was indeed impressive. Within just 10 minutes, a bionic robot arrived with 2 coolers containing the nutrition liquids. Su Shichen eagerly took out the Scrade golden nutrition liquid from one of the coolers and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm sensation spread through his body, and the fatigue began to dissipate. Moments later, Su Shichen felt completely revitalized, no longer exhausted. Clenching his fists, he felt full of energy, as if he had been fully restored. The top-tier Scrade nutrition liquid lived up to its reputation, justifying its high price. After inserting the remaining 40 grade nutrition liquids into his and Lu Shiyao's pods, Su Shichen lay back down, determined. Tonight I'll grind levels all night. The morning sunlight poured over the land of Sunset Valley, dispersing the thin mist with its rays. Su Shichen leaned against the sturdy trunk of the Qi Yin spirit tree and exhaled a deep breath. He wiped his forehead, not because of sweat, but as a gesture summarizing the fierce battle that had lasted all night. At his feet lay a mountain of crimson python corpses, their scales glinting faintly in the morning light. In the spirit realm at night, monsters were even more active than during the day. Su Shichen was like enjoying a buffet, not needing to lure the monsters but simply defending the Qi Yin spirit tree, slaying wave after wave of crimson pythons that came his way. After a whole night of combat, his level had surged to 17, but the experience points from the crimson pythons were gradually decreasing. Su Shichen realized it was time to venture deeper into Sunset Valley. He took out 3 dark gold mastery books from his backpack and used them consecutively after activating Terra's blessing. The system notifications rang out. You used a dark gold mastery book, gaining 142 free mastery points. You used a dark gold mastery book, gaining 141 free mastery points. You used a dark gold mastery book, gaining 138 free mastery points. Although the results were slightly worse than the previous day, a total of 421 free mastery points was still quite substantial. Adding the 14 points from leveling up, Su Shichen unhesitatingly allocated all the points to sword mastery. The system notified again. Congratulations. Your sword mastery has reached Sword Emperor Beginner. Sword mastery. Sword Emperor Beginner 11351-200. Final damage with any sword type, weapon 40. Su Shichen understood that mastery levels became increasingly difficult to improve, and in the later stages, even a 5 difference in final damage could mean thousands or tens of thousands of points in actual damage disparity. He began to venture deeper into the valley. The giant pythons along the way posed no threat to him and were easily slain. The vastness of the Sunset Valley map was astonishing, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of players leveling simultaneously. It wasn't until noon that Su Shichen truly entered the depths of the valley. Here, the monster levels were noticeably higher. There were no more ordinary silver ring pythons or enhanced golden ring pythons. Instead, all the monsters were elite level. Besides the crimson pythons, 2 new types of snakes appeared. Azure Tree Anaconda, level 30, elite HP, 76,000. King Cobra, level 30, elite HP, 62,000. The Azure Tree Anaconda was small and often hid in the trees on either side, making it easy to overlook. The King Cobra's attacks were venomous. These 2 types of snakes were significant threats to ordinary players. But to Su Shichen, they were no different from the Crimson Pythons, just targets for gaining experience. Along the way, Su Shichen opened 7 chests, most of which were bronze or silver, containing nothing particularly noteworthy. He would have to wait until he returned to list them in the auction house. Half an hour after entering the depths of Sunset Valley, Su Shichen finally discovered a golden chest. The chest was half hidden in the grass, with only a small part exposed. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a 3-headed snake boss lurking in the grass. Bloodthirsty 3-headed snake level 35 golden boss HP, 1,800,000. Description: an anomaly among the 3-headed snake clan, it completely forsook magic to specialize in melee combat. Its fangs cannot release venom, but can absorb blood. After reading the description, a smile appeared on Su Shingchen's face. This type of melee-only boss was precisely the kind he feared the least. Since it didn't attack on its own, he would force it to reveal itself. Su Shichen stopped about 10 yards in front of the grass, gripping his sword with both hands to charge up. Seeing that its prey wasn't taking the bait, the bloodthirsty 3-headed snake's 3 heads shot out simultaneously. 6 gleaming fangs aimed straight at Su Shichen. Su Shichen immediately canceled the charge and unleashed a skill. Despite charging for only a second, the effect was sufficient. With his level now at 17 and the base attributes of his 3 legendary pieces of equipment upgraded to level 15, combined with the Sword Emperor Beginner Mastery, his attack power had reached a new height. This strike alone dealt over 30,000 damage to the bloodthirsty 3-headed snake. However, Su Shichen wasn't aiming for damage, but for the 100 completion effect. The massive golden sword aura forced the bloodthirsty 3-headed snake to the ground, completely interrupting its attack. This wasn't due to Su Shingchen's own strength, but the 100 completion effect of the Sever Sea skill, which could interrupt all actions of the target. The bloodthirsty 3-headed snake let out an angry hiss, its 3 heads rising high in preparation for another attack. It couldn't believe that this tiny human possessed such immense power and vowed to crush him with its own formidable strength. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shichen dashed forward as the boss was forced to the ground, delivering a flurry of strikes. Basic attack, whirlwind slash, basic attack, heavy slash, double strike. The frost snow sword emitted a pale blue glow, spreading over the bloodthirsty 3-headed snake's entire body. This legendary weapon finally showcased its true power, reducing the bloodthirsty 3-headed snake's movement and attack speed by 15. Now, with his fluid swordsmanship, Su Shichen could completely fend off the 3-headed attacks of the boss. The boss's fate was sealed. Su Shichen was engaged in a fierce battle with the bloodthirsty 3-headed serpent. Meanwhile, Whispering Wind City was abuzz due to a post on the forum yesterday. A post signed Fong had garnered widespread attention on the Whispering Wind City forum. Xinghao Auction House will hold its first auction at 12 noon tomorrow, Lingyu time, on the 2nd floor of the Xinghao Auction House in Whispering Wind City. Dozens of gold tier items and 2 dark goldier items will be up for auction. Payment will be made with credit points. Everyone is welcome to attend. This news hit the forum like a bombshell, instantly sparking heated discussions among players. Isn't Shofeng in the same team as Xingchen? Looks like the Xinghao Auction House really belongs to Xingchen. Jealous? Why can't it be me? Bro, just raise your pillow higher when you sleep. You'll have everything in your dreams. I'm still struggling with bronze gear, and they're auctioning gold and dark gold items? Dozens of them? Where's the justice in that? I'm from the elite group of Lingyun Pavilion, and we don't even have many gold tier items. Forget Lingyun Pavilion. Even our War God Temple doesn't have many. Credit points, huh? Finally a chance for us rich players to shine. As more players hit level 10, many were eager to witness the auction, even if they couldn't afford to buy anything. Just seeing the attributes would be worthwhile, not to mention watching the wealthy players spend lavishly. On the day of the auction, Chen Duo stood at the entrance of the auction house with a broad smile. To control the crowd, a 50 copper coin entrance fee was set. Although this price wasn't high, it deterred many who just wanted to watch the excitement. Seriously, we have to buy a ticket just to attend the auction? This Xinghao auction house must be desperate for money, one player complained. Who's desperate here? If you can't even spare 50 copper coins, why bother attending the auction? Another player retorted. It's not that I can't spare it. I just think it's unnecessary. Unnecessary? Then go level up, I'm going in. Bye. Despite the complaints, the 2,000-seat venue on the 2nd floor of the level 1 auction house quickly filled up, netting 10 gold coins from ticket sales alone. At this moment, Hentiange and a few Blood Fong elites arrived at the entrance. Just as he was about to buy a ticket, Chen Duo blocked his way. Chen Duo glanced at the guild emblem on Hentiange's chest with a smile, then pulled out a wooden board and placed it nearby. Hentiange's face turned ashen when he saw it. Without a word, he turned and left in a huff, his hatred for Su Shichen soaring. Curious players gathered around to read the board and burst into laughter. It read in bold characters, "Blood Fong and dogs not allowed." Hentian tried to bounty hunt Xing'a mercenary group and still wants to attend the auction? He must be dreaming. Keep your voice down. He hasn't gone far. He might put a bounty on you. What's there to fear? There's so many of us here. Can he bounty hunt everyone? I have to say, comparing Blood Fong to dogs is unfair to dogs. Is this fair to dogs? Next time, speak faster. I couldn't hold back this time. Rest in peace, fellow friend. Blood Fong needs bounties to kill Xing'a mercenaries, but they don't need one to kill you. Think before you speak. The crowd fell silent at these words. Hentian's lips twitched as he heard the discussions behind him, but he managed to keep his composure. He turned and instructed one of his men through gritted teeth. Arrange for a couple of trusted people to leave the guild and attend the auction. Guild leader? Are we still going? The man asked, puzzled. Hentian wanted to slap him. Are you an idiot? How else will we get the gear? Now go. And if you can't get in because it's full, I'll deal with you. The man quickly took out his communicator. Hentian shot one last venomous glance at the Xing'a auction house sign, mentally adding another grudge against Su Shichen before storming off. On the second floor of the auction house, Lu Shuyao watched Hentian leave from the window. She knew this wouldn't truly stop Blood Fong members from attending, but it sent a message. Those who crossed the Xing'a mercenary group would not have an easy time. The feud between Xingchen and Hentian was already deep, so there was no fear of worsening it. Lu Shuyao had full confidence in Su Shichen and the Xing'a mercenary group's strength. This first auction in Whispering Wind City featured highly sought-after level 10 gold and dark gold gear, attracting representatives from all major guilds. 4 second-tier guilds and 2 first-tier guilds were present, including the War God Temple led by Wang Buliexing and the currently lesser-known General's Tomb. Since the level 1 auction house had no private rooms, Lu Shuyao seated the major guild's representatives in the front row. These were the main bidders, Xing's Golden Geese. At exactly 12 noon, Chen Duo, with his large belly, walked up to the podium with a smile. Behind him was a giant screen for displaying auction items. Ahem. Chen Duo tested the microphone and began. Let's skip the formalities and get straight to the auction. This is the first auction item. The Greenwood Round Shield, a gold-grade piece from the Hell-level Misty Forest, Chen Duo introduced. As he spoke, the large screen behind him displayed the detailed stats of the Greenwood Round Shield. He gave the audience a minute to examine it closely before continuing. I don't need to stress the importance of a shield. With it, even an MT can easily withstand a gold-grade boss. The starting bid is 50,000 credits, with a minimum increment of 1,000. Please place your bids using the buttons on your seats. As soon as he finished speaking, the auction hall erupted. The appearance of a gold-grade shield caught everyone's attention, and they were eager to bid. Some compared it to their bronze shields and couldn't help but feel inferior. Others worried that such a valuable item might not fetch a high price, but quickly realized that this was a credit transaction, and the major guilds had deep pockets. The bidding heated up quickly. Players 81, 86, and 356 took turns raising the price, which soon reached 60,000 credits. Solo players watched in awe, exclaiming that these bidders were treating money like it was nothing. Seeing the momentum slowing down, Wang Buliexing signaled Shang Chung to make a move. Shang Chung decisively raised the price to 80,000, prompting other players to follow suit. As solo players gradually dropped out, the major guilds began their real battle. The leader of General's Tomb, Yin Yu Pingsheng, who had a feud with War God Temple, unhesitatingly pushed the price to 100,000. The leader of Lingyun Pavilion, Zhuangji Lingyun, briefly joined in but soon wisely withdrew. The price soared as War God Temple and General's Tomb went back and forth. Chen Duo fanned the flames from the stage, continually stirring up the crowd's emotions. In the end, Yin Yu Pingsheng secured the Greenwood Round Shield for a whopping 210,000 credits, and Wang Buliexing chose to bow out. The auction continued in full swing. A total of 32 gold-grade items were sold, with Wang Buliexing acquiring another Greenwood Round Shield at the same price. The financial power of the major guilds left solo players in awe, as 24 of the items ended up with first and second-tier guilds. When all 32 items were sold, Chen Duo clapped his hands in satisfaction and announced, "Next up is the main event, the 5-piece Jungle Hunter set. Starting bid is 500,000 credits, with a minimum increment of 20,000. As soon as he said this, the entire hall burst into an uproar, with everyone shocked by the staggering starting price. The attributes of the Jungle Hunter set were clearly displayed on the big screen. A 5-piece set effect, 28 agility, 10 movement speed, and a unique Jungle Hunter passive skill. The auction hall buzzed with excitement as players discussed the rare golden level set. They're even auctioning off a golden set? Doesn't the Xing'a mercenary group have even better gear? Someone exclaimed. I heard they even have dark gold level equipment, another person chimed in. A female player suddenly stood up, batting her eyelashes flirtatiously. Which handsome guy would buy this set for me? I'll do anything. Cut it out. Stop driving up the price, someone shouted in annoyance. At that moment, another female player with a square face stood up excitedly. Are you serious, big brothers? The male player quickly waved his hand. Just kidding, just kidding. The auction officially began, and the price climbed rapidly. Player 73 bids, 520,000. Player 186 bids, 540,000. It quickly approached 700,000. Wang Buliexing stared at the screen with envy. This set was perfect for his hunter class. He glanced at Yin Yupingxing not far away, knowing that he would definitely compete for it. Player 2 bids, 800,000. The auctioneer, Qian Duo, shouted enthusiastically. Anyone else wants to bid? Player 5 bids, 820,000. Wang Buliexing frowned, realizing it was going to cost him dearly. Player 2 bids 1 million. Player 5 bids 1,020,000. Yin Yupingxing smirked. He just wanted to irritate Wang Buliexing. But he also knew that a small mercenary group couldn't cause too much trouble. Wang Buliexing, expressionless, raised his paddle again. 1,200,000. Oh my! Player 2 bids 1,200,000. Any further bids? Qian Duo exclaimed dramatically. Yin Yupingxing taunted. It seems President Wang really likes this set, but I like it too. Player 5 bids 1,220,000. Wang Buliexing ignored the taunt and continued to raise the bid. 1,300,000. Seeing Wang Buliexing's determination, Yin Yupingxing lost interest. Both understood the limits. Despite their long-standing guild rivalry, they wouldn't go to extremes over a single set of equipment. 1,300,000 going once. Going twice. Sold to player 2. Qian Duo announced. Next, a dark gold-level spear appeared on the screen. The Black Dragon Spear, two-handed, level 10, durability 180. Its attributes and skills immediately caught the attention of all the berserkers. President Sha Xian looked longingly at Zhuangzi Lingyun. Damn it, buy it. Don't give me that look, it's disgusting. Zhuangzi Lingyun snapped. Qian Duo took a sip of tea and leisurely said, this is the only dark gold weapon today, starting at 300,000, with minimum bid increments of 10,000. Player 83 bids 500,000. The bidding started immediately. 510,000, 550,000, 700,000. The price of the dark gold weapon Black Dragon Spear skyrocketed like a rocket, igniting the passion of the auction attendees. Zhuangzi Ling Yun couldn't ignore the eager eyes of Sha Xian and decisively raised the bid to 1 million. President Ling Yun, it seems you are determined to get it, Yin Yupingxing remarked meaningfully. That depends on whether President Yin you will give me the chance. Zhuangzi Ling Yun responded with a smile. Although Ling Yun Pavilion was only a second-tier guild, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Jun's tomb in this special moment. Yin Yupingxing glanced at Wang Buliexing, who showed no intention of participating, and then smiled and withdrew from the bidding. Rumors had it that Luo Shui Financial Group and Ling Yun Pavilion were close to concluding negotiations. With the formidable War God Hall as a common enemy, Yin Yupingxing preferred not to antagonize Ling Yun Pavilion and chose to build goodwill instead. Other second-tier guilds, however, were not willing to back down, and the bids continued to rise. 1,200,000, 1,250,000. The shouts echoed one after another. Zhuangzi Ling Yun hadn't expected the two top-tier guild leaders to stay silent while others competed against him. Sha Xian whispered that it might be people from Blood Fong. Zhuangzi Ling Yun disdainfully avoided Sha Xian's close proximity and continued to raise the bid. 1,500,000. The player in seat 1086 seemed to receive instructions and ultimately gave up. 1,500,000 going once. 1,500,000 going twice. 1,500,000 going 3 times. Qian Duo announced loudly. Congratulations to player number 8 for winning the dark gold weapon Black Dragon Spear. Next, the Mist Cloak was brought out as the finale and was eventually won by Yin Yupingxing for 1,200,000. The 3 top items ended up with Wang Buliexing, Yin Yupingxing, and Zhuangzi Ling Yun, leading the attendees to speculate that Ling Yun Pavilion was on the verge of becoming a top-tier guild. As the auction concluded, Wang Buliexing and Yin Yupingxing left with a snort, while Zhuangzi Ling Yun smiled and left with Sha Xian. On the 3rd floor of Xinghe Auction House, Qian Duo reported the incredible auction result of 9,120,000. The members of Xinghe Mercenary Group were shocked, but also felt it was reasonable considering the hell-level dungeon's difficulty and drop rates. Lu Shuyao surveyed the room and then spoke. Let me say something while we're all here. Since you've joined Xinghe Mercenary Group, we're like family. Each of you will get 200,000 from the 9,120,000. Any objections? I do. Kindergarten Killer quickly responded. I can't accept this. We didn't contribute much in the dungeon, and we shouldn't take the reward. Zosian agreed. Exactly, Yao, let it go. Brother Xing has already helped us clear the dungeon and shared the equipment. We've already benefited greatly. We don't need the credits? Zhou Hai nodded in agreement. Bao Zi remained silent, as the three of them were always together. Let me finish, Lu Shuyao said, taking out 5 exquisite books and placing them on the table. Since Xing established this mercenary group, we need to set some rules. He entrusted me with this responsibility, and I intend to do it well. Everyone perked up, eager to hear more. Xing He is destined for greatness in Lingyu. Today, I formally invite you to join Xing He, Lu Shuyao said, producing 5 contracts through the system and placing them on the books. Don't refuse. The 200,000 and a special skill book are your signing bonuses. You'll also receive a monthly salary of 30,000 credits. It might seem small now, but it will definitely grow. The group exchanged glances, realizing that this offer was comparable to that of elite members of top-tier guilds. They curiously eyed the mysterious special skill book. Huh? Do I have to sign too? Baozi muttered, but quickly fell silent under Lu Shuyao's stern gaze. Lu Shuyao continued, of course, signing the contract comes with benefits, but also obligations. Our mercenary group will implement a team point system, where points can be exchanged for top-tier equipment, skills, and other items. If you breach the contract and leave the group, the system will reclaim everything. Think it over. These tasks could have been handled by Su Shichen, but he deliberately left them for Lu Shuyao. Since he wasn't often with the group, he needed a daily leader. Lu Shuyao had managed the mercenary group well in the past, and Su Shichen trusted her abilities. No need to think. I'll sign, the four said in unison. Baozi had already quietly signed the contract and was engrossed in the special skill book. From this moment, Xinghe mercenary group officially set sail. Sunset Valley. Su Shichen focused his energy and instantly triggered the blessing mark of Terra. Sword light flashed, and the bloodthirsty, 3-headed serpent finally fell beneath his blade. The pure physical boss posed no threat to this level 18 challenger. The system notification sounded, announcing generous experience rewards and a level up. Su Shichen quickly checked his attribute changes. Strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 6 points, while spirit and intelligence each increased by 1 point. He also gained 8 free attribute points and 2 free mastery points. He calculated silently. The morning's efforts of defeating monsters above his level and killing the bloodthirsty 3-headed serpent had just pushed him to level 18. The difficulty of leveling up in the spirit realm was evident. However, he was already 10 days ahead of the mainstream players, making it even harder for them to catch up. His gaze fell on the golden chest before him, and he hoped it would contain something useful. He reached out to touch the chest, and the system immediately asked if he wanted to open it. 20 seconds later, the chest slowly opened, revealing a recipe inside. Su Shichen was overjoyed and quickly took it out to examine. It was one of his objectives for this trip, the alchemical recipe for the potential potion. With the enhancement of the magical alchemy emblem, his alchemy skill level was just enough to learn it. Although the required mist herb and earth ganoderma were not common, they were not rare either, and he had already asked Xian Duo to purchase a batch. After learning the recipe, Su Shichen decided to delve deeper, aiming to fully explore Sunset Valley by the end of the day. He skillfully used his myriad path annihilation skills, sometimes clearing large groups of elite monsters at once, and sometimes slowly grinding through smaller groups. Countless snake-like creatures fell under his sword along the way. As he ventured deeper into the valley, the temperature gradually increased, and a thin mist enveloped the area. Fortunately, he had consumed 5 blazing fruits yesterday, raising his fire element resistance to 60 points, so this environmental change did not affect him. The vision of the holy eye remained clear. When the sun was no longer visible through the crevices above the valley, Su Shichen finally reached the deepest part of Sunset Valley. The surroundings were eerily silent, and it had been several minutes since he last encountered an elite snake monster. Before him lay a 100-yard-wide red lake, with magma bubbling up and making crisp sounds. At the edge of the lake stood a massive dark gold chest, seemingly safe and waiting for a lucky adventurer to open it. However, Su Shichen knew well that a level 35 dark gold boss lurked in the lake, the most powerful wild boss in this area, and the true ruler of Sunset Valley. He cautiously moved to within 10 yards of the chest and stopped, pretending to observe his surroundings while secretly gripping his dual swords and gathering strength. Just as the boss in the lake sensed his presence, Su Shichen unleashed a powerful slash. The golden sword light grazed the dark gold chest and struck the massive serpent head emerging from the magma. Roar with a piercing howl, the boss, just rising from the magma, was struck down into the lake by the powerful slash. The entire lake boiled violently, and the rolling magma was a testament to the might of Su Shichen's sword strike. Suddenly, large amounts of magma erupted, splashing everywhere. Su Shichen constantly moved to dodge, as the surrounding temperature soared, though it was not enough to cause him substantial harm. A colossal serpent head burst from the magma, with two blood-red horns on its head igniting in fierce flames. The scorching magma carried by its emergence burned the air, creating wisps of white mist. From its blood-red maw, for sharp fangs dripping with magma were revealed. The ruler of Sunset Valley finally showed its true form for the first time. Level 35 Dark Gold Bossagal has 5 million health points. This gigantic serpent has been lurking deep within Sunset Valley for years, absorbing the fiery essence of the earth to cultivate its power. Its habitat has gradually turned into a scorching lake of lava, incinerating any intruders with the hellfire that spews from its mouth. Su Shichen watched the gall warily as it burst from the lava, quickly retreating to gain some distance. He knew he had to lure this massive creature away from the lava lake. His 60 points of fire resistance were far from enough to sustain a battle in that blazing inferno. Between a gall's blood-red horns was a fresh white mark, a clear sign of Su Shichen's earlier sea-severing sword attack. Seeing the human attempt to flee, the enormous serpent lunged, closing in on Su Shichen in an instant. Despite Su Shichen's quick reaction, the speed of the level 35 Dark Gold boss was still superior. When they were over 100 yards from the lava lake, Su Shichen felt the scorching heat approaching from behind. He pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping forward while twisting his body to slash at a gall's massive snout with his sword. A system notification sounded. Heavy slash skill completed at 100, dealing 150 skill damage and inflicting a 3-second stun. The stun effect was ineffective against the boss, but the strike successfully halted a gall's attack. Nevertheless, Su Shichen took over 1,000 points of damage, being knocked back 5.6 yards before barely regaining his footing. This was his first time being completely overpowered in terms of strength. This beast is really strong, Su Shichen muttered, shaking his numb wrist before gripping his sword tightly and charging at a gall again. His strategy was to maintain a relentless assault to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and reduce its chances of casting magic spells. If a gall were allowed to cast spells frequently, the outcome would be uncertain. After all, this was the strongest boss Su Shichen had faced so far, second only to the enigmatic old man who wasn't truly an enemy. The battle grew more intense, with white mist swirling and flames bursting everywhere. A gall repeatedly lashed out with its tail, but Su Shichen was extraordinarily agile, dodging most of the attacks with rolls and jumps. When he couldn't avoid damage, he would immediately counterattack to reclaim lost health. Frustrated by its inability to land a decisive blow, a gall became utterly enraged. The blood-red horns on its head glowed intensely, sending a scorching crimson beam skyward, causing the surrounding air to crackle with heat. The sky was torn apart by the bloodlight, forming a semicircular blood-red barrier that enveloped a 100-yard radius. System notification: you have entered a gall's blood inferno. This skill can influence your actions, reducing your attack speed, movement speed, and skill completion rate. Another notification followed. Due to your high bloodline level, a gall's blood inferno is ineffective against you. A gall was stunned. Its proud blood inferno had no effect on this human? How could this be? Could it be that he had divine blood running through his veins? Su Shichen hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise, and his chances of winning greatly increased. With a slight smile, he shifted from a defensive stance to aggressively thrust both swords at a gall. With its ultimate move rendered useless, the man and the serpent were once again locked in combat. As the battle raged on, a gall could no longer bear it. It reared up, revealing over 50 yards of its body above the ground. Its scales lifted, sending blood-red flames shooting out in all directions, shattering the nearby mountain walls. However, this frenzied attack had no effect on Su Shichen. Su Shichen grabbed one of a gall's sharp horns to steady himself, attacking relentlessly with his other hand. The excruciating pain forced the gall to interrupt its skill, thrashing its head wildly and flinging Su Shichen into the air. It opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow the human who had twice nullified its ultimate moves. In midair, Su Shichen quickly turned, facing the approaching jaws without a trace of panic. He activated Shadow Step, instantly appearing on a gall's back, and slashed twice at its scales. Gale Slash. Heavy Slash. Luck was on Su Shichen's side. A critical hit combined with a fatal strike caused the gall to reflexively retract its tail from the ground, curling its entire body into a ball and plummeting. Su Shichen leaped off a gall's body, rolling upon landing to absorb the impact, and quickly rose to continue his assault. A gall turned and spat a searing pillar of fire straight at Su Shichen. The fire pillar came too fast to dodge. Su Shichen had no choice but to activate Crescent Moon Sword Dance, barely deflecting most of the damage. The damage numbers kept flashing for a full 10 seconds before stopping, leaving Su Shichen's health below half. However, a gall did not press its advantage. Instead, it opened its jaws wide, seemingly gathering some formidable power. Blood-red light continuously converged in Agal's massive mouth, and Su Shinchen's eyes narrowed, realizing that the true, deadly strike was imminent. Su Shichen was well aware of the power of this move. Even a tank with top-tier equipment at level 35 would struggle to withstand it. However, it had a significant flaw. It required a full 3 seconds of charging time before it could be unleashed. The golden sword light once again struck precisely between Agal's twin horns, and the 22-yard-long sword aura sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. The immense impact caused the giant beast's jaws to snap shut uncontrollably, and a blood-red orb violently exploded in its mouth. Black smoke continuously billowed from Agal's mouth, a clear sign of the backlash damage it had suffered. Under the heavy blow, Agal's aura weakened drastically, and its health was reduced to less than 40 by Su Shichen. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shichen activated all his state skills. Death's wind roared to life. The power of the gale enveloped him, and his sword shadow clone instantly materialized. One man and one shadow unleashed 4 simultaneous strikes, attacking Agal's vital points like a relentless storm. Agal, reeling from the backlash, saw its attack strength significantly diminish. For a moment, it could only defend against Su Shinchen's onslaught, unable to mount any counterattack. High damage numbers continuously appeared above Agal's head, occasionally mixed with blinding critical hits. Fear finally gripped the mighty creature, and it turned to flee, aiming for the magma lake behind it. But Su Shichen had no intention of letting it escape. Man and shadow worked in perfect harmony, continuously blocking Agal's retreat. Though their strength couldn't match the giant beast, they were enough to significantly hinder its movements. Agal, having lost all will to fight, struggled desperately and finally reached the dark gold treasure chest. One more step, and it would have entered the magma lake, escaping its relentless human pursuer. However, fate had already decreed that today would be Agal's downfall. Just as the duration of the instantaneous explosion ended, Su Shichen activated Terra's blessing. The nearly 100 marks left within Agal's body by Su Shichen and his clone in 14 seconds erupted simultaneously. Agal let out a final sorrowful cry, its massive head crashing heavily beside the dark gold treasure chest, black smoke still slowly rising from its mouth. System notifications sounded in quick succession. Congratulations, player Shichen has leveled up to 19. Strength 6, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 1, Intelligence 1. You have gained 8 free attribute points and 2 free proficiency points. Congratulations, player Shichen has leveled up to 20. Strength 6, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 1, Intelligence 1. You have gained 8 free attribute points and 2 free proficiency points. The experience points awarded by such a named map boss were incredibly generous, as it was intended for an entire team of over 30 players to tackle. Coupled with a bonus for surpassing levels, Su Shichen, who had been grinding all afternoon and was originally at 68 of level 18, leveled up twice in a row, with his experience bar soaring to 9 of level 20 before stopping. A mere 9 of experience required as much as 18 million points, indicating that the difficulty of leveling up had significantly increased after reaching level 20. Despite this, Su Shichen had left everyone else far behind. Even if he didn't level up for half a month, they wouldn't catch up. There were 3 main reasons for this. First, the experience required to level up in the spirit realm was high. Second, the experience awarded by monsters was low. And third, the game world was filled with constant combat, and dying once would result in losing a level, requiring considerable time to regain the lost experience. Consequently, even 2 months after the game's release, the majority of players hadn't reached level 30. After battling the serpent for over half an hour, the outcome was finally decided. Su Shichen was exhausted and didn't immediately check the loot. Instead, he sat down to recover his stamina. As he rested, he reviewed the battle, reflecting on his shortcomings. He felt that skills like flowing sword technique and shadow pursuit step weren't very effective in boss fights because the bosses he faced were too large. Currently, there were no opponents worthy of these skills, suggesting that his understanding of them wasn't deep enough. Battle skills should be applicable in any fight. Su Shichen pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head, he decided not to overthink it. If he had the chance, he planned to seek advice from Huaijian, as it was difficult to solve this problem alone. Once his stamina was sufficiently restored, it was time to check Agal's spoils. The loot was plentiful. Over 100 pieces of at least gold-grade materials, including 24 flame crystals and other rare materials useful for various subprofessions. More than 20 level 3 gems glittered enticingly. However, there was only 1 piece of dark gold equipment. Su Shichen frowned. With Terra's blessing active, the drop rate shouldn't be this low. He searched carefully and finally found a blood-red orb under Agal's head. Su Shinchen's eyes lit up, and he smiled with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "That's more like it." The crimson gem overshadowed all other drops. Even the level 35 dark gold dagger paled in comparison. Shichen Su carefully lifted Agar's head, gently inserted his fingers, and extracted the coveted gem. The surface of the gem was crystal clear, but inside, a boiling, blood-red liquid churned as if it were alive. Shichen Su closely examined the attributes of this rare item. Infernal blood essence, dark gold, consumable. No level requirement. Best suited for fire element mages, destruction warlocks. Note: repeated use is ineffective. Base attributes: upon consumption, intelligence 20, spirit 20. Special attributes: upon consumption, fire element mastery 100, fire element resistance 100. Shichen Su was secretly delighted. Not only was the infernal blood essence visually stunning, but its effects were also extraordinarily powerful. He carefully stored the gem, already imagining the scene of gifting it to Xu Yaolu. After dealing with Agar's belongings, Shichen Su turned his attention to a nearby treasure chest. The system prompt sounded timely. An unlocked dark gold treasure chest has been discovered. Would you like to open it? Shichen Su chuckled inwardly. Most outdoor treasure chests weren't locked. Only those in special maps required a rogue's lockpicking skill. He chose to open it without hesitation. As a dark golden light flashed, the massive chest slowly opened after about 40 seconds. Shichen Su peeked inside and saw a large piece of animal hide. He reached in, took it out, and examined its attributes. Treasure map: Lost Land of the Avengers. Description: long ago, a group of beings known as Avengers, both righteous and evil, left many traces on the continent, but vanished overnight. It's said this map can lead you to their land and the treasures they left behind, though it might also bring curses. Who can say for sure? It's recommended to prepare thoroughly before setting off. Recommended level: 30. Recommended party size: 50. Shichen Su suddenly realized that in his previous life, the General's Tomb was unlocked using this very map to the lost land of the Avengers. He carefully stored the map since there was nothing else in the chest. The Avengers' land would open as a 50-person raid instance, and with his current abilities, Shichen Su couldn't tackle it alone. He decided to keep the map in his backpack and planned to explore it once his mercenary group's strength had improved. Having achieved his goals reaching level 20, obtaining the potential potion recipe, and gaining unexpected reward, Shichen Su contentedly took out a Wind Whisper City teleportation scroll and gently tore it open. In the blink of an eye, Shichen Su appeared in Wind Whisper City. It was evening, and the city was bustling with people. Most of the first wave of players entering the spirit realm had reached level 10 and entered their respective cities. More waves of players would follow. In just a week, the spirit realm's fame in the gaming world had skyrocketed, with major guilds and top studios flocking in for a share of the action. In this lifetime, Shichen Su was far ahead. His immediate priority was to earn money to buy a ship ticket. As soon as he entered the Xingho auction house, he was spotted by Qian Duo. Shichen Su signaled to discuss matters upstairs to avoid drawing attention in the auction hall. Once seated, Shichen Su took a sip of hot tea prepared by the maid and waited for Qian Duo's report. My lord, yesterday, the total revenue from 33 auction houses was 1,283 gold, and today it is 1,576 gold. We spent 2,500 gold acquiring the materials you listed. After deducting expenses for hiring staff and other costs, we have 626 gold left, Qian Duo reported cheerfully, noting that the income was slightly higher than expected. Also, today's auction used the credit points you instructed for transactions, totaling 9.12 million credit points, collected by Lord Xiofeng. Shichen Su nodded, already informed by Xu Yaolu after the auction. Well done. Continue acquiring the materials I listed and await further instructions. Don't leave so much money idle. Spend it all, Qian Duo reminded him. Understood, but I should remind you that we need to prepare for the Empire's monthly taxes. Don't worry. Just follow my orders. Shichen Su waved his hand dismissively. By the way, bring me all the misty grass and earth spirit mushrooms we've acquired. Having not crafted potions in a few days, Shichen Su planned to have a productive session tonight. He actually wanted to make experience-boosting potions, but the materials required were beyond what current players could gather, making them unavailable on the market. Qian Duo quickly retrieved the misty grass and earth spirit mushrooms collected over the past few days from the warehouse. Shichen Su stored them in his backpack and headed straight to an alchemy room on the 3rd floor. Shichen Su had collected 65 units of mist grass and 27 units of earth ganoderma, enough to brew a significant amount of potential-enhancing potions. He took out his moonlight set and began preparing the materials. Aware of the scarcity of potion recipes and the complexity of the brewing process, he knew that even with the aid of the alchemy sigil, his skills were only at an intermediate level. Therefore, he didn't dare to use the frenzied alchemy technique for mass production. Shichen Su skillfully extracted the materials, his movements smooth and efficient. Soon, he had processed the exact proportions needed, carefully storing the extra earth Ganoderma in his backpack. Taking a deep breath, he began the official brewing process. He precisely added 3 portions of mist grass into the moonlight beaker. Concentrating fully, he controlled the moonlight furnace's flame with his right hand, while stirring continuously with his left to ensure even heating. At the right moment, he quickly added 2 portions of earth Ganoderma and continued mixing. When the time was right, he extinguished the flame and added the remaining 2 portions of mist grass, creating a perfect vortex in the beaker to activate the ingredient's properties. 3 minutes later, he poured the liquid into a container, but the system indicated a failure. Frowning, he immediately started a second attempt, adjusting the heat. Another 3 minutes passed, and he failed again. This time, he realized that his stirring speed was too fast, preventing the ingredients from fully integrating. After analyzing the reasons for his failures, Xingchen Su commenced his third attempt. This time, the system finally reported success. He had brewed a bottle of potential-enhancing potion, gaining experience and proficiency. He smiled slightly, confident that with his master-level skills from a previous life, he would soon master the technique and increase his success rate. Xingchen Su then fully immersed himself in the brewing process. With continuous practice, his technique became increasingly refined, and his success rate soared to 80. This remarkable achievement far surpassed the average intermediate alchemist level, even without the 40 bonus from his equipment. Upon reaching a bottleneck, Xingchen Su decided to use the frenzied alchemy technique to increase his production volume. Starting with 2 portions, he gradually increased to 10, managing to maintain a success rate of over 75 while significantly speeding up the process. The system continuously provided notifications, occasionally triggering special effects that produced enhanced or advanced potions. Focused on his work, Xingchen Su continued until only the last 10 portions of materials remained. He stood up stretched and adjusted his state to its peak. For these final 10 portions, he decided to brew them individually and use the precious alchemical condensate. Xingchen Su carefully executed each step, adding the alchemical condensate in the final stage. As a unique fragrance filled the air, his eyes lit up, and he quickly poured the final product into a container. The system delivered astonishing news. A triple enhanced effect had been achieved, resulting in a superior potential-enhancing potion. Overjoyed, Xingchen Su eagerly examined the unexpected boon-specific effects. The effect more than doubled and even added additional attributes. With great joy, Su Shichen stored the potion in his backpack. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to continue crafting the remaining 9 sets of materials, hoping to recreate such a miracle. System notifications flashed continuously. Alchemical coagulation enhancement effect triggered, crafted enhanced potential potion 1, alchemy proficiency 2, experience points 20,000. Alchemical Secrets Enhancement Effect triggered, Alchemical Coagulation Enhancement Effect triggered, crafted Advanced Potential Potion 1, Alchemy Proficiency 2, experience points 20,000, crafting Potential Potion failed. Su Shichen continued crafting with increasing skill and precision. Out of the final 10 sets of materials, he performed exceptionally well, successfully crafting 9 potions. Although only the initial bottle fully triggered all 3 effects, the overall results were still impressive. Life can never be perfect, Su Shichen chuckled to himself, realizing that he had been striving for perfection ever since his rebirth. This experience helped him adjust his mindset, understanding that rebirth was not a panacea. After a night of diligent labor, and with the aid of the epic item Wild Alchemy Secrets, Su Shichen crafted 5 types of potential potions using 1,300 sets of materials. Regular Potential Potion, 944 bottles. Enhanced Potential Potion, 49 bottles. Reinforced Potential Potion, 7 bottles. Advanced Potential Potion, 22 bottles. Superior Potential Potion, 1 bottle. Enhanced and reinforced potions had similar effects, both improving by about 20 over regular potions, but their sources differed. One came from the special effect of the Wild Alchemy Secrets, while the other used alchemical coagulation. Su Shichen's alchemy proficiency had reached 728,1000 for a junior alchemist. As he leveled up, gaining proficiency became increasingly difficult. Once he advanced to intermediate alchemist, crafting advanced potential potions might require 3 to 4 attempts to gain a single proficiency point. Su Shichen took out the only superior potential potion and 2 advanced potential potions. After activating Terra's blessing, he consumed them consecutively. The system notifications appeared immediately. You consumed a superior potential potion, gaining strength 96 and agility 37. You consumed an advanced potential potion, gaining strength 75. You consumed an advanced potential potion, gaining strength 76. 3 waves of warmth surged through his body. Su Shichen clenched his fists, feeling the growth in strength. Unlike the enhancements from equipment and gems, the boost from level-ups and consumables was much more direct. His strength had surpassed 1,400 points, bringing him closer to meeting the requirements to equip the obsidian elemental chain. With this in mind, Su Shichen quickly headed to the warehouse at the Star River auction house to retrieve some strength gems, then made his way to the blacksmith shop. He also planned to repair his equipment, which had taken somewhere despite his skillful dodging of attacks. In the blacksmith shop, the dwarf master blacksmith Lev put down his wine jug with a flushed face and quickly asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Repair my equipment and combine these gems to level 5 and embed them into this sword," Su Shichen said, handing a small pouch of gems and the frost snow sword to Leviticus, knowing that he was moments away from equipping an epic item. He could hardly contain his excitement. Who would have thought that while mainstream players were still around level 10, someone had already reached level 20 and was about to equip an epic item? Even Su Shichen himself felt it was a miracle made possible only by his rebirth. Repairing the equipment cost Su Shichen more than 20 silver coins, equivalent to an ordinary player's entire fortune. Moments later, Lev returned from the back room, holding the frost snow sword, and exclaimed, "Done, sir. This is truly an exceptional sword." Su Shichen nodded in gratitude, took the frost snow sword, and left the blacksmith shop. His strength had finally broken through 1,500 points. Sitting in the carriage, Su Shichen didn't hesitate to replace the fatal chain with the obsidian elemental chain, instantly feeling a significant boost in combat power. He opened his status panel to carefully check his latest stats. Stellar Space Divine, Vein First Tier. First Tier Swordsman. Level 29.3. Reputation, Level 6. Title, Lone Warrior. Strength, 1912. Constitution, 468. Agility, 518. Health, 33,220. Attack power, Armor, 1,253. Magic defense, 392. All elemental resistance, 60, with an additional 50 fire resistance. Sword mastery, Sword Emperor Jr. Final damage with sword weapons 40. 33,000 HP and over 10,000 attack power. These incredible stats felt almost unreal to Su Shichen. He realized that the gap between him and ordinary players was widening rapidly, a feeling that was both exhilarating and somewhat unsettling. Early in the morning, the members of the Xinghe mercenary group had already left the city to level up. Su Shichen wasn't idle either. He listed 944 bottles of common-grade potential elixirs in the auction house, setting the starting price at 5 gold coins per bottle with a 72-hour auction time. Although the production cost was less than 10 silver coins, as the sole supplier, he had the confidence to set such a price. Since he wasn't in urgent need of money, he could afford to sell them slowly. As for the enhanced elixirs and above, Su Shichen sent them all to Lu Shuyao. She was responsible for setting the mercenary group's points and knew how to distribute them most reasonably. Su Shichen thought that once the mercenary group leveled up and got a team warehouse, things would be much simpler. After taking care of these tasks, Su Shichen stepped into the teleportation hall of Wind Whisper City. His purpose was clear to find someone. With a flash of light, Su Shichen arrived at Silver Pine City, a secondary city under Wind Whisper City. In the center of the city stood a massive silver pine tree, said to have been there since the city's founding. Su Shichen knew that this seemingly ordinary pine tree actually harbored a being with peak Tier 6 strength, serving as Silver Pine City's last line of defense. He recalled a rumor from his previous life. Someone had once lured a Tier 6 legendary beast to rampage through Silver Pine City, and even the Tier 5 city lord and many experts struggled to fend it off. In the end, it was this old silver pine that drove the beast away with just a few branches. This story made Su Shichen hold the seemingly humble tree in high regard. There were relatively fewer players in Silver Pine City, but Su Shichen knew that in the future, it would become a large city hosting over 2 million players. For now, though, he was here for one person, Fong Yuwubian, another crucial member of his planned Xinghe mercenary group. Unlike Yoji Yuan Shaso, Fong Yuwubian had been strong from the start. He was once ranked in the top 500 of the Langya list, and later went into hiding for some reason. When he reappeared, he soared into the top 10, becoming one of the few Tier 8 god-level players in the Shenhua Empire. Su Shichen knew Fong Yuwubian's history inside and out. It was somewhat melodramatic. This top-tier gamer had fallen due to a relationship. His ex-girlfriend had swindled him out of all his assets and left him with a 5 million debt owed to a small, insignificant guild. Ironically, this guild was a shell organization created by his ex-girlfriend and her new lover. Fong Yuwubian, what a waste of a name, Su Shichen thought to himself. It's true. The more you lack something, the more you flaunt it. He couldn't understand how someone could be so naive, a textbook example of being blinded by love. Su Shichen anticipated that today, the small guild would corner Fong Yuwubian in Silver Pine City, demanding the 5 million debt or threatening to sue him. His mission was to help Fong Yuwubian out of this predicament. Soon, Su Shichen spotted his target not far from the teleportation hall. A young man was holding a voluptuous elf woman, cornering Fong Wubian in the street. Fong Wubian had chosen the elf race's bear druid class in Lingyu, appearing burly and plain in his untransformed state, with an honest and simple demeanor. Su Shichen couldn't help but wonder if this was why his 8-point green tea bitch ex-girlfriend had succeeded. Fong Yu, pay up the money you owe us, the young man said mockingly. You don't want this to go to the federal court. It wouldn't look good for anyone. You're a public figure, after all. If it affects your parents, that would be even worse. Fong Wubian clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He glared at the couple in front of him, his eyes practically shooting flames. But thinking of his parents, he swallowed his anger. Don't push me too far, he said through gritted teeth. The elf woman leaned into the young man's arms and said coquettishly, Fong Yu, don't say that. You owe us money, and we're not forcing you. The contract is clear as day. Do we need to bring the contract and the federal court officers to your home for you to see? This only further enraged Fong Wubian, who was on the verge of losing control. But in the end, he bowed his head. Don't disturb my parents. I'll get you the money. Su Shichen knew that in his previous life, Fong Wubian would receive help from the super guild Yun Mengzhou a week later, paying off his debt and soaring to new heights. But this time, Su Shichen decided to intervene earlier. Su Shichen walked slowly up to Fong Wubian, ignoring the couple beside him, and asked directly, Fong Yu, need some help? Fong Wubian looked puzzled. Do you know me? Su Shichen smiled slightly, removed his mask, and revealed his ID. Fong Yu. You were once ranked 427th on the Langya list. Is it strange that I know you? Shichen? 3 shocked voices rang out simultaneously. No one expected the influential figure of Lingyu to appear so suddenly. Now do you believe I can help you? Su Shichen turned to look at the two people, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He asked, what do you want to do about this? I can lend you money, or even people. The two, visibly shaken by the murderous look in Su Shichen's eyes, took a step back, their faces pale. Hastily they muttered, it's only fair to repay debts. We'll be back for you. With that, they fled without looking back. They had heard stories of Su Shichen's lethal reputation in the town and feared facing a similar fate in the city. Ignoring the fleeing pair, Su Shichen turned to Fong Wubian and said, shall we talk? Fong Wubian met Su Shichen's gaze directly and asked bluntly, how did you know about my past? You didn't come here just to help me, did you? Su Shichen smiled slightly and calmly said something that shocked Fong Wubian. Luo Mu Xiao, who rose to prominence 6 years ago on the Qia continent, entered the Langya list within a year, peaking at rank 427, only to disappear half a year ago. You entered the Lingyu realm a week ago under the new name Fong Wubian, ready for a fresh start. Am I right? Fong Wubian's eyes widened. You investigated me? I have my sources, Su Shichen said indifferently. Now, just tell me, do you want revenge? At the mention of revenge, Fong Wubian lowered his head, recalling how foolish he had once been. After a moment, he looked up, gritting his teeth, and said, yes, of course I do. I dream about it. Su Shichen nodded. I can provide you with support money, equipment, people, whatever you need. What's the catch? Fong Wubian asked cautiously, knowing there were no free lunches. Just join my Xingha mercenary group. From then on, we're like family, and we always have each other's backs. Fong Wubian was surprised. This offer seemed too good to be true. Everyone in Fengyu City knew about the strength of the Xingha mercenary group, but he remained cautious. Can I see the contract first? Having recently been burned by a contract, he had learned to be careful. Su Shichen retrieved a contract from the system and handed it over. Fong Wubian read it carefully twice, then looked up, puzzled. What's your real motive? For you, Su Shichen answered bluntly. Fong Wubian's face turned red, and he backed into a corner, shaking his head vigorously. No way. I'm straight as an arrow. Leave. I won't agree to this. I'd rather die broke or be taken by the federal court than accept your terms. Su Shichen felt exasperated, wanting to kick this over-imaginative person. He explained patiently. Are you out of your mind? I value your skills. The Xingha mercenary group only recruits top-notch talent. Really? Fong Wubian asked suspiciously. I have a girlfriend. Then I'll sign. He quickly signed a contract. After months of despair, he was determined to make a comeback in the Lingyu realm, and the Xingha mercenary group was undoubtedly a perfect choice. Welcome aboard. Su Shichen extended his hand, and they shook. A system prompt echoed. Fong Wubian has joined the Xingha mercenary group. The group chat buzzed with excitement. Kindergarten killer, welcome. Finally, I'm not the newbie anymore. Shield of the world. Anyone invited by the boss must be a pro. Fong Wubian, hello everyone. Shichen. Let me introduce him. He also goes by Luo Mu Xiao. When I'm not around, feel free to ask him for tips. Ocean Boundless, Luo Mu Xiao. The top player ranked 427 on the Langya list? Boss, you're amazing for recruiting him. Kindergarten killer, huh? Looks like I'm still the weakest here. Su Shichen closed the communicator and asked, what do you plan to do about those two? If you need any help, just ask. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Fong Yuwubian's eyes, but he shook his head. This is my personal matter. Let me handle it myself. Consider it a farewell to my past. From now on, there's no Luo Mu Xiao Xiao. Only Fong Yuwubian of the Xingham mercenary group. All right, I respect your decision. Su Shichen nodded, patting Fong Yuwubian's shoulder with a smile. Give me your account number. I'll lend you 5 million to settle your debts. Remember to pay it back. Thank you. Fong Yuwubian didn't refuse, believing that once his debts were cleared, he could soon bring Su Shichen more than 5 million in returns. Don't mention it. Su Shichen waved his hand and headed to the teleportation hall. Sort things out quickly, then head straight to Fengyu City to find Xiufeng. Fong Yuwubian clutched the freshly signed contract tightly, watching Su Shichen's departing figure. He whispered, thank you. The obsidian elemental chain necklace gleamed with an epic radiance, boasting perfect durability. 500500. This piece of equipment required a primary attribute of over 1500, and its base stats were impressive. 2800 health at level 20, 50 all elemental resistances, and 80 to all attributes. It also featured 3 powerful attributes that were truly enviable. 1. Amplification. Increases both constitution and primary attribute by 40. 2. Resistance. Reduces all elemental damage by 30. 3. Shield. Automatically generates a shield equal to 50 of max health every 60 seconds. Additionally, it came with 3 formidable skills. 1. Anti-magic zone. An active skill with a 30-minute cooldown. It instantly creates an anti-magic zone with a 50-yard radius around the user, preventing any skills from being cast within the area. The zone moves with the user and lasts for 30 seconds. 2. Elemental form. An active skill with a 60-minute cooldown. It instantly transforms the user into an elemental form, doubling max health and rendering the user immune to all elemental damage and effects for 30 seconds. 3. Obsidian Golem. An active skill with a 10-hour cooldown. It summons an obsidian golem with a level 10 higher than the user and of dark gold boss tier, lasting for 60 minutes. This treasure was an early masterpiece from the Grandmaster Blacksmith Kai Chu at the Hall of Glory, known for its strong suppressive effect on all elements. Su Shichen put on the obsidian elemental chain and immediately felt a surge in power. He finally had the confidence to retrieve a long-coveted treasure from his past life. Returning to Wind Whisper City via the teleportation hall, Su Shichen hailed a carriage and headed straight for the East Gate. A journey that should have taken over an hour was reduced to mere minutes. After disembarking, he donned his Night Shadow mask and swiftly headed east, following the coordinates etched in his memory. He sped through several large maps, quickly entering areas for level 30 and above. The regular monsters in these areas around level 30 could no longer provide him with much experience, so he didn't linger. By noon, a small town appeared on the horizon. The system prompt read, "You have discovered Peaceful Town." This was a neutral map where level 30 players frequently came to complete quests and gain favor, but Su Shichen paid no attention to them. His target lay elsewhere. Skirting the left side of the town, Su Shichen reached the coordinates he remembered. After ensuring he was in the right place, he cleared out the nearby wild monsters and glanced up at the blazing sun, then checked the system time. 12:27, 3 minutes to go. With dual swords on his back, Su Shichen stood still, holding his breath. 3 minutes later, space suddenly distorted, and a fearsome rift appeared out of nowhere. Su Shichen's eyes gleamed with determination as he stepped into the rift without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the rift vanished as if it had never been there. This mysterious rift was the reason Peaceful Town was so famous. Every day at 12:30, a void rift would appear here, lasting less than a second. At first, players thought it was an illusion. Later, various guilds sent people to try entering, but those with high levels failed. Only players below the second tier could enter. Countless level 30 players who hadn't advanced to the second tier had tried and failed. Su Shichen himself had attempted it in his past life, but lacked the necessary strength. However, he knew an ancient artifact was hidden inside. Now, confident in his strength surpassing the second tier, he decided to give it another try. The system prompt echoed, "You have entered the land of slaughter. All creatures in sight are your enemies. Kill them all." The system notified Su Shichen that he had entered the land of slaughter, where everyone in sight was an enemy, encouraging him to kill to his heart's content. Swiftly, Su Shichen leapt over the cracks in the ground, drawing his swords with lightning speed, and vanished from his original position. The next moment, a pair of sharp claws burst from the ground where he had just stood, missing him and quickly retracting back into the earth. This was a level 30 elite monster affected by the breath of Slaughter Mole, with a health pool of 100,000 points. Its attack power was significantly boosted by the breath of slaughter, but its defense was correspondingly weakened. Without pausing, Su Shichen sprinted towards a distant mountain peak, dual swords in hand. He found himself on a desolate plain, teeming with monsters. From the ground, the sky, and even sudden spatial rifts, monsters could attack players at any moment. Each player entering this place was assigned an independent space, meaning this was a solo area. The distant mountain peak was Su Xingqian's target. Suddenly, a slaughterhound lunged at him from the side. With a swift swing of his right hand, Su Xingqian's sword drew an arc, repelling the beast without breaking his stride. He knew the rules here, while the monsters in the land of slaughter offered no experience points or skill proficiency. Stopping to kill them was merely a waste of time. The system's suggestion to kill to your heart's content was a trap, believing it could lead to exhaustion and death. The monsters influenced by the breath of slaughter were endless, impossible to completely eradicate. In just a few minutes, Su Shichen had already repelled dozens of monster attacks. Most monsters vanished after a few failed attempts, but a few continued to pursue him relentlessly. The distant mountain peak still seemed far away, its distance hard to gauge. Suddenly, two slaughter eagles swooped down from the sky, claws outstretched to grab Su Shichen into the air. Simultaneously, three spatial rifts appeared around him, releasing a horde of various beasts. The pursuing army was closing in, and the ground trembled, signaling the return of the slaughter mole. Without hesitation, Su Shichen struck. His twin swords created a whirlwind of slashes, covering a 70-yard radius. This would have been a death trap for any level 30 expert, but it didn't slow his pace. The mountain peak still stood in the distance, seemingly as unreachable as ever. After the monsters died, they turned into droplets of blood-red rain, which were absorbed into Su Xingqian's limbs. He didn't avoid them, feeling a faint warmth that eased his fatigue from the relentless pursuit. This was the only benefit of killing monsters in the land of slaughter. It restored the player's stamina and mental energy, helping them endure the endless assaults. Meanwhile, at the Star River Auction House's third floor in Fengyu City, Lu Shuyao was welcoming a new member, Fong Yu. She handed him a skill book, which was part of their agreement, so he wasn't surprised. Baozi then announced they had received a rank mercenary mission and led the group to the mission location. Back in the land of slaughter, Su Shichen continued his journey across the desolate plain towards the distant mountain peak. He knew just how far it truly was. Even at his current speed, it would take an entire day of continuous travel to reach it. Whenever he felt his stamina depleting, Su Shichen would stop to slay some monsters to recover his strength before pressing on. His eyes were fixed solely on the mountain peak ahead. Simultaneously, Baozi was on a mission. Wielding a massive steelwood shield, he used shield bash and sweep skills to strike a golden ear boss. Beside him, Fong Yu, transformed into a black bear, was attracting the aggro of over a dozen small monsters. Despite Fong Yu's 2-meter height, he appeared diminutive next to the 5-meter turtle Baozi. Baozi, move a bit more precisely. Fong Yu in bear form, advised in human speech, pointing out Baozi's shortcomings. After just a few hours together, he had fully integrated into Star River, appreciating the handsome men, beautiful women, and friendly atmosphere. Killer, look out! Zhou Hai shouted, slashing at the 3 small monsters that had suddenly appeared behind Kindergarten Killer. Reacting instantly, Kindergarten Killer pivoted, reversing his grip on his dagger to perform a backstab, evading the monster's attacks and precisely striking the neck of one. Fong Yu quickly taunted the remaining 2 small monsters. Despite attracting the aggro of nearly 20 monsters, his cumbersome bear form displayed surprising agility, taking minimal damage. With their coordinated efforts, the team quickly defeated all the monsters, including the boss. Hey Baozi, what's that behind you? Zhou Xian suddenly noticed a distortion in the void behind Baozi and asked in confusion. Baozi turned, and the others followed suit. They saw a flash of tricolored light at the distorted spot, and a massive portal slowly materialized. A tricolored team trial, Lu Shuyao exclaimed, hurriedly taking out a communicator to contact Su Shichen. System prompt. Sorry, the target is out of your communicator's calling range. We can't reach him. He must be out of Fengyu City. Lu Shuyao pondered for a moment, then made a decision as she looked around at the group. Let's go in. System prompt. You have entered a tricolored difficulty team trial space. Su Shichen, oblivious to the fact that the rest of the Shinga group had entered the team trial portal of 3-colored difficulty, continued his journey through the land of slaughter. The distant peaks gradually loomed larger until they were within reach. In this desolate place, where day and night were indistinguishable, a myriad of monsters with diverse attack methods roamed. Su Shichen deftly wielded his flowing water sword technique and shadow step to fend them off. It dawned on him that this was the perfect place to hone his combat skills. The endless supply of monsters provided ample physical and mental replenishment, allowing him to unleash his techniques without restraint. Recalling the helplessness he felt when battling the massive boss in Sunset Valley, Su Shichen finally realized his mistake. Mere contemplation was futile. True progress could only be achieved through relentless practice in real combat. Flowing water sword technique. Two sharp sword lights cleave the monster in front of him. Su Shichen's footwork shifted, and his figure vanished instantly. A shadow appeared to his left, while his true self had already stealthily moved behind the monster. His mastery of shadow step had grown so proficient that he could now cleverly deceive his enemy's vision. The shadow on the left was merely an illusion created by his unique footwork, masking his true position from his target. Su Shichen silently marveled, realizing that the instructors at the Glory Tower must have gone easy on him back then. As a renowned combat skill, shadow step was far from simple. Throughout his journey, Su Shichen continually executed his combat techniques, absorbing the blood-red droplets left by slain monsters to restore his stamina and mental energy. He reveled in the thrill of battle. Occasionally, he would even pause to let monsters surround him, only to break free using the flowing water sword technique and shadow step. Relying solely on these two techniques for an extended period, Su Shichen's understanding of the flowing water sword technique deepened. This skill, refined through the experiences of 2 lifetimes, became increasingly fluid and seamless with each stroke. He felt on the verge of a breakthrough, yet something still eluded him. Without a mentor's guidance, relying solely on self-discovery was indeed challenging. The system clock indicated that an entire day had passed when Su Shichen finally reached the foot of the mountain. Gazing up at Tontian Mountain, its towering height was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The system's voice echoed, "You have discovered Tontian Mountain." A narrow path wound its way to the summit, with a stone monument standing beside it. Upon entering this area, the monsters of the desolate land ceased their pursuit. Su Shichen walked forward, carefully reading the 24 golden characters inscribed on the monument. When the ocean has no bounds, the sky becomes the shore. When the mountain's peak is climbed, I become the summit. Climb to the top of Tontian Mountain and retrieve the ancient artifact. Each character resonated deeply with Su Shichen, stirring his soul. Though he had seen them in his previous life, they still left him in awe today. In his past life, no one below the second tier had ever reached the summit, and even now, Su Shichen wasn't entirely confident. He knew nothing of what awaited at the top, as his previous attempts had all ended in failure. What a phrase! When the ocean has no bounds, the sky becomes the shore. When the mountain's peak is climbed, I become the summit. Su Shichen gripped his swift wind blade and frosty snow, resolutely stepping onto the ascending path. The system immediately chimed, "You have entered Tontian Mountain." With his first step, Su Shichen felt a slight pressure, though it was much milder than what he remembered from his past life. Steadying his mind, he continued his climb. The pressure increased with each step, and Su Shichen lost track of time, and his location. Was he nearing the summit? Still at the base? Or somewhere in between? He focused entirely on dealing with the pressure from all directions. With another step, the pressure doubled suddenly. Su Shichen gritted his teeth, instinctively swinging his dual swords and employing the flowing water sword technique in an attempt to cut through the pressure. However, this invisible force was not something a sword could sever. The immense pressure pushed him back, causing a damage number to appear above his head. Just the pressure alone can cause damage? Su Shichen shook his dizzy head, gritting his teeth as he stepped back onto the same step. His swords danced like flowing water as he once again employed the seemingly futile flowing water sword technique. In the moment he was pushed back, he felt he had grasped something of potential breakthrough in the flowing water sword technique. After another failure, Su Shichen paused and closed his eyes. He held the swift wind blade and frosty snow level, moving them slowly as if sensing some profound essence within the sword. With his health automatically restored, Su Shichen opened his eyes, gazed at his swords, and stepped onto the path once more. Flowing sword technique. Su Shichen executed this familiar move once again, but this time he felt a distinct difference. The pressure that had previously been unbearable was now effortlessly sliced through by his dual swords, instantly making him feel much lighter. He raised his swords for a closer look, clearly sensing something indescribable in his strike. Though he couldn't pinpoint what it was, the effect was undoubtedly much stronger than before. With the pressure shattered, Su Shichen resumed his ascent to the summit. Step by step, he advanced, continuously wielding his dual swords and employing the flowing sword technique to dissipate the surrounding pressure. The peak seemed tantalizingly close, yet still out of reach. Meanwhile, on another front, an intense battle was raging. Zhou Hai charged forward, his whirlwind slash sweeping through hordes of monsters. He called out to Fong Yuwubian, "Brother Fong Yu, you used to be a berserker. Give me some pointers, don't just focus on Baozi." Fong Yuwubian executed a steady horizontal sweep to maintain aggro and replied, "Don't worry, there's plenty of time for that later." Since entering the trial, he had changed equipment several times. Although his overall stats were still not as high as Baozi's top-tier bloodline, his skilled micromaneuvering and technique made him a formidable tank. He increasingly felt that the tank role suited him better than his previous berserker class. He secretly hoped that the reward for this level would include a bloodline. Even if it wasn't top-tier, high tier would do. Lu Shuyao unleashed her Ice Orb, an AoE skill she had acquired on the first level. It not only dealt significant damage, but also had a chance to reset the cooldown of her Blizzard spell. The group had been in the trial for a day and had just stepped into the third level. There was still one final level to go, and whether they could pass it remained uncertain. The penalty for failure was no trivial matter. Back to Su Shichen, he looked up to see endless steps stretching before him. It was unclear how long he had been in Tongtian Mountain. The surroundings were always the same, and the steps underfoot seemed endless. Suddenly, he noticed a faint sword mark on the step below him. It was a mark left by his Gale Blade when he had used it to steady himself after failing to withstand the pressure earlier. Su Shichen frowned. Could this be a looping map? How could he truly reach the summit? No wonder top players in the previous life complained on the official forums that this map was impossible to clear. He decided to try a new approach. Shadow Step. Su Shichen used a mysterious footwork technique to leap 5 steps forward, and the pressure around him increased sharply. Flowing Sword Technique. He slashed through the pressure again with his dual swords, but the same familiar sword mark was still beneath his feet. Su Shichen realized he couldn't stick to his old methods. Simply aiming to climb higher steps was meaningless. He fell into deep thought. The system wouldn't set up an entirely impassable map. There had to be a way. He began to focus intently on wielding his dual swords, gradually forgetting the flowing sword technique and everything else. Slash! The Snow Frost sword dipped low, while the Gale Blade in his right hand slashed downward. Su Shichen felt an unstoppable momentum in this strike. As the sword light flashed, the space before him rippled like a lake hit by a stone, sending waves outward. Su Shichen watched in astonishment as the strange scene unfolded, and moments later, everything returned to calm. He grasped the key. It was momentum. In the past, his swordsmanship focused on technique, but now each strike carried an unstoppable force. It was this momentum that shattered the surrounding pressure and gave him hope to break through the looping space. Su Shichen continued to swing his swords, striking the same spot repeatedly. The ripples grew faster and denser. 1 circle, 2 circles, up to hundreds of circles. Finally, with a soft sound, the surrounding scenery shattered like a mirror. When he came to, he found himself standing at the summit. The system prompt immediately sounded. You have successfully reached the top of Tongtian Mountain. The summit was small, only about 50 yards in diameter. Apart from a stone tablet in the center, the surroundings were shrouded in white mist or possibly clouds. Su Shichen, holding his dual swords, cautiously approached the stone tablet. The tablet bore 8 large characters. The sea has no bounds. The sky is the shore. When you climb to the top, you become the peak. The system voice rang out again. Congratulations on passing the ascent trial. You are now eligible to receive the ancient artifact. There remains one final test, very simple. Lift the stone tablet. The ancient artifact lies beneath it. Lift the tablet. Claim the artifact. Lifting a stone tablet? It seems like the final challenge is a test of strength. Su Shichen smiled, confident that no one below the second tier could surpass his impressive strength of 1912 points. He carefully observed his surroundings, repeatedly confirming there were no traps before sheathing his dual swords and wrapping his hands around the stone tablet, exerting all his might. However, the tablet didn't budge. Su Shichen frowned and, refusing to give up, tried again with all his strength. Still no effect. A sense of frustration welled up inside him. Su Shichen gritted his teeth in thought. He had overcome so many difficulties along the way. Was he really going to be defeated by a mere strength challenge despite his overwhelming stats? The irony of it all left him feeling indignant. If his regular strength wasn't enough, then he would push it to the next level. A resolute glint flashed in Su Shinchen's eyes as he muttered, "Reverse flow." This was the first time he used the forbidden technique inherited from the time-space divine vein. In an instant, a vast, endless river appeared in the void. A black and white stream of light emerged from the depths of the river, swiftly flowing backward and merging into Su Shinchen's head. The river dissipated, and a faint black and white aura enveloped Su Shichen, filling him with power. To his astonishment, not only had his health increased to a staggering 166,100 points, but his strength had also skyrocketed to 3,824 points. This meant that the reverse flow's attribute boost even included the attributes added by his equipment. Simply unbelievable. Feeling the significant increase in his power, Su Shinchen's confidence soared. He wrapped his hands around the stone tablet once more, took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and shouted, "Rise!" Boom! With Su Shichen's immense strength, the stone tablet began to lift bit by bit. At the center of the stone tablet, a huge and intricate magic circle gradually revealed itself, covering the entire summit of Tongtian Mountain. Blood-red streams of light emerged from the magic circle, creating a tug-of-war with Su Shichen and the stone tablet. An ancient magic circle? Su Shichen was shocked to realize that even with his 8 years of gaming experience, he couldn't decipher the complex patterns beneath his feet. The pattern suggested that the circle not only stabilized the stone tablet, but also had a mana-extracting function. Su Shichen didn't have time to delve deeper. He shifted his weight and continued to struggle against the magic circle. Perhaps due to its ancient age, the blood-red streams of light gradually faded and eventually disappeared, causing the entire magic circle to lose its glow and stop functioning. Su Shichen felt a sudden lightness in his hands. The stone tablet had been completely lifted. At the center of the now-dormant magic circle lay a simple, unadorned ring, looking dull and unremarkable. Is this the ancient artifact? Su Shichen tossed the stone tablet aside and bent down to pick up the ring. However, before he could inspect its attributes, the magic circle beneath his feet started to shatter violently. Boom! Tongtian Mountain began to shake intensely, causing Su Shichen to stumble. The ground at the summit cracked open with deep, bottomless fissures, sending rocks flying. Su Shichen watched in horror as the mountain's edge began to collapse. Could taking the ring cause the entire Tongtian Mountain to collapse? Su Shichen was alarmed. He quickly took out a Wind Whisper City teleportation scroll and tore it open. System notification: you are in a special space. Wind Whisper City teleportation scroll use failed. The cold system message doused Su Shichen's hope. He muttered in despair, "It's over." At that critical moment, a portal suddenly appeared in the sky above Tongtian Mountain. Su Shichen was astonished to see Yumu from the Glory Hall headquarters stepping out. "It's you, kid." Yumu immediately recognized Su Shichen. Without a word, he threw his spear, which precisely landed where Su Shichen had taken the ring. Then, he pulled out a massive wine gourd, uncorked it, and a torrent of azure light poured out like a waterfall. "Stand still while I handle this," Yumu shouted sternly. Whoosh! Boom! The waterfall of azure light cascaded from Yumu's gourd onto the spear embedded in the magic circle. The shattered magic circle began to glow with azure light and stopped breaking apart. The ground of Tongtian Mountain ceased its collapse. Yumu let go of the gourd, allowing it to float in midair, and began drawing a formation in the void with his hands. The spear at the center of the magic circle started to spin, creating a tornado of azure light. Strangely, although Su Shichen stood nearby, he felt no effect from the whirlwind. The green tornado grew even more powerful, and Su Shichen felt the ground beneath Tongtian Mountain tremble violently once again. Under the influence of the tornado, the mountain began to miraculously reassemble itself. Cracks and fissures disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the collapsed edges of the mountain returned to their original state before Su Shichen's astonished eyes. In the blink of an eye, Tongtian Mountain was restored as if the previous collapse had never occurred. As the tornado gradually dissipated, Yumu descended slowly from midair. He gave Su Shichen a frustrated look and said, "You've really gotten me into a big mess this time." Su Shichen opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know how to explain. He could only stammer, "Senior Wine God, I didn't know this would happen." The stone tablet said, "Lift the tablet. Retrieve the artifact." Yumu waved his hand, interrupting Su Shichen's explanation. "It's not over yet." He took out the disc he had used to open the portal earlier and walked to the center of the magic array, the array's core. Since Su Shichen had taken the ring, the magic array was now broken. The disc floated in the air, and a phantom appeared from it, suddenly expanding to cover the entire mountain peak. It was another complex magic array. Yumu shouted, "Seal." The magic array in the air descended rapidly, precisely overlaying the broken array. Immediately, a burst of golden light erupted, so bright that Su Shichen couldn't open his eyes. Moments later, the light faded, and the two overlapping magic arrays slowly disappeared. The peak of Tongtian Mountain returned to its original state, except the stone tablet had transformed into a long spear embedded in the ground. Yumu let out a long sigh of relief. "Good thing I arrived in time." He summoned a giant gourd from midair, took a large swig, and then turned to Su Shichen. "How did you get in here, kid?" Su Shichen recounted his previous experiences in detail, thinking he might have triggered some significant storyline, possibly leading to more quests. Yumu nodded thoughtfully. "I didn't expect the seal on Tongtian Mountain to have weakened over the long years." He glanced at Su Shichen curiously, grabbed his arm, and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Come, let's go back to the Hall of Glory." The disc opened the portal again, and Yumu led Su Shichen through it. In the Hall of Glory, Yumu asked Su Shichen to slash a few times in the air. Watching his performance, Yumu nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, "You're a monster, kid. You've actually stepped into the realm of force." Su Shichen looked puzzled. Realm of force? So, the unstoppable momentum he had been exhibiting was called the realm of force? Yumu placed the wine gourd on the table and began to explain slowly. Besides advancing in rank, there's another path for any profession's growth. Before the 6th rank, few can step onto this path, but after the 6th rank, the two paths complement each other. He continued in detail, whether it's skill completion or combat techniques, they can be categorized as the first realm, the realm of skill. Usually, mastering perfect skills means you've formally entered the realm of skill, and learning combat techniques is a step further. Talented individuals who understand techniques deeply enough can create their own combat techniques. You were at this level before? Yumu emphasized. One must enter the realm of skill to achieve sainthood. This is why I said the two paths complement each other after the 6th rank. Huai Jian was an anomaly. He mastered combat techniques but never perfected his skills. He's the only one in many years. Su Shichen listened quietly, not interrupting. This was knowledge he had never encountered before. Yu Mu continued, "You're even more remarkable than him. You've grasped the 2nd realm at such a low rank. In my 1,000 years of life, I've never seen anything like it." He glanced at Su Shichen curiously, unable to understand how someone so young could have reached the realm of force, but the evidence was undeniable. The 2nd realm, the realm of force. Every move you make can influence the surrounding energy, which is why your sword could cut through the intangible pressure of Tongtian Mountain, Yumu explained. We all thought the seal on Tongtian Mountain was strong enough. Before you took the Ring of Slaughter, only creatures below the 2nd rank could enter. Even I couldn't get in. The pressure of Tongtian Mountain can only be broken by those who have reached the realm of force. Yumu laughed. Who would have thought we'd run into a little monster like you? Su Shichen scratched his nose in embarrassment and curiously asked, Senior Wine God, what's the next realm? The 3rd and final realm is the realm of domain, or you can call it the domain. Yumu's eyes sharpened. Breaking through the peak of the realm of force and transforming that force into a controllable domain is what we call the realm of domain. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shichen felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Every movement required significant effort, making it extremely difficult to even lift his sword. Feel it? This is my domain, Yumu said, and the heavy feeling suddenly vanished. Su Shichen felt a wave of relief wash over him, but also reigned in his growing arrogance. He realized that domains could severely restrict a person's abilities, and those in powerful organizations likely had domain masters. The long-standing traditions of the game world had many parallels with virtual games. Yumu nodded in satisfaction. It looks like you understand that there's always someone better and a sky beyond the sky. He took another swig from his wine gourd, and his expression turned serious. Now, let's talk about the trouble you've caused. The seal on Mount Tongtian has existed since ancient times, containing within it a hidden passageway. Yumu, with a grave expression, slowly revealed this long-hidden truth. Su Shichen was taken aback by this revelation. In his previous life, no one had ever obtained an ancient artifact in the game, so this storyline never existed. He couldn't help but ask, a passageway? Where does it lead? Yumu took a deep breath, his brow furrowed, showing a rare sign of worry on his face. The void. This term was entirely unfamiliar to Su Shichen. He had never heard any mention of it in his past life. Just as he was about to inquire further, Yumu continued. You know about the Glory Continent and the Chaos Continent, right? Our planet is actually called the Land of Origins. In ancient times, there were countless deities. Later, to fend off the invasion of the void, many deities perished or were gravely injured, sealing it away. This led to the prosperity of various races during the ancient times. Yumu's voice was low and hoarse, as if recounting an old and terrifying legend. The Land of Slaughter was merely the first seal to be broken. The seals across different regions are gradually weakening, and the power of the void has altered the messages on the stone tablets, misleading you to break the seals. We have long been aware of this, but are powerless to stop it. Even we cannot tread on those lands due to the divine power. He paused, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. There are less than 10 years left before the void passageway opens. This is also why we cannot launch a full-scale war with the Chaos Alliance. Hearing this, Su Shichen's mind raced. The void must be the final storyline in the spirit realm, the ultimate boss. He calculated that in 10 years, the first batch of spaceships would reach the new star of the Federation. For now, he humbly asked, what can I do? Yumu sighed and shook his head. We are all powerless. What can you do? Focus on increasing your strength. The catastrophe is imminent. He paused for a moment and added, I have temporarily resealed the Land of Slaughter, but it will only hold for another 2 years at most. If you can restore more than half of the power of the Slaughter essence within these 2 years, I can use it to reinforce the seal, extending it for 10 years. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Su Shichen's mind. You have accepted the legendary quest to seal the void passageway. Please restore more than half of the power of the slaughter essence within 2 years. If you fail, the void passageway in the land of slaughter will fully open, and the void monarch will thank you by turning you into a void creature under his control. Turning into a void creature under his control? That's no different from losing my account. Su Shichen thought to himself, feeling immense pressure. He took out the ancient artifact he had obtained on Mount Tongshan's slaughter essence accessory. The system displayed. Mythical item. Indestructible. Cannot be dropped. Equipment requirement. None. Basic attributes. None. Level 20 all attributes 1. Affix. Unknown. Skill. Unknown. Mythical effect. Unknown. Power depleted. It will absorb all necessary power to restore itself. Restoration progress. 0. The slaughter essence looked extremely ordinary, even less impressive than the bloodthirsty ring on Su Shichen's finger. Unsure of what it needed to restore its power, he replaced the bloodthirsty ring, thinking that the slaughter essence would prompt him when it encountered the required energy. Su Shichen looked up at Yumu, hoping for some guidance. But Yumu impatiently waved him off. Don't look at me. I don't know how to restore it either. Figure it out yourself. With that, he rubbed his back and complained, Go on, I need to rest. Sealing that thing at my age has left me with a sore back. A portal opened before Su Shichen. He respectfully bowed and stepped through, returning to Wind Whisper City. Meanwhile, at the land of slaughter beneath Mount Tongtian, Yumu's green tornado had not fully repaired the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a crack emitting a faint purple light remained. A wisp of purple energy seeped from the crack, drifting toward the desolate land ahead. The crack then closed, restoring Mount Tongtian to its original state. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar echoed. The purple energy merged into a slaughter berserk lion, which roared to the sky, its body visibly expanding. Its bloodthirsty eyes flashed with a purple glow, and its fangs slowly elongated. With a loud boom, the mutated slaughter berserk lion exploded. The purple energy reappeared, lingering for a moment before shooting skyward, seemingly searching for a spatial rift to escape the land of slaughter. The creatures here, all influenced by the slaughter essence, could not host its power. Back in Wind Whisper City, Su Shichen tried to contact his teammates, but found that everyone was out of the communication device's range. He put down the device, recalling that they had likely gone to some special map for a quest, thus being unreachable. Su Shichen felt a headache coming on. He hadn't completed his first legendary quest, and now a second one had appeared, with no clear direction. In just over 2 months, he would also face the pursuit of the level 200 Tier 6 legendary boss, the Spectral Lord. Even with his strength far surpassing the mainstream players, he found the situation very daunting. There's always a way out, Su Shichen muttered, deciding to focus on immediate tasks. He entered the Star River auction house to check recent earnings. The past 2 days' income had surpassed 3,000 gold, all used by Chen Duo to purchase materials Su Shichen had specified. Su Shichen calculated the timing, predicting that several materials would soon increase in price, allowing him to make a significant profit. The 944 bottles of potential potion previously listed in the auction house had been completely absorbed by the markets in 33 cities, netting Su Shichen 5660 gold. The final selling price was almost 6 gold per bottle, as the price was too high for players to afford more. Su Shichen handed the gold to Chen Duo, instructing him to buy materials that were expected to rise in price. Then, he took the mist grass and earth spirit mushrooms received over the past 2 days and entered the alchemy room to start a new round of crafting. Dominating the auction market in Wind Whisper City was far from enough. Su Shichen's goal was the entire Shenhua Empire. His eyes gleamed with ambition as he began preparing for the next phase of his plan. Su Shichen had been working on his alchemy for the longest duration since he started learning it. He was completely absorbed in his task until a message from Lu Shuyao interrupted his focus. Su Shichen paused his work to check the system panel and noticed that his alchemy skill had unsurprisingly surpassed the intermediate level, reaching 11972,000. Although it was just a minor milestone, the system didn't grant any rewards. He meticulously tallied his results. 3,856 bottles of standard potential potion, 197 bottles of enhanced potential potion, and 80 bottles of advanced potential potion. Glancing at the time, he realized over 20 hours had passed. Carefully packing the potions, Su Shichen stretched his stiff body and exited the alchemy room. The members of the Xinghe mercenary group were gathered in the lounge, leisurely sipping tea. As soon as Su Shichen entered the room, Peng Baozi eagerly stood up, excitedly showing off his new gear. Boss, check this out. Legendary level. Cool, right? He knocked on his brand new black shield, pride gleaming in his eyes. Su Shichen examined the legendary equipment named Ashaburn's Guardian Shield. The shield emitted a faint glow, and its attributes were impressive. Durability 299,300, requiring strength 80 and constitution 100. Its base stats included level 10 armor 560, magic defense 400, health 2200, and all attributes 25. It also had 3 powerful traits. Defense increased armor by 10, resistance increased all elemental resistances by 30, and the Guardian effect reduced enemy attack power by 15. Most notably, its active skill, Ashaburn's Guardian, significantly boosted health and armor while granting knockback immunity for 30 seconds with a 15-minute cooldown. What? Su Shichen looked around in surprise, noticing that many of the Xingha members had new gear, and Fong Wubian's health was nearly as high as Baozi's. What happened for you all to get such a huge boost? Lu Shuyao smiled and explained, "We spent 3 days clearing a tricolor difficulty team trial." Her tone carried a hint of pride, clearly satisfied with their achievement. "That's impressive. Looks like you had a great haul," Su Shichen praised. He knew how difficult tricolor difficulty team trials were, but considering Lu Shuyao and Baozi had top-tier bloodlines he provided, and Feng Wubian was an elite player, it made sense they succeeded. Did Feng get a bloodline? Su Shichen asked. Indeed, a top-tier golden behemoth bloodline. Feng Wubian nodded. This bloodline was the main reward from the trial. I'm really grateful to everyone for making it possible. His tone conveyed awe at the bloodline's power, finally understanding why Su Shichen could solo hell-level dungeons and fight armies. In Lingyu, bloodline enhancements far surpassed those of hidden classes in past games. Lu Shuyao reassured the other members. There was only one top-tier bloodline suitable for Fengyue this time, but there will be more opportunities for the rest of you. She turned to Su Shichen and explained, originally, we could have gotten 6 high-level bloodlines, but the system allowed us to trade them for one top-tier bloodline. I hope that was okay. Of course, it was the right choice. Su Shichen laughed. Don't worry, everyone will get their chance. Every member of Xingha should have at least a top-tier bloodline. Once, he had thought top-tier bloodlines were extremely rare, but with his rapid growth, he no longer settled for ordinary high-level bloodlines. He believed every member of the Xingha mercenary group deserved the best gear and abilities. Zhou Xian yawned and said, after 3 days of high tension, I can finally log off and rest. With that, she logged off. Su Shichen also felt a wave of fatigue. After leaving the killing grounds, he had spent a whole day making potential potions and needed some rest. Zhou Hai invited Baozi for a fair duel, where both participants' attribute values would be suppressed to the lower level, making it a pure test of skill. Feng Wubian also logged off to handle some matters. Su Shichen looked at Yoji Yuan Shaso and asked, "What about you? Not taking a break?" "No. I have a PK match with an expert from the War God Hall," Yoji Yuan Shaso replied before leaving the lounge. He increasingly felt that his skills were the weakest in Xingha and was determined to improve. Su Shichen winked at Lu Shuyao and joked, "Yao Yao, they'll be waiting for you before logging off." "Pervert," Lu Shuyao muttered softly, her mind wandering. Su Shichen opened the door of the nutrition pod and felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity with the room's environment. Since moving in, he had spent most of his time in Lingyu, except for one major battle, and hadn't had a proper tour of their new home. "Shichen, what's on your mind?" Lu Shuyao's voice brought Su Shichen out of his daze. "Nothing. I just miss your cooking." "It's been a while since I had it," Su Shichen replied, showing an eager expression. "All right. I'll reluctantly cook something then." Lu Shuyao rolled her eyes at him, activating her smart bracelet to start selecting ingredients for the meal. Su Shichen lay on the bed, gazing at the gray sky through the floor-to-ceiling window, his longing for the new Star Federation growing stronger. He murmured, "Soon. At this rate, I'll be able to take you to the new world." Watching Lu Shuyao leave the bedroom, determination gleamed in Su Xingchen's eyes. In the bustling mercenary tavern of Wind Whisper City, the air was thick with the aroma of alcohol and the sound of raucous chatter. Hate Tunga grabbed a large mug of beer from the table, downed it in one gulp, and slammed the empty mug back on the table with a heavy thud. "I'll sign," he snarled through gritted teeth. "But you must help me wipe out the Star River mercenary group. I want Xingchen to be driven out of the game." Sitting across from him was an unremarkable middle-aged man. Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He pulled out a contract from his coat and pushed it towards Hei Tiange. "President Hei Tiange, I must say, you've made a wise decision." This middle-aged man was an external elder of the top-tier guild, Tian Di Lu. His job was to expand Tian Di Lu's influence by investing in second-tier and even first-tier guilds in various cities, recruiting for their rise to superpower status. To him, small groups like the Star River Mercenary Group were insignificant. Seeing Hei Tiange sign his name with a flourish, the middle-aged man continued, "Rest assured, President Hei Tiange, now that Tian Di Lu has become the major shareholder of Blood Fong, we won't stand idly by. I've already reported to the guild master, and a hunting team will be dispatched to deal with the Star River mercenary group. Ha! Heitung-gu laughed heartily upon hearing this, feeling much relieved. I can't wait to see Shichen being hunted down. He waved for another round of drinks and raised his glass to toast with a middle-aged man. The hunting team of Tian Di Lu was notorious in the game, feared by all enemies, and had even held its own against super guilds. To a successful partnership, they said, clinking their glasses and drinking heartily. Meanwhile, in the villa of Su Shichen and Lu Shuyao, the previously peaceful dinner atmosphere had suddenly turned tense. Their verbal argument quickly escalated into a physical confrontation. Although Lu Shuyao was a frail woman, she fought back fiercely. However, she was no match for Su Shichen and was soon pinned down. The intense struggle left their clothes scattered around the living room. The battle moved from the living room to the balcony, then to the kitchen, the study, and finally the bathroom and bedroom. After more than an hour of intense conflict, Lu Shuyao finally cried for mercy, signaling Su Shichen's victory. Afterwards, they acted as if nothing had happened, reconciling completely. They took a bath together and then entered their VR pods, returning to the world of Lingyu. In the game, Su Shichen directed the members of Star River to a map ideal for leveling up quickly, while he chose to go solo. Meanwhile, a group of well-equipped players appeared in the teleportation hall of Wind Whisper City, each wearing a badge depicting a nine-story tower, the emblem of Tian Di Lu. The arrival of Tian Di Lu's hunting team intimidated the casual players in the hall, who only dared to whisper after the team had left. Where did these people come from? They're all level 15. That's insane. I've never seen equipment like theirs. Could it be level 15 gear too? You're clueless. See the badge on their chests? They're from Tian Di Lu. Tian Di Lu? The top-tier guild? What are they doing in Wind Whisper City? Are they going to war with General's Tomb or War God Hall? Cross-city teleportation isn't cheap. Tian Di Lu must be loaded to teleport 50 people at once. Who knows? But it looks like things are about to get interesting in Wind Whisper City. Unaware of the unfolding events, Su Shichen had arrived at Sea Breeze Harbor. This port city in the Shenhua Empire, closest to the Endless Sea, didn't belong to any primary city, and just the teleportation fee had cost him 8 gold coins. While there were free methods to reach Sea Breeze Harbor, they were cumbersome, and the wealthy Su Shichen opted for the fastest route. Here, players above level 10 could complete a series of preliminary tasks to enter the endless battlefield between two continents. This battleground was the site of ongoing conflict between the Glory Federation and the Chaos Alliance, offering players their first chance to engage with the opposing faction. Su Shichen's goal was to earn a military rank and obtain unique items from the endless battlefield. Although the preliminary tasks weren't difficult, they were exceptionally tedious. Even with his knowledge of the task flow, it took Su Shichen an entire day to complete them as quickly as possible. The system notification sounded. You have completed the recruit assessment task. You can now use the teleportation array at Sea Breeze Harbor to travel to the front line of the endless battlefield. The first teleportation is free. Phew, finally done? Su Shichen breathed a sigh of relief, then took out 3 dark gold proficiency books and activated Terra's blessing to use them consecutively. The system notified him 3 times. You used a dark gold proficiency book and gained 143 free proficiency points. You used a dark gold proficiency book and gained 147 free proficiency points. You used a dark gold proficiency book and gained 139 free proficiency points. Terra's blessing was indeed powerful. Over the past 4 days, it had granted Su Shichen a total of 1,714 free proficiency points, which he unhesitatingly allocated to sword mastery. The system notified him again. Congratulations. Your sword mastery has reached Sword Sovereign Beginner level. Sword Mastery. Sword Sovereign Beginner 2849-4800. Final damage with any sword weapon 60. Reaching the Sword Sovereign stage made further progress difficult. Satisfied, Su Shichen nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. Next stop, the Endless Battlefield. The system prompt sounded, and Su Shichen appeared in the Level 1 Dark Night Canyon battlefield of the Endless Warzone. This area was a contested territory between the Glory Federation and the Chaos Alliance, with the Federation currently holding only 39 of it. Su Shichen looked around and found himself in a rudimentary town. There were no grand buildings here, just basic shops like a blacksmith and an apothecary, along with numerous arrow towers and turrets. As a Level 1 war zone, it was a battleground for players between levels 10 and 30, a place where both sides tacitly agreed to soldier against soldier, general against general. He walked straight to the town's command center to report in. This frontline town didn't even have a name and could change hands at any moment. The level 6 reputation he had built up in the Glory Continent was useless here. His fame had not yet reached this battlefield. Another new recruit? The quartermaster glanced at Su Shichen's level 20 status and nodded approvingly. Not bad. The Federation needs fearless warriors like you. He handed Su Shichen an armband. Take this. It will record your honors. Go on, rookie, for the Federation. Su Shichen took the armband and left the command center. At this point, he had no battle achievements or merit points, making him ineligible for high-level missions. The system informed him that he had become a proud level 1 private, and his character panel now showed 2 new attributes. Rank, level 1 private. Merit points, 0. Su Shichen took a stroll around the town, politely declining several team invitations. Given his strength, solo action was more suitable. He accepted 3 simple missions. 1. Daily mission, frontline combat. Kill 10 enemies of at least equal rank. 2. Challenge mission, adapt to the battlefield. Survive for 24 hours and kill 20 enemies of at least equal rank. 3. Rescue mission, comrade aid. Use 10 first aid kits to rescue 10 incapacitated allies. With missions in hand, Su Shichen drew his sword and stepped out of the town, entering the true battlefield. Dark Night Canyon was filled with smoke and fire. The canyon walls on either side were ravaged, leaving only wilted flowers and dead trees. Of the 10 supply towns, the Glory Federation held only 4, putting them at a disadvantage. Su Shichen's town was right on the front line. Squads of soldiers, both NPCs and players, rushed past Su Shichen, heading deeper into the battlefield. The air was thick with tension and resolve. Those damn Chaos Alliance PvP players are everywhere. At this rate, we'll lose Dark Night Canyon for sure, one soldier complained. I heard some big PvP guilds from our side are coming too. It's anyone's game, another responded. Not far away, a 5-man team was in dire straits, surrounded by 2 Chaos Alliance squads. Let's go all out. A dwarf berserker roared as he charged at 2 orc players. Even if we take one down, it's worth it. Charge everyone. The team's priest shouted, healing while dodging enemy attacks. On this battlefield, death only cost 10 of experience points. Unlucky players could die 4 or 5 times a day. Without a word, Su Shichen launched a meteor strike right into the enemy's midst. 2 healers fell instantly. Before anyone could react, the Chaos Alliance squads had lost 5 members. Guys, we have a pro. We won't lose experience now. Ha, I took one down. The Federation team's morale soared, and they unleashed their skills in a counterattack. Huge damage numbers flashed continuously, and the last orc fell. The dwarf berserker, finding no more targets, slammed his giant hammer into the ground, causing a nearby orc corpse to bounce. Holy crap! What kind of damage is that? The dwarf berserker was stunned, finally noticing the absurdly high damage from their sudden ally. As they looked around, Su Shichen was already walking away, as if he had never been there. Mission accomplished. He left without a trace, his glory hidden. The system notification sounds kept ringing, and Su Shichen's merit points were constantly increasing. Killed a Chaos Alliance level 2 private, merit points 2. Killed a Chaos Alliance level 3 private, merit points 3. Killed a Chaos Alliance level 1 private, merit points 1. Su Shichen was secretly glad that he had moved quickly and hadn't missed any kills. In this skirmish, Su Shichen had killed a total of 9 enemies and earned 19 merit points. Judging by the difficulty of the battle, neither side's squad was particularly strong. The Honor Federation squad he had saved were ordinary players. After all, they were still in the outer perimeter of the Dark Night Canyon battlefield. The real experts were fighting in the inner circle. As he ventured deeper into the battlefield, Su Shichen finally found a still-breathing Federation NPC soldier. The soldier lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Su Shichen quickly took out a first aid kit and rushed to help. Thank you for the Federation, the NPC said weakly. The first aid kit worked quickly, and the NPC, who had been unable to stand, struggled to get up and limped back towards the direction Su Shichen had come from, heading to the town for better treatment. The system notification sounded again. You have treated a Federation soldier. The task of killing enemies on the front line had long been completed, and the system immediately granted him a reward. The mission mechanism in the endless battlefield differed from that in the Honor Continent. Most tasks didn't require players to return for handover. After all, in the ever-changing battlefield, no one could guarantee that the NPC issuing the mission would still be alive. These tasks were mandatory. Without completing them, he couldn't accept higher-level missions. Su Shichen had to patiently search the outer perimeter of the inner battlefield for Federation soldiers who needed rescue. He didn't risk entering the inner circle where the fighting was too intense, and most downed NPCs were already dead, making it hard to find anyone still alive. Finally, the system notified that the task was completed. You have completed the task, comrade, earning 20 merit points, 40,000 experience points, and 4 silver coins. Another notification followed. Your rank has been promoted to level 2 private. Including the Chaos Alliance players and NPCs he had killed along the way, Su Shichen's merit points successfully broke 50, reaching 61 points. His rank information updated to level 2 private. The rank of private was relatively easy to upgrade. Upon reaching level 3 private, He could use his merits to exchange for a decent level 10 bronze set from the quartermaster, known among players as the battlefield set, which offered some PvP enhancements. However, Su Shichen didn't care about these. He drew his dual swords, Gale and Frost, and headed straight for the most intense part of the inner circle battlefield. The inner circle battlefield was chaotic. Various shouts and cries filled the air. Hold on, reinforcements are on the way. Healers, heal up quick. I'm about to die. Hurry up, it doesn't matter if they're in our squad or not. Ha ha, the Federation weaklings are done for. Charge. I've killed 3 already, awesome. Don't let anyone escape, kill them all. Requesting backup, this Retribution Knight is too strong. The 5 of us can't take him. Hold the line. The Chaos Alliance had a clear numerical advantage, and the battle line was pushing towards the Federation's town. At this rate, the Federation would soon lose another town. Suddenly, Su Shichen's attention was drawn to a familiar figure. He quickly killed 2 Chaos Alliance players who tried to attack him and charged towards a battle group in the center of the battlefield. It was him. Seeing the familiar ID above the Retribution Knight being besieged by more than 10 people, Su Shichen felt a surge of excitement. Yubei. This name was legendary in his previous life. Ranked 4th on the Langya list, the top player of the Chaos Alliance's Super Guild Godslayer, an 8th tier peak Retribution God Knight, the first Grand Marshal of the Chaos Alliance battlefield, and the top merit holder in the spiritual realm. Yubei had countless honorary titles and had led the Chaos Alliance to several victories against the Honor Federation in the 6th tier zone of the Endless Battlefield. This was the strongest opponent Su Shichen had encountered since his rebirth. In his previous life, he could only hear tales of this person without any chance of challenging him. Everyone, back off. Let me handle this. Su Shichen shouted, charging into the battle circle with his swords. His powerful strike forced Yubei to retreat several steps to regain his balance. The Honor Federation players, seeing a top player taking on the monstrous opponent, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to support other areas. They didn't want to face this monster any longer. He had already killed over 10 of them despite being outnumbered. Yubei had just used a sweeping strike to fend off the surrounding players, and then blocked Su Shichen's attack with his giant sword. The massive sword in his hands moved more nimbly than a single-handed sword. Oh, a top player. Yubei steadied himself, noticing that his health had dropped by nearly half. He glanced at Su Shichen, astonished by the disparity in their strength attributes. Even with a full block, he had taken substantial damage. This person before him was the real monster. Yubei quickly downed a red potion, instantly restoring his health. Gripping his giant sword with both hands, his aura changed dramatically. He had been toying with the Federation players earlier. Now he was getting serious. Why do you, a top player, hide your identity? Do you think I, Yubei, am unworthy of knowing your name? Yubei asked in a deep voice. Sorry, it's just a habit. Su Shichen admired Yubei, but unfortunately, they were on opposing sides, destined to be enemies. He slowly removed the night veil mask from his face, revealing a strikingly handsome, young face. My name is Shichen. Su Shichen stood with his sword, not rushing to attack. Confidence gleamed in his eyes, as his current attributes could easily overpower Yubei. Yubei chuckled, a dangerous smile forming under his wolf mask. Young man, it seems your high stats have given you quite the confidence. Today, let this old man teach you a lesson. Yubei charged with his greatsword. As a seasoned gamer in his 40s, his experience was vast. He was a rookie king 30 years ago and had climbed to a high position in the Super Guild Godslayer, now holding 3 of its shares. He wouldn't allow a young player to look down on him. From their earlier clash, Yubei understood that Shichen undoubtedly possessed a bloodline. Although the Godslayer Guild had a few bloodlines, the highest was only advanced, which he didn't care about. Suddenly, Su Shichen's expression changed dramatically. Everything around him seemed to freeze, and swinging his Gale blade became extraordinarily difficult. This feeling was exactly like facing Mu's gaze. This was the domain realm. Yubei's domain. Su Shichen immediately cast aside his underestimation, his fighting spirit soaring. He wanted to see how he measured up against these renowned masters. Clang! Su Shichen struggled to raise his sword and block Yubei's strike. His opponent's domain made every move arduous. Not bad. Now I'll go all out. Yubei grinned, his great sword slashing again, creating 5 overlapping phantoms in midair, converging and striking down on Su Shichen. Clang, 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 clang. Although it was a single strike, Su Shichen clearly heard 6 consecutive clashes. The immense force transmitted through his Gale blade pushed him back a step to neutralize it. How is this possible? Su Shichen was stunned. That single strike's power had suppressed him. What kind of battle technique was this? How could it amplify strength to such an extent? Hammer of Justice. Yubei seized the moment, using the Paladin's control skill, aiming to finish off his opponent in one go. Will of the King. Su Shichen instantly activated his Will of the King to become immune to control, once again blocking Yubei's strike with his Gale Blade, while his left hand's Frostbite, Snowblade, thrust out at a tricky angle. It seems you still don't understand. Yubei shook his head, stepping back half a step and slashing horizontally, rendering Frostbite, Snowblade ineffective. In my domain, all your movements are under my control. This was the first time Su Shichen faced an opponent with a domain. In the past, he hadn't even reached the realm of momentum. The recent clashes were incredibly challenging, as his superior stats seemed useless. Flowing water sword technique leaned towards defense, making it unsuitable. Su Shichen took a deep breath, frequently shifting his steps, disappearing from everyone's sight. Shadow step. Clang. I told you. All your movements are under my control. Yubei preemptively slashed behind him, easily blocking Su Shichen's shadow step. Your footwork is good, but it's useless. Su Shichen frowned deeply. Yubei's domain severely restricted his abilities, suppressing his power by more than half. This couldn't continue. Shadow step. Heavy slash. This strike surpassed Su Shichen's previous peak, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it suddenly appeared and slashed at Yubei. Ninefold sword. Yubei was startled by Su Shichen's sudden burst of momentum and used his battle technique Ninefold Sword with full force. Due to attribute limitations, only 5 sword shadows emerged, and the great sword clashed with the Gale Blade again. Thud, thud, thud. The immense force from the sword's clash caused both to retreat 3 steps. The number 867 appeared above Su Shichen's head, a significant amount of damage, even after being reduced by the Gale Blade and Temporal Divine Body. It could easily kill an ordinary player in one hit. Your domain is indeed powerful, but my stats are beyond your imagination. Su Shichen smiled, having inflicted damage on Yubei for the first time since the domain was activated. The realm of momentum could partially break through the domain suppression, and combined with his superior stats, he could defeat Yubei. The realm of momentum? Among the younger generation in the past decade, you can rank among the best. Yubei's expression was solemn, though he was extremely shocked inside. No recent news mentioned such a young genius emerging from any superpower's virtual training camp. Where did the Shichen come from? Superpowers maintain their lead in all games, not just because of veterans like him, but mainly due to their virtual training camps. For a game like Spirit Domain, they had built their virtual training camps based on development data more than a decade ago. Apart from storyline, level, and equipment, players from superpowers and ordinary players started on entirely different levels. This Shichen must be a hidden genius from a superpower. You were right. This is a game, and stats matter. I'm indeed not your match right now. As he finished speaking, Yubei charged again. His body radiated golden light, a golden crown appeared above his head, and golden wings fluttered behind him. Paladin's burst skill, vengeance. He had no intention of fleeing, and the ID Yubei didn't allow for such behavior. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. Death Wind, Gale Force. Su Shichen activated his skills, his Gale Blade and Frostbite Snowblade slashing towards Yubei with increased speed. The dual swords, carrying an unstoppable momentum, broke through Yubei's domain with their overwhelming stats, hitting the target instantly. An item dropped, and Yubei fell. Su Shichen wondered if he chose not to use an invincibility skill or hadn't learned it. Likely the former. Picking up the fallen boots, Su Shichen knew this was just the first of many renowned top players he would defeat. Su Shichen quickly tossed a pair of level 10 golden boots into his backpack, thinking they might come in handy later. His gaze swept over the corpse of Yubei. Although no legendary gear dropped, Su Shichen knew this top player from a super guild would definitely have better treasures. This battle served as a wake-up call for Su Shichen. He realized that if Yubei had a height-year bloodline, breaking through his domain with his own power realm would be challenging. What worried him even more was that if Yubei obtained a top-tier bloodline, victory would become even more uncertain. Su Shichen clearly felt the huge gap between the power realm and the domain realm. However, this battle alone was far from enough to find a breakthrough. The entire fight lasted just over 10 seconds, but the surrounding players stood in stunned silence, taking a moment to process what had happened. Boss Yubei lost? How is that even possible? Holy crap, did you see that damage? Over 30,000? Am I seeing things? It really was over 30,000. What kind of monster is this? Did anyone record that? Who had time to record it? I thought it was just another player coming to feed Boss Yubei. The Retribution Paladin got killed just like that? Incredible! Amid the chaotic chatter, someone shouted, "There's a top player here to help us. Brothers attack." Su Shichen didn't want to lose the merit points he had just earned. He immediately charged at the Chaos Alliance players with his sword. A second ago, they were laughing and chatting. The next, they found the warrior who defeated Yubei charging into their midst. Ranged attackers. Hit him! Chaos Alliance players cried out, incredulous that someone dared to charge their 1,000-strong army alone. Melee players swarmed to encircle Su Shichen, but they had never seen Su Shichen's prowess in taking on thousands single-handedly. Otherwise, they would have turned and fled. Su Shichen moved through them like a hot knife through butter, taking down melee players with single strikes and deflecting arrows from ranged attackers with his water flow sword technique. Magic attacks were reduced to pitiful damage due to his 60 ailment resistance, 50 damage reduction from his space-time divine body, and the vast level gap. He could easily recover any lost health with a single strike. System notifications kept popping up. You have killed a level 2 private of the Chaos Alliance. Merit 1. You have killed a level 1 private of the Chaos Alliance. Merit 1. You have killed a level 3 private of the Chaos Alliance. Merit 2. Su Shichen weaved through the crowd, seizing the rare opportunity to farm merit points. He thought to himself, after today, the Chaos Alliance players would likely flee at the sight of him. In the rear of the Glory Federation ranks, a human warlock turned to the hunter beside him and said, "Bro, where did this monster come from? Did he just take down a top-tier player like you, Bay?" The two looked identical, indistinguishable except for their gear. The hunter loosed an arrow, hitting a rogue trying to ambush Su Shichen from 30 yards away. Shichen? Never heard of him. The new players these days are getting more and more impressive. Su Shichen killed the rogue with a single strike and glanced back, feeling a twinge of joy. He hadn't expected to run into these two brothers. Both were on a Langya list, ranked in the 800s, but their teamwork was said to rival a top 400 player. Su Shichen had heard of them in his previous life. Like Yubei, they were frequent visitors to the Chaos battlefield and potential candidates for a 7th tier advancement. Merit points could be farmed anytime, but he couldn't miss the chance to recruit these top players. Su Shichen cut down the warriors blocking his path with 2 swift strikes and used Shadow Step to teleport in front of Wang Quan. "Whoa, don't scare me like that." Wang Quan and Fugui both took a step back, startled by Su Shichen's sudden appearance. "Are you trying to steal my merit points?" Su Shichen's swift blade slashed out, deflecting an incoming arrow near Wang Quan's ear. "Misunderstanding, I wouldn't dare." Wang Quan broke into a cold sweat. Having just witnessed Su Shichen's insane damage, he knew a single strike would send him straight to the afterlife. Fugui quickly tried to smooth things over. "It's all yours. We're leaving now." He dragged Wang Quan, thinking it would be better to leave than to get killed by their own side, especially after surviving Yubei. "Did I say you could leave?" Su Shichen's swift blade and frost snow sword blocked their paths. Wang Quan and Fugui grew defiant, ready to fight if they had to. "What do you want? We didn't provoke you." A system notification suddenly popped up. "Shichen has invited you to join the party." Question marks appeared over their heads, puzzled by the situation. After a moment's hesitation, they accepted Su Shichen's party invitation. "Let's wipe out these Chaos Alliance players first," Su Shichen said, turning back to the enemy forces. On the battlefield, the army of the Chaos Alliance quickly fell apart after Su Shichen joined the fray. Federal players seized the opportunity to counterattack, rapidly advancing their front lines, with NPC troops following closely behind, transporting heavy siege equipment. Sensing the chance to reclaim a supply town, the federal forces, buoyed by high morale, charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Wang Quan and Fugui, the two brothers, followed behind Su Shichen, feeling uneasy. Fugui, waving his staff, cast several precise spells, taking down a fleeing Chaos Alliance priest. Wang Quan whispered, "Bro, what do you think the Shichen is all about?" "I have no idea. Let's wait and see," Fugui replied. "We're not pushovers either." Despite their reservations, they understood that once they joined the team, Su Shichen could locate them at any time. Leaving the team abruptly would trigger a system alert, so they decided to stick around and earn some more merits. The federal forces surged forward, only stopping when they reached the outskirts of the supply town. The numerous arrow towers and turrets even made Su Shichen hesitate, as players below level 10 couldn't participate in the siege. Su Shichen's merit points surpassed 200, promoting him to corporal. Killing low-rank soldiers no longer yielded significant rewards, so he sheathed his sword and approached Wang Quan and Fugui. "Hey guys, the battle is over. Can we leave now?" Wang Quan asked as soon as Su Shichen returned. He had just secretly browsed the forum for information about Shichen, especially the video where Shichen single-handedly fought against thousands, which made his scalp tingle. Is this guy a maniac? How can he kill so many people without getting tired? Fugui had also seen the video and had only one thought. This guy is not to be messed with. He cursed the ranking personnel of Langya Pavilion under his breath. "How could you rank this maniac at 986th, even lower than me by 100 places? Are you underestimating him, or overestimating me?" The brothers knew well that they couldn't withstand a single strike from Su Shichen, even if they teamed up. Su Shichen sheathed his sword and smiled. "You two are famous on the Langya list. Why so afraid of me? Who wouldn't be scared after watching you kill over 1,000 people in one go? You're practically a killing machine," Fuguwei thought to himself, but managed to smile. Sure, let's chat. What do you want to talk about? Do you two have any organization? No, we don't. Then I'll be straightforward. I'd like to invite you both to join the Xinghe mercenary group. What do you think? Is there a salary? Starting at 30,000 a month, with potential increases later. Well then, count us in. Wang Quan agreed firmly. You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to kill us. The brothers were not keen on joining a guild, but a mercenary group seemed like a good choice. Besides, with this killing machine right in front of them, refusing wasn't an option. Better to join now and see what happens. Well then, welcome aboard. Su Shichen was surprised at how smoothly things went and handed over 2 contracts. He pondered, in his previous life, these brothers were always high-level solo players. Was it because no one invited them? The system notification of Wang Quan and Fuguwei joining the Xinghe mercenary group flashed, but due to being outside the communication range, it didn't appear in the mercenary group channel. At that moment, Lu Shuyao and others had no time to welcome new members, as they were surrounded. Qiufeng, Shield of the World, Flower in Bloom, Boundless Sea, Kindergarten Killer. Hentianga laughed as he emerged from the crowd, naming each one. Oh, and another one, Infinite Charm? He had sent thieves from his guild to track Xinghe's members. Although some were discovered and killed early on, they hadn't lost track. Now leading a 50-person hunting squad from Tiandalu, Hentianga was brimming with confidence. Today, Xingchen is lucky not to be here. But after today, your Xinghe mercenary group will be history. To deal with these few, Hentianga had spared no expense. He had purchased a 5th-tier soul lock scroll from Tiandalu at a high price, which could revive all targets within a 20-yard range up to 3 times after death, with double death penalties and no return to the city's resurrection point. Although using it on these few seemed like a waste without Xingchen present, the thought of erasing the Xinghe mercenary group from Fengyu City made it worth every penny. Standing next to Hentiangu was a young man around 30 years old, wielding 2 large swords. He was Bei Shui, the captain of Tiandalu's hunting corps and a rising genius ranked 714th on the Langya list, over 200 places higher than Su Shichen. Tiandalu sending him and a squad to attack Xinghe's members was a show of respect, fueling Hentianji's confidence. Stop dawdling. Finish them off quickly. We still need to level up, Bei Shui said, seeing that Su Shichen was not present. He didn't regard Xinghe's members as a threat. With a wave of his sword, he commanded the hunting squad to launch the attack. Looks like we've been underestimated. Fong Yubian's lips curled into a cold smile. Ever since he acquired the golden behemoth bloodline, he hadn't had a chance to fight at full strength. Now, the renowned hunting group from Tiandalu would become the perfect test for his abilities. A deafening beast roar suddenly echoed, and Fong Yubian's form began to twist and transform. Golden fur surged over his body like a tidal wave, and he dropped to all fours, becoming a towering golden behemoth. This colossal creature stood over 4 meters tall, its sharp claws gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. The top-tier bloodline had enhanced his transformation skills far beyond a simple bear form. Sweep! Fong Yubian growled, and his massive golden claws slashed through the air. In an instant, 5 members of the hunting group were sent flying like broken kites. Their level 15 advantage and fine equipment were utterly insignificant against his overwhelming power. At the same time, Baozi was not to be outdone. Wielding a massive black shield wider than a door, he swung it with force, sending another 5 enemies sprawling. The formidable performance of these two instantly stabilized the battle. Behind them, Lu Shuyao raised her staff and began chanting an AoE spell. It required a significant casting time, but could turn the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, the kindergarten killer vanished into the shadows, silently guarding Lu Shuyao and Zhou Siyuan. Zhou Hai stood with his sword, forming an invisible barrier alongside the hidden kindergarten killer. Though Zhou Hai and the others hadn't acquired bloodline powers and weren't suited for the front lines, they understood their roles well. As long as they protected the mage and healer, they could provide a strong support for Fong Yubian and Baozi's assault. The battle quickly intensified. The hunting group surged like a tide, but could not break through Fong Yubian and Baozi's defenses, let alone reach the others in the back. Within a few rounds, the difference in strength was clear. Fong Yubian stood firm, each swing of his claws sending multiple enemies flying. Baozi, with his top-tier bloodline and legendary shield, remained equally unmovable. Any slight damage quickly healed by Zhou Siyuan's holy light. Hentianji's face darkened as he watched. The hunting group, Tiandalu's pride, couldn't take down a handful of people? How had they grown so powerful in just a few days? Fortunately, he had prepared well and brought 5,000 elite members. This time, they had no escape. Oh, I didn't expect the Xinghe mercenary group to have someone stronger than Xingchen, Bei Shui remarked, instantly recognizing Fong Yubian's skill. He had seen Su Shichen's videos on the forum and although impressive, they weren't top tier. His victories were due to overwhelming stats. Tianlu had also delved into bloodline powers. Beg Shui, having acquired a high-level bloodline himself, was confident he had surpassed Shichen. Charge! Frenzied strike! Beg Shui roared, brandishing two great swords as he charged at Fong Yubian. This dual-wielding skill, rare and powerful, allowed him to use two two-handed weapons simultaneously at level 15. He was confident these strikes would subdue Fong Yubian. Fong Yubian had already noticed Beg Shui's approach. His claws moved like lightning, batting the great swords aside before his massive head rammed into Beg Shui. Beg Shui staggered back, a string of damage numbers appearing above his head. The healers behind him quickly restored his health. Oh, a skill with 100 completion? I underestimated you, Beg Shui admitted, a hint of surprise in his eyes before regaining his confidence. He believed his initial failure was due to underestimating his opponent. Raising his swords again, he shouted, "Combined strike!" This ancient Tiandalu technique, mastered through great effort, merged the power of dual weapons to deal double damage, his trump card. I heard you're ranked over 700 on the Langya list? Fong Yubian taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. He raised a giant claw, exuding an invisible force. What? The realm of force. Beg Shui's face paled as his swords were suppressed by Fong Yubian's aura, unable to advance. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp claws struck his chest. Who are you? Beg Shui struggled to stand. Despite being healed, the impact of that claw still lingered. Gripping his swords tightly, his hands trembled. Too strong. He was no match. How could such a powerful individual be unknown? Fong Yubian slammed his claws into the ground, his form expanding further. The hunting group members recoiled in fear. Even their commander had fallen, and their morale was breaking. Since you're here, none of you are leaving. Lu Xiao's spell was finally ready. She pointed her staff forward, activating a powerful skill from a three-colored trial. The area within a 35-yard radius became the center of a magic circle. Blue ice spread rapidly, spikes of ice piercing through the hunting group members. Simultaneously, countless ice spears rained down from the sky. A barrage of damage numbers filled the screen, overwhelming the healers. In moments, the hunting group was annihilated, leaving only Hentian Gu and Beg Shui standing. Beg Shui took out a potion and drank it, restoring some of his health. He looked around at the bodies of his fallen subordinates. With eyes wide open and burning with rage, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You will pay for this." The power of the large-scale destruction spell was indeed astonishing, resolving the crisis in an instant. Hentian Gu was relieved that he had used a Tier 3 shield scroll just in time to survive. Knowing that he didn't have many of those life-saving scrolls left, he was furious. Let's see if you have any more large-scale destruction spells. Blood Fong attack. Before he finished speaking, a large group of elite players surged forward. Although these players were not as well-equipped or skilled as the previous hunting party, their number was a staggering 5,000. Baozi turned to Lu Shuyao with a look of anticipation. Yao Jie, it's up to you now. Lu Shuyao smiled faintly, a cold glint in her eyes. I was just wondering how effective this ultimate move would be. Blood Fong delivered themselves right to us. Such considerate people. I'll have to tell Shichen not to be too hard on them in the future. Her voice was icy enough to freeze the air as she began to wave her staff, preparing to cast her ultimate spell. The Xing'e members quickly formed a tight circle. Blood Fong's forces surged like a tidal wave, but couldn't break through the solid defense put up by Baozi and Fong Yubian. The two stood like towering pillars, holding back the entire assault. Even if some ranged attackers managed to hit them, they couldn't break their defense in a short time. Moreover, behind them, the well-equipped Su Shichen was continuously healing and buffing them. Suddenly, the sound of weapons clashing rang in Lu Shuyao's ears. The kindergarten killer appeared like a ghost, blocking two Blood Fong rogues who were trying to ambush her. Seeing this, Zhou Hai was furious, angry at his own lack of awareness that allowed the enemies to get so close to Yao Jie. With a roar, he swung his greatsword, taking down one rogue in 2 strikes. The kindergarten killer finished off the other one and then swiftly moved to Zhou Xian's side. Blocking a sudden beast claw attack with his cross dagger sit was a stealthy leopard druid. Xian, Baozi finally noticed someone had breached their defense line. He immediately threw his massive black shield. Flying shield strike. With a loud boom, the Dorzai's shield knocked the revealed leopard to the ground and then flew back to Baozi's hand. The kindergarten killer seized the moment, his daggers flashing as he took the last bit of life from the leopard, then vanished back into the shadows to protect the 2 women. Zhou Hai widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings warily, afraid of another lapse that might let Blood Fong succeed. The casting time for this ultimate move was 30 seconds. During this period, Baozi and Fong Yubian's health had dropped to half. Even with top-tier bloodline enhancements, they could barely hold on against the assault of 5,000 enemies. Su Shichen, who hadn't awakened her bloodline, struggled to provide enough healing. Suddenly, the surrounding world went dark, the sun and moon losing their light. A pitch-black void enveloped a massive area of 100,100 yards, swallowing Blood Fong's 5,000 strong army. It was as if someone had turned off the lights in a room, making it impossible to see anything. Blood Fong's forces fell into chaos, some even colliding with each other. Lu Xiao's staff continued to wave, drawing mana from her body. 3 seconds later, a flash of light appeared in the darkness, followed by a massive explosion. The surroundings were illuminated again, and countless damage numbers floated up. Apart from the 6 members of Xinghe, no enemies remained. The system notification sounded. You have killed over 1,000 players in one go, earning the advanced title, Maniac. Another message followed. You have accrued enough kill points, advancing your title Maniac to legendary level. Baozi slung the black shield onto his back and quickly approached Lu Xiao, exclaiming, Yao Jie, that was incredible. Even Brother Xingchen's destruction power can't match yours now. Lu Xiao waved her hand with a smile. It's not that exaggerated. Hurry up and check the loot on the ground. Pick the best items and fill your bags. She directed the others to gather the spoils, especially the treasures dropped by Beigua Shui, Hentiangu, and the Tiandalo hunting party, while she opened her attribute panel to check the newly acquired legendary title. Maniac legendary title. Your killing spree strikes fear into the hearts of many. Your mere presence can intimidate lesser foes. When this title is active, spell damage 15, casting speed 15, ignores level difference 8. With this title, Lu Xiao's damage output reached a new level. She happily activated the Maniac title, and the others, busy collecting loot, suddenly felt a chilling aura from behind, making them shiver. However, Lu Xiao had killed so many that her name turned pitch black, making it impossible to return to the city for a while. Unlike Su Shichen, who had such high reputation levels that he could walk into the city with a red name without being arrested by the guards instead, they would salute him. This siege was far from over. Su Shichen had been promoted to corporal, but he still had one battlefield adaptation task left to complete. Standing beneath the city walls, he watched the NPCs of the Glory Federation commanding siege engines to attack the town ahead, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Killing too quickly had become a problem. He couldn't take on other tasks until he completed the initial 3, and killing those Chaos Alliance privates yielded no rewards, putting him in an awkward position. Just then, Wang Quan approached with a longbow on his back. Captain, we got a mission to sabotage the arrow towers. Want to join us? Su Shichen nodded. Let's go. I'll keep you company. The 3 of them sneaked to the side of the town and found a breach in the city wall caused by cannon fire. At the breach, a squad of orc guards in standard gear stood ready. In front of them was an orc officer with a giant axe on his back, giving a stern speech. Stay alert. If any of those Federation scum get through, you'll answer to me. A system prompt popped up. Orc Warlord, level 30 gold tier boss. Orc Berserker, tier 2, HP 1 million. Orc Junior Soldier, level 20 elite. HP 50,000. The 3 hid behind a large rock to assess the situation. Fugue took out a potion and shook it. Captain, we've got a mission item to sneak in. What about you? Su Shichen glanced at the potion's info. Transformation potion, mission item. Transforms your appearance to that of a target for 5 minutes. Usable. 11, non-tradable. Only works on Chaos Alliance NPCs below level 20. No need for that, Su Shichen said, drawing his twin swords, Swiftwind and Frostbite, and launched himself like a meteor towards the orc warlord. Wang Quan and Fugue exchanged bewildered glances, watching Su Shinchen's back in disbelief. 12 level 20 elites and a level 30 gold tier boss, and he charged in just like that? Is the captain always this fearless? Fugue muttered. What are you standing around for? Support him. Wang Quan slapped Fugue on the back of the head, quickly drawing his longbow and taking aim. But just as he was about to shoot, the scene before him left him stunned. Su Shichen darted into the breach like a flash of lightning, his sword piercing the orc warlord. The warlord roared in pain. When did the Federation get the guts to charge Hedon? He swung his giant axe, and the surrounding orc soldiers swarmed in. At the critical moment, Su Shichen unleashed an astonishing burst of sword energy. 12 milky white arcs of sword energy exploded like fireworks, hitting all enemies indiscriminately. The 12 orc soldiers fell instantly, and the warlord's giant axe was forced to the ground by the pressure. Wang Quan and Fugue stood there, stunned, forgetting to use their weapons. They could only watch Su Shinchen's solo performance in awe. Su Shinchen's attacks were relentless. Gale Slash, Heavy Strike, Double Strike, each move was powerful and precise. Since his journey to Sunset Valley, he had acquired an epic item that greatly enhanced his attributes. Combined with his advanced sword mastery, even a gold-tier boss was no match for him now. Though the orc warlord roared in fury, his axe swings were futile. Su Shichen effortlessly parried his weapon, each strike of his other sword finding its mark. The outcome of the battle was decided from the start. Only then did Wang Quan and Fugui slowly approach the breach. Fugui couldn't help but sigh. Bro, when do you think we'll be that strong? Wang Quan rolled his eyes. In your dreams. Everyone needs a goal. I've decided the captain is mine from now on. Good luck with that. Fugui replied, knowing full well that Su Shichen, who could even defeat Yu Bei, was a goal far too distant. At that moment, the orc warlord let out a final roar. Orcs will never be slaves. His giant axe slipped from his hands, and he fell beside his fallen soldiers. Wang Quan looked back at the rock they had hidden behind, only about 30 yards away, and incredulously asked, "You took down a level 30 gold tier boss with 1 million HP in the time it took us to walk over here? Is that even humanly possible?" The system prompt appeared at the right time. Defeated a gold tier boss, orc warlord with a 10 level difference. Experience points 1000. EXP 8,008,000. Merit points 16. Su Shichen sheathed his twin swords and glanced at the loot on the ground. You guys came just in time. Clean up the battlefield. The loot from the orc warlord is your welcome gift for joining the team. He silently regretted his haste, having killed so quickly that he forgot to use Terra's blessing. What a waste! Just as the orc warlord fell, Su Shichen keenly noticed a faint wisp of blood being absorbed by the ring of slaughter. He immediately raised his hand to examine the mysterious ring closely. The power of the ring of slaughter was nearly depleted and was now greedily drawing energy from the surroundings to restore itself. Su Shichen stared at the numbers appearing on the ring. Recovery rate 0.01268. This insignificant figure made him ponder deeply. Could it be that the method to restore the ring of slaughter was as simple as continuous killing? Although the conditions seemed straightforward, Su Shichen quickly realized it was no easy task. Since arriving at the endless battlefield, he had already killed over 100 players, dozens of NPCs, and even a gold-level boss, yet the recovery rate had just barely exceeded 0.01. Fully restoring the Ring of Slaughter would undoubtedly be a long and arduous journey. Despite his doubts, Su Shichen felt a slight sense of relief. At least now he knew the method of restoration, and there would eventually be a day when it was fully restored. Although he doubted that the conditions for restoring a mythical item would be this simple, he decided to take it one step at a time. Just then, a system notification sounded. Your team has disabled an arrow tower. Your contribution is 30, earning you 9 merit points. Su Shichen then remembered that neither the Glory Federation nor the Chaos Alliance would easily destroy defensive structures when occupying a town, as they would still need to use them later. Players who accepted the task would receive a disruption item. By killing the enemy guards inside the arrow towers or turrets and using the disruption item, they could temporarily disable the defensive structures. Although he hadn't accepted the task, Su Shichen was surprised to receive merit points nonetheless. However, without the task item, even if he killed all the guards alone, his contribution would only be 30. It wasn't a total waste of effort. Do your tasks have a limit on the number of times they can be completed? Su Shichen asked. Seems like they don't, but the item can only be used 10 times, a teammate replied. Then let's hit 10 targets first, Su Shichen decided quickly, leading his 2 teammates towards the second arrow tower. The town was already in chaos. The NPC army stationed there was mostly engaged on the front lines with the Glory Federation's forces. As for the Chaos Alliance players, they had been terrorized by Su Shichen. With their leader Yu Bei dead and not returning, it seemed they were planning to abandon the town. These players, mostly around level 10, had come to the endless battlefield just to earn merit points for gear. In the first level war zone, players would only start surpassing NPCs as the main force once they reach level 25. Who would have thought they would encounter someone as formidable as Su Shichen here? Giving up was better than waiting to die. After all, the first level war zone had more than just the Dark Knight Valley map. They could always avoid him. Because of this, Su Shichen and his team moved through the town with little resistance. Even the occasional resistance was no match for Su Shichen. System notifications continued to ring. Your team has disabled an arrow tower. Your contribution is 30, earning you 9 merit points. Your team has disabled a turret. Your contribution is 30, earning you 12 merit points. Soon, the 3 of them had used up all the disruption items. As the Chaos Alliance players retreated, more and more players from the Federation who had accepted the ambush task infiltrated the town. The arrow towers and turrets were being disabled at a visible speed, boosting the morale and combat effectiveness of the Federation's forces. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the Chaos Alliance commander ordered a retreat. Reinforcements wouldn't arrive in time, and their main forces were spread across the 5 towns behind. This town had originally been taken from the Glory Federation, so losing it wasn't a big deal. The retreat horn sounded, and the Chaos Alliance army began to withdraw like a receding tide. Su Shichen stood on an arrow tower, his eyes locking onto the Chaos Alliance Commander, second-tier, undead elementalist surrounded by the retreating army. Their gazes met in midair. The system displayed. Chaos Alliance Commander. Level 30 Dark Gold Boss. Undead, second-tier, elemental archmage. HP. 2,800,000. Su Shichen considered for a moment, but ultimately decided against charging in to kill him. It wasn't worth risking his life for a nameless small boss. There were plenty of bosses and tens of thousands of elite monsters in the enemy army. For the Federation, the Glory Federation commander raised his sword, declaring victory in the counterattack. The Federation soldiers cheered and began to enter the town to secure it. No one pursued the retreating enemy forces. Many Chaos Alliance prisoners were captured in the town and were locked up to be used later to exchange for their own captured soldiers. As the Federation command established itself in the town, a system notification sounded in all participating players' ears. The Glory Federation has successfully occupied the 5th town in the first-level war zone, Dark Knight Valley. Current occupation rate, 50. Your contribution in this battle is 0.5, earning you 50 merit points. Su Shichen checked his merit points, which had reached 427, just shy of the 500 needed to be promoted to sergeant. He suddenly remembered the pile of potential potions in his inventory, which he planned to use to dominate other main city auction markets. He took out 6 advanced potential potions and handed them to Wang Quan. Take these, everyone in the group gets one, Su Shichen said. But remember, they're 100 points each, so don't forget to pay me back. After Wang Quan and Fu Gue, the two brothers, took the advanced potential potion, they continued with their missions, leaving Su Shichen with some free time. He needed to wait 10 hours to complete and adapt to the battlefield task. Feeling bored, he found a place to sit and opened the Fengyu City Forum. 2 highly popular posts immediately caught his attention. Shocking. What did the 6 members of the Xingham mercenary group do? It's utterly insane. It turns out Shichen isn't the strongest in the Xingham mercenary group. Doubters, come and argue. I'm here to educate you today. Su Shichen frowned, wondering if something had happened to the Xingham mercenary group. He quickly clicked on the first post, which contained a video. After watching it, his frown relaxed as he realized the group's strength had significantly improved, and there was little need for him to worry. Below the post were various heated comments from Fengyu City players. The Xingham mercenary group members are monsters, right? That was the Tiandalu hunting squad. So what? Didn't you see all 5,000 Blood Fong members get wiped out? Hati and Gu, either embarrassing himself or on the way to doing so. Chiofeng's skills are just too OP. First, she one-shots 50 members of the hunting squad, and then she wipes out an entire 5,000-member Blood Fong army with one skill? This is so unbalanced. Balance? In Lingyu? Weakness is the original sin. I can easily take down 3 or 4 players of the same level. Tiandalu hunting squad? 50 against 6 and they got wiped out? Even I could do that. That's Bei Shui, ranked 714 on the Lengyu list, completely helpless against Fong Wubian? Who is this person? Never heard of them before. How can I join the Xingham mercenary group? The online discussion overwhelmingly praised the Xingham mercenary group, but Su Shichen wasn't so optimistic. He wondered why Tiandalu members appeared. In his previous life, Tiandalu hadn't interfered in Fengyu City. His rebirth had once again altered history's course. However, he wasn't too worried. As a top-tier guild, Tiandalu couldn't deploy all its forces to Fengyu City. With Fong Wubian around, they could handle it. He decided to use Tiandalu as a whetstone for his team. After all, he couldn't always be their babysitter. Without challenges, how could they improve quickly? Su Shichen then turned his attention to the second post titled, Fong Wubian is the strongest in the Xingham mercenary group. Watch this video. The post continued after the video. Do you think Bei Shui, ranked 712 on the Lengyu list, is overrated? Don't rush to criticize. Today, I'll explain some things you might not know. The post detailed the evolution of rules in virtual games over the past 2 centuries and the deep foundations of superpowers. The author revealed a secret. To enter the top 800 on the Lengyu list, one must master combat skills. Yes, you read that right. Not just skills, but a term for extremely high-level techniques in virtual games that are almost impossible for regular players to grasp, the author explained. Why are those super guilds so strong in every game? Because they have complete training in combat skills and even higher-level inheritances. The author also mentioned a higher realm, the realm of force, and asserted that Fong Wubian had reached this level. That's why I say Shichen isn't the strongest in the Xingham mercenary group. Fong Wubian is. You'll see when next month's Lengyu list comes out. Fong Wubian's ranking will be much higher than Shinchen's. The comments section exploded again. Combat skills? The realm of force? What are these? Never heard of them. Is the author making this up? Nonsense. I don't believe these can compare to Shinchen's terrifying attack power. I admit Fong Wubian is strong, but Xingqian is definitely stronger. No argument. I always wondered how those super guilds are so strong in every game. Didn't realize it was this deep. No wonder Tianlu has been trying to become a superpower for 5 years without success. Do they have anyone who can beat Feng Wubian? Su Shichen frowned, feeling uneasy that secrets long kept by the virtual gaming community were being exposed. The poster had hidden their ID, leaving their intentions unclear. He began to worry that the Xinghe mercenary group was being watched. Why were there always videos being leaked, making them seem unusually high profile? This wasn't a good sign. It felt as if an unseen eye was constantly monitoring Xinghe's movements. After a while, Su Shichen noticed the post had been deleted, indicating that someone didn't want more people to know these things. He couldn't help but recall his previous life, where he didn't even know about realms beyond combat skills until his rebirth. This world seemed more complicated than he had imagined. In the city of Litian within the Shunhua Empire, the Tower of Heaven and Earth reigned supreme like an uncrowned king. Its reputation is so formidable that no guild dares to challenge it. This fearsome reputation is largely due to the elite 10,000 strong hunting corps under its command. At this moment, inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, a middle-aged man is intently listening to a report from Beigua Shui. With a grave expression, Beigua Shui says, "Master, the mission failed. We didn't expect that the Xinghe mercenary group would have a master at the realm of force." The middle-aged man Song Lang, the master of the Tower of Heaven and Earth, shakes his head lightly. "Xiao Bei, it's not your fault." His gaze sweeps over the closed forum interface, where the video of Beigua Shui's defeat is still fresh in his memory. This Feng Wubian is indeed very strong, far from being an unknown newcomer. To take them down, we'll need the elders to intervene. Beigua Shui takes a deep breath. The pressure from Feng Wubian is something I've only felt from the 3 great elders of our tower. He pauses and adds, "Unlike the elders who handle external affairs, the 3 great elders are our tower's strongest combat force. In this new spiritual realm, individual strength seems to be more crucial than ever." Song Lang ponders for a moment. No need. They are occupied with another task and can't be bothered with these minor issues. A gleam flashes in his eyes. "We've already acquired most of Bloodfang's shares. It's time to send more people to take over and rebrand it as the Bloodfang branch of our tower. As for the Xinghe mercenary group, avoid direct confrontation. Deploy a 100-man assassination team to constantly harass their actions and kill any stragglers whenever possible. I doubt they can always be on guard against thieves." "Understood," Beigua Shui replies, secretly admiring the master's thorough planning. There's no need to hinder their own progress for a few members of the Xinghe mercenary group. Song Lang waves his hand dismissively. "All right, go ahead. The Xinghe mercenary group is not a threat. Our current goal is to become a superpower. The spiritual realm is a great opportunity, and once we're free, we can easily deal with them. The real threat we need to watch out for are the superpowers of the Glory Federation. They won't let us share the spoils easily." Meanwhile, Su Shichen is focused on improving his skills. The system notifications keep popping up. "Your heavy slash skill has reached level 7. Your double strike skill has reached level 7. Your meteor skill has reached level 2. You have completed the challenge task Adapt to the Battlefield, earning 50 merit points, 100,000 experience points, and 10 silver coins." Su Shichen looks at his progress with satisfaction. The heavy slash skill now deals 160-300 damage, and each strike of the double strike skill deals 100 physical damage. While heavy slash might deal higher damage for ordinary players, for Su Shichen, who possesses time and space power that ignores 100 armor, double strike is clearly more advantageous. The meteor skill has also improved, with increased range and damage, and a reduced cooldown by 2 seconds. Having completed the Adapt to the Battlefield task, Su Shichen steps into the Federation Command Center. The commanding officer looks up and says straightforwardly, "Sergeant Shichen, you're just in time. We have a challenging task that needs to be completed. Consider it done." Su Shichen replies, standing at attention. The system notification pops up. "You have accepted the task, escort the dwarf craftsman. The front lines are in dire need of dwarf craftsmen. Please return to the rearmost town and escort the craftsmen here. Beware of ambushes from the Chaos Alliance. Successful completion rewards 100 merit points, 500,000 experience points, and 20 silver coins. If more than 5 craftsmen die, the task will be considered a failure, and 50 merit points will be deducted. This task is highly challenging. It is recommended to form a team. The task can be shared, and the recommended team size is 5, with a minimum rank of sergeant." Seeing that the task can be shared, Su Shichen immediately contacts Wang Quan and Fuguei via communicator. "What's your rank now? Have you finished your current tasks? I have a task that we can do together." Wang Quan and Fuguei quickly reply, "We just finished a task in the rearmost town. I'll take some time to get back." "Don't come back. Wait for me." The task starts there, and it's an escort mission, Su Shichen responds. Fugaway immediately replies, "Got it, Commander. Wait for us." A moment later, a system prompt appears. Your teammate Fugaway is using a summoning ritual to summon you to Dark Night, Canyon coordinates 4618735472454, 154. Do you accept? Su Shichen raises an eyebrow, thinking, they learned the summoning ritual, a rare early game skill, at level 15? Impressive, truly worthy of being on the Langya list. He accepts Fugaway's summon without hesitation. The summoning ritual is a skill of the Warlock class, allowing one teammate to summon another within a certain range to their location. The skill's upgrade process is unique, requiring the use of space crystals. At higher levels, it can even summon across empires, but that distance is only achievable later in the game. Summoning across cities requires space crystals, with the consumption increasing with distance. Thus, cross-city summoning has become a luxury only the wealthy can afford, commonly known as taking a flight. Are you two planning to stick around this endless battlefield forever? In the Dark Night Gorge, Su Shichen and Wang Quan Fugaway escorted a carriage carrying 50 dwarf craftsmen, moving slowly along the rugged mountain path. The wheels crunched over the gravel, producing a dull sound. PvP is where the fun's at. Those dungeons are too formulaic and get boring after a while, Su Shichen said nonchalantly, his eyes scanning the dark cliffs around them. Wang Quan gripped his longbow, 2 arrows pinched between his fingers, his gaze alert. The captain accepted the escort mission, which means the Chaos Alliance will definitely issue an interception task. Just wonder how strong the ones coming will be. Su Shichen patted Wang Quan's shoulder with a smile. Don't be so tense. We just set out. Even if someone from the Chaos Alliance took the task, they wouldn't get here this fast. As Su Shichen predicted, nothing happened until they passed the second town. However, Wang Quan remained highly vigilant and ingrained habit of his profession. Expert thieves from the Chaos Alliance often strike when you think you're safest, he reminded in a low voice. Su Shichen, hands behind his head, replied casually, this task isn't that hard. There's no way someone as strong as you Bai Yi would show up. Suddenly, without warning, Wang Quan raised his bow and fired a double shot. 2 thieves appeared in front of the carriage, each taking a hit. Wang Quan had split his double shot skill to hit 2 different targets. Then, a flash of eerie blue light enveloped the entire carriage in ice, bringing it to a halt. It's a trap, Wang Quan shouted. Quite a few of them, Fugays. Wang Quan drew another arrow and shot it into the sky. With a bang, it exploded midair, casting a white glow over the ground. 6 more stealthy thieves appeared around the carriage. Fugaway reacted quickly, moving to the front of the carriage as Wang Quan fired the first arrow. He swung his staff and shouted, "Ring of fire!" A red circle burst from Fugaway, pushing the 6 thieves 20 yards away. Without pausing, Fugaway's staff glowed green as he traced a complex sigil in the air. Summon Infernal! A meteor wreathed in green flames descended beside the carriage, scattering the thieves ready to swarm. A 4-meter-tall infernal demon emerged from the crater, its body ablaze with ghostly green fire. It roared at the thieves, swiping its massive hands. Suddenly, a purple glowing arrow flew towards Fugaway. Without flinching, Fugaway continued to wield his staff, directing the infernal to attack the thieves. With a thud, Wang Quan intercepted the arrow midair with his own shot. Fugaway quickly cast a dual spell, Incinerate, Chaos Bolt. A ball of red fire and a skull wrapped in green hellfire shot out, instantly taking down a Chaos Alliance thief. Wang Quan activated his Eagle Eye ability and shouted, "Over there!" A Chaos Alliance undead hunter, shocked that his arrow was intercepted, drew another arrow for a sneak attack. Wang Quan's barrage of arrows rained down on the hunter, who rolled to dodge, unable to counterattack. Suddenly, Wang Quan smirked, "Finally lost your patience." Arcane Shot, Serpent Sting, Feigned Death. Wang Quan fired a rapid series of arrows, dropping the undead hunter instantly. At the same time, a dagger appeared behind Wang Quan, another thief who had remained hidden. Prepared, Wang Quan used his Feigned Death skill, dropping to the ground and causing the thief's dagger to stab empty air. The thief was stunned, never having encountered such a tactic. Disengage! Wang Quan quickly canceled his Feigned Death, sprang up, and used his Disengage skill to leap away, firing an arrow midair at the bewildered thief. The thief wasn't slow either, crossing his daggers to block Wang Quan's shot and activating a speed boost to charge at him. Suddenly, the thief found himself encased in ice, unable to move. Wang Quan had preemptively placed a freezing trap at his feet. Su Shichen reclined with his hands behind his head, leisurely watching the impressive performance of the Wang Quan brothers. Such minor enemies weren't worth his personal effort. Wang Quan and Fugaway handled them with ease. In less than 2 minutes, The 10 ambushing players from the Chaos Alliance were swiftly taken down by Wang Quan Fugui. Impressive, as expected from the twins ranked in the top 900 of the Langya list. You two make a great team, Su Shichen praised. Wang Quan modestly replied, Captain, your skills are already enough to secure the top spot on the Langya list. He thought to himself, having personally witnessed Su Shichen's extraordinary prowess. Su Shichen shook his head at the compliment. You underestimate the top experts on the Langya list. Captain, stop being so modest, Fugui interjected. We saw you take down Yubei with our own eyes. As he spoke, he approached with hellfire, leaving a trail of eerie green flames. These thieves were too weak. They didn't even last 5 minutes against hellfire. Su Shichen explained, I just had the advantage of better attributes. In terms of pure skill, I'm still far from Yubei. Their previous battle had made him aware of his current level and the long road ahead to reach the peak of the spirit realm. In the game world, attributes are king, Wang Quan stated. To him, a win was a win, and attributes were part of one's strength. Su Shichen laughed heartily. Well said. Keep working hard, both of you, and aim to get a top-tier bloodline soon. Wang Quan's words seemed to unlock something within him, and a powerful aura began to form in his heart. Having a second chance at life. How could he not have the confidence to stand at the pinnacle of the spirit realm? It was time for the old guard of the superpowers to retire. The Shinga mercenary group would certainly secure a place among the elite forces of the spirit realm. Along the way, they encountered 3 more ambushes, but Su Shichen did not intervene. He simply followed the transport carriage for most of the journey. As they neared the newly occupied town, less than 1,000 yards away, Su Shichen suddenly sensed danger. He quickly drew his gale blade and held it behind him. Clang! A sharp metallic clash rang out. Wang Quan immediately drew his bow, ready to provide support. You and Fugui protect the transport carriage. Leave this to me, Su Shichen ordered sternly. The thief, having missed his strike, vanished instantly. Su Shichen felt the force on his gale blade and slowly drew his other sword, Frost Snow. This had to be a top-tier thief with at least a high-level bloodline. It was time to get some exercise. The Wang Quan brothers immediately took their positions in front of the transport carriage, prepared for any attack. Su Shichen's command meant that the battle ahead was beyond their capabilities. Their task was to ensure the transport carriage was not ambushed. Suddenly, Su Shichen sensed imminent danger. He spun around, slashing with gale blade, but hit nothing, just a shadow. Reacting quickly, he swung Frost Snow with his left hand. Clang! Sword collided with dagger once more, and the thief vanished again. So many stealth skills? Su Shichen frowned. Normally, his strength would inflict significant damage when blocking an attack, but both times the sword had vibrated several times, indicating the opponent had expertly deflected his force. At this moment, a figure appeared 50 yards away. The figure wore a mask, black attire, and wielded 2 daggers glinting with cold light. Only the eyes were visible, surrounded by sunken sockets and pale skin characteristics of the undead race. Contrary to popular belief, they weren't skeletons but looked quite human, though malnourished. Long ago, they were human but were abandoned by the Federation after contracting an unknown virus. They then joined the Chaos Alliance and became one of its main races. Yubei Shu. Su Shichen's eyes twitched upon seeing the ID above the figure. This was Yubei's younger brother, who had risen to fame 2 years later than Yubei, but had been a top player in the gaming world for over 20 years. He was the top thief of the Shichen Guild, currently ranked 67th on the Langya list, and a future peak-level thief saint. Looks like you want to follow in your brother's footsteps? Su Shichen tightened his grip on his swords, remaining vigilant while keeping his tone confident. Kid, I'm not the same as Yubei, Yubei Shu sneered. Just because he didn't use his bloodline doesn't mean I won't. Today, I'll show you that it's not yet your time. With that, he vanished into stealth mode again. Su Shichen focused intensely, but couldn't sense any trace of his opponent. Truly a top-ranked monster from the Langya list. He had no choice but to wait for the enemy's first move, a nerve-wracking feeling. Su Shichen lowered his swords and closed his eyes, concentrating fully on the impending attack. Come on, show me how much of my strength I need to unleash against the top thief of the Shichen Guild. Near the troop transport, the Wang brothers Wang Quan and Fu Gui were fiercely battling players from the Chaos Alliance. Wang Quan had transformed into a human arrow tower, firing arrows like rain, while Fu Gui had become a spell turret, unleashing continuous magic attacks. Over a dozen Chaos Alliance players struggled to approach the vehicle under their relentless assault. Inside the vehicle, the dwarf craftsmen, already familiar with the brothers' prowess, remained calm, with some even leisurely sipping on their drinks. Meanwhile, the battlefield where Su Shichen stood was a stark contrast. The gentle breeze of the Nightfall Canyon brushed past as he stood with his eyes closed, surrounded by an eerie silence, as if Yubei Shu had already left. Suddenly, Su Shichen's eyes snapped open, and he swung his twin sword's whirlwind slash followed by frost strike. Both strikes precisely hit the shadow of Yu Baishu, the prelude to his signature move, Shadow Step. At the moment Su Shichen attacked the shadow, Yu Baishu had already stealthily moved behind him, aiming a dagger at the back of his head. Su Shichen had anticipated this and immediately activated the control immunity skill of his Curse Crown, swiftly turning to counterattack. Yu Baishu's eyes narrowed as he used Shadow Step again, creating three identical figures around Su Shichen, making it impossible to distinguish the real one. Without hesitation, Su Shichen employed his flowing water sword technique, his sword light clashing fiercely with Yu Baishu's dagger in midair. Each clash sent multiple vibrations through the sword, indicating that Yu Baishu had perfected his ninefold slash, with each strike containing several imperceptible shadows, the combined force enough to rival Su Shichen's immense strength. The battle grew more intense as Yu Baishu's three figures attacked simultaneously. Su Shichen keenly spotted a flaw, stepped back half a pace, and executed a whirlwind slash in a semicircle, enveloping all three figures. Yu Baishu reacted swiftly, activating his vanish skill to avoid the attack, and then reappeared behind Su Shichen, targeting his vital points with his dagger. Su Shichen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned, using his own momentum to slash and dispel Yu Baishu's imposing aura. They clashed again, still evenly matched. Yu Baishu spoke slowly, reaching the level of momentum at such a young age. It's a pity you're with the Glory Federation. Despite his words, his hands never stopped, his twin daggers dancing like butterflies, so fast that Su Shichen could barely keep up. Su Shichen once again used his flowing water sword technique, blocking all of Yu Baishu's attacks. Seeing this, Yu Baishu's demeanor changed abruptly. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but today I'll show you the difference even within the same level of momentum. As he spoke, his presence vanished, and his twin daggers became erratic, each strike carrying an inexplicable sharpness, gradually tearing through Su Shichen's defense. Realizing his defense was about to break, Su Shichen decisively unleashed a burst of sword energy. 12 milky white sword auras shot up and crashed down, covering a 10-yard radius around him. Yu Baishu anticipated this and used a skill to relocate 30 yards away, leaving behind two shadows that quickly dissipated under the sword energy. Unwilling to be outdone, Su Shichen initiated an attack for the first time, using Shadow Step to appear behind Yu Baishu and slashing with his sword. Yu Baishu responded calmly. It's useless. With just one dagger, he blocked Su Shichen's attack. The vibrations from Whirlwind Slash transmitted through the sword, a sharp force traveling up the blade, making Su Shichen grip his sword tighter, almost losing his hold. Yu Baishu's ninefold slash, combined with a stronger level of momentum and enhanced by his bloodline power, allowed a rogue to match Su Shichen in strength. Su Shichen knew he could easily win by using reverse flow, but he chose not to. Rarely did he encounter an opponent who could pressure him in a normal state, making this a perfect opportunity to learn from his adversary and improve himself. Let's go again. Su Shichen's twin swords slashed continuously, each strike carrying an unstoppable momentum, putting pressure on Yu Baishu. Unwilling to be outdone, Yu Baishu activated the rare rogue AoE skill Feast of Slaughter. His body turned ethereal, becoming untargetable as over a dozen daggers materialized, attacking Su Shichen relentlessly. Su Shichen used his flowing water sword technique once more, blocking all the attacks. He understood that Yu Baishu's goal was merely to break free from the suppression of his twin swords. At Yu Baishu's level, he couldn't yet enhance such skills with momentum. 3 seconds later, the Feast of Slaughter ended, and Yu Baishu reappeared, splitting into 3 figures again. 6 daggers attacked simultaneously, each carrying a sharp aura, making it difficult for Su Shichen to discern the real one. Fugawei and Wang Quan leaned against the troop transport vehicle, watching the fierce battle between two fighters in the distance. They had just finished dealing with all the players from the Chaos Alliance, and were now discussing the ongoing duel in front of them. Bro, Yu Baishu has been a renowned veteran for over 20 years. How could he have the nerve to challenge the captain? Fugawei frowned. Winning is one thing, but if he loses, won't it be a huge embarrassment? Wang Quan shook his head, his eyes fixed on the fight ahead. Who knows what that old guy is thinking? But it's not often we get to watch a top-tier duel up close like this. Fugawei asked again. Why does it look like the captain's at a disadvantage? Is Yu Baishu really stronger than his brother? Yesterday, Su Shichen didn't take this long to deal with Yu Bei. Just focus and watch, Wang Quan said impatiently. Maybe the captain is just toying with him. Although the two brothers had not yet mastered combat techniques, and were far from reaching this state of momentum, they were still fully absorbed in observing every detail. In the battlefield, Su Shichen was fully attuned to the vibrations and sharpness transmitted through his dual swords. The heightened awareness brought by his rebirth had given him exceptional insight, and as the fight progressed, he gradually understood the principles behind the ninefold slash. The essence of this technique lay in controlling the weapon's vibrations through precise muscle movements, achieving a specific frequency that would create sword shadows and exponentially increase the attack's power at the moment of impact. Su Shichen continuously adjusted the force of his swings, trying to grasp the technique. However, Yu Baishu, a seasoned veteran in the gaming world, quickly noticed Su Shichen's intentions. He smirked disdainfully, thinking, does he really think he can master a combat technique so easily? It took me over a year to get the basics down, and that was with Yu Bai's personal guidance. To prevent Su Shichen from further comprehending the technique, Yu Baishu decisively activated the rogue's burst skill shadow dance. A shadow appeared behind him, significantly increasing his attack speed and power, aiming for a quick victory. Seeing this, Su Shichen's lips curled into a smile as he activated Gale Force. The battle intensified once more, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Aside from a deliberate sneak attack Su Shichen took, neither managed to inflict substantial damage. This was exactly what Su Shichen wanted. Rarely encountering such a good opponent, he didn't want the fight to end quickly. The clash of weapons was incessant, and the aura around Su Shichen's sword gradually grew sharper. Yu Baishu was shocked, cold sweat forming on his forehead. How is this possible? He thought in disbelief. This guy is a monster. He's advancing in the state of momentum just after a few exchanges? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to challenge him. After another fruitless clash, Yu Baishu decisively retreated. Su Shichen did not pursue, but raised an eyebrow and asked, what? Weren't you going to show me the difference between us? Although Yu Baishu was wearing a mask, his eyes had clearly changed. He said in a low voice, you're the most formidable young fighter I've ever seen. Oh. Su Shichen pointed his sword, his tone mocking. Can't beat me. So now you're flattering me? Weren't you just saying that even within the state of momentum, there's a difference? Come on, continue. He didn't want to miss such a good practice opportunity, afraid that his opponent might leave. Yu Baishu sheathed his dagger, his tone calm. Kid, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't try to provoke me. He had already decided not to fight anymore, fearing that Su Shichen might truly master the ninefold slash if they continued. Fine, if you don't want to fight, then don't. Have a safe trip. Su Shichen also sheathed his sword and walked towards the troop transport vehicle, but his vigilance did not wane, ready for any possible sneak attack. It wasn't until he reached Wang Quan and Fu Ge that Su Shichen looked back and saw that Yu Baishu had already disappeared. He had no intention of killing his opponent, as they were merely from different factions, not mortal enemies. Recalling the void threat mentioned by the drunkard from the Hall of Glory, he thought that perhaps one day, the Glory Federation and the Chaos Alliance might fight side by side. Fu Ge smiled and flattered. As expected of the captain, even the famous Yu Baishu couldn't handle you. Su Shichen didn't respond, but drew his gale blade and slashed forcefully. Two distinct wind sounds could be heard, and a faint sword shadow appeared, though the two were not perfectly aligned. Looks like I'm still a bit off, Su Shichen muttered to himself, clearly understanding that mastering the ninefold slash wasn't easy. Wang Quan and Fu Ge were stunned. Fu Ge exclaimed, you learned his unique skill just like that? As expected, the captain is a monster. System notification sounded, announcing the completion of the mission. Escort the dwarf craftsman mission completed. Reward: 100 merit points, 500,000 experience points, 20 silver coins. Following this, a thrilling message appeared. Congratulations! Your rank has been promoted to sergeant. After Yo Hakusho left, Su Shichen, Fu Ge, and Hua Yawaki successfully escorted the troop transport to the frontline town. Suddenly, Fu Ge excitedly shouted, Captain, check the forum! The deputy captain has posted a bounty. Su Shichen immediately opened the Whispering City forum, and a sensational bounty notice caught his eye. The Xinghe mercenary group hereby places a bounty on all members of Blood Fong from today onwards. Any player who submits a video of killing a Blood Fong member can claim a reward from Qian Duo at the Xinghe auction house. Ordinary members: 1 silver coin per kill. High-ranking members: 5 silver coins per kill. Elite group members: 15 silver coins per kill. And elite squad members: 30 silver coins per kill. Killing Hentian Go once will earn a reward of 5 gold coins. This bounty is effective indefinitely. The Xinghe mercenary group is financially robust, so there's no worry about the rewards. The bounty notice instantly caused an uproar on the forum, with various comments flooding in. Xinghe mercenary group is fierce. This is the first time I've seen anyone dare to place a bounty on a big guild. Our squad just took down 10 ordinary Blood Fong members, earned 10 silver coins. Way faster than grinding dungeons. Where are the Blood Fong members? Why aren't they fighting back? Forget it. Would you dare to place a bounty on Xinghe? Even if they offered 100 gold per head, would you dare to collect? Who cares about their grudges? This is a boon for us solo players. I'm off to hunt Blood Fong. Forming a team to hunt Blood Fong, join fast. Meanwhile, the situation in Whispering City took a sudden turn. The 100-man thief team sent by Bei Wuxue caused significant trouble for Xinghe mercenary group, but also thoroughly enraged Lu Shuyao. This bounty notice officially declared an all-out war between Xinghe and Blood Fong. The Blood Fong guild channel was in chaos. Just got out of a dungeon and got insta-killed. How are we supposed to play this game? 3 thieves popped out of nowhere and stunned me to death. Elite Squad 2, Team 5 got wiped out. There's so many of them. It's like they're on steroids. Where's the guild leader? Say something. Didn't we join the guild to avoid getting bullied? I'm quitting. Blood Fong is trash. No point staying. The system announcement soon followed. Ordinary member Xiaosa Ge has been kicked out of the guild. Hentian Ge finally spoke up. All members avoid acting alone. We've accepted an investment from Tiandi Lu, and from now on, will be known as Tiandi Lu Bloodfong branch. Tiandi Lu has sent an elite team. Xinghe won't be arrogant for long. However, the members were not convinced. Bullshit. Didn't you boast about Tiandi Lu's hunting team? They got wiped out too. I'm quitting. Blood Fong is hopeless. Furious, Hentian Ge yelled at Bei Wuxue. Xinghe has gone too far. We need to post a bounty too. Bei Wuxue, analyzing calmly, said, it's useless. Even I can't beat them. Who do you expect to collect the bounty? Those ranked higher than me on the Langya list? They won't care about your money. He frowned, realizing that Xing's tactic of cutting off their resources was hitting home. Bloodfong had only recently settled in Whispering City, and within a single day, hundreds of members had quit. If this continued, who would dare join them? After a moment of contemplation, Bei Wuxue said, the boss can't spare any more people to deal with Xinghe for now. Don't worry, how much money can they have with just an auction house? He'll send 2 more 100-man thief teams to make sure they suffer too. On the other side, Lu Shuyao, having killed too many, had her name turned pitch black, preventing her from entering the city. She relied on Yuziu and Shasho to bring her supplies. The thief teams from Tiandi Lu continued to lurk in the shadows, watching for an opportunity. Zhou Hai, slashing down a small monster, laughed heartily. Ha, this is great. I heard many Bloodfong members have already quit. Having been ambushed by Bloodfong several times before, they were filled with anger. Now Lu Shiyao's bounty was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, both avenging them and allowing them to level up. Hua Yawaki reported with a pained expression. Chen Duo has tallied the rewards. We've already paid out 167 gold. Bloodfong ordinary members have been killed over 5,800 times, high-ranking members over 1,000 times, and elite group members over 300 times. The elite squad hasn't suffered any casualties yet, probably because they haven't been found. That's a lot of money. Such a waste. She couldn't help but sigh. Lu Shuyao smiled slightly. Money isn't an issue. I want Bloodfong members to always be on edge. She was never one to have a good temper, except when she was with Su Shichen. Let them follow if they want. I wonder if they can keep up later. With the legendary killing spree title granting her level advantage, Lu Shuyao prepared to lead Xinghe members to higher level maps. Those thieves were in for a tough time. Wind Whisper City, Cloud Plains. On this level 20 map, members of the Xinghe mercenary group were methodically clearing out monsters, steadily advancing deeper into the plains. Several dozen yards behind them, a group of sneaky figures followed closely. Leader, the Xinghe people are too strong. They're clearing this level 20 map like it's nothing. The monsters here are too high level. We've already lost over a dozen brothers. Someone in the Thieves Guild whispered in complaint. Stay cautious and follow the path they've cleared. The leader, Su Shichen, responded in a low voice. If they keep pushing forward like this, it won't be long before they encounter the boss. That will be our chance. Don't be afraid of dying. The guild will compensate you. On the Xinghe mercenary group side, Zhou Siyuan leaned close to Lu Shuyao and whispered, Sister Yao, I think they're still following us. Lu Shuyao smirked. Don't worry. You'll get to see a good show soon. She had already devised a plan to deal with these thieves, determined to make sure they wouldn't leave unscathed. Sweep! Fong Wubian shouted as a massive, beastly claw swept out, instantly sending 3 small monsters flying. These creatures were trivial to them, but Lu Shuyao alone outperformed them all in terms of damage output. Suddenly, a spine-chilling roar echoed through the sky. A mighty lion, twice the size of a normal one, charged forward with over 10 lionesses. Clearly, the Xinghe group had trespassed into its territory. A system notification popped up. Savage Lion King, level 25, gold tier boss, HP, 850,000. Lion King's harem, level 23, elite, HP, 46,000. Baozi and Fong Wubian charged forward without hesitation, one to tank the boss, the other to draw the lioness's attention. Don't go all out, but make it look like you are, Lu Shuyao instructed quietly, taking a scroll from her bag and holding it in her hand with a mysterious smile. The team understood her intentions and suppressed their strength. engaging the monsters in a battle that appeared much more difficult than it was. Meanwhile, the Thieves Guild channel buzzed with excitement. Leader, you're a genius. They've encountered the boss. Ah, our chance is here. So, what's the plan? Should we hit them now? I've been following them for so long, I'm about to die of boredom. Seeing victory within reach, Su Shichen remained calm and said in the channel, hold on, let the boss wear them down a bit more. On the Xingha side, the battle seemed fraught with danger. Baozi and Fong Yuwubian's health bars were dropping, but the Savage Lion King's HP was also steadily decreasing. Barring any surprises, they would soon take down this gold-tier boss. Suddenly, the Savage Lion King slammed its paw onto Baozi's black shield and let out an earth-shaking roar. All lion-type monsters within 100 yards responded to the call, swarming towards the Xingha members. Lu Shuyao acted decisively, instantly casting a field of blue ice that covered a 35-yard radius. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, and a barrage of ice shards appeared out of thin air, raining down on the enemies. The screen was filled with damage numbers, and the lion monsters, trapped in the icy hell, had their movement speed drastically reduced. Lu Shuyao followed up with Ice Orb and Blizzard, while Zhou Hai charged into the lion pack with a whirlwind slash. The team's AoE skills went off one after another. The Lion King roared again, and both it and the lionesses grew larger, their eyes turning red as they entered a berserk state. Their attack frequency increased, and the Xingha team found themselves in a tough battle. At this moment, Su Shichen's eyes lit up. He knew their opportunity had arrived. If they didn't act now, the Xingha team might survive the ordeal, but there was no room for might anymore. Move in, controlled Xiaofeng first. Don't let her use that screen-blackening skill, Su Shichen ordered. Nearly 300 thieves silently approached in stealth, ready to strike. They're coming. Lu Shuyao, who had been monitoring the situation behind them, noticed the movement. Her focus was never on the boss. Several thieves had already been forced out of stealth by the monsters. Blink! She teleported to the center of the Xingha team and swiftly tore the scroll in her hand. A system notification popped up. You have used a Tier 4 scroll, Mass Invisibility. All party members within 15 yards enter invisible state for 60 seconds. The 6 Xingha members vanished instantly, leaving the charging thieves dumbfounded. What awaited them was a pack of berserk elite lionesses and the gold-tier boss Lion King. The Lion King paused for a moment when its enemies disappeared, quickly spotting the approaching thieves. It roared in fury, leading the remaining lion pack in a frenzied attack on the thieves. A brutal massacre ensued. A group of level 13.4 thieves found themselves surrounded by level 20 monsters and a boss. The outcome was inevitable. The Thieves Guild from Tiandalu was wiped out in less than a minute, serving as a live demonstration for the few members of the Xingha mercenary group. The members of the Xingha mercenary group re-emerged, moving with practiced precision and seamless coordination, continuing their focus on defeating the boss. After downing the boss, they wasted no time and prepared to delve deeper. This time, it wouldn't be so easy for Tiandalu's people to track them down again. Beiguo was beside himself with rage, roaring, "Wiped out? What were you all doing?" The fact that a 300-member thieves guild from Tiandalu was being toyed with by just 6 people from the Xingha mercenary group was an utter disgrace. Tiandalu's base was located in Litian City, and they couldn't shift their focus to Fengyu City at the moment. For now, they seemed powerless against the few members of the Xingha mercenary group. Each of those 6 individuals was an expert, and even if Beiguo led the Blood Fong against the 2 top guilds in Fengyu City, he wouldn't be this helpless. Beiguo sighed deeply and said to Hentian Go, "Forget it, let's admit defeat. Tell our members not to act alone. Even the solo players won't dare to challenge our team." Hentian Ji's eyes were cold, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I can't swallow this. It's a joke that even our Tiandalu can't handle the Xingha mercenary group." Beiguo tried to calm him. "You have to swallow it. Or are we going to completely disrupt Tiandalu's plans because of these 6 people? Don't worry. Once the guild master is free, they'll be done for." Meanwhile, Su Shichen had been staying in the endless battlefield, continuously taking and completing missions. The system notification sounded. Your rank has been promoted to sergeant, with a merit score of 1002 points. The missions he completed were naturally of high difficulty. Now, he had caught up with the top experts in the endless battlefield in terms of rank progression. Su Shichen thought to himself, it's time to counterattack the Chaos Alliance. Since I'm here, I must resolve the conflict in Dark Knight Canyon. This contested territory must belong to the Glory Federation. As for the mercenary group, with Lu Shuyao and Fong Yuwubian around, I don't need to worry for now. Those bounty missions are just minor skirmishes. Once the major guilds establish towns, I'll make Bloodfong and Tiandalu understand the consequences of provoking the Xingha mercenary group. Since his encounter with Yubaishu a few days ago, he hadn't seen any members of the Su Shichen Guild. It seemed they'd given up on the Dark Knight Canyon map and moved elsewhere. With two troublesome enemies out of the picture, Su Shichen was naturally relieved. Su Shichen walked into the command center and said to the commander, "Commander, I would like to take on the mission to capture Dark Knight Canyon." This mission was only available to sergeants and above, which was why he had been tirelessly completing tasks to increase his merit score over the past few days. The commander was already familiar with Su Shichen, recognizing his impressive strength. He took a potion and a disc from the drawer and handed them over, reminding him, "Sergeant Shichen, this mission is very challenging. You might want to recruit some help." The system notification immediately followed. "You have accepted the mission Capture Dark Knight Canyon, a public mission with rewards determined by contribution. Level 1 War Zone Dark Knight Canyon, contested territory, current occupation rate 58. Although players were not the primary combat force in the endless battlefield at this stage, their completion of battlefield missions affected factors such as morale, giving the Glory Federation a significant advantage. The public mission to capture Dark Knight Canyon had fixed completion criteria, and any player actions benefiting the Glory Federation would earn corresponding contribution points. Wang Quan and Fugue also accepted this mission, but Su Shichen did not team up with them. What he needed to do was beyond their current capabilities. Su Shichen carefully examined the mission items. Transformation Potion. Mission item. Transforms the user to resemble the target. Lasts 5 minutes. 55 uses remaining. Non-tradable. Can only be used on Chaos Alliance NPCs below level 20. Sealing Array. Mission item. Disables battlefield turrets and cannons for 12 hours. 5,050 uses remaining. Non-tradable. 30-second casting time. These items were given to every player who accepted the mission, with usage counts 5 times higher than when Wang Quan and Fugue took on the town raid mission, indicating exactly 5 more towns needed to be captured. Su Shichen arrived at the 6th town and used the transformation potion on a werewolf guard at the gate. Instantly, he transformed into a level 20 Chaos Alliance elite werewolf warrior, complete with dual axes. He swaggered towards the town, and the werewolf guard at the gate kindly reminded him, "Brother, why are you so relaxed? The Glory Federation is about to attack." Su Shichen calmly waved his wolf claws and replied, "No worries, I don't think they dare to attack." With that, he walked straight into the town. His target was the highest-ranking commander inside the 6th town, planning to kill him quickly and escape in the ensuing chaos. Su Shichen calculated. Killing the commanders of the remaining 5 towns and the Chaos Alliance's chief commander in Dark Knight Canyon should yield a significant amount of contribution points. The decapitation plan was officially underway. Su Shichen's transformation could only last for 5 minutes, so he had to hurry to find the commander of town number 5. Luckily, the town was small, and he quickly located the headquarters of the Chaos Alliance. Alliance players were bustling in and out of the entrance, busy taking on quests, paying no attention to the seemingly ordinary level 20 werewolf warrior. Su Shichen easily slipped into the command center, glancing around to find that its layout was similar to that of the Glory Federation's headquarters. His eyes fixed on a strategy map where 3 figures stood: the town commandera level 30 gold tier boss, a 2nd tier goblin warlock with 800,000 HP, and 2 deputisa level 30 silver tier boss, one an orc berserker with 480,000 HP, the other an undead hunter with 400,000 HP. The trio was quietly discussing battle strategies. Suddenly, the undead deputy looked up and barked, "Who let you in here?" Feigning fear, Su Shichen quickly approached. "I have urgent news to report." With only 5 seconds left in his transformation, he didn't hesitate to strike. Wind Force, Death Wind, Instant Explosion, Shadow Clone. Su Shichen activated all his abilities instantly. Swords drawn, he lunged straight for the goblin commander. Intruder from the Glory Federation. The 3 reacted quickly, but were caught off guard by Su Shichen's surprise attack. His Shadow Clone also launched an instant explosion and used flowing sword techniques to block the 2 deputies. Like a phantom, Su Shichen used his Shadow Step to vanish from their sight, reappearing next to the commander the next moment. Gale Slash, Heavy Slash, Double Strike. His flurry of attacks stunned the goblin commander, reducing his HP by a quarter in just a second. The goblin commander let out a piercing scream. Fear Howl, a group control skill that could make nearby enemies panic for 3 seconds. King's Will. Su Shichen was prepared, immediately activating his immunity to control effects. His Wind Blade and Frost Snow Sword continued to rain down on the commander without pause. Exaggerated damage numbers kept popping up as the goblin commander felt his life rapidly slipping away. This Glory Federation operative is too strong, he thought, alarmed. Enemy attack. The 2 deputies, unable to break through the Shadow Clone's defense, were covered in sword wounds and could only call for help. Chaos Alliance soldiers and nearby players rushed towards the command center, fearing the town might fall if the commander was killed. Su Shichen, using his Shadow Step, quickly whittled the goblin commander's HP down to below 50. After a few more strikes, he switched targets to join his Shadow Clone in fighting the deputies. His blade sliced through the air, ensuring each enemy tasted his sword. At that moment, the command center doors burst open, and more Alliance soldiers poured in. Su Shichen's eyes narrowed as he thought. The damage is about right. It's time to retreat. Being surrounded here would be disastrous. Sword chi explosion. 12 beams of milky white sword energy erupted in the command center, cutting down the newly arrived soldiers before they could react. The area cleared. Su Shichen glanced at the three commanders, saw their HP was below a third, and dashed out of the command center. Don't let him escape. The goblin commander, with his deputies, tried to pursue, but the shadow clone blocked their way, causing him to roar in frustration. More Alliance soldiers and players surrounded the area, relieved that the assassination attempt had failed. Long-range attacks rained down on Su Shichen. Bold move, breaking into the command center alone. Don't let him get away. That's easy merit points. Stopping the Glory Federation's assassination attempt will surely bring great rewards. Su Shichen scanned the area, seeing the command center surrounded tightly. He smirked. What's the point? Do you think you can catch me? With that, he used Shadow Step and vanished from their sight. Where is he? Where did he go? Can a swordsman go invisible? It must be a special skill from his equipment. Stay calm. He must still be within the perimeter. Don't let him slip away. Amid the chaos, Su Shichen had already targeted an undead mage on the perimeter. Meteor. His body transformed into a streak of sword light, crossing the 35-yard distance instantly. He's here. The undead mage fell instantly, and the surrounding players finally spotted Su Shichen, shouting, "Hurry, reinforce. Don't let the Glory Federation succeed." More Alliance soldiers and players were closing in. Su Shichen used Shadow Step again, disappearing from view. Where did he go? He was just here. How can he keep disappearing? Can a swordsman really stay invisible this long? Shadow Step. Su Shichen targeted a Chaos Alliance soldier 30 yards away, appearing behind him instantly, then used Shadow Step to dash outwards. With Wind Force still active for another 20 seconds, his speed easily outpaced the Alliance's encirclement. 3.2.1. Su Shichen found a section of the town wall with a gap, quickly climbed up, and leaped down. The instant explosion's duration had just ended. Mark explosion. The army of the Chaotic Alliance still had the command center heavily surrounded, unaware that the captured assassin had already left the town unscathed. Soldiers scanned the surroundings vigilantly, ready to attack any potential threats. Don't let your guard down. His invisibility won't last long. The moment you see him, shout out. This guy is a top-tier assassin, a squad leader shouted. Thinking you can escape after a solo assassination? Not a chance. During the recent battle, Su Shichen didn't overly exert himself, controlling the sword shadow clone. The clone, with only 50 of his attributes, endured 200 of the damage, but still managed to hold off 3 commanders for a few seconds before dissipating into a shadow. The goblin commander rushed out of the command center with 2 deputies, only to find an empty square. He roared in fury, "Where's the assassin? You useless fools! We got him surrounded. He's invisible now, but once he reappears, he'll be dead meat," a soldier hurriedly reported. The goblin commander waved his staff, summoning a pack of hellhounds. These fierce creatures were excellent at countering invisible units, sniffing the air as they searched for the assassin. Meanwhile, the hunter deputy activated Eagle Eye and fired a flare, trying to locate the hidden threat. The sudden assassination had caught them off guard, nearly costing them their lives. Suddenly, 3 muffled explosions erupted simultaneously from within the 3 commanders. Massive damage numbers appeared above their heads, and their eyes lost their gleam as they collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Commander! The commander is dead. What? How could this happen? The surrounding Alliance soldiers fell into chaos, stunned that their commanders had been assassinated right under their noses. The morale of the Chaotic Alliance plummeted, significantly weakening their combat effectiveness. The allied players looked at each other, bewildered. A squad leader shouted, "Don't panic. Keep surrounding this area. Don't let the assassin escape. We must kill him to avenge the commander." "Revenge!" the other soldiers echoed. The soldiers and players forming the encirclement focused intently on their surroundings, fearing the assassin might slip away. Time ticked by 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. The Glory Federation assassin still hadn't shown up, and the soldiers' fragile morale dipped again. Just then, an urgent horn sounded from the town walls. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Glory Federation army is attacking. Prepare for battle." It turned out that the Glory Federation had launched an assault as soon as they received the news. The Alliance soldiers around the command center, led by their respective squad leaders, grabbed their weapons and rushed out of the gates to face the enemy. Without their commanders, the army's coordination suffered, and they appeared disorganized. The encirclement gradually dissolved, and the Alliance players tacitly withdrew from the town. They knew it wouldn't be long before the Glory Federation took over, so they hurried to the next town. Meanwhile, Su Shichen received a system notification. System. Defeated a LV-10 Golden Boss Town Commander. Gained 1000 experience boost. EXP 100100000. Merit points 30. System. Defeated a LV-10 Silver Boss Commander Deputy. Gained 1000 experience boost. EXP 2002000. Merit points 102. Su Shichen quickly sent a message to the commander. Notify the commander. The 3 commanders at Town 6 are dead. We can launch a full-scale attack now. Then, he leaped off the wall and headed towards Town 7, sending a message to Wang Quan. Wang Quan was shocked upon receiving the message. The leader is truly a monster, taking out enemy commanders amidst thousands of troops as if it's nothing. Su Shichen sped towards his destination. He knew that news of the attack on Town 6 commanders had likely reached Town 7, and the next assassination would be much more challenging. The distance between the 2 towns wasn't short, taking Su Shichen nearly an hour at full speed. By then, he had used a transformation potion to disguise himself as a goblin soldier of the Chaotic Alliance, successfully infiltrating Town 7. Surprisingly, there was no sign of heightened alert. The Alliance soldiers went about their business as usual, with no indication of increased protection for the commander. Su Shichen made his way to the command center unimpeded. The doors were closed and 2 deputies, serving as guards, lounged casually on either side. The system displayed: Commander Deputy LV-30 Silver Boss Werewolf Tier 2 Shield Warrior HP 580000. Commander Deputy LV-30 Silver Boss Werewolf Tier 2 Shield Warrior HP 580000. The werewolf on the left yawned and said, "What's Lord Hell thinking, coming to the front lines instead of enjoying life on the continent?" The werewolf on the right replied, "You don't get it. Lord Hell is a renowned genius of the werewolf clan. If he achieves great feats here, he'll rise quickly in the Alliance. It's a tough break for US, though, having to follow and suffer. Yeah, but just now a third-class private came running, saying someone wanted to assassinate Lord Hell." "What a joke," the left werewolf scoffed. "We just need to do our jobs. Lord Hell instructed us not to disturb him for anything short of a catastrophe," the right werewolf said, glancing suggestively at the command center behind him, from which some odd noises emanated. Apparently, the first batch of Chaotic Alliance players had been so terrified by Su Shichen that they had mostly moved to another battlefield with the Godslayer Guild. The new players on the front line had such low ranks that their reports weren't taken seriously. Listening to their conversation from a distance, Su Shichen thought, didn't expect to encounter a named boss. Sounds like he's busy right now. Would it be rude to interrupt? Seeing only 6 seconds left on his transformation, he decisively drew his 2 swords, disguised as daggers, and silently prepared to strike. It seems there's no way in without dealing with these watchdogs. I'll have to go in hard. At that moment, one of the werewolves turned his head suspiciously and barked. "Hey, you goblin kid over there. What are you doing? What are you doing over there, goblin boy?" The werewolf lieutenant watched Su Shichen warily as he paced back and forth near the command center. Su Shichen had just drawn his weapon, seemingly preparing a powerful skill. Su Shichen continued to gather energy, casually replying, "I just learned a new skill and wanted to see if you two could judge its strength." He knew they wouldn't believe him, but it didn't matter. At worst, he'd just launch an attack with lower damage. "Get lost and don't disturb Lord Hell's rest," the werewolf on the right barked. Seeing Su Shichen still standing there, he drew his long sword angrily and approached. "What? Can't you understand words? I despise you filthy goblins. All of you are just swindlers." "I feel the same way," Su Shichen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he swung his twin swords, transforming instantly. Golden sword energy surged from Gale Blade and Frost Snow, slashing towards the command center's gates, enveloping both lieutenants. Boom! The gates of the command center collapsed under the golden sword energy. The 2 werewolf lieutenants tried to use their shield wall, but were interrupted by the full force severing slash and were slammed to the ground. A long crack appeared on the ground, extending to Su Shichen's feet. "Who the hell is interrupting me?" A furious voice came from inside the command center. Su Shichen activated his skills instantly. Sword Shadow Clone, Death Wind, Gale Force. He left the Sword Shadow Clone to deal with the 2 werewolf lieutenants and dashed into the command center with Shadow Step. As soon as he entered, Su Shichen saw Hell scrambling out of bed, hastily putting on clothes. There was a naked female werewolf on the bed. Su Shichen quickly looked away, thinking to himself that he couldn't appreciate a different species, and focused on Hell. Level 30 Dark Gold Boss Werewolf 3rd Tier Berserk Battle King HP 3,600,000. Hell is a prodigy of the werewolf clan, with marksmanship that rivals 4th tier powerhouses. Seeing Hell's health, Su Shichen frowned slightly. He was deep inside enemy territory. If he couldn't finish this quickly, it would be troublesome if he got surrounded. Suddenly, a vast, endless river appeared in the void, and a black and white stream of light surged from the depths of the river, merging into Su Shichen's body. The river dissipated, and a faint black and white aura surrounded him, doubling his attributes. Feeling the surging power within, Su Shichen pointed his sword at Hell. "You're the first boss to make me use my strongest state. I'll tear you to pieces." Hell roared, pulling out a timber-long spear from somewhere. Su Shichen had never fought in this state before. With a swift movement, he appeared behind Hell, as if he'd teleported. Gale slash. Hell howled in pain, sweeping his spear to force Su Shichen away. But with the three states boosting him, Su Shichen's speed had more than doubled. He moved with shadow step, his figure flickering around Hell, leaving after images. Heavy slash double strike. Whoa! Hell was continuously attacked, but couldn't catch Su Shichen's figure. His proud marksmanship was useless against Su Shichen, who was too fast to even block with his spear. Too fast. It hurts too much. Hell was like a punching bag, the only difference being he had a spear that flailed uselessly. "You're not human. You're a demon." Hell was battered and bruised, planting his spear into the ground to unleash a shockwave. Su Shichen was knocked back, and Hell seized the moment to flee towards the command center's gate. "Help! Someone help!" The two werewolf lieutenants were still entangled with the sword shadow clone, but thousands of allied soldiers had already surrounded them. Su Shichen caught up with Hell, slashing twice, while the surrounding soldiers launched their attacks. Arrows, fireballs, ice spikes, all sorts of ranged skills targeted the sword shadow clone. Moonlit sword dance. The sword shadow clone brandished its twin swords, creating an impenetrable barrier that blocked all attacks. Even with only 50 of Su Shichen's attributes, it was more than a match for these elite monsters. Su Shichen ignored the surrounding allied soldiers and players, focusing all his attacks on Hell. Hell's health plummeted rapidly. In this state, Su Shichen was overpowering the level 30 legendary boss, making Hell wail and flee. The melee soldiers had reached the sword shadow clone, their weapons about to overwhelm it. Just as Su Shichen stepped out of the command center, a barrage of attacks greeted him. Perfect timing. Su Shichen's main body used Moonlit Sword Dance, blocking all attacks, while controlling the sword shadow clone to point its sword skyward. A subtle glint of sword light shot skyward from the long sword pointed by Jianying's clone. In an instant, an area of 70 by 70 yards plunged into darkness, and countless sword shadows rained down, attacking all enemies within the range indiscriminately. System notifications flashed continuously. "You have killed an elite Chaos Alliance soldier, EXP 9000. You have killed a bronze-level boss Chaos Alliance squad leader, EXP 18,000. You have killed a Chaos Alliance level 3 private, merit point 0. You have killed a Chaos Alliance corporal, merit points 1. After the sword rain, the battlefield was littered with corpses, leaving only Su Shichen, Jianying's clone, and Hell with his two guards standing face to face. In the distance, a surviving Chaos Alliance player stared in shock at the scene, utterly terrified. "Holy crap! What kind of overpowered skill is this? Thank goodness I was slow. I'm out of here. Can't mess with this guy." Just one sword shadow fell in front of me, and the guy ahead didn't even have time to scream before dying. The range and damage are insane. How does the Glory Federation have such a broken player? He must be using a hack version. Report him. But first I'll run. Reporting can wait. The Chaos Alliance players retreated from the encirclement, abandoning their fight for town number 7. No one wanted to face a monster like Su Shichen. They were here to farm merit points, not to serve as cannon fodder. Seeing this, Hell shouted frantically, "Everyone attack! Now!" As he ran for his life, he kept urging the soldiers 70 yards away to close in again. Su Shichen ignored the commotion around him, focusing on the opponents in front of him. With 2 swift strikes, he dispatched Hell's 2 guards, then directed Jianying's clone to attack Hell himself. Damage numbers kept popping up, and Hell's health plummeted as if a dam had burst. Hell's eyes turned red, his body swelling as he entered a berserk state. Yet, this did nothing to change the battle's outcome. Su Shichen swung his sword again, causing Hell to cry out in pain. In desperation, Hell threw his long spear, which transformed midair into a massive black serpent, its tongue flicking as it lunged at Su Shichen. With a casual swipe, Su Shichen sliced the black serpent aside and continued his assault on Hell. Nearly 4,000 strength points allowed him to break through any defense effortlessly. Any flashy moves Hell attempted seemed futile in front of Su Shichen's overwhelming force. Just 10 seconds after Su Shichen activated reversal, Hell's health dropped below 1 million. The surrounding soldiers, though still 10 yards away, launched a barrage of ranged attacks. Su Shichen calmly controlled Jianying's clone to stand as a shield in front of him and activated Terra's blessing, launching his final assault on Hell. Normal attack, heavy slash, normal attack, double strike, normal attack, 6 strikes in 1 second. The final strike triggered a 5x critical hit, causing Hell to let out a piercing scream before collapsing. The black serpent reverted to a long spear, lying quietly on the ground. Simultaneously, Jinying's clone disintegrated under the barrage of ranged attacks. Chaos Alliance soldiers swarmed in again, surrounding Su Shichen. Kill him. He killed Lord Hell. We're doomed. Don't let him escape. The surrounding soldiers, their eyes bloodshot, seemed to have lost their minds as they charged at Su Shichen with their weapons. Su Shichen had no desire to get entangled with these small fry, as they provided neither merit points nor significant experience. But seeing their relentless determination, he had no choice but to unleash Gale Blade again, pointing skyward. The scene from seconds earlier repeated, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. What? That move again? Run! Seeing Su Shichen repeat his technique, the soldiers' formation instantly fell into chaos. But the already gathered sword shadows in midair gave them no chance to escape. In a flash, exaggerated damage numbers cascaded down like a waterfall, and silence fell once more. The Chaos Alliance soldiers 70 yards away looked at their fallen comrades, swallowing hard. After exchanging glances, none dared step into Su Shichen's 70-yard range. Su Shichen collected the items Hell had dropped into his backpack and looked towards the distant soldiers. The Chaos Alliance soldiers collectively took a step back, their spirits broken, their will to fight nearly extinguished. Without lingering, Su Shichen knew he had only 100 seconds left of reversal's duration. He needed to leave quickly and find a safe place to endure the 30-minute debuff. Sword in hand, he moved towards the nearest wall. Though the surrounding soldiers attacked again, their courage was evidently gone. Su Shichen moved swiftly, using Meteor and Shadow Step in quick succession to bypass the army and head for the wall. The level 20 elite soldiers couldn't lock onto his position. Just as Reversal's backlash was about to start, Su Shichen successfully scaled the wall and left town number 7. In the distance, a Federation soldier reported to his commander. Inform the commander, the Chaos Alliance commander at town number 7 is dead, and their soldiers are in disarray. We can seize the opportunity to take the town.
That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.